Chapter 1: Surrounded on the Way to Work. In the city of Tianhai, there are but two seasons each year: the interminably long winter and the sweltering summer. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock, having sounded 5 or 6 times, finally roused the occupant of the bed, whose body was drenched in sweat due to the stifling heat. Is it because there are no rooms and no air conditioning? No. Zheng Yan, smacking his dry, cracked lips, gulped down 500 milliliters of plain water, glancing up at the energy-guzzling contraption above him with a sigh. This wretched thing costs a fortune, $1 every hour. Who can afford to use it? After splashing his face with cool water, Zheng Yan, appearing somewhat dazed, made his way to the bus stop. Recalling the particularly vivid dream from the previous night, he couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of longing. Oh, how wonderful it would be if that were real! As his body gradually regained some composure, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, and the blazing sun overhead made each step feel like an immense trial. The streets today appeared exceptionally desolate, devoid of any passers-by. This is odd. Zheng Yan scanned his surroundings, noting that he was the only solitary figure at the bus stop. Is something significant happening today? Curiosity piqued, Zheng Yan activated his mobile data, only to be inundated by a deluge of messages. At the top was the company's green bubble group chat, now buzzing with the latest news, with people eagerly chiming in. As Zheng Yan scrolled up through the messages, disbelief washed over him, making him question whether he was still ensnared in a dream. Hey, have you heard? Have you heard? Li Dazue from the company had entered full in spam mode, sending a barrage of messages until cautioned by a superior. Of course. I'm telling you, last night's scene was spectacular. Yan Li shared a shocked emoji accompanied by an image. The image depicted the bustling center of Zhanghai City, but unlike before, she had edited in a monstrous figure. The creature stood shoulder to shoulder with what was said to be Tianhai's tallest skyscraper, appearing to tower over 200 meters. Its body was a vivid crimson, sporting 3 heads and 6 arms, with enormous bat-like wings unfurled behind it. Below, civilians fled in all directions while military forces rushed to the scene. Ugh, what a boring spectacle. Zheng Yan glanced toward the distant street, feeling increasingly anxious as the bus he had been waiting for was now over 10 minutes late. At this rate, he would surely be late. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint sound emerged from behind him, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind. Under normal circumstances, he would have paid no heed, but for some reason today, Zheng Yan's hearing was remarkably acute. He intermittently caught snippets of conversation emanating from a walkie-talkie. Headquarters, we have located the target. He remains unaware, requesting permission to engage. Surrounding residents have been evacuated. Operation approved. Rubbing his ears, Zheng Yan wondered if he had misheard, just as hurried footsteps approached him. Then, a group of 10 or so burly men clad in black, wearing gas masks, swiftly advanced towards him. Wait! Before Zheng Yan could utter another word, they had pinned him to the ground, pain radiating from his shoulder. Am I being kidnapped? This was the first thought that flashed through Zheng Yan's mind, quickly dismissed. No, it's broad daylight. In the open, who would dare to do such a thing? Besides, what value do I possess? The scorching ground seared his face, igniting a fierce will to survive within him. He had no intention of surrendering. From somewhere, a surge of strength coursed through him, and he managed to throw 4 or 5 of the men off him. Zheng Yan wasted no time and sprinted away, his sole focus on reaching the nearest police station as salvation. Quick, don't let him escape. The group, well trained, quickly regained their composure, with figures emerging from the foliage, attempting to capture Zheng Yan. Typically someone who rewarded himself with a weak physique, Zheng Yan was likely unaware of his newfound strength at this moment. Like a master of the fabled Lianbo Wubu, he nimbly weaved through the crowd. Various immobilizing weapons posed no threat. His speed was such that even the likes of Usain Bolt would bow in defeat. Run! In mere minutes, Zheng Yan had covered over 10 kilometers, leaving his pursuers far behind. Once he felt secure, he instinctively leaned against a post to catch his breath, only to realize he felt no fatigue whatsoever. What's happening? Zheng Yan attempted to explore this familiar, yet unfamiliar body, the dream from the previous night resurfacing in his mind. Could it be? Whoosh! A beam of yellow light descended from above, striking the ground beneath him and sending Zheng Yin tumbling through the air. Yet, this body exhibited remarkable prowess, executing a high-difficulty maneuver to land gracefully. Oh! His voice rang out, resonant and filled with fury, echoing across the empty cityscape. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. His declaration was met with a response. The already sweltering weather became even more oppressive as a blinding light descended from the sky. As the brilliance faded, a mysterious figure over 2 meters tall, clad in golden armor and wearing a bird-shaped helmet, emerged. The voice that had issued the earlier command belonged to him. I'm certain if this is a dream. Upon seeing the figure, Zheng Yin displayed no signs of shock, only a relieved chuckle. This was the 21st century. How could such a being exist? It's time to end this absurd yet vivid dream. With clarity of thought, Zheng Yin dashed towards the riverbank and leaped in with a splash. The golden-armored individual was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected move. His orders had been to subdue Zheng Yin and bring him back to base. Failure to do so would be unacceptable. With this in mind, the golden figure unfurled his wings and took to the sky, searching for Zheng Yan's whereabouts. Zing! The sky, previously clear, was suddenly rent by a purple lightning bolt that struck the armored figure. His wings singed and blackened, nearly causing him to lose control and plummet. Before he could catch his breath, more bolts of lightning descended upon him. The golden figure scrambled to fend off the unexpected onslaught, sustaining multiple hits, his once pristine armor now tattered and in shambles. Headquarters. I request the use of large-scale destructive capabilities. The opponent is too strong for me to withstand. The armored figure activated his helmet's communication system, reaching out to someone. The voice emanating from the helmet was resolute and unwavering. No, this is a residential area. We cannot afford to inflict excessive damage to civilian property. If it is unavoidable, retreat and await the next opportunity. While both sides deliberated, the river began to churn, and Zheng Yin emerged from its depths. However, he appeared quite abnormal, eyes tightly shut, lips pale, his entire being enveloped in purple lightning. The lightning held him aloft for several seconds before propelling him upward at astonishing speed, ultimately shattering the void and vanishing without a trace. Damn it! The golden figure let out a frustrated roar, venting his dissatisfaction. Chapter 2: A Fortunate Encounter Born of Kindness. At 2 o'clock in the morning in Tianhai City, the majority of people had succumbed to slumber, with only a few 24-hour convenience stores and food stalls still open. Dragging his weary body, Zheng Yin trudged towards his rented accommodation in the urban village after just finishing his shift. Creak! In the depths of the night, a tattered old man with white hair sat alone on a stool, playing a 2-stringed instrument. Before him lay a chipped porcelain bowl containing a few 1 yuan and Favigio coins. The sound of the instrument resonated melodiously, as if recounting the tales of the elders past. Zheng Yin, engrossed in his phone, coughed lightly, the sound drawing his attention. Oh! Despite his own struggles, his inherent kindness wouldn't allow him to overlook someone in greater need. Zheng Yin observed the old man for a while, perplexed as to why someone would perform in the dead of night. Yet he turned and entered a convenience store. In a short while, he emerged carrying a large bottle of water and some inexpensive bread, making his way back to the old man. "Grandpa," Zheng Yin softly called out to him. The elder looked up, his kindly gaze meeting the young man's somewhat bewildered eyes. "Please accept these and head home early. My own circumstances are limited, so this is all I can offer. Please don't find it lacking." Zheng Yin kept his head bowed, and for someone unaccustomed to conversation, this was a significant effort. "Thank you, young man." The elder's face, lined with wrinkles and adorned with a white beard, broke into a genuine smile. He paid no mind to appearances and eagerly devoured the items Zheng Yin had brought. Zheng Yin settled on the steps nearby, resting his chin on his hand as he watched quietly. At that moment, a wave of joy washed over him, and the various shadows of his day were swept away completely. Until the old man consumed the very last morsel of bread crust, Zheng Yin remained seated, contemplating a discreet departure. "Wait a moment, young man." The elder, satiated and letting out a satisfied belch, called out to Zheng Yin, who had taken a few steps away. Is there something else, Grandpa? Their eyes locked in mutual gaze. Yet the old man unexpectedly posed a rather perplexing question. Young man, considering your age, which appears to be in your 20s, why have you not yet settled down and established a family? This inquiry was rather presumptuous, and it stirred a sense of frustration within Zheng Yin. Do you think I don't want to? If it weren't for my utter lack of resources, I might already have children running about. Such discontent simmered in his thoughts, yet he managed to force a smile and replied, well, it's simply that I haven't found the right person yet. Yes, that's it. To assure the old man of his sincerity, he repeated, oh. The elder, seemingly discerning the truth, elongated his response, his gaze scrutinizing the young man thoroughly. Suddenly, he straightened his hunched back, his murky eyes sparkling with clarity, and with utmost seriousness, he inquired, youth, I perceive commendable character in you, and as my time is limited, might I entrust my granddaughter to you? Zheng Yin. He began to suspect that the old man might be mentally unwell. First and foremost, given his own disheveled appearance, it was evident that he was struggling to lead a solitary life, let alone shoulder the responsibility of another. Moreover, I have no idea what your granddaughter looks like. What if she is rather unappealing? He muttered under his breath, though a flicker of amusement danced within him, albeit just a hint. To preserve the elder's dignity, Zheng Yin responded with a tone he deemed respectful, expressing that it was late and he needed to return home. Young man, please do not leave. I am truly at my wit's end. Upon turning, as Zheng Yin turned to descend the steps, preparing to meet the solid ground below, he misstepped. Plop! He plunged into a pool of water, the frigid sensation causing his body heat to dissipate rapidly, and he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. Upon regaining his bearings, he realized that the towering edifices had vanished inexplicably. He found himself ensconced within a mountain ravine. The old man, now clad in formal attire, sat at the water's edge, a grin adorning his face as he observed him. Help, help! Instinctively, Zheng Yin, who could not swim, flailed his limbs desperately, issuing cries for assistance to the ungrateful elder. Young lad, you brought this upon yourself. The elder, unperturbed, continued to speak nonchalantly. To be frank, I have long coveted your physique. Though currently somewhat feeble, with a little modification, you would undoubtedly make an excellent candidate for cultivation. His words sent a chill through Zheng Yin, who realized his situation was dire. Was everything about entrusting his granddaughter merely a facade? As the water obscured his vision, his body was uncontrollably sinking deeper into the depths. If this is a dream, it feels astonishingly real. Zheng Yin feebly waved his arms, watching as the water's surface receded from him. Suddenly, a frail figure approached, pulling him back to the shore. Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Yin gasped for fresh air, expelling the water from his lungs. He wished to express gratitude to his savior, yet the figure seemed to have vanished into thin air. You have gone too far. Once he regained his composure, he immediately directed an indignant shout towards the elder's position. The old man remained unfazed, stroking his beard before inquiring. So, young man, have you made up your mind? Let it be known, this is my consciousness space. As long as I wish, you shall not escape. Zheng Yin felt an overwhelming urge to slap the elder, but he restrained himself. He endeavored to calm his thoughts, analyzing his predicament, and reached a grim conclusion. He was but a fish on the cutting board, entirely at the mercy of his captor. After a prolonged contemplation, Zheng Yin finally responded. I agree, but you must promise one condition. Treat my family well after the transfer is complete. With that, he found a relatively flat stone upon which to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes. Ha! 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 Before he could endure the torment of his soul separating from his body, he was met with the elder's hearty laughter. Confused, he gazed at the old man, hoping for an explanation. The elder pressed down on Zheng Yan's shoulder, the weight causing him to tilt sideways. Transfer? Nonsense! The elder's tone shifted to one of seriousness, laced with indignation. What do you take me for? His face flushed red, he exclaimed, I was once a celestial being, albeit. Pausing, he gestured for Zheng Yin to follow him as he beckoned with his hand. Oh! Zheng Yin trailed after the elder, winding through a concealed cave. The walls were adorned with countless symbols Zheng Yin could not decipher, alongside an object resembling a dais. The old man stared at the dais, lost in thought, before instantaneously occupying a seat upon it. "Remember, young man," his voice echoed throughout the cave. "I have observed you for quite some time, which is why I entrust an important person to you. Do not forget our agreement." As he spoke, his body was engulfed in violet flames. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yin hastily removed his clothing, intending to extinguish the flames, but as he rushed forward, an invisible force propelled him away. Before his eyes, the elder transformed into a pile of ashes, leaving only a purple elixir suspended in the air. "Consume it." The elder's voice resounded once more, disregarding Zheng Yan's consent, and forcefully entered his mouth as he stood there in shock. Ugh! Zheng Yin choked on the sudden intrusion of the elixir, only to be jolted awake by the sound of an alarm clock. Was it indeed just a dream? Perhaps. Chapter 3. The Demon King, the King of the Century. Hey, are you awake? Zheng Yin was jolted awake by a violent shaking as he took in his surroundings. He realized he was in a strange environment. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, lightning flashed, magma surged, and metallic glimmers danced everywhere, as if the entire world were twisting and transforming. He tried to recall the events that had transpired before. The crowd of black-clad figures. The golden-armored bird monsters. Everything felt so vividly real that am I still dreaming? Zheng Yin pondered to himself. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming feeling of danger, as if something ominous were approaching. Instinctively, he became alert, bracing himself for the potential threat. DJ, it must be the DJ, the pulsating rhythm and melody. Zheng Yan's body swayed to the music, completely enveloped in this delightful experience. What am I doing? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he noticed a uniquely styled man dancing alongside him. The man wore a black cloak, and his shorts were adorned with fiery patterns, complemented by a beret that framed his vibrant, explosive hairstyle. The dance moves hidden behind his sunglasses were astonishingly stylish. Zheng Yin found himself irresistibly following the man's rhythm, and they lost themselves in the world of music for a full 2 hours. When the man finally paused, appearing somewhat fatigued, Zheng Yin still craved more. The earlier indulgence had bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The man set down his sound system and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a fragrant handkerchief. Zheng Yin stood there, slightly embarrassed, gazing at him. By all accounts, dreams are mere illusions conjured by the mind. I certainly don't recall having such an experience. Zheng Yin mused internally. The man, however, stood up and extended his palm. Greetings, I am Qin Donghua, here at the behest of the Demon King, to guide you in becoming the next Demon King. Zheng Yan's attention fixated on the man's outstretched hand, and it took him 3 repetitions of the man's words before he snapped back to reality. What? Qin Donghua? Who would name their child that? He stifled a laugh as he observed the furrowed brows of the man, his tone softening considerably. And the Demon King business. I truly possess a vivid imagination. After all, he reasoned, it was merely a dream, and his words flowed without inhibition that he stared at the man's offered hand, glancing at his own rough, wrinkled hands, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he wiped them behind his back before clasping them together. So, you just mentioned I'm to be the future Demon King, correct? Zheng Yin inquired. Well then, I am all ears. Why have you chosen someone like me as your successor, and what are the subsequent steps? Qin Donghua surveyed Zheng Yin with a keen eye and cleared his throat that I am merely a worker, devoid of any decision-making power regarding the choice of a successor. However, I can discuss with you the tasks that lie ahead. As the Demon King, your duty is to commit as many misdeeds as possible. Your magical power will also increase with the number of souls lost by your hand. Zheng Yin couldn't help but feel this was the most intriguing dream he had ever experienced. When it came to taking lives, he glanced at his own right hand, now significantly larger and battle-hardened, and an immature thought flickered in his mind that I should mention in advance that such actions would be unacceptable. As a candidate for the Demon King, you must be mindful of your own well-being, Qin Donghua interjected, having discerned Zheng Yan's thoughts. Hey, I was merely observing my palm. Nothing more, Zheng Yin retorted, withdrawing his right hand and promptly sitting on a stone, continuing this absurd dream. First and foremost, as Qin Donghua had mentioned, Zheng Yin was indeed the designated candidate of the Demon King, yet he was far from the only contender. There were 6 individuals known as the Kings of the Century, each possessing immense wealth and power within the demon realm. Zheng Yin, on the other hand, was simply an outsider with some degree of strength. Within the demon realm, there existed a unique hierarchy, ranging from lowly demons to the Demon King, with ranks including Demon Soldier, Demon Commander, Demon General, Demon Marshal, Demon Sovereign, and finally, the Demon King. Having absorbed the strength of the previous Demon King, Zheng Yin held the power of a Demon Sovereign, the highest rank among the 6 kings of the century. Such power would allow one to stride confidently in any realm. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. The selection of a Demon King did not solely depend on strength. The criteria for trials were of utmost importance. In this regard, Zheng Yin fell woefully short compared to the others, hence the necessity for trials. Hee. Zheng Yin chuckled as he listened, finding the entire situation delightfully amusing, to the extent that he subtly wished not to awaken. "All right, I have no time to play. I must get back to work," he exclaimed. "Why have I been experiencing such strange dreams lately?" he lamented as he tapped his head, uncertain of the time outside. Regardless, he was undoubtedly sleep-deprived and resolved to visit a hospital to improve his health. Lost in thought, Zheng Yin mimicked his earlier plunge and dove into the magma. However, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial fact. Magma was not water, and it would not simply engulf him. "Ah!" With a battle cry, Zheng Yin leaped up, rolling to extinguish the flames that engulfed him under Qin Donghua's watchful gaze. "Why does it hurt so much?" Observing his rapidly healing flesh and the surging power within, Zheng Yin began to question reality. Could it be that I am not dreaming? This is impossible. The sensation of pain felt so tangible. In disbelief, he pinched his thigh harshly. "Ouch, that really hurts." This time, the realization dawned upon him, and no wonder this dream felt so peculiar. Everything was, in fact, real. Yet, as someone who had grown up in modern society and received a high-level education, Zheng Yin had only encountered such fantastical elements in novels and animations. Being told that all of this was genuine was profoundly difficult for him to accept. This cannot be. Zheng Yin suddenly recalled something significant. The old man had explicitly stated that he was a member of the Celestial Clan. How did he end up as the Demon King? Wasn't the Demon King destined to be vanquished by heroes? Recalling that treacherous, malevolent Demon King, Zheng Yin should have realized he had been deceived. Now, it seemed he had boarded a pirate ship, with no means of escape. Nevertheless, Zheng Yin's mind raced. The Demon King? Why not simply refuse the role? While Zheng Yin contemplated how to navigate his future predicament, every move he made was keenly observed by Qin Donghua. Ahem. Qin Donghua interrupted his thoughts, offering a considerate reminder. "Your Highness, the King of the Century, your thoughts may be somewhat perilous, yet they are quite reasonable. What you choose to do is your prerogative, but I must suggest that since you possess power, why not indulge in it?" Zheng Yin instinctively clutched his chest, eyeing Qin Donghua with suspicion. Could he read minds? He mentally probed, receiving an affirmative response. Indeed, this is a unique ability of our kind. However, rest assured, we generally do not interfere in the private affairs of the kings of the century. Qin Donghua's words somewhat eased Zheng Yan's mind, allowing him to relax. That so, when you say indulge, can I return to my own world? Zheng Yan inquired. Certainly. If you wish, I can send you back right away, Qin Donghua replied, elegantly bowing and reaching for the sound system he carried. Wait a moment. Zheng Yin attempted to halt him, but it was too late. Under a different yet equally enchanting melody, he found himself compelled to dance for over an hour. When the fervor subsided, everything around him returned to normal, and Zheng Yin discovered he had somehow merged into a group of elderly women engaged in a lively square dance. Just look at those old men glaring at me with fiery eyes. A reminder echoed in his mind. Your Highness, this is your unique charm ability. However, due to insufficient power, it only affects individuals over 60 to Chapter 4. Things are getting out of control indeed. The looks the elderly women cast at Zheng Yin were anything but ordinary, tinged with an unmistakable fervor. Why in the world would I be given such an ability? Zheng Yin, typically introverted, found himself unable to suppress a string of expletives, perhaps influenced by the essence of the Demon King. He pushed through the encroaching crowd and vanished from the square in the blink of an EYE'd as dusk settled. Zheng Yin reflected on how he had skipped work for an entire day. In the past, such a transgression would have left him restless, fretting over how to explain himself to his superior, or whether he should simply bring some fine milk and fruits as an apology. But now he felt liberated. Forget about work, Zheng Yin declared as he opened his phone, which was inundated with missed calls, with various curses from his boss and the curious chatter of colleagues filling the green bubbles. He spat on the ground. That Chen Donghua said, I should enjoy life. I hereby declare that from this moment on, I shall not eat beef. He spread his arms wide, shouting exuberantly, never having anticipated that he would feel such exhilaration. To test the limits of his newfound strength, Zheng Yin sought out a secluded patch of land to conduct an experiment. What was I planning to do again? He scratched his head and said, Right, flying. Let's see if I can fly. With a heart full of excitement and trepidation, Zheng Yin crouched down, mimicking Superman's pose, and suddenly leaped into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, he soared through the clouds to an altitude of 10,000 meters. And to his astonishment, he remained suspended in mid-air without plummeting. I did it! I succeeded! Zheng Yin joyfully danced in the air, unaware that two figures were swiftly approaching him. Cease your futile resistance and surrender at once. That familiar voice echoed once more. Zheng Yin turned to see. Indeed, the Birdman from earlier had reappeared behind him. This time not alone, but accompanied by a mysterious figure clad in Indian attire, adorned with a golden mask shaped like a shoehorn. The three stood shoulder to shoulder above the clouds, faint sounds of engines roaring in the distance as a dozen fighter jets had locked onto him. You have nowhere to escape. Surrender immediately. The Golden Birdman issued another warning, this time with unwavering confidence, bolstered by the strong ally at his side and the freedom to unleash their full potential at such heights. Hey, have you all lost your minds? Zheng Yin surveyed his surroundings, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I'm still that ordinary person from before? Zheng Yin suddenly roared uncontrollably. Let me tell you, I am no longer the same. Within Zheng Yan's heart, a flicker of rebellious thought had initially existed, but under the stimulus of some unseen force, that thought expanded infinitely, ultimately becoming uncontrollable. Headquarters, he called out anxiously. The golden-armored Birdman immediately issued an emergency signal. The subject has completely lost control. We request a full-scale assault. After a moment of silence on the other end, they confirmed the situation via satellite video and granted authorization. Sun God, Word Spirit Mage, this is headquarters. Your request is approved. Please capture the target as soon as possible. Upon receiving authorization, the Birdman gently fluttered his wings. Although the mask obscured his expression, one could sense his overwhelming delight through his movements. The hunt begins. The target must not escape. After confirming the information with the mage, the Birdman spread out, unleashing his most formidable attack right from the start. This is in response to your humiliation earlier. The Birdman clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of intense energy. A skill he prided himself on, capable of simulating rays with the extreme temperatures of the sun's surface, but on this planet, no one had ever withstood such an attack. Sun God, are you insane? Have you forgotten the orders from above? The mage attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The energy, blazing with brilliance, raced towards Zheng Yin at breakneck speed. For anyone else, evading it would have been impossible, but to Zheng Yin, the energy moved as slowly as a turtle, easily dodging past. Boom! The energy sphere exploded, illuminating the night as brightly as day, and those who had witnessed the events of the previous night hastily took out their cameras to capture the spectacle. On the ground, a group of well-coordinated individuals in black attire moved about, one man in particular dressed in clothing and wearing sunglasses sighed. Sigh, those guys are causing trouble again. Move out. He gestured to his subordinates, who swiftly entered the residential building with syringe-like devices in hand. Hopefully, this memory wipe will bring some peace for a while. Meanwhile, high above, the Birdman gazed triumphantly at the empty space before him. See, this is my power. He flexed his arms, showcasing his muscles. That the prey, the rabbit should surrender obediently. Perhaps the hunter will show mercy. Now it's all over. The sun's intense heat will leave nothing behind. The Birdman continued to prattle on, oblivious to the impending danger. Prey? Humph. I believe you are the real prey. Zheng Yan's voice suddenly rang out. What? Before the Birdman could react, he was struck by a bolt of purple lightning. The golden armor disintegrated into fragments, and the once arrogant Birdman lost consciousness, plummeting towards the ground. "Sun God!" the mage exclaimed, realizing this opponent was far from simple. "Quick, cover me!" he commanded the fighter jets that a dozen circling jets simultaneously launched missiles. And machine guns unleashed a barrage upon Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin merely shook his head, raised a hand, and conjured a purple barrier that deflected all the attacks. With extraordinary power, he gazed at the terrified crowd, choosing not to stoop to their level, and dove straight down. "You're right. The prey must not easily escape," as he descended to a perilous height just a few hundred meters above ground. The mage finally caught up, using magic to save the barely conscious Birdman, but he looked above, sensing a powerful force approaching. That guy really that strong? The mage conjured a massive feather, gently lowering the Birdman to the ground while wrapping his hands in magical symbols. Preparing to buy some time. "Ha! You cannot escape now." Zheng Yin roared as he dove down, the target clearly in sight, easily within reach for a kill. Beep! 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 Suddenly, his phone, securely stored against his chest, emitted a series of urgent sounds. Zheng Yin hit the brakes, pulled out the phone, and upon seeing the contact, his imposing demeanor instantly softened. He navigated around the alert mage and gently landed on the ground, answering the call. "Hello, Mom. Don't worry. I am doing well. Nothing major." After a heartfelt conversation, Zheng Yin reluctantly hung up the phone. In a foreign land, tormented by the struggles of life, only his mother regularly checked in on him. She was his final refuge. And he realized a troubling truth. What was I just doing? I almost made a grave mistake. He stared at his hands, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly a blessing for an ordinary person to suddenly gain such power?" Zheng Yin stood in place, contemplating for a moment, seemingly coming to a realization before walking away. The vacant space was left with the bewildered mage tending to the Birdman, who removed his shoehorn-like mask, revealing short, graying hair that was incongruent with his handsome features. Chapter 5. I hate this place. Upon returning to his residence, Zheng Yin's first action was to charge his phone, that he pondered a pressing matter. Now that I possess such divine strength, should I still return to work? Those people even deployed fighter jets today. They must be from the authorities. Thankfully, I stopped in time. That a wave of apprehension washed over Zheng Yin. The Birdman and the mage had seemed like mere trifles. But if things escalated and his family got involved, it would be disastrous. Having consumed nothing all day, Zheng Yin felt no pangs of hunger. He rolled up his sleeves, admiring his robust muscles. His once portly physique now transformed into a harmonious and beautiful form. A sense of satisfaction overflowing within him. I just wish that confounded skill would turn off. The thought of the scene in the square sent a chill down his spine. The feeling of having power is truly exhilarating. Zheng Yin spent the entire evening admiring himself in the mirror, lost in a trance of self-admiration. Beep, beep, beep. The daily alarm rang punctually, and upon glancing at his phone, Zheng Yin realized it was already past 7 o'clock. Now, he no longer needed to consume food, and his pockets were filled with ample savings. If worst came to worst, he could simply... No. Zheng Yin interrupted this dangerous line of thought, as long as his family was safe. He had no intention of causing any disturbances. Now, it's time to indulge myself. Zheng Yin licked his lips, dressed himself, and strode towards his workplace. With each step, he felt an extraordinary vigor in his stride. The people on the street could barely catch a glimpse of his figure as he swiftly arrived at the company. Zheng Yin worked at a high-tech enterprise focused on producing electronic components. Commonly referred to as an electronics factory, that he was employed in the assembly of fully automated precision equipment, which could also be termed as a factory worker. His daily tasks consisted of repetitive mechanical labor, typically spanning around 12 hours with occasional overtime. Just like the previous day, when he had worked tirelessly until around 1:30 in the morning to meet a deadline, nearly exhausting all his energy. Sigh, what can I do? I don't really possess any special skills, nor do I have any real value. Zheng Yin reminisced about his previous arduous life, a wave of emotion swelling within him, and tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. In truth, these tribulations of life were but trifles. What truly gnawed at Zheng Yin's spirit was Zhu Ming, the foreman who had clawed his way up from the bottom. Each time he recalled Zhu Ming, a seething hatred overtook him. They had both entered the factory nearly simultaneously, with barely a half-month's difference, yet Zhu Ming had ascended to a leadership position. Zhu Ming was eloquent and adept at socializing, endearing himself to the others far more than Zheng Yin, who could hardly muster a word. Initially, Zhu Ming's demeanor was somewhat amiable, treating the other workers in their shared workshop with courtesy. However, once he assumed the role of foreman, he underwent a transformation. Or perhaps it was merely his true nature that emerged. He brandished his authority like a scepter, barking orders at Zheng Yin. Any delay, no matter how slight, would result in a scathing reprimand. His catchphrase was, "If you can do it, do it. If not, get lost." Time and again, Zheng Yin found himself on the brink of explosion, yet he swallowed his grievances and bore the burden in silence. Last night in the Green Bubble group chat, Zhu Ming had unleashed the most profane tirade, and no one dared to challenge him. After venting his frustrations without receiving a response, he marked Zheng Yin as absent and imposed an additional fine of 500 yuan. That scoundrel! Zheng Yan's mind began to churn with a plan for revenge. He recognized that individuals like Zhu Ming were merely sycophants, easily found throughout the factory, as he gazed upon the company. So tantalizingly close, yet still out of reach. A palpable sense of oppression surged within him. It felt as though he were struggling to break free from chains that held him fast to his fate. Today marks the first step in my journey as a citizen of this great nation. Zheng Yin clenched his fists and resolutely strode into the company. "Hey, Zheng Yin, where the hell were you yesterday?" In the changing room, workers hurriedly donned their dust-proof suits, some wolfing down buns while glancing anxiously at their phones. Amidst this bustling environment, Zheng Yin appeared conspicuously out of place, lounging with one leg crossed over the other. Indifferent to the peculiar stares directed at him, that a colleague with whom he shared a decent rapport approached, whispering a warning. "Zheng Yin, did you oversleep last night? Just a heads up, Beiji is in a foul mood today. He looked grim this morning and even had blood on him, that if it comes to it, you might want to apologize before the morning meeting." Zheng Yin flashed a friendly smile at him. This man was Meng Haoren, known for his spectacles and penchant for discussing historical topics, earning him the nickname Scholar. His knowledge, however, was not particularly robust. He could easily confuse whether America was in the Americas or Europe. Nevertheless, everyone enjoyed his company, and he stirred no trouble, making him Zheng Yan's closest ally in the workplace. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Zheng Yan clapped a hand on Meng Haoren's shoulder, disregarding his continued caution, and returned to his phone. Throughout the night, Zheng Yin not only admired his own beauty, but also absorbed his newfound abilities. Chen Donghua had claimed he possessed the prowess of a demon lord, piquing his interest to delve deeper into his capabilities. As he scrutinized his abilities, he marveled, wow, super speed, laser vision, super defense, super strength, and enhanced senses. These are merely the basics. Beneath those lay even more formidable powers, such as energy manipulation, telepathy, and shape-shifting, among countless others. Just as he was about to explore further, a white window popped up in his mind, displaying the words, "Please complete your objectives before unlocking subsequent abilities." Zheng Yin couldn't help but grumble in Cybertronian. "What is this nonsense? You promised no coercion. Yet here I am, bound." Nevertheless, he conceded that these abilities resembled a low-grade Superman, that he resolved to utilize these powers for the time being, confident they would suffice, while the unlocking of further abilities would depend on his own whims. Breaks were always fleeting. Despite it not yet being time to clock in, they were required to arrive half an hour early for the morning assembly, following a dispassionate chorus of "good," "great," "excellent" from the lethargic Zhu Ming. The morning meeting commenced. First came the roll call, as each employee responded in turn. When Zheng Yan's name was called, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. "Zheng Yan, where have you run off to?" Zhu Ming slammed the roll book onto the table, bellowing, "Does that guy not want to work anymore?" He pointed at the workers below, his flesh jiggling with emotion. "That I'll tell you this." Zhu Ming raised his voice. "The company provides you all with jobs. You ought to be grateful, not lazing about all day. Whenever a recruitment notice goes out, there are lines of applicants stretching hundreds of meters." A barrage of complaints ensued, lasting over 20 minutes, until Zhu Ming's voice grew hoarse and finally fell silent. Clap, clap, clap. To Zheng Yan's astonishment, applause erupted from below. The workers exchanged glances, puzzled as to who had the audacity to applaud, until someone called out, "Hey, isn't that Zheng Yan?" Following the sound, they spotted Zheng Yan, having arrived at some point unbeknownst to them. lounging on a cardboard box and leisurely taking in the spectacle. Chapter 6. Dog eat dog. Did I just hear a fat pig grunting for half the day? Zheng Yin stretched languidly, addressing the wide-eyed crowd. Is he out of his mind? Murmured the workers below. Perhaps he hit the jackpot with a lottery ticket? Speculated another, while some voiced their dissent, thinking that Zheng Yan's boldness today indicated he intended to quit. Tianhai City was notorious for its surplus of workers, leaving them to ponder what he might do next. The air was thick with intrigue as all eyes turned to Zhu Ming, eager to see his reaction. Zhu Ming recognized Zheng Yan's intention to resign, but with the audience witnessing his humiliation, he could not let the matter slide. Zheng Yan, he croaked, have you forgotten about yesterday's incident? Do you realize the losses the company incurred in your absence? I must report this to management. You will have to compensate for this. He extended his right hand, dramatically flipping it back and forth. What 10 yuan? Zheng Yan flicked away some earwax and withdrew a 20 yuan bill from his pocket. Here, he said, handing the bill to Zhu Ming, I have plenty of money. I'll give you double. Use the rest to buy yourself some feed. He playfully tapped Zhu Ming's ample belly. Look at you. You've lost so much weight in just one day. Take this to replenish your nutrients. Zhu Ming stood aghast, utterly unprepared for Zheng Yan's audacity. You, he sputtered, unable to articulate his indignation. What? What? Zheng Yan glared back defiantly. Have you taken leave of your senses? Let me tell you, it's 100,000, 100,000. If the higher-ups find out, you'll have to compensate even more to this proclamation. Zhu Ming was met with a barrage of scornful glares, though the workers dared not speak. Their disdain was palpable. What? Ha, ha. Zheng Yan regarded Zhu Ming with a bemused expression, convinced the man was as ignorant as a fool, lacking even the most basic legal knowledge. However, Zheng Yan had no intention of engaging in further pointless banter. For those capable of handling Zhu Ming had just arrived. Clatter, clatter. What is going on? Why are you all still not working? Other production lines hummed with mechanical activity, while Zheng Yan and his group remained gathered together, inevitably drawing the attention of the workshop manager. The manager, Zhang Dong, a man in his 30s, appeared amiable, but was privately dubbed the Smiling Tiger by the workers that he was the type who feigned kindness in public while scheming behind the scenes. During meetings, he would sternly prohibit overtime and assure everyone that he would strive to restore normal working hours that in reality, numerous line leaders have been summoned to receive reprimands from him. Why do you care what they're doing? I want output. Output. Occasionally, those fetching water would overhear Zhang Dong's voice, and it was evident he was no benevolent figure. Manager. Seeing Zhang Dong approach was like a lifeline to Zhu Ming, while Zheng Yan noted the glimmer of tears welling up in Zhu Ming's eyes. Going to tattle to his master. Are we? Zheng Yan scoffed, and just as Zhang Dong drew near, he exerted his mental control over the situation, pitting them against each other. Zhu Ming dashed over, blathering, Manager, Zheng Yan doesn't want to work anymore, and even verbally assaulted me. Zhu Ming took the initiative to play the victim. Zhang Dong nodded then, under the gaze of all present, swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Ming's face to smack. This slap embodies the sentiments of many. Zhu Ming, caught off guard, was sent flying by this overwhelming force, crashing heavily onto a pile of materials. With a loud thud, delicate items scattered across the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Zhu Ming had damaged company property and would only receive his basic salary this month. As the onlookers remained bewildered by the unfolding events, Zhang Dong gravely uttered a single phrase. Director? Dazed, Zhu Ming staggered to his feet amidst the debris, his neck twisted to one side, his face a portrait of grievance, much like a servile dog earnestly trying to please its master. Yet inexplicably receiving a kick that he cautiously approached Zhang Dong, only to be met with a look of utter disdain. You, do not come any closer. Zhang Dong pinched his nose in disgust, and the commotion had become so pronounced that the other workers on the production line ceased their tasks. They gathered together, drawn by the spectacle, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control. It was then that Zheng Yin timely intervened, intending to relinquish the stage to the actors present, for a considerable period prior. Zhang Dong had maintained a state of alertness, as was his routine. He had been wandering about since dawn, checking for any signs of employee lethargy on the production line, while simultaneously seeking to assert his authority. Upon hearing the ruckus emanating from Zheng Yan's vicinity, Zhang Dong realized that something was amiss. He was determined to discover which audacious individual dared to stir trouble in his domain. However, as he approached the source of the commotion, his body suddenly betrayed him that he intended to soothe Zhu Ming and then deliver a harsh reprimand to Zheng Yin as a warning to all about the consequences of indiscipline. What ensued was the earlier scene. Zhang Dong, having spent long hours in the office, was likely perplexed by the unexpected surge of strength he had displayed. Regardless, the incident had transpired, and under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Dong's heart raced wildly. If not handled judiciously, it seemed his career might come to an abrupt end. He endeavored to quell the turmoil within himself and urged the idle workers to return to their posts. However, misfortune compounded his woes, as Zheng Yin showed no inclination to make things easier for him. Bang, bang, bang. The once thundering machinery abruptly ceased operation, and the lights in the room flickered out simultaneously, only to be replaced by the jubilant cheers of the workers. Fantastic, wonderful. We can take a break. It is worth noting that the factory's electricity supply was specifically allocated, and under normal circumstances, power outages were exceedingly rare. Even if they did occur, notifications were typically issued in advance, along with the activation of backup power. How could workers, who had been laboring continuously for nearly a month, not rejoice at such an occurrence? Calm down, return to your stations. The electricity will be restored shortly. Zhang Dong was equally bewildered, and this turn of events provided him with an opportunity to shift the conversation. Upon hearing his words, the workers emitted sounds of disappointment, yet not a single one moved from their spot. What is wrong with you? Zhang Dong soon realized that not only were the workers disregarding his commands, but even the line leaders, who typically obeyed him without question, remained unresponsive to IT was a rebellion. Indeed, at present, only Zhu Ming stood by his side. The two huddled together, their voices low, resembling a pair of chastised children, their murmurs barely audible over the summer's buzzing mosquitoes. Zhang Dong sensed that the situation was slipping beyond his control. I am giving you one last chance. Return to your posts immediately. He summoned his courage to declare. Otherwise, I will report to the higher-ups and have the wages of everyone present deducted. Even at such a juncture, Zheng Yin shook his head dismissively, gesturing towards the distance with his fingers. Big guts. A throng of security personnel surged through the workshop's entrance, forming two lines as if to welcome some esteemed guest. Chapter 7. The one who can make the sun rise from the west. Zheng Yin felt a sense of unease, as the recent events did not appear to be entirely within his control. Upon entering the company, he happened upon the general manager's vehicle arriving, with security standing at attention and saluting the car. Coupled with the SUV boasting 4/8 in its license plate, Zheng Yin was convinced that the occupant was none other than the company's master, General Qin. Could it be that all the good fortune was converging today? He pondered. Faced with such an opportunity, Zheng Yin resolved to take action to ensure that the situation spiraled beyond recovery. However, as the crowd began to stir, his initial sense of triumph quickly dissipated as he realized he had lost control over General Qin. Was there an even more formidable figure present? Doubts filled his mind, and he heightened his vigilance. Amidst the throng of security personnel, a well-proportioned man clad in a sharp suit, donning dark sunglasses, approached. Yet this individual was not General Qin. Zheng Yin attempted to exert control over him, as he had with others moments prior. This time, however, his influence faltered. The moment the man entered, he captured everyone's attention that he refrained from speaking directly, instead gesturing to his subordinate, who stepped forward and produced a blue folder, beginning to read aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you are all quite curious about the leader present today, he announced, pausing until he received a nod from the man before continuing. Our General Qin has voluntarily resigned from his position due to personal reasons. He gestured towards the man beside him. And this gentleman is our newly appointed General Song. Let us give him a warm welcome. After a brief silence, the audience mechanically erupted into a smattering of applause. Though the reason for the sudden change in leadership remained unclear to them, nonetheless, for the sake of their future benefits, they complied with the directive. Among the crowd, only Zheng Yin grasped the gravity of the situation. It was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared that in less than an hour, General Qin had vanished. He clapped along with the others, and once the applause subsided, the subordinate cleared his throat to continue. General Song has entrusted me to announce 3 matters on his behalf, that he held up 3 fingers, lowering one with each announcement. First, the company has decided to grant all employees a 3-day holiday, during which their salaries and performance bonuses will be fully dispersed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a thunderous applause, this time genuinely thrilled. "Welcome, General Song. Welcome, General Song." Someone initiated the cheer, and the workers joined in. The subordinate signaled for silence before revealing the second and third announcements. All employees will receive a 30% salary increase, and both Zhang Dong and Zhu Ming will be terminated on the spot. This declaration ignited a flurry of discussion among the crowd, with most speculating about the veracity of the pay raise. After all, the company's profits resembled a pie. Regardless of prior salary adjustments, they merely redistributed portions of the same pie. Those who took more naturally left others with less, that a few astute individuals began to suspect a connection to Zheng Yin. Yet lacking evidence, they could only whisper among themselves. Zhang Dong, taken aback, had never anticipated that merely striking someone would lead to the prospect of dismissal. As someone deeply entrenched in the hierarchy, he had long relied on the backing of his influential brother-in-law, which emboldened him to exploit the workers to enhance his own performance metrics, thus securing additional rewards for his department. As for the money, a staggering 98% flowed into Zhang Dong's pockets, while the remaining 2% was split between the line leaders and a few token gifts of ointments for the workers, who were expected to express gratitude in return. Zhang Dong parted his lips, preparing to mention his brother-in-law, reasoning that they were merely losing a fraction of money while he faced the loss of his job. However, just as he was about to speak, a piece of paper handed to him by General Song's subordinate brought him back to reality. "Oh, right." The subordinate suddenly recalled something, performing a sleight of hand to produce a notice. Judging by the lingering scent of ink, it had likely just been printed that he handed the paper to Zhang Dong, urging him to read it aloud. The moment Zhang Dong, who had previously felt a glimmer of confidence, laid eyes on the content, he felt as though the ground were crumbling beneath him. Purchasing Minister Qi Long has been dismissed for inflating prices and embezzling company funds. He has been handed over to the authorities. In just 2 short lines, Zhang Dong felt as though all his strength had been drained. His face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming, and he crumpled to the floor, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, who had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to retaliate against Zheng Yin and Zhang Dong, now realized that all was lost. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Dong and Zhu Ming leaned on each other as they exited the workshop. "All right." The cheers echoed, the atmosphere more jubilant than during the New Year celebrations. The sun had indeed risen from the west. After the small meeting concluded, the workers, accompanied by others from different workshops, immediately returned home to rest. They hummed cheerful tunes, engaging in light-hearted banter, radiating an air of comfort. However, Zheng Yin did not leave. He felt the gaze of the newly appointed General Song fixed upon him since earlier, that he was curious to discern the true intentions behind Song's watchful eyes. As everyone departed, the usually aloof Song, who spoke sparingly, surprisingly approached Zheng Yin and extended a friendly right hand. "Are you an official?" Zheng Yin coldly inquired, refusing to accept the handshake while crossing his arms. "What do you think?" Song replied with a smirk, saying little more, and he gestured to one side with one hand while the other opened his suit jacket. Inside, a black leather wallet was revealed, from which he extracted a somewhat weighty business card and slipped it into Zheng Yan's pocket. He then left with his subordinates. "Think it over." Zheng Yan, his voice echoed as he distanced himself, "that I know all your information, including that of your family." Feeling the murderous intent emanating from behind him, Song softened his tone. "Every citizen has the right to protection, but wouldn't it be better if they could lead a better life legally?" With that final remark, Song and his entourage, disguised as security personnel, departed. Left alone in the workshop, Zheng Yin carefully examined the details on the card. Class of Special Operations Team, Head Commander Song Jiang. Contact information has been automatically saved to your phone and is classified at level 3. This card will self-destruct 30 seconds after being obtained. Just as Zheng Yin finished reading this last line, a beeping sound echoed. "Wait, what did you just say?" Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the workshop's automatic fire extinguishing system activated. The damage was inconsequential to Zheng Yin, yet he found himself drenched. "Damn it! Was this part of your plan?" He fumed, stomping his feet in frustration. Chapter 8. But I want to be a hero. The entire company was on holiday, save for a few on duty. Zheng Yin relished this rare moment of leisure, heading to the place in Tianhai City where he had first encountered the elderly man. The area was bustling during the day, and the old man's figure was nowhere to be seen. That he skillfully navigated the streets, purchased a 4 yuan lemonade, and made his way to the largest bookstore. The bookstore spanned 8 floors. The first and second floors were occupied by upscale cake and coffee shops. Floors 6 to 8 sold electronic products and various toy souvenirs, while only the third floor was dedicated to books. Here, a throng of individuals seeking air conditioning gathered. Some were elderly folks returning from grocery shopping. Others were unemployed individuals pretending to be at work. Young people like Zheng Yin were a rarity. Regardless, reading was free, and Zheng Yin casually picked up a book about World War II vehicles. Engrossed in its content, the air conditioning alleviated his discomfort, and everyone quietly engaged in their own activities. Song Jiang. He still wanted to recruit 108 generals. Zheng Yin was not particularly interested in the conditions he proposed. Even if it were mere illusions, Qin Donghua had offered a candidate for the Demon King. This individual, however, seemed to be on the verge of inscribing the words recruiting subordinates on his forehead. Yet, remembering his hard-working parents at home made his heart ache. With Zheng Yan's current abilities, acquiring a substantial sum of money would be effortless. But what would that amount to? Ill-gotten gains would inevitably be scrutinized. He certainly could not embark on a quest to conquer the world. He was not inclined toward such pursuits. Following the clarity brought by that earlier battle, Zheng Yin understood what he truly desired: an easy life for himself and his family. Perhaps, gazing at the encrypted contact labeled Commander Song Jiang on his phone, he hesitated to press the button, ultimately sending a message. "Give me some time to think. I dislike excessive constraints." That he received an instant response. "Okay." Followed by an eager emoji, surprising Zheng Yin, who did not expect Song Jiang to engage in such banter. "Rest assured, I merely wish for someone as formidable as you to contribute occasionally. Nothing more." Song Jiang added, fearing Zheng Yin would be skeptical, before Zheng Yin received a message about his phone being automatically formatted. Zheng Yin exclaimed in shock that he had just purchased a 1 terabyte, cutting-edge phone, and 2/3 of its space was occupied by precious data. If it were to be formatted, would he not be left with nothing? Zheng Yin employed every method to prevent it, even resorting to mental control, but the inevitable transpired. No. In the quiet library, one individual sighed deeply. "Excuse me, could you please leave this place?" Zheng Yan's voice drew discontent from those around him, and the librarian, brandishing her ruler, forcefully ejected him. "Song Jiang." Zheng Yin gritted his teeth in frustration. "I will remember you." From this moment, he began devising a plan on how to retaliate against this man. Since the air conditioning was ineffective, Zheng Yin decided to stir things up a bit. He commanded the clouds above to unleash a torrential downpour. The temperature dropped significantly, leaving the unsuspecting individuals drenched. Delightful. Zheng Yin lay on his bed, enjoying the gentle breeze from the fan, feeling utterly content. "Excuse me, could you perhaps engage in something befitting the Demon King?" While Zheng Yin was engrossed in his phone, he noticed the previously locked wooden door transform into an inky blackness, obscuring all visibility. That a familiar figure emerged, carrying a speaker. "Could you show some manners? Are you joined at the hip with that thing?" Zheng Yin grumbled, hastily dressing. The uninvited Qin Donghua wasted no time, casually dragging over a chair and sitting down. Thud! The unstable chair leg, combined with the weight of the speaker, sent him tumbling to the ground. Oh dear. Zheng Yin feigned embarrassment. "I forgot to mention, the furniture here has some issues. It's best not to touch it too carelessly." Qin Donghua wore an inscrutable expression. Seemingly unfazed, he surveyed Zheng Yan's room and remarked, "What happened to the illustrious heir to the Demon King, the mightiest of the Demon Kings, who possesses the power to conquer the world? In his palace?" Qin Donghua did not continue, but his tone conveyed everything. Zheng Yin felt his face flush as he instinctively sought to explain. "Yes, others have wreaked havoc upon the world after gaining power, but what have I done?" However, upon reflection, figures like Kakarot, Vegeta, and Saitama could easily obliterate the blue planet. The critical factor is one's mindset. He had prepared a retort, uncertain if the other would comprehend, but just as he was about to speak, Qin Donghua produced a small notebook. He stared at Zheng Yin as if concocting a grand scheme. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. "Your Excellency, the Demon King," Qin Donghua emphasized, "let us review what you have accomplished these past few days." Opening the notebook, it was filled with dense, incomprehensible text detailing Zheng Yin's activities. "Firstly, you encountered local natives and engaged in a battle yesterday. Qin Donghua continued, from what I understand, it was not you who instigated the conflict. And you allowed your opponents to escape, resulting in 0 casualties. Discontent seeped into his tone. Then he pressed on, today, I anticipated you would unleash a massacre to significantly enhance your strength. What happened instead? You merely orchestrated a conflict among ordinary people via mind control, because it was a bit warm, and summoned artificial rain. Having reached this point, he seemed reluctant to continue, while Zheng Yan had already buried his head under the blanket. Where is your ambition? Your vision? Qin Donghua's expression shifted, revealing anger, disappointment, and a sense of helplessness. He seized Zheng Yan's shoulder, intending to scold him, but ultimately softened his tone. Your Excellency, the Demon King Zheng Yan, he implored, I understand your lack of interest in the Demon King position, but at the very least, please put in some effort. Even a little would give hope to those aligned with your faction. Zheng Yan conveyed his reluctance. He felt wronged. Initially, upon gaining power, he had desired to serve his country. Yet his character did not align with such aspirations. After all, the elderly man, the previous Demon King, had entrusted his powers to him precisely because of his wisdom, right? Qin Donghua, however, insisted, I don't care. You must take action. Without waiting for Zheng Yan's consent, he unilaterally assigned him a task. To recover the scattered demon crystals from the demon realm on the continent, known as the Earth Spirit, ensuring their safe return after they had completed dispersing. During this period, Zheng Yan could open a portal back to his original world at any time, without significantly disrupting his previous life. Oh, I see. Zheng Yan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You want me to venture into another world as a hero, right? In response, Qin Donghua unleashed a torrent of fervent words. Dude, what are you? You're the candidate for the Demon King. As a mere villain, you are the antagonist, the boss, the formidable foe that strikes terror into the hearts of heroes. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? Chapter 9. Wealth should not be exposed. Zheng Yan chuckled slyly. Isn't it just being a villain? It's simple, far too simple. He flexed his muscles at Qin Donghua, showcasing his strength, while quietly murmuring, but still, I wish to be a hero. Qin Donghua was perplexed as to how such a valiant former Demon King had chosen such a lackluster successor. Truly, a wretched soul unable to rise above. Zheng Yan, unwilling to back down, pointed out Qin Donghua's peculiar attire, exclaiming, some people dress in such an odd manner, yet appear so serious. After a brief quarrel, Qin Donghua ultimately conceded, as the choice was in Zheng Yan's hands. He could go or stay as he pleased, leaving Qin Donghua with no recourse. That I must emphasize this. Qin Donghua casually transformed the previously wretched stool into gold, providing Zheng Yan with his startup funds, causing Zheng Yan to be dazzled by the gleam of wealth that he yearned for such abilities, but was informed that he must engage in more nefarious deeds to enhance his powers. Subsequently, Qin Donghua elaborated on the conditions in the Spirit Land, a realm cohabited by various kingdoms, empires, tribes, beasts, and other races, akin to a treasure trove of the demon realm. For ages, denizens of the demon realm had periodically ventured there to stir trouble, thus earning the ire of its inhabitants. Zheng Yan contemplated the prospect of being a boss or a hero. He was indifferent, but acknowledged the necessity of adhering to one critical rule. His burgeoning magical power must never be utilized within the demon realm. For doing so would alert the archmages and mark him as a target for pursuit. That, of course, Qin Donghua added, do not fret. The peak combatants there are merely on par with demon generals. Not to be feared that I mention this solely out of concern for your esteemed self. Zheng Yan signaled an okay gesture and inquired whether other sovereigns would participate in this venture. Well, Qin Donghua turned, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. That lot is too preoccupied. No one will contest your achievements, rest assured. Zheng Yan expressed his relief, as he wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with the other 5. Let us consider this a journey of sorts. Zheng Yan reveled in his formidable physique, confident that even without magic, he could easily handle the indigenous folk there. As he prepared to depart, Qin Donghua entrusted him with 2 items, a palm-sized cosmetic mirror, enabling him to traverse various realms without expending magical energy, and a barrier generator that could be activated thrice, creating an area where any magic used would go undetected. How considerate. Truly, you are the right hand of the king. Zheng Yan lowered his voice in mock grandeur, yet Qin Donghua paid him no heed and walked away. The wooden door reverted to its previous state, and he granted Zheng Yin a span of 3 months. I too must prepare, Zheng Yin mused, casually snapping off a leg from a golden stool to exchange for currency. Feeling it was insufficiently secure, he dismantled it further, melting it into a robust chain to grasp in his hand. Ah, now this feels much safer. He admired his handiwork, stowing the golden chain in his backpack before setting off. His appearance and demeanor would hardly attract the attention of any thieves, and since the rise of mobile payments, many had turned to scams. Zheng Yan's phone received at least 3 spam messages daily. After a light meal, he sought out the nearest gold exchange shop. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered ample information. The current gold price was 580 yuan per gram, a fair rate. When Zheng Yin presented the gold necklace, the proprietor was taken aback. Initially, a mere attendant lounged idly, looking down upon Zheng Yin, believing him merely a curious onlooker seeking to enjoy the air conditioning. However, upon closer inspection, the attendant realized the potential authenticity of the item. Those in this line of work possessed a keen eye, and the previously dismissive attendant quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor, shutting the shop door and inviting Zheng Yin to sit. Serving him fine tea that he, however, was uncertain and went to consult the owner. The owner had never encountered such a bold customer at their modest establishment. Zheng Yan's possession was undoubtedly 99 pure gold. Weighing several kilograms, greed flickered in the owner's eyes. "Dear guest, our humble shop cannot possibly muster such a sum. Please, allow us a moment to gather the funds," that he exchanged a knowing glance with the attendant, who promptly poured another cup of tea, this time with a little something extra. "Splendid, though I prefer to indulge in beverages," Zheng Yin remarked, noticing the odd taste, prompting the attendant to provide higher quality drinks. Thus, Zheng Yin occupied himself with his phone for the entire afternoon, consuming copious amounts of beverages, much to the owner's increasing anxiety. "What on earth is happening?" the owner chastised the attendant in the back room. "Did I not instruct you to enhance the drinks? Have you forgotten?" The attendant, looking crestfallen, produced an empty container. "This day has truly been cursed. Normally, a mere hint of this substance would suffice to incapacitate a person for an entire day and night. Yet this guest, his tolerance could rival that of a dinosaur." The attendant begrudgingly sampled the remaining powder and soon found himself succumbing to unconsciousness. "Is it ready yet?" Zheng Yan's phone emitted a low battery alert, and he had overheard the exchange between the two. Realizing he had revealed his wealth, he feigned impatience and prepared to depart. The owner, undeterred, retrieved a charger and continued to lavish attention on Zheng Yin, keeping him for another 4 or 5 hours until darkness enveloped the outside world. It dawned on him that the proprietor must have suspected something and had quietly switched out his drugs. "Esteemed guest," the owner feigned a smile, rubbing his hands together. "Our shop has exhausted every effort, yet cannot meet such a significant expense. Thus, I return this necklace to you. Please take it back or perhaps visit another establishment. If the opportunity arises, we may conduct business in the future." The owner desperately concealed his racing heart. Zheng Yin raised his voice, offering no further words as he departed for home. Once he was gone, the owner beckoned several burly men. He exclaimed, eyes gleaming with intensity. During the day, it was too crowded to act. Now, set out and retrieve what belongs to me. Remember, he emphasized gravely, spare no effort. Chapter 10. A beautiful heroine rescues the hero. On a summer evening, just past 9 o'clock, the nightlife of the city was in full swing. In the vibrant urban village, clusters of individuals gathered with handheld fans, engaging in casual conversation, playing cards, or enjoying beers accompanied by a few small dishes while discussing international affairs. Amidst this atmosphere, some found themselves growing restless. The path from the gold shop to the urban village traversed a dark, unlit field, devoid of streetlights, where silence reigned save for a few brave souls wielding flashlights in search of cicadas. Zheng Yin hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled along the flat dirt road, deliberately slowing his pace, anxious that the group trailing behind would lag. "Where are they?" he pondered, reluctant to miss out on this rare opportunity to enhance his standing. Ordinary folks, good-hearted individuals, and the innocent were beyond his reach. But the wicked were another story. They had presented themselves as easy targets. After waiting, Zheng Yin had covered a substantial distance, the lights of the urban village now within sight, when the group finally caught up to him. Zheng Yin feigned tying his shoelaces, squatting down to adjust his sandals, as 5 individuals encircled him, 2 behind and 2 in front, with one to his right and a small river to his left. leaving him with no escape. Rob, Rob, Rob. Hurry, stand up. Uncertain whether it was a natural stutter or merely the result of exhausting haste, the burly leader struggled to articulate a single word. Simultaneously, he illuminated his muscular arm, resembling a bull's leg, which bore an intricate azure dragon tattoo. Brothers, what do you mean by this? Zheng Yin implored, raising his hand and casting a pitiful glance at the group, his mind racing with thoughts of how to entertain himself. Should he control them to reclaim the gold and eliminate the boss, or compel this motley crew to dance bare-chested in the city center? Zheng Yin found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The imposing men encircling him had no intention of allowing him to ramble on. One of them snatched Zheng Yan's bag and began rummaging through it. Another brandished a watermelon knife, pressing it ominously against Zheng Yan's neck. Poised to silence him at any moment, that a sizable chunk of gold nestled in the small pouch should have been easy to locate. Yet the group fumbled about for what seemed an eternity. "Boss, I've found it! I've found it!" One of the subordinates exclaimed excitedly, only to let out a wail moments later. After a pained scream, he revealed a hand ensnared in a rat trap, wishing to shatter the heavens with his cries. Had it not been for a comrade swiftly covering his mouth, the noise would have surely summoned nearby attention. The boss's expression darkened as the knife pressed closer to Zheng Yin. "What, pray tell, is a rat trap doing in your bag?" This time, the boss was articulate, demanding an answer from Zheng Yin. "Oh, it's quite normal to buy such a thing when one has been troubled by mice at home and is forbidden from keeping cats. Is it not?" Zheng Yan's explanation left the boss momentarily speechless. He had never considered that the urban villages were overrun with stray cats, rendering such an item unnecessary. "Continue searching," frustrated by Zheng Yan's retort. The boss commanded his men to dig deeper. Having observed the scene from the sidelines, he knew there was little room for concealment in this stretch of road. The subordinates, now more cautious, sifted through the bag, discovering an array of items: perfume, shampoo, and body wash, all seemingly innocuous. However, the subsequent discoveries were bizarre. Items such as axes, wrenches, and hammers emerged, culminating in the revelation of a professional multifunctional shovel. The burly men tensed collectively. How could he possibly possess such items? The boss stammered again, fear creeping in that Zheng Yin might suddenly produce explosives or a firearm, a notion that sent the group distancing themselves, each harboring their own private concerns. "Fear not, my brothers." Zheng Yan's sudden declaration caused an involuntary shiver to run through them, causing the watermelon knife to slip from their grasp and clatter to the ground. After a fleeting glance at the knife, he casually retrieved it and returned it to its previous holder, then began to explain, "In truth, I am merely an automotive mechanic. Carrying these items is rather reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" The onlookers, following the boss's lead, nodded in agreement. "Well, when framed that way, it seems quite harmless. Let him go." The boss waved his hand, and a few men circled around Zheng Yin, preparing to retreat. However, after taking a few steps, the boss suddenly recalled something and hastened back. "You little brat, do you dare to deceive me? Where is the gold hidden?" Fuming, the boss seized Zheng Yin by the collar. Zheng Yin exerted considerable effort, yet found he could not budge his captor in the slightest. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin yawned in boredom. Having grown weary after a long day of phone play, it was time to conclude this charade. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zheng Yan's eyes as he resolved to adopt the first strategy. It promised a more entertaining outcome. Just as he prepared to unleash his control technique, a thunderous female voice resonated from a distance, followed by the rapid approach of a figure. Despite the significant distance separating them, at least 100 meters, she closed the gap in mere seconds. Clearly a formidable martial artist, as she drew near, not only did the burly men halt their actions, but Zheng Yin found himself slack-jawed, captivated. Beauty, truly, was an overwhelming force. At that moment, Zheng Yin could think of nothing else. And judging by the expressions of those around him, they likely shared his sentiment. Before them stood a woman in her 20s, embodying the vigor of youth. She appeared to have just finished work, clad in a standard black uniform that accentuated her ample curves. Her fair thighs were adorned with enticing black stockings, complemented by half-heeled black shoes that hinted at her skin beneath. Following the beam of her flashlight, one could behold delicate brows framing her sparkling, clear eyes. Her nose, petite and refined like a crescent moon, and her cherry-red lips, paired with cascading black hair, were nearly irresistible in evoking primal desires. Wow! The sight of the woman caused the burly men to forget all about Zheng Yan, their attention wholly absorbed by her presence. "Hey, little sister, it's quite dangerous out here at this late hour. Why not come home with us?" The leader, driven by carnal desires, was the first to extend his unwelcome hand towards her. With the imposing figure before him, he was mere moments away from making his move. Yet, rather than retreating from their lewd gazes, the woman merely arched her brows, forcing a smile in response to the leader's overtures. The subordinates, seizing the moment, rushed to join their leader's lecherous intentions. Bam! With a swift, precise strike, her slender arm connected with the leader's face, leaving him utterly unprepared. His features contorted in pain as he was sent sprawling backward, uncontrolled. Next, the remaining lackeys faced her wrath as she unleashed a flurry of grappling techniques. Body slams, shoulder throws, and tosses, bringing them to their knees, weeping for mercy. Yet she was not done. She removed her shoes and proceeded to deliver a relentless barrage of kicks until they were left gasping for breath. Only when they were sufficiently incapacitated did she dial the authorities that my goodness. Zheng Yan was left speechless. Tio confront armed thugs with nothing but her bare hands and achieved such prowess. It was akin to a martial arts champion. Chapter 11. The first encounter with the other world. Zheng Yan raised his hands, retracting his neck in a gesture of surrender, pleading for mercy. To his astonishment, the woman unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them, leaving Zheng Yan momentarily bewildered. However, Zheng Yan found her voice captivating. Despite her mature appearance, her tone was unexpectedly youthful, as though it had been imbued since birth. It was utterly enchanting. After venting her frustrations, officers arrived, prepared to take the group into custody for questioning. The woman was reluctant to leave with them, but upon presenting an identification badge, the officers immediately showed her deference. After a brief exchange, they departed with the apprehended men. Now, it was a moment for the two of them. "You belong to that squad, do you not?" Zheng Yan surmised her identity based on her earlier actions. She did not deny it. Instead, she introduced herself that "I am Jiang Lianhai, part of the A Squad's reconnaissance division. As you suspected, I was sent here to track you and prevent any indiscriminate violence on your part. If I had arrived just a moment later." Jiang Lianhai gestured towards her neck, implying the potential fate of the thugs. Zheng Yan shrugged nonchalantly, offering no explanation as he gathered his belongings, intent on heading home. This woman was undoubtedly attractive and caught his fancy, yet she was not someone to be trifled with. In his view, they were mismatched. "Hey, stop!" Jiang Lianhai called out, placing a hand on his shoulder, attempting to restrain him with a firmer grip. Zheng Yan effortlessly shook her off. "Heh, indeed, one who can best both the sun god and the wordsmith possesses exceptional strength." Jiang Lianhai's voice trailed behind him. Zheng Yan paused momentarily, recognizing the names she mentioned as those who had caused trouble the previous day. Yet, what did it matter to him? He quickened his pace, dismissing her. Wait, Jiang Lianhai, who had been so swift moments ago, could now only watch Zheng Yan's retreating figure, which soon became a mirror dead in the distance before vanishing entirely. "Run if you wish. I already know your address," Jiang Lianhai murmured to herself, sipping from a water bottle. "Those who can assist me will never escape my grasp." Jiang Lianhai's sudden appearance in the urban village attracted considerable attention, prompting the drunken men to hastily don their shirts. From a distance, Zheng Yan observed the scene, his awareness revealing that he was not the sole subject of scrutiny in this small area. Yet, what did it matter? He pulled out the compact mirror. While he had not procured any equipment, he was eager to embark on his journey as a hero in another world. "Let us go." Zheng Yan, following Chen Donghua's instructions, gently brushed his palm against the mirror and was immediately drawn into a spatial tunnel. The dim surroundings reverberated with the roars of various monstrous creatures, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who listened. "Can you quiet down a bit?" Zheng Yan shouted into the void, and the previously raucous environment fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, who had found a spot to rest, received an urgent notification from headquarters, filled with reprimands. The reason was that Zheng Yan, who had been under constant surveillance, had suddenly lost all signal. He had vanished without a trace. The team responsible for monitoring him promptly called up the surveillance footage from his rented apartment, confirming his disappearance. It was eerily reminiscent of the last incident. "This kid is far more formidable than we imagined," came the voice of Song Jiang from the other end of the communication. instructing Jiang Lianhai to remain vigilant. Should Zheng Yin return, she was to report immediately. Jiang Lianhai appeared less than pleased. Brother, she elongated her voice, the tone unmistakably sharp. Song Jiang, glancing around, sternly reprimanded her behavior, reminding her that in matters of duty, there were only superiors and subordinates, no familial ties, you understand. Jiang Lianhai sulked, pouting. What about our parents' affairs? Song Jiang made a gesture as if to cover his mouth, a look of panic flashing across his face. Why bring up family matters? Let us not meddle in the elders' affairs. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Donghua had neglected to inform Zheng Yin how torturous the traversal process could be. The previously motion-sick Zheng Yin found himself jostled violently in the tunnel. After only half an hour, he had already vomited 8 times that my breakfast, my lemonade, and all the delectable treats from the jewelry store. In his distress, Zheng Yin was forced to endure further torment. Perhaps it had been an hour, or maybe an entire day, but in his hazy state, Zheng Yin finally arrived at his destination. The relentless impact ceased, and a massive opening in the tunnel expelled him forcefully. That I am so early. Zheng Yin cursed as he plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Since Chen Donghua had instructed him not to fly, he had no choice but to land in a safe position. Thankfully, his body had been enhanced, so the fall merely resulted in a large crater, leaving him with a slight backache that if he were to return, Zheng Yan's mind was flooded with images of Chen Donghua mocking him. Oh, so this is deliberate revenge, is it? He knew the other party must be watching from a distance, and he began to curse at the sky. Once his anger subsided and his throat grew parched, life had to continue. Sitting on the ground, Zheng Yin took in his surroundings, which resembled a chaotic burial ground. Various mounds of graves, some inadequately covered, revealed skeletal remains. White sails, yellow paper, and drifting ash danced in the breeze, while pairs of green eyes peered out from the silent night. That a person's courage is often dictated by their strength. Had this been the old Zheng Yin, he would have cowered in fear, trembling on the ground. Yet now, he found it all rather amusing that in an alternate world, could there be zombies here? With a thrill of excitement, Zheng Yin warded off a pack of wolves plotting mischief, casually picking up a stick as a makeshift weapon. Suddenly, a mournful cry echoed through the woods, and Zheng Yan's spirits soared. Is it coming? Is it coming? He dashed towards the sound, only to find nothing and left in disappointment. After his departure, several phantoms cautiously emerged from the earth. Oh my, he has finally gone. That scared me to death, exclaimed a creature with an ambiguous gender and a long tongue, patting its chest in relief. Indeed, look at his imposing aura, radiating with vitality. Not only would he capture us, but even a mere touch would reduce us to ashes, said another phantom with a single eye, before hastily retreating into the ground. As Zheng Yin continued his search, the monsters hid away. The so-called zombies and ghouls cowered in their graves, while werewolves and vampires dared not approach the edges of the chaotic burial site. How dull! What a deception! Zheng Yin sat down, doodling circles in the dirt with a stick. It seems those animated tales were nothing but lies. He pulled out a map, one that was embedded within his cosmetic mirror, detailing the terrain of the Diling continent with all coordinates meticulously recorded. It even marked Zheng Yan's current location, displaying remarkable intelligence. The map illustrated 3 kingdoms, 1 empire, and several allied tribes. Zheng Yin found himself in the region known as the Kingdom of Walazi, with a border town nearby, the Caucasus area. He planned to head there at dawn, hoping to uncover some intel. That if that failed, finding the Adventurers Guild and becoming a traveler would also be an excellent option. Chapter 12. Arrival in the city. Chen Donghua had meticulously detailed the conditions of each city and provided various outfits, along with an automatic language translation worm. Zheng Yin hesitated, holding a thumb-sized, foul-smelling worm covered in purple slime, contemplating whether to swallow it. That it was said that once ingested, the worm would lodge itself in the throat, offering translation services in myriad languages. Ugh! Zheng Yin grimaced, pinching his nose, wondering if there were any alternatives. Regrettably, there are none. Chen Donghua's voice echoed eerily, abruptly vanishing, leaving Zheng Yin with no time to react. Sighing, Zheng Yin steeled himself for the challenge, and after much deliberation, he pinched his nose and swallowed the worm. Although it reeked, it went down smoothly without inducing nausea. Perhaps it never even reached the stomach that as Zheng Yin perused Chen Donghua's hand-drawn annotations, he learned that the city of Caucasus appeared to be a quaint town on the surface. Yet due to its proximity to the war-torn northwest Liao Kingdom, it had transformed into a militarized fortress with an extraordinarily fearsome level of firepower. The adventurers there were no ordinary folk. The fragment Zheng Yin sought lay within a no-man's land at the border of two nations, where unique conditions birthed formidable magical beasts. Even the professional soldiers of Caucasus City dared not approach. The chaotic burial ground beneath his feet was composed of the remains of reckless adventurers from distant lands, most of whom had perished due to their disbelief in danger, resulting in a grim fate for those who ventured there. This is quite intriguing, Zheng Yin remarked, changing into suitable attire as he walked, his heart racing with excitement. "Hey, Chen Donghua," he called upwards. "What if I stroll around there and emerge unscathed? Would I be hailed as a legend?" His loud voice echoed through the forest, yet received no reply. Growing bored, he quickened his pace. After much effort, Zheng Yin finally reached the nearest city. Along the way, the magical beasts could sense his overwhelming aura and dared not show themselves, just as he pondered why he hadn't encountered even a wild boar. Chen Donghua explained the reason. "Please, boss, could you tone down your aura? It makes you an easy target." Realizing this, Zheng Yin followed his advice and temporarily suppressed his kingly presence, which led him to encounter a tiger that had attained sentience. The two stood in a standoff. Zheng Yin, itching to engage, initially intended to play, but misjudged his strength and ended up killing the tiger with a single punch. Consequently, the guards within Caucasus City witnessed an astonishing scene. A stranger, not particularly robust in stature and with an adventure rating of 0, effortlessly hoisting a massive tiger that appeared to have just been slain, weighing over 1,000 pounds and posing at least in A-level danger. Typically, it would require a team of 5 or more platinum-ranked adventurers to subdue such a beast. Yet here was a seemingly unimpressive young man who had single-handedly slain it. Zheng Yan's actions were overly ostentatious, drawing attention wherever he went, leaving everyone, from ordinary citizens to town guards, wide-eyed and gaping, instinctively parting to clear a path for him. I didn't expect to still be showboating." Zheng Yin lifted his gaze towards the surroundings. And indeed, as Chen Donghua had described, the entire city resembled a Russian nesting doll, with layer upon layer. The outermost layer was a square fortress, boasting 4 entrances on each side, with the lowest point reaching a height of several meters. The structure was constructed from uniformly angled large stones, with an average wall thickness of about 5 meters, sufficient to withstand various heavy siege equipment. However, this was merely the superficial aspect, for such a colossal project was merely a city within a city. Beyond these walls lay 4 additional layers, distinct from the exterior, featuring a cohesive polygonal design and concealing various facilities within that. A staggering 2/3 of this vast city was dedicated to defense, underscoring the strategic importance of its location. After passing through the first gate, soldiers detained the tiger due to the perceived danger of the cargo. Of course, this was not without compensation. Zheng Yin received a pouch of mixed currency as remuneration, which he pocketed. Upon opening it, he discovered a mixture of a few gold coins, a slightly larger number of silver coins, and a multitude of copper coins. That it appeared that this was the common currency, which spared him the hassle of dealing with complexities. The value of that formidable tiger was undoubtedly far greater than what he received, but Zheng Yin was disinclined to argue, considering it was merely a casual hunt. Without any pressing concerns, and as a newcomer, he preferred to avoid trouble. Beyond the first gate lay a relatively bustling street, with only a handful of soldiers patrolling. The low houses were closely packed together, and the pedestrians donned simple clothing, often patched with goods for sale primarily consisting of food and salt. "Excuse me, sir." Zheng Yin paused at a small food stall, feeling somewhat queasy at the sight of the mushy food. Yet still purchased some, that he understood that this was the only way to have an excuse to inquire about the city's affairs. It was a fundamental aspect of social etiquette. "Did I ask there's something you need?" After accepting Zheng Yan's coins, the vendor raised his head. His face was quite ordinary, yet exuded a sense of resilience that reminded Zheng Yin of his parents, who always maintained optimism despite life's hardships. Zheng Yan's fondness for him soared, and he felt more comfortable speaking. "This is my first time here. Could you direct me to the Adventurers Guild?" The vendor appraised Zheng Yin from head to toe. As he encountered several individuals like him on a daily basis, There, he gestured towards a group of young people lounging at a distance, appearing to be in their 20s, dressed in tattered clothing and exuding an air of aimlessness. Young man, he continued, noting Zheng Yan's confusion, our society is divided into several tiers. The Adventurers Guild you seek is located at a higher level. You might want to seek out those professionals who have experienced grander affairs. I am of little assistance. Zheng Yan observed the group, noticing how they eagerly promoted themselves whenever a seemingly unfamiliar passerby approached. This evoked memories of an ancient role akin to a guide, albeit one-on-one. Thank you very much, he replied. After leaving the stall, Zheng Yan proceeded directly towards them, and as he approached, the crowd quickly surrounded him. This young man clearly must be new here. Our terrain is quite complex. Why not find someone to guide you? One youth exclaimed as he pushed through the others. Several others eagerly stepped forward, vying for his attention. Zheng Yan took a moment to observe before selecting a robust-looking individual with good verbal skills to lead him. He aimed to explore a bit more, as poor stamina could waste precious time. After agreeing, he prepaid 5 copper coins, with the remainder to be settled upon completion of their venture. Zheng Yan then prompted the guide to introduce himself and share details about the city. Knowledge that Chen Donghua had failed to provide him. Chapter 13. The Adventurers Guild in the Caucasus City. Ben Jack was a resident well-versed in local customs, offering guidance to adventurers eager to explore mysterious realms. The city was protected by 5 layers of walls, each delineating distinct areas. The slums, the commoners' district, the regular district, the affluent district, and the high tier. Zheng Yan's objective was to reach the Adventurers Guild situated in the regular district. The farthest point accessible to them, to enter the affluent district for a visit. One must pay a fee of 20 gold coins as a demonstration of financial capability, as for the high tier. It was the residence of the city leaders and nobility, where even a mountain of wealth would not guarantee entry. Zheng Yan gently touched the pouch at his chest, which held only 3 or 4 gold coins. Fortunately, entering the Adventurers Guild did not require any expenditure. However, the place did appear rather conservative. He felt grateful to live in a more open era. Since stepping through the city gates, he had sensed an inexplicable feeling of oppression. Zheng Yan recalled an anime depicting humans being pursued by giants. While he was uncertain of the existence of such beings in this world, various monsters and enemies were indeed abundant. Should the defenses of Caucasus City be breached, the outermost residents would undoubtedly become targets of the ensuing wrath. The city's structure became increasingly fortified towards the center, allowing those in the high tier to simply hold their ground and await the arrival of reinforcements. As the two conversed, they passed through the second gate, where an entry fee was unexpectedly required. 3 copper coins per person, and no wonder the earlier vendor had been so vague about the city's conditions. The average daily income for local residents was approximately 6 to 7 copper coins, and as one ventured deeper into the city, prices escalated. Aside from the guides, few individuals could justify spending money to explore the city. Zheng Yan paid the toll, yet the guards only collected a fee from Jack. Esteemed visitor from afar, one guard saluted. As a distinguished adventurer such as yourself, we should extend a warm welcome. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to exempt you from all fees. Perhaps demonstrating his prowess upon entering the city was not entirely without merit. The demeanor of the guards and Jack noticeably shifted towards a more cordial tone due to Zheng Yan's strength. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of being watched. Following his instinct, Zheng Yan looked up to see a richly adorned middle-aged man in the distance smiling and nodding at him, flanked by several guards. What could this mean? Was he attempting to win me over? Zheng Yan speculated that this man, much like Song Jiang, harbored intentions of recruiting talent. Beyond that, he could fathom no other reason. Zheng Yan had no desire to be exploited by others. With his abilities, no one could truly capitalize on him. After passing through the second gate, the environment improved slightly, and the residents' attire became more varied, with shoes transitioning from straw sandals to cloth shoes. They had grown accustomed to the influx of adventurers, some even extending warm greetings, though solely directed at Zheng Yan. The guide, Jack, received little attention, and he smiled wryly, indicating he had become accustomed to such treatment. Accustomed, you say? Without lingering, they soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Zheng Yan bestowed a small sum upon Jack, instructing him to explore and procure some items, agreeing to meet him again later. This gesture moved Jack immensely, nearly prompting him to cling to Zheng Yan's leg in gratitude. Once Jack departed, Zheng Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Zheng Yin, next time, I hope such situations do not arise. It's rather unsettling. Within the regular district, numerous charming little buildings had sprung up, with the Adventurers Guild standing out prominently. A five-story edifice occupying approximately 1,000 square meters, housing a registration area, a commission area, a reward area, a special task zone, and dining establishments. Upon entering the third floor, Zheng Yin noticed many gazes fixed upon him, with whispers circulating among the crowd. Look, the hero who slayed the tiger has arrived. Indeed, indeed. I heard he single-handedly vanquished a platinum-tier beast. A formidable creature. Listening to the praises from those nearby filled Zheng Yin with satisfaction, and he recognized that the identity of the tiger he had slain was indeed significant. Tigers were commonly referred to as great beasts, and this one had long been a powerful presence lurking outside Caucasus City, known to many for its strength. The Adventurers Guild had issued numerous bounties for its extermination over the years, yet all attempts had been thwarted for various reasons. Most novice adventurers were too intimidated to accept the task, while seasoned adventurers were often employed as bodyguards in the high tier and would not personally engage. Those of intermediate capability could theoretically band together to tackle it. Yet such an endeavor was fraught with risks and could cost them their lives. 3 years had elapsed, 3 long years, before someone finally put an end to this menace, and it was rumored to be a novice. This was precisely why the Adventurers Guild had drawn such a crowd. Beautiful young women had long awaited at the entrance, and Zheng Yin was ushered in amidst their adoration, treated like a hero. Hey hero, are you here to join us? In the lively hall, a group was gathered, drinking together, and the voice of a man dressed as a swordsman reached Zheng Yin, with a massive sword slung across his back and several short swords at his side. He raised a cup towards Zheng Yin and inquired. Yes, after adapting to his surroundings, Zheng Yin confidently replied, only to be led aside by a dedicated staff member to a counter. There were only a few individuals queuing, indicating that not many had registered. Zheng Yin was taken to a designated window, marked with the words VIP reception. Indeed, it seemed that wherever one went, the experience remained consistent that a young woman in her 20s handed Zheng Yin a form. Maintaining a pleasant smile and speaking softly throughout the encounter, as a distinguished guest, she inquired, with your capabilities, have you previously engaged with any adventurers' guilds or similar industries? Out of professional duty, she probed further. As in her view, such a formidable individual should not be unassociated. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment, contemplating, similar industries? He thought to himself that he was exceedingly familiar with their line of work. Having saved the world at the tender age of 10 on the continent of Alade, and later battling dark forces in Valoran, even working as a professional cameraman in Tibet. However, these experiences were mere games, and he knew that sharing them might not garner belief. Chuckling at the absurdity of these reflections, he quickly returned to the matter at hand and earnestly stated, regrettably, I understand your implication, but I indeed possess no relevant experience. The surrounding individuals appeared somewhat disheartened, and Zheng Yin caught a fleeting expression of surprise on the woman's face. Yet, she said nothing further and simply handed him the earlier form, the adventurer's application. Prominently displayed in bold black letters, the title caught his eye, followed by some introductory information detailing the year of establishment, the challenges encountered, and the number of elite members. There was also a classification of adventurer ranks, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, with newcomers starting at the most basic bronze level, progressing through task completion to eventually reach gold. To attain gold status, one must accomplish several challenging missions, 3 C rank or 1 B rank, each ascent becoming increasingly arduous. Chapter 14. Regarding the Goblin Commission, typically, novice adventurers must begin at the bronze level and gradually ascend. However, due to Zheng Yin's earlier demonstration of exceptional prowess, the Adventurers Guild, after deliberation, decided to grant him gold-level qualification directly. Please do not misunderstand, the woman noted, observing Zheng Yin's astonishment and mistakenly assuming it indicated dissatisfaction. She hurriedly clarified, this is not a question of your abilities, but rather a stipulation of the guild. The highest rank we can assign is gold. If this seems unsuitable to you, perhaps you might consider this commission. She presented a task regarding the rampant goblin presence on the outskirts of Caucasus City, mentioning 3 elite goblins, with a difficulty rating of platinum. What does this imply? Zheng Yin pondered, receiving the commission paper with curiosity. The woman smiled and elucidated, you are now a focal figure among us, Mr. Zheng. She produced a gleaming golden badge, the guild's official identification. Zheng Yin scanned the room with his enhanced vision, noting that the majority of adventurers present were merely silver rank, with those above gold being exceedingly rare. While we have a multitude of adventurers here, true experts are few, she continued. Thus, we hope you might showcase your abilities, allowing the guild and even higher management to regard you with greater appreciation. Would you not agree? Zheng Yin felt as though he had stumbled into a web of schemes. His instincts urged him that retreat was still an option. Who do you think I am? Just as one voice in his ear fervently urged caution, another dark figure emerged from the side. The shadowy figure acted decisively, swiftly dispatching the previous small figure into a cloud of smoke. Trust me, this is the way. The shadowy figure tugged at Zheng Yan's ear and bellowed into it through a megaphone. What do their plots matter? In the face of absolute power, they are but mere illusions. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, you are right. With my strength, I could simply escalate the situation and fulfill Chen Donghua's intent. Zheng Yin shook his head, producing a cracking sound, then firmly slapped the commission sheet. Did I accept this task, guaranteed to complete it flawlessly? The members of the Adventurers Guild erupted in applause and cheers. Expressing admiration for his courage, the reception lady smiled and advanced a portion of the commission fee to Zheng Yin. Regardless of the task's outcome, this sum would not need to be returned as long as he participated. Departing amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zheng Yin left the Adventurers Guild with the same confidence and anticipation he had upon arrival. However, once he had distanced himself, those who had previously gazed at him with reverence swiftly donned mocking expressions. Ha ha ha! Who does he think he is? Just because he has some strength, he dares to flaunt it here. The voice belonged to the swordsman from earlier. Indeed, indeed, the woman who had attended to Zheng Yin chimed in. Does he genuinely believe that platinum-level magical beasts are so easily dealt with? This is a trap set specifically by the guild leader. They conspired to mislead him into confronting the goblin horde. And if he succeeded, it would be a boon. If he failed, it would merely save on provisions. This fellow appears quite formidable. He should suffice to satiate that goblin's hunting needs for some time. As Zheng Yin exited, Jack had been waiting at the door for quite a while, clutching a dark object and munching on it. Did I not tell you? Zheng Yin began to reprimand him, but then recalled everything he had witnessed in the slums. These individuals seemed idle, yet perhaps there were not so many needs after all. They must have someone they cared for behind them. Right. Although the adage states that one should not aid the impoverished in emergencies, even the shadowy figure in Zheng Yan's subconscious agreed that perhaps a little more compensation would be warranted later. Hey, take me out to have some fun. Zheng Yin changed his mind, smiling at Jack. All right, Jack awkwardly stowed away the dark object, allowing Zheng Yin a glimpse. There's expired bread, moldy grains, and even sawdust. Zheng Yin recalled a form of special regulated food from the Republic era that, when consumed, could constipate a person for 3 days and nights. This seemed to surpass that in its dubiousness that as a guide and mentor. Jack performed admirably, patiently leading Zheng Yin through various strongholds on the 3rd level, indicating he had likely brought many here before. The shops and eateries he directed Zheng Yin to were of good quality and reasonable prices, with no instances of overcharging. During this time, Zheng Yin purchased numerous souvenirs and even procured some food for Jack to consume. Heh, I'm not hungry yet. Jack always responded with a hearty smile, carefully tucking the items into his coat, even as his legs trembled and his stomach protested audibly. Though we exist in different realms of time and space, why does a similar scene unfold? The difference being that I am comparatively fortunate. Even in hardship, there is a minimum safety net. Upon parting, Zheng Yin spoke directly to Jack in his native tongue, eschewing the translation insect. Although Jack did not comprehend, he maintained an optimistic demeanor, expressing deep gratitude for the extra money Zheng Yin had given him, nearly kneeling in thanks. Watching Jack depart from a distance, Zheng Yin felt a wave of weariness wash over him. That I'm feeling a bit tired. Even with a robust physique, rest was still necessary. Returning to the Adventurers Guild, he mingled with the crowd for a while before ascending the stairs. Gold-level adventurers enjoyed the privilege of complimentary accommodation in designated rooms for a month in any city. Typically, adventurers aim to travel far and wide, rarely lingering in one place for long, thus making permanent housing a non-issue. After selecting a room, Zheng Yin pushed the door open to find Chen Donghua waiting there for some time. How did you know where I was staying? Zheng Yin pointed at Chen Donghua inquiringly. The two spoke in unison. It's a racial ability. Zheng Yin plopped down onto the bed, pushing Chen Donghua into a corner. I knew it. He appeared somewhat displeased. Why is it that as the one who possesses that ability, I lack such impressive capabilities? Chen Donghua offered no explanation, instead releasing a plume of black smoke that enveloped the entire room. Once assured of their safety, he disclosed the reason for his appearance. Have you accepted their commission? He inquired. Zheng Yin rebelliously retrieved the commission form, slapping it onto the table and responding defiantly, Yes, what of it? The air in the room thickened with tension, but instead of igniting the fuse, Chen Donghua extinguished it with a basin of water. Well done, Your Excellency Century King. Surprisingly, he praised Zheng Yin, leaving the latter puzzled. What does this mean? Are you buttering me up? Zheng Yin, filled with confusion, inquired. Chen Donghua, observing the other's vigilant demeanor, felt a smirk creeping upon him that he retrieved from his pocket a small blue crystal, no larger than a fingernail, and explained to Zheng Yin, This is a fragment sample that we emit, and at present all aspects have reached maturity. The commission you just accepted pertains to one of our experimental sites, the Goblin Nest. Speaking of which, you have truly matured, demonstrating the ability to contemplate how to accomplish your tasks independently. Chapter 15. White Wolf. These individuals, regardless of their location, shared a singular trait: shrewdness. Zheng Yin harbored suspicions that Chen Donghua might also be entangled in the affairs of the Adventurers Association. How utterly dull. He opted to allow Chen Donghua to depart, intending to rest well for the night in this area reminiscent of medieval Europe. Might there be a touch of romance awaiting him, with anticipation in his heart? Zheng Yin succumbed to a deep slumber, not awakening until midday the following day. That had been quite some time since he had experienced such comfortable sleep. Typically, he would labor for hours on end before carving out a moment for leisure, only to rest briefly before plunging back into the relentless cycle of work. Perhaps on a rare day, he might manage to claim a moment for himself, yet such time was woefully insufficient for recovery. After a simple lunch, Zheng Yin made his way to the marketplace. Yesterday, Jack had guided him through much of it, and he recalled most locations vividly. That he purchased an assortment of food and clothing, and even acquired a finely crafted iron sword, the most expensive item in the entire blacksmith shop, priced at a staggering 20 gold coins. Had it not been for the partial funds advanced by the Adventurers Association, he truly could not have afforded it. Zheng Yin intended to test the sharpness of his new sword, plucking a fine strand of hair from his head. Puff! He exhaled, only to discover that his hair remained unscathed. Indeed, the proprietor appeared to be nothing short of a swindler with ulterior motives. Yet, Zheng Yin was unwilling to quibble over the matter, for this was his first sword, imbued with special significance, having prepared adequately. Zheng Yin resolved not to squander time and to swiftly address his tasks that he had work awaiting him the following day. Though reluctant to go, he had no choice but to face Song Jiang. With the sword strapped to his back and mounted upon his steed, Zheng Yin departed from Caucasus City, under the watchful gaze of the adventurers. The Goblin Nest, as its name suggests, is inhabited by a multitude of goblin creatures, the lowest tier of magical beasts on the Earth's spirit continent. Due to their relatively weak power and minimal threat, they seldom capture the attention of the military. In contrast, trolls, ogres, and even dragons pose far greater dangers. Encounters with mutated goblin elites, such as the one mentioned in the commission, are exceedingly rare. Giddy up! Giddy up! The warhorses sold within the city are specially trained, allowing even those with minimal riding skills to manage them with ease. Shortly after Zheng Yin ventured forth, he encountered an unpleasant surprise. His steed had fallen victim to some unknown predator, leaving behind only scattered bones and a pool of blood. The incident transpired as Zheng Yin traversed a forest en route to the Goblin Nest. Captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the landscape, which lifted his spirits, thus he resolved to take a brief respite, capturing a few photographs for future bragging rights on social media. While seated upon a stone, rinsing his feet in clear water, he was suddenly jolted by a blood-curdling scream and peculiar sounds. Oh no, my horse! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zheng Yin rushed to the scene within seconds. But alas, it was too late. Cursed be the circumstances, he muttered under his breath, determined to uncover the culprit behind this misfortune. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, a deathly stillness enveloping him, in the throes of intense fury. Zheng Yan's previously concealed aura erupted forth uncontrollably, causing the ground to tremble with each step he took. Thud, thud, as he advanced, his keen senses detected an approaching presence behind him. The rustling sound, seemingly that of wind brushing through the leaves, concealed the approach of something ominous. Roar! With a mighty growl, a white blur erupted from the nearby underbrush, lunging towards Zheng Yan. Its sharp claws aimed directly for his heart. Did a white wolf? Or perhaps a cyclopean one? Despite the creature's swiftness, to Zheng Yan, it appeared as though it were moving at a snail's pace, but he discerned clearly that it was a colossal white wolf, marginally smaller than the tiger he had encountered earlier. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the wolf's fur with a radiant sheen. Two choices emerged in Zheng Yan's mind. The first was to eliminate the white wolf outright, avenging his fallen steed. But that would mean continuing on foot. The second option was to teach the wolf a lesson and subsequently tame it as his mount. What if it refused? Then he would simply continue to battle until it yielded. Firm in his resolve, Zheng Yan crouched low, evading the wolf's assault, in a swift motion. He pivoted and delivered a kick, sending the white wolf tumbling several meters away. Ugh! The wolf emitted a mournful howl, collapsing to the ground in a state of helplessness. Unable to resist, as Zheng Yan approached, I concede. Do what you must. As Zheng Yan extended his right hand to attempt taming the wolf. To his astonishment, it spoke. Oh, you can actually talk? Zheng Yan's intrigue deepened. Encountering a spirit beast on his very first mission was nothing short of remarkable. Of course, humans, do not presume this is your exclusive privilege. The proud wolf raised its head high, then urged Zheng Yan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Faced with such a magnificent creature, Zheng Yan found himself torn. He was reluctant to harm it, but understood that it would not easily submit. What to do? An idea struck him. Dogs are descended from wolves, and perhaps the same method could apply here. Feeling a surge of confidence, he retrieved a piece of meat from his backpack. Good dog. Listen well, and this shall be yours. Zheng Yan placed the meat at the wolf's nose, expecting to win its favor. To his surprise, the wolf suddenly went berserk. I would rather die than be humiliated. With renewed vigor, the white wolf turned and pinned Zheng Yan beneath its weight, baring its sharp teeth and lunging for his throat. Clang! The wolf suddenly felt a lightness in its mouth. 42 of its teeth had fallen out, and it sensed a weight upon its back. Zheng Yan had somehow managed to mount the creature, grinning triumphantly as he waved his arms. Get off me! Get off! The white wolf felt deeply insulted and began to leap, attempting to dislodge Zheng Yan. Futile, utterly futile. Zheng Yan waved dismissively, his legs firmly clamped around the wolf's head, remaining as steady as a mountain. And no matter how the white wolf struggled, it could not free itself. Eventually, exhausted and still reeling from its previous injuries, the white wolf collapsed once more, panting heavily. All right, can we now settle down? Zheng Yan dismounted, first offering a sincere apology for his earlier affront, then swiftly shifting the conversation. I understand this is your territory, and I meant no offense. However, you have slain my steed, leaving me without a mount. Shouldn't you provide some form of compensation? After their earlier encounters, the white wolf recognized the immense disparity in strength between it and Zheng Yan, a chasm nearly impossible to bridge. It had abandoned any thoughts of resistance. What do you wish? The wolf's head drooped, its voice no longer proud. In truth, it had already formulated an answer, awaiting Zheng Yan's proposal. Well, as you can see, Zheng Yan gestured toward the path ahead. I am on a mission, and the journey is long and arduous. Therefore, he chuckled, why not endure a little discomfort and accompany me? Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Chapter 16. Let us make a pact. Zheng Yan contemplated. This creature was so proud it would surely not acquiesce easily. Thus, he resolved to provide a morsel of sweetness before slowly wearing it down, confident that success would ultimately be his. Very well. I accept. To his astonishment, the wolf readily agreed. It struggled to rise, extending its head toward Zheng Yan's hand, its tail swaying rhythmically. Scarface greets its master. The white wolf intoned softly this. Zheng Yan found himself momentarily flustered. Addressing the wolf, you truly submit without any further struggle. The wolf replied, there is no need. The disparity in our strengths is too great. Being your mount may not be such a bad fate after all. Moreover, having taken your horse, I must pay some price. Things unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Zheng Yin produced several vials of restorative potions he had purchased, administering them to the wolf. This elixir was of no use to him, so he generously offered his entire stock. Having consumed the potions, the white wolf's body returned to a nearly normal state, able to run and howl once more. Zheng Yin waved at it, inquiring, "May I ride you now?" The wolf lowered its head toward Zheng Yin, but did not allow him to mount easily. "What is the matter? Are you having second thoughts?" Zheng Yin was feeling quite displeased. They had clearly made arrangements earlier. The white wolf shook its head and said, "Esteemed master, I do not wish to contravene your will, but I have a request." Understanding dawned upon Zheng Yin. No wonder it had so readily agreed. There was indeed a reason behind it. He had just acquired this new subordinate, and he certainly did not want to appear stingy. He reached out to stroke the white wolf's head, its fur coarse and resilient like steel, markedly different from that of a domesticated dog. "Speak freely. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall fulfill your request," he declared. He added, "However, I must first complete this task." The white wolf expressed its gratitude, stating, "That is only natural. Your affairs take precedence." Subsequently, it recounted its tale to Zheng Yin. Wolves are social creatures, and during this season, they typically gather to hunt and share their spoils. This particular white wolf, named Scar, was the ruler of its pack. Commanding dozens of silver-tier magical beasts, Scar possessed golden-tier strength, a power that dissuaded most creatures from provoking it. However, not long ago, a formidable individual emerged from a previously unassuming pack of hyenas. The Hyena Queen, once merely a silver-tier late bloomer, had inexplicably enhanced her prowess to platinum level, as if she had consumed some potent elixir. Under the pretense of a food shortage, she challenged the wolf pack. With the support of its kin, Scar accepted the challenge, believing that with only one opponent, victory was assured through concentrated effort. The battle raged on for a considerable time, with the creatures atop the mountain bearing witness to the confrontation. Scar underestimated the combat prowess of the Hyena Queen, suffering grievous injuries in mere moments. In a bid to protect Scar, its wolf brethren charged valiantly, only to be ruthlessly torn apart before Scar's eyes. "Run!" At the desperate cries of its brothers, Scar fled in disarray, an indelible mark of shame upon its soul. In the aftermath, Scar ventured back to its former territory to gather intelligence, only to learn that the elite forces of its pack had been nearly annihilated. The remaining frail and elderly wolves were subjected to the whims of the hyena pack, living in a state of perpetual humiliation. Scar yearned for vengeance, yet the instinct for survival compelled it to retreat, forcing it to exist in this realm adjacent to humanity. Zheng Yin sat quietly, attentively listening to the white wolf's narrative. From this tale, he gleaned a vital clue. The Hyena Queen was likely connected to the fragments mentioned by Qin Donghua. Since he was already set to undertake this task, he might as well do a favor in the process. "Very well, I agree." Zheng Yan's enthusiastic response took the white wolf by surprise, but it was predominantly filled with joy. "You truly accept so readily, despite her being a platinum-level foe?" The white wolf inquired. Was it concern for Zheng Yin or mere pretense? Regardless, Zheng Yin chose to believe it was the former. "Rest assured," he replied, "I am quite formidable." That he appeared to casually stomp the ground, causing several fissures to radiate from his position. This small display of power left the white wolf astounded. It obediently allowed Zheng Yin to mount its neck before galloping off into the distance. "Wait, stop!" Zheng Yin shouted, but the rushing wind drowned out his voice. After running for several kilometers, the wolf learned from Zheng Yan's shout that they had taken a wrong turn. The destination lay in the opposite direction. Along the journey, Zheng Yin reclined atop Scar, the unique biological magnetic field enabling him to remain securely in place. "Scar," Zheng Yin mused over the name. "What is your command, master?" The white wolf promptly responded, thinking it was being called that. "Oh, nothing much, just that I find the name rather fearsome. I wish to change it." Zheng Yin pondered momentarily before asking, "What do you think of Wansai?" The white wolf wanted to express its disapproval, as it sounded rather canine, but seeing Zheng Yan's enthusiasm, it refrained from objection. Noticing the wolf's peculiar reaction, Zheng Yan was reluctant to abandon the name and sought a compromise. "How about this?" he said, patting the white wolf's back. "Outwardly, you shall remain Scar, but internally, I shall call you Wankai, if that suits you." For the white wolf, this was the best possible outcome. Though it felt some reluctance, it acquiesced. Then let us set forth. Wang Kai, Zheng Yin declared, our target is the Goblin Den. Let us proceed at full speed. The distance between the country of Khwarezm and its neighbors was indeed considerable, devoid of human habitation, serving as a strategic buffer zone. Between the two lands lay an expansive basin, shrouded in miasma, teeming with formidable magical beasts. The plains were enveloped by a series of undulating peaks, most adorned with lush vegetation, save for a distant area that stood in stark contrast. There, a cluster of 4 or 5 mountains appeared barren and desolate, seemingly out of place. The White Wolf informed Zheng Yin that goblins were highly social creatures, possessing remarkable physical capabilities, hence the mountains had been leveled by them. Moreover, goblins had an unusual aesthetic. They favored human maidens over their own kind, leading to the plundering of numerous villages. Reproductive barriers existed among different species, meaning the goblins sought entertainment purely for amusement. The White Wolf specifically cautioned Zheng Yin to brace himself psychologically when he infiltrated their lair. Due to its size, it would be inconvenient for the wolf to join him, but it would remain outside to protect its master. What strange creatures, Zheng Yin mused. Many years prior, he had rescued a silver-haired maiden from a band of goblins, setting him on a path of no return in that game. Goblins merely congregated together, posing no threat as the White Wolf described. Indeed, the discrepancies between the game and reality were vast. Zheng Yin equipped himself with various gear, leaving the remainder with the White Wolf, before bravely stepping into the perilous domain. Chapter 17. I shall also engage in a heroic rescue. Within Zheng Yin's backpack lay a mysterious device known as the Heavenly Eye. This apparatus comprised 2 intricately crafted components. One was a gem resembling an eye, affixed to his forehead and shimmering brilliantly. The other was a small drone, no larger than a fist. This device, resembling a soaring bird, utilized embedded magical energy for flight. Zheng Yin gently released the small bird into the air, while the heavenly eye upon his brow seemed to come alive. Meticulously surveying the terrain below, the layout of the Goblin Den bore similarities to that of a human village, with various wooden structures intricately arranged. These edifices flanked either side of a dirt path that led directly to a circular plaza, presenting an orderly spectacle. Scattered throughout the plaza were numerous wooden cages, and as Zheng Yin peered through the heavenly eye, he was horrified to discover that they contained human females. They were scantily clad, their expressions vacant, despair evident in their countenance. The goblins callously tossed them one by one into wooden carts, pushing them toward the dark recesses of the cavern. Some women, unwilling to accept their fate, let out piercing cries, but such resistance only prompted the goblins to lash them mercilessly until they could no longer utter a sound. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Zheng Yan's heart brimmed with rage and compassion. He understood that once these women were dragged into the cave, they would face unimaginable horrors. Although Chen Donghua had previously tasked him with ignoble missions, at this moment, Zheng Yin was solely focused on one thought: to do everything within his power to rescue these innocent women from the clutches of the demons. Allow me to take the plunge. A determined glimmer sparkled in Zheng Yan's eyes as he gripped his sword, which embodied all his bravery and resolve that in the face of the dozens of scout towers surrounding the goblin tribe. Infiltrating silently seemed a near impossible task. Zheng Yin was acutely aware of this, leading him to the resolute decision to charge indirectly, thereby creating opportunities to rescue more hostages that in truth, Zheng Yan's actions were swift and decisive. He required little preparation. Armed only with determination and courage, he felt sufficiently equipped to confront the impending challenges. With a bend of his knees, he unleashed his strength, launching himself like a cannonball straight into the heart of the goblin settlement. Upon landing, the very ground trembled and several structures crumbled under the force of his impact. To the captives, Zheng Yan's sudden appearance was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, instilling a sense of hope. These young women were innocent villagers from nearby hamlets, abducted due to the goblin's malevolent nature. Over the past few days, they had witnessed countless sisters suffer indignities, some even losing their lives. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf them, Zheng Yin descended like a savior. His actions conveyed a clear message to the maidens. Do not surrender. Hope is within reach. Despite the goblins' attempts to undermine their spirits, seeking to instill fear, Zheng Yan's arrival had ignited a flame within them. rekindling their courage to resist. Zheng Yan's sudden arrival stirred a significant commotion, naturally attracting a multitude of goblins. They wielded wooden clubs, short blades, and shields as melee creatures, while others stood atop watchtowers, drawing bows to unleash arrows. Among them were elite goblins, donning skull masks and wielding staves, clearly resembling shamans. This was indeed reminiscent of something from a video game. Zheng Yan, however, chose not to release the young maidens from their cages immediately. The goblins were currently fixated on him. Should he open the cages, the girls would undoubtedly scatter, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Following the strategies from the game, Zheng Yan first targeted the supportive shamans that he understood that eliminating these magical support creatures was essential to minimize the damage he would sustain. Thus, he leaped once more, using his momentum to send the nearby goblin shamans flying, causing them to lose their balance. Subsequently, his sword flashed like lightning, and before the three shamans could react, they were swiftly dispatched. Simultaneously, the goblin archers on the watchtower launched their attack, a flurry of arrows raining down upon Zheng Yan. Yet he remained undaunted by this sudden assault, gracefully catching every arrow with ease. Was that all they had? Zheng Yan provocatively raised his middle finger at the archers, as if mocking their impotence. With a swift motion, he executed a technique akin to Celestial Maiden Scatter, returning the arrows with pinpoint accuracy, each one striking its mark on the goblins atop the watchtower. These arrows were like the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the goblins, one after another. Having neutralized the greatest threat, Zheng Yan stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack open, catching many of the melee goblins off guard as they tumbled into the fissure. The remaining goblins, though fewer in number, charged ferociously toward Zheng Yan. Yet to him, these creatures posed little threat. Having never truly been a danger, he wielded his sword with ferocity, akin to a tiger among sheep, slicing and dicing until none of the remaining goblins stood. From start to finish, the encounter lasted less than a minute, and Zheng Yan took a deep breath, trying not to focus on the severed limbs and green ichor. "Hello," he said as he unlocked the cage. Instinctively covering his eyes, the maidens rushed out, expressing their gratitude for their savior. Oblivious to their current attire in that moment, the atmosphere brimmed with beauty, yet some things remained undeniable, stirring a heat within Zheng Yan's heart. He attempted to shift the conversation, noticing some individuals exhibiting peculiar behavior. They bypassed Zheng Yan entirely, failing to thank him, their expressions vacant as they sat on the ground. Lost in thought. One girl, her eyes red-rimmed, struggled to contain her tears as she spoke. "If it weren't for you, our benefactor, we might have." At that point, she could no longer hold back and broke into sobs, her emotions spreading like a contagion, infecting all around her. Zheng Yan felt overwhelmed, yet he had no alternative but to seek out clothing to help cover the girls. After a while, he gathered some goblin garments for them to wear temporarily. He then summoned the Wolf King, declaring his status as a gold-tier adventurer from the Adventurers Guild, reassuring the maidens not to fear, but to follow the White Wolf to safety. When the crowd inquired why Zheng Yan would not accompany them, he merely smiled. "I still have important matters to attend to." With that, he departed with a flourish, leaving the maidens with an impressive silhouette. According to the previous intelligence from the Adventurers Guild, at least 3 gold-tier magical beasts, goblins, were rumored to be lurking here. The previous skirmish had only involved minor goblins, none of which posed a challenge. The remaining threats could only be hiding deeper within the caves, and with many maidens dragged inside, Zheng Yan had no choice but to venture forth. Chapter 18. Within the lair, the massive goblin. The entrance was quite small, barely accommodating an adult. Upon earlier observation of the goblins, Zheng Yan noted that it was the shamans who had expanded the cave with their staffs. Now, gazing at the mass of putrid flesh and slime on the ground, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have left one alive. He had been too eager to play the hero, and now it was too late to reconsider. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Zheng Yan activated his enhanced vision, spotting several red figures writhing within, alongside a queue of others. Observing the width of the cave's entrance, over 10 meters, he realized that breaking through could result in significant casualties. Sighing, he pulled out 2 items gifted by Chen Donghua, one of which could generate a barrier around him, rendering him undetectable while utilizing any abilities that he had not intended to employ such measures against these lesser creatures. Yet circumstances left him with no choice. Clutching the item, he activated it, enveloping himself in a bubble-like shield that could adjust in size to match his own. "Transform," he commanded, and with a thought, his body shrank to the size of a child's forehead, allowing him to slip into the cave effortlessly. The entrance was initially narrow, but it opened up significantly deeper inside, eventually accommodating Zheng Yan's full size without the need for disguise. As he ventured further into the cavern, he encountered a network of passages echoing with the raucous calls of goblins and the cries of women. Had he arrived too late? Following the sounds, Zheng Yan stumbled upon a gruesome scene. A dozen human girls lay strewn across the ground, subjected to the unrestrained depravity of the goblins. Some were frothing at the mouth, blood pouring from their wounds, yet they were forced to engage in unspeakable acts. Beasts, at that moment, he seemed to forget his own malevolence. Overwhelmed by a surge of fury, "Come forth." Zheng Yan summoned several half-sized spiders from the shadows. These arachnids shimmered with a metallic sheen, their dark gray bodies adorned with numerous barbed spikes. Under his command, the spiders split into squads, launching themselves at the reveling goblins. The battle unfolded effortlessly. The goblins lacked any desire to fight, wholly absorbed in their debauchery. Their heads were severed by the spiders. They retained their manic expressions. Soon, reports of victory flooded in from all sides. Yet Zheng Yan felt a pang of concern. The girls huddled on the ground had mostly lost consciousness, with only a few remaining awake. Caught in a frenzied state, they wielded the severed limbs of goblins, swinging them as if to release pent-up emotions, laughing maniacally, their hair matted with unknown substances, seemingly oblivious to the need for cleaning up. It was evident that they had suffered profound psychological trauma, leaving their recovery uncertain. Adhering to his principle of kindness, Zheng Yan summoned some wolf-like familiars to carry the girls on their backs, urging them to find the white wolf. Perhaps their kin would possess a solution. Zheng Yan felt utterly powerless in this regard. As the goblin bodies were systematically removed and piled together, Zheng Yan realized a troubling inconsistency. Why were there only ordinary goblins? He stroked his chin, scrutinizing them closely, yet each examination yielded the same result. Was it possible that the Adventurers Guild had misinformed them, or were the more formidable foes hidden deeper within, seated in the cold recesses of the cave? Zheng Yan attempted to organize his thoughts. That he had scoured the lair multiple times, yet found no clues. "Magic fragments," he muttered, recalling Chen Donghua's words, suddenly grasping something significant. Perhaps. Zheng Yan's eyes widened, radiating a fierce light as they followed a subtle aura, eventually resting on an unassuming spot. So there is something. Previously, Chenghua had mentioned that this was a site for experimentation, leading Zheng Yan to believe that the cave must harbor traces of the demonic. However, despite instructing his subordinates to search, they found nothing. Reluctantly, Zheng Yan calmed his mind and focused, soon detecting an unusual presence. This area was littered with various stones and wooden sticks, resembling a refuse site for the goblins. His gaze was drawn to a protruding stone, where the aura had lingered. Zheng Yan reached for it, applying pressure until it broke free, causing a rumble throughout the cavern. Debris fell from the ceiling, and as silence returned, a purple portal materialized before him. On the other side, he sensed a potent demonic energy, almost a third of its entirety. There are indeed colossal beings within. Zheng Yan extended a solitary hand and sensed the presence of formidable beings within. However, he displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he walked in with remarkable composure. These individuals were, in comparison to the king, a mere 2,000 years behind. On the other side of the portal, something awaited him eagerly. Within a naturally formed cavern, a colossal stone throne was occupied by a green giant. The giant's features were sharp, resembling an amalgamation of human and goblin traits, possessing characteristics from both. Perched upon his legs were 3 human maidens, their vacant gazes fixated as they repetitively performed mindless actions. Beneath his feet lay a mountain of skulls, comprising both human and various other creatures. Standing beside the throne were 3 burly goblins wielding spiked clubs. A stark contrast to his previous adversaries. It appeared that you were the purpose of my journey. Zheng Yan regarded these 4 beings with contempt. The 3 goblins were mentioned in the intelligence reports. Yet this behemoth had not even been alluded to. Had it been overlooked? Impossible. Or perhaps, the Adventurers Guild lacked the strength to encounter such an entity. All questions would have to wait until he returned for clarification. The goblin with the spiked club glared menacingly at Zheng Yan, and after the giant on the throne lifted his chin, they moved thud, thud, thud. The ground reverberated with heavy thumps as the three goblins confronted Zheng Yan. The tension of battle palpable. Human warrior, the figure on the throne finally spoke. Prove your strength to me, the strength worthy of becoming sustenance. The voice was deep and oppressive, yet to Zheng Yan, it merely came across as pretentious bravado. You a king. You think yourself worthy. He conjured violet energy and unleashed it, instantly reducing the three spiked club-wielding goblins to mere ash. Was that a platinum-tier beast, just obliterated like that? As the words of the being on the throne lingered in the air, Zheng Yan teleported directly before it. You are not human. At that moment, the giant realized the gravity of the situation, hastily casting off the women from its legs and leaping back to create distance. Surprisingly, despite its rotund appearance, it exhibited remarkable agility. Can you run away? Zheng Yan had no intention of prolonging the game. He gathered energy once more and hurled it forth. This was a one-hit kill ability. Ineffective against non-living entities, but lethal to any creature weaker than Zheng Yan. Given its area of effect nature, it was particularly useful for clearing elite foes. However, when the violet sphere struck the giant's belly, it flickered and inexplicably vanished without achieving its intended effect. Chapter 19. The maiden behind the throne. In that fleeting moment, the giant discarded all restraints and fled, crying out, "Mama, help me!" As it ran, tears streaming down its face. Over the years, having gained strength through serendipity, it had maintained its position as the overlord of the nearby hills, providing numerous benefits to its subordinates. Such brazen behavior had attracted the attention of some humans, who dispatched warriors to challenge it time and again. Yet each time, the self-proclaimed powerful champions were effortlessly vanquished, becoming mere food for the giant, which subsequently unleashed a frenzy of vengeance. Many innocent passers-by had fallen victim to the goblins' assaults, meeting untimely deaths in this place. Eventually, unable to withstand the public outcry, members of the Adventurers Guild sought out the giant, and a pact was forged that on the surface, the adventurers continued their campaigns against the goblins. But covertly, they selected stronger individuals to send as sacrificial offerings that in exchange, the goblins agreed to refrain from large-scale incursions near human settlements, turning a blind eye to the plundering of nearby villages. Thus, years of indulgence passed. The giant had presumed that this arrangement would endure indefinitely, but to its shock, they had sent a formidable being this time. Accustomed to crushing opponents, the giant had no experience fighting equals. Its swift escape was a testament to its latent potential. As for why it had survived Zheng Yan's earlier strike, it was due to a precious artifact it carried, a relic dropped by a warrior who had fallen without contest during a previous challenge. This item granted protection against a single fatal blow, affording the giant the chance to react and flee. Wait. Zheng Yan, momentarily taken aback, unleashed another energy projectile, eager to ascertain whether the skill had failed or if he had erred previously. No matter how swift the giant was, it could not outpace light. This time, fortune did not favor it. Upon being struck by the energy, it collapsed to the ground that a gentle breeze swept through the area, carrying away the ashes of the giant, signifying the end of its nefarious existence. Zheng Yan rose and floated down. Had I truly used the wrong skill? He scratched his head, reflecting on his previous actions. Convinced he had made no mistakes. Regardless, it was moot now. Amidst the mountains of ashes, a blue crystal emerged, floating gracefully in the air. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations, the Century King has successfully acquired a fragment. The elusive Chen Donghua abruptly materialized within the cavern, a sight Zheng Yan had grown accustomed to. Stretching languidly to alleviate his fatigue, he gestured for Chen to hastily collect the item and depart, seeking solitude. Chen, as if treasure had fallen into his hands, carefully placed the object into a small box. Muttering about finally having something to report, he continued to ramble, yet Zheng Yan gestured for him to cease. Despite finding Chen somewhat bothersome, he did not harbor any dislike towards him. Becoming a candidate for the Demon King was never Zheng Yan's intention. He had merely come to this world to experience a different life. Zheng Yan genuinely feared the possibility of Chen uttering some world-destroying proclamations, using the previous Demon King to coerce him. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly dull. After concluding this ordeal, Zheng Yin returned to the throne, where the three maidens lay. Their lives were swiftly ebbing away. Inhaling but not exhaling, their fingers pointing in the same direction. Zheng Yin wished to save them, frantically rummaging through his backpack, but regrettably, all his healing potions had been utilized to aid the White Wolf. Moreover, his skills were primarily destructive, with none capable of restoration, leaving him helpless to witness their impending demise. That a tumult of emotions surged within Zheng Yin, and he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He covered the girls' bodies with a cloth and instructed his subordinates to carry them out of the cavern. They believed it more fitting for their kin to handle the burial. He would not wish for his own soul to linger in this place. Recalling Chen's earlier words and the girl's suspicious behavior, Zheng Yan's gaze shifted to the throne. That appeared to be merely a massive stone carving, devoid of anything extraordinary. Still, feeling uneasy, he conducted a thorough inspection. Indeed, it is merely stone. However, at the apex of the throne, Zheng Yin discovered something peculiar, a red-hot spot in a shape reminiscent of a human. That if it was indeed human, how had it survived in such a sealed environment? Zheng Yin climbed towards the area. Just as the barrier effect dissipated, that he dared not recklessly use his abilities again and resorted to the most primitive method. Upon pinpointing the exact location, he used his hand as a blade, leaping over perilous spots to smash open the outer layer of stone. Inside lay a small, blue-haired girl, her petite frame in a deep slumber, completely oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Moreover, the state of the scene indicated that she had not fallen victim to the goblin's vile hands. This raised a significant question. Goblins captured human females to satisfy their own desires. Why had they concealed this child here? Perhaps she was aware of the people outside. Zheng Yin cradled the girl and departed, casually demolishing the cavern as he left. This place harbored too much wickedness. Had the barrier not vanished, the entire mountain might have been razed to the ground. In the distant forest, the White Wolf King awaited. It was evident that the scar-faced leader, who had inexplicably acquired a new cadre of subordinates, was in high spirits. The two subordinates Zheng Yin summoned served different functions. The spider was a stealthy infiltrator with high attack power, but limited duration, while this pack of wolves was simply functional, numerous yet lacking combat capability. Pure cannon fodder. It was Zheng Yan's intention for them to follow the scar-faced leader. Not far off, survivors had gathered, honoring their departed companions in a farewell ceremony. Zheng Yin sat upon the White Wolf, silently observing the scene. That he had never anticipated encountering such a series of events during his expedition. While the task assigned by the Adventurers Guild had been successfully completed, it left him in a particularly somber mood. This state of affairs persisted until the depths of night. The wolf pack brought a substantial bounty to offer to Zheng Yin, whose culinary skills left much to be desired. Leaving the cooking to the young maidens, it was evident that their condition had improved significantly compared to before, as they had begun discussing future prospects. During the communal feast, Zheng Yin mentioned the enigmatic blue-haired girl and inquired about her. But all present shook their heads in unison, indicating they had never seen her. The assembly consisted of villagers from nearby settlements, who shared some connections. This girl, with her distinct appearance and hair color, bore no resemblance to them, appearing instead as if she hailed from a foreign land. This posed quite a dilemma. The blue-haired maiden remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking, perhaps ensnared by a sleeping spell cast by someone. Zheng Yin held an item in his hand, contemplating once more whether to release a protective barrier, yet ultimately decided against it after a moment's hesitation. The days ahead were long, and depleting his resources now would only lead to exposure. Chapter 20. Grant me 3 days' time in any case. A plan needed to be devised before addressing subsequent matters. Zheng Yin contemplated that after escorting the young maidens back home, he would return to the Adventurers Guild to report. The financial aspect was of little concern, as he still had a substantial sum of gold at his disposal. His primary desire was to broaden his horizons, all the while hearing praise from those behind him. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Zheng Yin envisioned the future, after which he would have to deal with Song Jiang's recruitment in the real world. After these past few days' experiences, he resolved to first join that so-called Group A to secure some benefits for his family. If Song Jiang assigned him any tasks that could potentially be used against him, he would find various excuses to evade them. Ultimately, he had to make time to return and resolve the issue with the White Wolf King and the Scar tribe. Ah, perfect! Zheng Yin spent the night awake, keeping watch over the maidens while formulating his plans. At dawn, Under the protection of the wolf pack, Zheng Yin led a grand procession, benefactor, as they traveled 1/3 of the way. The maidens suddenly halted without warning, refusing to take another step forward. "What troubles you?" Zheng Yin inquired, observing them from atop the white wolf, noting their bowed heads when just yesterday they had seemed quite content. Why were they not joyful at the prospect of returning home? Faced with Zheng Yan's puzzled gaze, the maidens huddled together and elected a representative named Annie to voice their concerns that in their traditional villages, which were steeped in patriarchal values and placed great importance on certain matters. The maidens were viewed as victims taken by goblins, making reintegration into society exceedingly difficult, regardless of whether they had been harmed or not. Moreover, Annie wept as she spoke. "Many of our sisters have been lost." This time, they did not join in her tears. After enduring such experiences, they had all grown considerably stronger. Zheng Yin felt overwhelmed by their plight. "So, you do not wish to return home?" he asked. All eyes turned to him with hopeful anticipation, and the answer was painfully clear. Yet, if they chose not to return home, where would they reside? The forest was teeming with magical beasts. And if they encountered more creatures like goblins? Zheng Yin dared not complete the thought. "That we can manage," they insisted, rejecting Zheng Yan's concerns. "Our sisters will surely grow stronger, so that when we encounter those monsters, we will not be caught off guard." Listening to their resolute words, Zheng Yin recalled tales from his childhood, stories his grandmother had recounted, of uprisings against oppression. The songs of the peony and the red detachment of women echoed in his mind. "Very well, I understand," he said, refraining from further commentary as he retrieved a large gold ingot gifted by Chun Donghua from his pack. Zheng Yan's sudden display of wealth incensed the white wolf. "By heavens, why carry such a burden of gold? Is this not an invitation for robbery?" He distributed the entire ingot to the maidens, retaining none for himself that, of course, he would reserve the Adventurers Guild's remuneration for unforeseen needs. "No, no, no!" The maidens, led by Annie, protested fervently, insisting they did not wish to trouble Zheng Yin any further. Take it, take it! You will find plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future." Thus, the two parties engaged in a gentle tug-of-war until Zheng Yin feigned great displeasure, convincing them to accept. "Consider this loan from us. We will return it in due time." Zheng Yin did not take this promise to heart. Instead, he pondered where they might reside. Surely, they could not simply settle in this desolate wilderness. "Master, I have an idea." Just as Zheng Yin was lost in thought, the White Wolf King proposed a brilliant solution. Within its former territory lay a fertile area, unutilized due to the wolf clan's reliance on hunting. This could serve as the maiden's new haven, provided Zheng Yin assisted in swiftly reclaiming the land. The White Wolf King was thoroughly convinced by Zheng Yan's display of prowess yesterday, within the goblin lair. It had sensed a formidable presence, and Zheng Yin, single-handedly annihilating the goblins and rescuing so many, had proven his strength. "It seems we must expedite our plans." Zheng Yin chuckled, reaching out to stroke the white wolf's head, to which it obediently lowered itself 0.3 days. He declared, raising a finger, "Grant me 3 days to settle my affairs, and then I shall assist you. In the meantime, I implore you to bear with me here for a while." With unwavering determination, Zheng Yin affirmed his intent. What more could the White Wolf King say? It commanded the wolf pack, some to scout, others to hunt, while the remainder helped the maidens chop wood and construct a temporary camp. Magical beasts were indeed remarkable. In no time, a makeshift settlement had taken shape. Zheng Yin had little time left. He needed to respond to Song Jiang today. The current circumstances brought him a measure of relief. It was time to depart. Amidst the bittersweet farewells, Zheng Yan's figure gradually receded into the distance. That he could not ride the white wolf, as it needed to remain to protect everyone. The warhorse he had arrived on had been consumed, leaving him to take the unfortunate 11 bus. Fortunately, Zheng Yan's physical prowess was exceptional. His strides were swift, covering great distances with ease, and he soon returned to the city of Caucasus, within the Adventurers Guild. Members congregated to deliberate matters concerning Zheng Yin. Last night, they speculated that the Goblin King must have been sated, prompting them to dispatch a party to investigate. By moonlight, a cadre of silver-tier adventurers approached the Goblin Lair. Witnessing the aftermath of the earlier battle, the entire encampment lay in ruins. They exerted considerable effort to locate a single survivor, who, through exaggerated claims, revealed the full extent of events. Originally, The squad intended to shadow Zheng Yin for further observation. But the presence of the Wolf King deterred them. After deliberation, they resolved to return and report their findings, deeming the future beyond their purview. Are you saying the entire goblin lair was completely eradicated? The leading members of the Adventurers Guild regarded the scouts with incredulity. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes and heard it with our own ears, they replied without hesitation, locking eyes with one another. This poses a significant problem. Several individuals rose and began pacing, when suddenly one recalled something and inquired, "Did the survivor mention our plans when you questioned them?" A few silver-tier adventurers gathered, sensing the anxiety emanating from the individuals before them. After a moment of hesitation, they resolved to answer truthfully. Regrettably, they did not disclose that information. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members turned in various directions, each lost in their own thoughts, calculating their next moves. Zheng Yin had eliminated a major threat for them, and everyone ought to have been pleased, yet the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Let us. Realizing that mere sitting was futile, they whispered amongst themselves, undoubtedly concocting schemes of a dubious nature. Chapter 21. President Qian Duoduo. Ever since departing that forest, Zheng Yin had been plagued by the sensation of being watched, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him from behind. That feeling was unnerving and discomforting. Every time he attempted to locate the source, it swiftly concealed itself. Yet, by the aura it emitted, he was certain it belonged to a member of the demon race. Who could it be? Chen Donghua once remarked that this fragment collection would not involve any other century kings, that it is said that these individuals have gone to the place where Zheng Yin is located to accumulate merits. As they look down upon the backward land of the spirit earth continent, in fact, there is one point that Chen Donghua did not mention. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. It is impossible that there are no other members of the demon clan present. There may be a third-party force behind this. Within the city, the members of the Adventurers Association had long awaited this moment. After some deliberation, they decided to conduct a preliminary investigation. For this purpose, the president of the Adventurers Association spared no expense in procuring a lie-detecting device from the upper district. The item, resembling a glowing green stone, could verify the truthfulness of a specified target statements up to 3 times when carried on one's person. This president had not made an appearance during Zheng Yan's previous visit. He appeared as an elderly man, seemingly in his 60s, with a hunched back that rendered him barely over 5 feet tall, that he was often seen carrying a backpack that was said to conceal some extraordinary treasure, which was also the reason why the aging president, Qian Duoduo, could sustain his position within the association. The name Qian Duoduo was merely a title he had acquired due to his fondness for collecting various treasures. His true name remained unknown to anyone. Zheng Yin strode confidently into the association, where a grand banquet awaited him. Through their spies, the members were well aware of Zheng Yan's every move, allowing them to react accordingly. "Welcome back, great hero," upon pushing open the tightly shut door. Colorful ribbons cascaded down onto his head, and he was swiftly pulled to the table by a throng of people. Beautiful maidens poured wine and massaged his legs, while prearranged admirers emerged to extol Zheng Yan's virtues. In that moment, he felt a surge of euphoria. How delightful! It was simply exhilarating. Not accustomed to drinking, Zheng Yin quickly succumbed to the effects of alcohol, his tongue thickening in his mouth, having never encountered such a scene before. He observed the elderly man, referred to as the president, divulging everything he knew. When Zheng Yin attempted to engage in conversation about the maidens, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept past him from behind. A girl with red hair, dressed in an odd manner resembling a zombie, abruptly appeared and forcefully slapped him on the shoulder. In an instant, Zheng Yan's drunkenness evaporated, and he glanced around to gauge the reactions of others, sensing that this girl was only visible to him. "Who are you?" Zheng Yan attempted to strike up a conversation, only to hear a sharp sound as blood poured from the president's body, green shards scattering across the floor. The girl then vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there. The president's complexion turned pale, and he appeared exceedingly unwell. Zheng Yin recognized that expression all too well. Once, he had saved for a long time to purchase a graphics card at a great cost, only to find it utterly non-functional upon his first eager attempt to connect it. The acrid smell of burnt components had filled the air. My treasure, realizing what had transpired, Zheng Yin frantically extracted the incorrectly connected graphics card, but it was too late. That item worth thousands had been ruined by his own hands, leaving him in a foul mood for an entire month. Reflecting on it now, he still felt a pang of regret. The president, Qian Duoduo, exhibited a state of distress reminiscent of Zheng Yan's past misfortune, as if he had swallowed a dead, Rat.in Lu Ning's words. Even when his father passed away, he had never felt such sorrow. President, Zheng Yin softly called out, until a nearby staff member prompted the president to awaken from his reverie. "Oh, I'm fine," the president replied, patting his chest and forcing a smile. How could it break? How could it break? In the ensuing moments, Zheng Yan's inebriation had completely dissipated. He refrained from mentioning the maidens, simply stating that they had dispersed and were nowhere to be found. The president did not press further. Having realized through this probing that Zheng Yan was oblivious to the machinations at play, as for this seemingly amiable yet profound president, Zheng Yan began to harbor a sense of wariness. From the moment he entered this chamber, he felt as though he had fallen into a trap set by others. Relying on his formidable abilities, he dismissed these concerns and chose to indulge in the festivities. Knowing he would soon depart, however, upon the girl's appearance, he sensed no hostility from her, yet it was the shards that quickened his heartbeat. After the banquet, Zheng Yin successfully attained the title of Platinum-level Adventurer and received all the rewards from this mission, over 100 gold coins. That night, Zheng Yin excused himself, claiming he needed to meditate for a few days and requested not to be disturbed before sealing the door, but he inspected the mirror and, having thoroughly checked the room upon his departure, discovered surveillance devices. What were these individuals up to? Remembering the warning from the White Wolf King about strange figures during his retreat, Zheng Yin felt uneasy that he took out a barrier and gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'll just seek out that fellow next time. Having made up his mind, Zheng Yin utilized his second chance, summoning a multitude of shadowy figures. These functional retainers could exist for an extended period. Zheng Yin instructed them to covertly gather materials for constructing a village and various weapons for use in the days to come. He then concealed his body and aura, quietly exiting the room to locate the most clandestine chamber within the Adventurers Association. This room was situated on the 5th floor of the association, entirely crafted from a special metal that could completely isolate any sound. After an unsuccessful attempt to use his super hearing, Zheng Yin was compelled to employ his abilities, that he rendered his body ethereal, allowing passers-by to pass through him without noticing that as he ascended higher, the number of people dwindled until he reached the 5th floor, where only a handful of fully armed guards patrolled. That must be the place. Zheng Yin fixated on a specially designed door and slipped through, entering a spacious room. This chamber appeared to cover several hundred square feet, partitioned into multiple sections by walls, featuring various entertainment devices and beautiful companions. The flickering multicolored lights within the room gave Zheng Yin the sensation of having arrived in Macau, to his astonishment. The Adventurers Association, which seemed glamorous on the surface, concealed such an unsightly aspect. Judging by the attire of those within, they did not resemble the 3rd floor's clientele. They looked more akin to the affluent district Zheng Yin had never visited. They congregated in groups, some drinking, some engaging in games of chance, and others participating in activities that could not be described. Zheng Yin covered his eyes and exited the area, deducing that the president was likely in another room. After a thorough search, Zheng Yin finally located Qian Duoduo in a conference room. Aside from him, there was a wealthy-looking man whom Zheng Yin found strikingly familiar, and he delved into his memories, tracing back to the day he had first arrived in Caucasus City. This man was the one who had towered above others. Seated in a fur-lined chair, the man leisurely savored a glass of red wine, his face radiating enjoyment. In stark contrast, Qian Duoduo appeared distraught, clutching a stone in his hands while muttering complaints about counterfeit goods, demanding refunds and returns. Chapter 22. Homeward bound, Qian Duoduo's actions oscillated between glancing at the stone and voicing grievances to the man beside him. The man's demeanor remained affable, not stooping to Qian Duoduo's level. After finishing his wine, he casually inquired, "So, how is my esteemed president? Was today's affair relatively smooth?" Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo's discomfort intensified. Everything had been proceeding according to plan. Yet that fellow named Zheng Yin displayed no cunning whatsoever. What noise is that? Suddenly, he felt a cold breeze brush against his neck. Zheng Yin was up to mischief. "Who are you calling brainless?" Zheng Yin contemplated revealing himself to seize the man's neck and deliver a couple of resounding slaps, but ultimately decided against it. Patience, I shall endure. The two resumed their conversation. All things considered, we still profited. Did we not? The man rotated a walnut in his hand, polished to a sheen. Those goblins have long been a source of trouble. Were it not for the need to guard against neighboring countries, I would personally lead troops to eradicate them. Qian Duoduo scoffed, seemingly possessing his own opinions. Do you genuinely believe the Adventurers Association cannot manage them? He gestured towards the wall adorned with numerous honor certificates. While that gigantic creature may possess formidable strength, dispatching a diamond-level powerhouse should suffice for victory. However, Qian Duoduo pivoted his discourse. The goblin lairs are close to the neighboring country, and 4/5 of those consumed are from their side. This arrangement is a surefire profit, is it not? It's just unfortunate that this young man disrupted our plans that I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable that he spoke of strength. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes that on another note, he is indeed quite malleable. A mere flattering compliment and a bit of sweet talk will suffice to manipulate him. Suddenly, the entire room trembled without warning. What on earth is happening? The man furrowed his brow, summoning guards who conducted a thorough search, confirming that all was safe. Could it be that I am overly anxious? He placed the walnut on the table and instinctively tightened the already secure curtains. All right. The man turned his head and inquired of Qian Duoduo, have you thoroughly investigated the background of the individual named Zheng Yin? Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo extended his hand and retrieved a detailed dossier from his backpack. Zheng Yin, upon glancing at it, nearly burst into laughter. It was the fabricated information prepared for him by Chen Donghua. The document stated, name, Zheng Yin, age, 26, place of birth, Yulong City, Kingdom of Khwarezm. Position, family military heritage, along with records of multiple service engagements. Isn't this ridiculous? Watching the two of them study the document with utmost seriousness, occasionally nodding in agreement, he could hardly contain himself. The background appears quite pristine. Perhaps, the man was about to say something when Qian Duoduo interrupted him. Your Excellency, the City Lord. This was Zheng Yan's first encounter with a man's esteemed identity, that do not forget the status of those around you. Even the strongest among us must adhere to the rules, mustn't they? The man's expression was one of regret. Alas, what a pity that he then pointed at a pile of fragments and casually scribbled a note, tossing it in front of Qian Duoduo. President. The man turned his back to the elated Qian Duoduo and said, although I am unaware of how this came to be, I bear some responsibility. Please ensure Zheng Yan's safety. Consider it my compensation. With that, he reclined in a comfortable chair and ceased to speak, while Qian Duoduo, who had benefited, repeatedly nodded in agreement. Zheng Yan, overhearing the gist, realized that the man was the city lord, and that the goblin nest had seemingly always been a grand scheme, that it was no wonder the elder had warned to remain vigilant against others, that he had come to fully comprehend the meaning of that phrase. Damn it, this is infuriating. On the verge of returning, Zheng Yan felt a pent-up energy within his chest. If he did not release it, it would adversely affect his subsequent endeavors. The retaliation had commenced. Come forth, with a flash of red light before Zheng Yan. A creature engulfed in flames emerged from the hexagonal magic circle. Its form was but half the size of Zheng Yan, its crimson body displaying massive muscles. A fearsome visage, elongated horns, and a pair of bat-like wings that evoked thoughts of two dreadful words. Demon. Zheng Yan had expended nearly a third of his magical power to summon it. As long as it did not perish, it could exist indefinitely. Master, what are your commands? The demon's appearance rendered the atmosphere around them peculiar, as it bowed respectfully to Zheng Yan, inquiring about the purpose of its summoning. Your name is Flame Demon, correct? Zheng Yan scrutinized it. Indeed, Master, the Flame Demon replied truthfully. Very well, Flame Demon, I have a task for you. That he led the demon to the window and pointed toward the bustling city below. I have heard that your kind feasts upon the wicked. From this day forth, this city shall be your buffet. Zheng Yan emphasized one point. Remember, do not indiscriminately kill the innocent or harm the kind-hearted. With that, a slight smile graced his lips. Through this web of schemes, I intend to demonstrate that before absolute power, all else is futile. Meanwhile, the procurement efforts were nearing completion. Zheng Yan instructed his subordinates to stockpile provisions and acquire additional necessities. He then navigated a series of obstacles before returning to the real world. Upon entering his rented apartment, Zheng Yin noted the time, 11:57 p.m., realizing he was about to miss the agreed hour. He took out his phone, prepared to send a message, but hesitated. "Did I know you were watching me?" Zheng Yin said, gesturing towards the ceiling. "Inform your boss that I concur with his proposal. We shall discuss the details at the company tomorrow." With that, he activated the air conditioning and fell into a deep slumber. Had he sent a text message, it was likely that Song Jiang would employ another disappearing act with the data, jeopardizing the items Zheng Yin had painstakingly recovered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Lianhai, who had been vigilantly waiting, finally received word from above. "Zheng Yin has returned and agreed to join us. Please regroup swiftly." A simple sentence left Jiang Lianhai feeling a mix of emotions, overwhelmed with frustration. After frantically typing a response, she ultimately deleted it all. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Lianhai washed her weary face, her handsome features marred by several swollen mosquito bites. "I will remember this grievance." That night, Zheng Yin dreamt vividly, his consciousness powerful enough to discern the difference between dream and reality. Did I end this dream? He found himself back in the mountain gorge where the Demon King had once brought him. The water was frigid, and Zheng Yin gradually sank deeper. Yet someone came to rescue him. This time, however, he clearly recognized her visage. Red hair, a petite frame. Wasn't she the zombie girl he had encountered at the Adventurers Guild? The girl squeezed the water from his chest, and upon seeing him awaken, revealed a pair of small, tiger-like teeth and smiled sweetly. Who are you?" Zheng Yin managed to ask, suppressing the sensation of water entering his nostrils. "Me," the girl pointed to herself. "From now on, I will always be by your side. It all depends on the fun you can bring." Chapter 23, Psychological Warfare. With that, she unexpectedly shoved Zheng Yin, sending him plunging back into the clear, yet unfathomable waters. Blub, blub, blub. In bed, Zheng Yin experienced the sensation of his mouth opening and closing, shouting loudly enough to wake the other tenants. "Are you kidding me? What time is it? And you still want tea? Let anyone sleep." A gruff voice from next door bellowed in irritation. The soundproofing in the apartment was utterly inadequate. Zheng Yin weighed the coins in his bag. It's time to find a new place and pursue a better life. He donned his clothes and soared into the sky, relishing the exhilaration that accompanied this newfound power. Faster, even faster. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Yin ascended tens of thousands of meters into the air, on the verge of breaking through the atmosphere and reaching outer space. The friction with the atmosphere caused his body temperature to surge rapidly. One could fry an egg on his skin in an instant. "Young friend, do not go any further." Faintly, Zheng Yin spotted a golden figure hovering not far from him. He turned his gaze toward it and recognized a familiar face. Wasn't he the spirit speaker who had previously joined forces with the Birdman to attack him? What was his name again? Zheng Yin flew over, and the spirit speaker, seemingly unwilling to engage in battle, continued to dissuade him. "Have you been sent by Song Jiang to spy on me?" Zheng Yin asked knowingly. "No," the spirit speaker shook his head, "that I merely observe that your control over your power is insufficient. Recklessly pushing your limits will only result in irreparable harm." His tone was earnest. "Oh, so you're quite a decent fellow." Zheng Yin found no reason to argue. Having decided to join, he felt respect was due. After both flew back to the ground, the spirit speaker began muttering incantations. Soon, he was enveloped in a small whirlwind of sand. And when the dust settled, his previous attire had vanished, replaced by that of an ordinary old man. "Let us go. The boss has been waiting for you for quite some time." While Zheng Yin pondered whether the old man was employing a transformation technique or an illusion, the elder gestured for him to follow, leading him into a dilapidated building. "Wait, aren't we heading to the company?" Zheng Yin stopped him to ask, "Do you wish to return to that place and do manual labor?" The elder continued onward, turning his back on Zheng Yin as he retorted, "No, I never want to do that again." Zheng Yin fell silent and trailed behind the elder. They traversed a stretch of ruins that had once been a thriving area, now desolate due to certain circumstances. Zheng Yin felt a mix of lament for the fates of those who had perished, along with a sense of relief that he had no money. After walking several more steps, they spotted a convoy of cars parked nearby. Surrounded by patrolling figures clad in black sunglasses, that IT seemed quite a significant operation. Under the elder's guidance, Zheng Yin approached alone. Each floor required careful searches to prevent the concealment of any dangerous items. Yet, Zheng Yin himself was the most dangerous entity of all. An atomic bomb on land. Was this merely a formality? Having come this far, Zheng Yin complied with all checks, finally encountering the man once more. Song Jiang lounged in a chair at a desk, seemingly at ease despite the desolation around him. There were no windows. Yet luxurious furnishings adorned the space, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Beside Song Jiang stood 3 individuals. In addition to Jiang Xueqing, there was a blond youth and a figure clad in a red lightning bodysuit, wearing a mask. Judging by his muscular legs, he appeared to be a speedster, .AS for the blonde. Zheng Yin recognized him from the golden armor he wore and the Birdman helmet he held. It was clear he still remembered the grudge from a few days prior. His gaze fixated on Zheng Yin with a desire for revenge. "Hello, everyone." Zheng Yin initiated the greeting, standing awkwardly as he pondered what to say. Should they discuss salaries? Wasn't it impolite to talk business upon first meeting? He contemplated. Sigh, what is this? Is this how you treat your guests? As Song Jiang, who had been seated all along, finally spoke up, he called out to those below, and soon after, someone appeared carrying a few items. 2 stools, a folding table, along with cola, red tea, and an assortment of fried meats, all placed before Zheng Yin. "Please, help yourself." Song Jiang took a seat opposite him and promptly seized a chicken leg to sample. Noticing Zheng Yan's reluctance to partake, he added, "Oh, you needn't mind them. These individuals are quite spoiled, unlike us. They are unaccustomed to such fare." As he spoke, he personally tore off a piece of chicken leg and offered it to Zheng Yin. "It might not be the best choice for breakfast, but isn't life all about seeking joy?" Song Jiang chuckled heartily. Zheng Yan's throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed, captivated by the spread before him, which consisted of his favorite dishes. Song Jiang exuded no semblance of authority. Rather, he resembled a friendly neighbor, a fact that inspired no sense of trepidation. His stomach grumbled audibly, and without further ado, Zheng Yin began to devour the food voraciously. Meanwhile, Song Jiang kept busy, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, thereby bridging the gap between them. Once they had consumed every morsel, Song Jiang instructed his subordinates to clear the remnants that he refrained from broaching the topic of recruitment and instead pulled out his phone to make a call. It was now 7:30 in the morning, and many had already begun their daily routines that a coarse male voice came through the line, sounding both familiar and foreign to Zheng Yin. "Hello, is this Zheng Yin's nephew?" The warm tone sparked a memory. It belonged to the village chief. What could the village chief want with Song Jiang? After confirming Zheng Yan's identity, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the gentle voice of his mother, "My child." Zheng Yin exclaimed, as the others in the room, under Song Jiang's guidance, exited the floor. The conversation between mother and son was filled with joy. And Zheng Yin learned a great deal. It turned out that just the day prior, Song Jiang had dispatched someone to his village to spread the word, informing everyone that Zheng Yin had achieved success. Presently, he held a stable position in a significant national role. The once maligned poor boy had become an object of envy among the villagers. Last night, his mother had wanted to call him to verify the truth. But the village chief had intervened, suggesting it would be better for her son to share the news directly. She had agreed, staying awake all night in anticipation of this call, on the other end. She recounted the various benefits provided by the state. Unlimited rations of rice, flour, and oil, along with substantial sums of money during holidays. She even began to contemplate finding Zheng Yin a partner to bear grandchildren. "My child, you must work diligently and not disappoint your superiors." Listening to her voice, Zheng Yan's eyes grew misty. "Yes, rest assured, I will," he promised, his voice wavering, before chatting with her a while longer and reminding her to take care before hanging up. In that moment, Zheng Yan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Despite everything, he was merely an ordinary person, with vulnerabilities that could easily be exploited. That moment, Song Jiang, having noticed the commotion, approached him and sat down. "So, my brother, do you have anything you wish to convey?" he inquired. Zheng Yin hesitated, wanting to propose certain conditions but finding the words eluding him. "Not fret. My brother," Song Jiang reassured him warmly. "Our organization operates entirely under the auspices of the state. Once you join, you will be safeguarded and will suffer no loss." Chapter 24. The capable ones on the highway. A black official vehicle sped along, flanked by several others disguised as ordinary cars. Zheng Yin sat in the back seat alongside Song Jiang, with a staff member driving and Zhang Lianhai in the passenger seat. "How are you feeling, brother? Are you unwell?" Song Jiang asked with concern. Instructing the driver to slow down and kindly rolling down the window, as Zheng Yin felt the refreshing breeze from outside. He began to feel much better. Earlier, Song Jiang had introduced him to various benefits associated with the organization. As a state-sanctioned entity, every employee's annual salary was measured in billions. When Zheng Yin heard that figure, he was taken aback, nearly forgetting his own identity. Wow, he thought to himself. Even if he deposited his entire year's salary in the bank, the interest alone would suffice to keep him well-fed and clothed. Subsequently, Song Jiang proposed taking him to a secret base, intending to host a simple, welcoming ceremony for his induction. Thus, they set off on their journey to the base. After traveling for approximately 4 to 5 hours, Zheng Yin dozed off, and Song Jiang kindly draped a coat over him for warmth. When he awoke, it was already afternoon, and they had arrived at the seaside. "Let's grab a bite to eat first," Song Jiang said as he exited the vehicle, while the three individuals from before had mysteriously vanished. He led Zheng Yin to a pleasant restaurant for a light meal. Following this, they drove onto a ferry. The vessel appeared no different from other boats docked at the port. But once inside, it revealed itself to be a mobile fortress, with crew members who were all Song Jiang's subordinates. After disembarking, they wound their way through the interior of the ship until they finally halted before a submarine. "I apologize, brother," Song Jiang consoled him. "Our base is relatively secretive, which necessitates a few procedures." Zheng Yin, now thoroughly disoriented, groggily followed Song Jiang into the submarine. The interior of the submarine was reasonably well equipped, featuring several private resting quarters in addition to the pilot. Zheng Yin sat inside, gazing out at the scenery through the window. However, as they remained near the dock, the murky water obscured his view, leaving him only with a sense of the ocean's oppressive presence. Beep, beep. As the alert sounded overhead, the submarine began its descent into the depths of the ocean, revealing a secret base before their eyes. "Brother, we have arrived," Song Jiang announced. Zheng Yin observed the time display flickering above, realizing he had been on the road for quite some time, since their early morning departure. It was now past 6 in the evening. After arranging for Zheng Yin to rest briefly in a lounge, Song Jiang escorted him to a conference room where others had been waiting for some time. Before the gathered assembly, Song Jiang introduced Zheng Yin to the organization's history and mission. It turned out that individuals with special abilities had existed throughout history, with various theories regarding their origins. Some believed it to be a result of genetic mutation, while others thought it stemmed from divine blessings. Yet the true nature remained shrouded in mystery. The organization had been established during World War II, secretly seeking capable individuals to alleviate wartime challenges. Subsequently, it was taken over by new forces which continued to address various supernatural phenomena in the shadows. Over the years, they had diligently studied these individuals, attempting to uncover crucial information, though their efforts had ultimately yielded no results. This phenomenon appeared to be an uncontrollable occurrence. Noticing Zheng Yin's pallor, Song Jiang quickly reassured him. "However, you need not worry that we only draw a small amount of blood during routine health examinations for research purposes. Moreover, very few are willing to undertake such seemingly hopeless tasks nowadays." Following this, Song Jiang introduced Zheng Yin to the other members and their abilities. First among them was a familiar face, Li Zixuan. Known as the Sun God, he possessed the ability to manipulate heat, fire, and flight, making him a formidable asset within the organization. "Hello," Li Zixuan said reluctantly as Song Jiang gestured for him to greet Zheng Yin. Then provocatively whispered, "Kid, you best watch yourself. I'll be keeping an eye on you." Zheng Yin merely smiled in response to the provocation, while inwardly plotting how to teach Li Zixuan a lesson. Next was the linguist Zhang Jian, whose abilities included flight, healing, super defense, and mind control, often turning the tide in critical moments. "I've heard much about you, Zheng Yin," Zhang Jian said, his demeanor markedly more amiable and humble, recognizing the wisdom that comes with age and the importance of not provoking someone like Zheng Yin. After introducing these two, Song Jiang continued with others, such as Zhao Bin, known for his super speed, and Sun Ning, who could alter his physical properties based on his surroundings. When it came to Jiang Lianhai, Song Jiang seemed to emphasize her introduction deliberately. Unlike the others, Jiang Lianhai possessed no superpowers. Her presence in the organization was solely the result of hard work and perseverance. She had repeatedly claimed titles in karate, sanda, taekwondo, and various running, jumping, and weightlifting competitions. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, she was powerful enough to deliver a fatal blow to a full-grown bull. To achieve such honors was indeed a form of superpower in its own right. Compared to the others, Zheng Yin held Zhang Lianhai in particularly high regard. Once all introductions were complete, someone suggested that Zheng Yin share details about his own abilities. Scratching his head, Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you familiar with the term Zhugeran?" Upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Song Jiang's countenance shifted dramatically, and he swiftly covered Zheng Yin's mouth and hastened to clarify. Brother Zheng Yin is referring to Superman. You all know of him, correct? Following his words, with the exception of Li Zixuan, the others exhibited expressions of sudden enlightenment. They eagerly urged Zheng Yin to demonstrate his abilities. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Zheng Yin was reluctantly pulled into a spacious training room, where he effortlessly unleashed a scorching heat ray. Whoosh, wherever the crimson beam struck, all targets were incinerated to charred remains. That Li Zixuan, driven by a competitive spirit, suddenly shoved Zheng Yin, unleashing a burst of energy from his palm. Boom! The specially crafted metallic floor resonated with a thunderous sound, its smooth surface scorched black. Did you see that? He gestured proudly, yet no one paid him any heed. Now I understand why no one respects him. Zheng Yin mused silently. He keenly observed Song Jiang's expression, noting his resigned demeanor as he refrained from curtailing Li Zixuan's antics. From the outset of the meeting, Song Jiang had exhibited remarkable tolerance towards Li Zixuan, leading Zheng Yin to realize that when one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, even the most influential figures may extend a modicum of respect. Subsequently, Zheng Yin engaged in a speed contest with Zhao Bin, known as Tornado. Although Zhao Bin appeared sluggish in Zheng Yin's eyes akin to a turtle, Zheng Yin intentionally conceded. After all, social niceties hold significant weight. That day, Zheng Yin gleaned much wisdom from Song Jiang. Chapter 25. Good friend Zheng Yin declined the invitation for a gathering, as the members of this organization harbored their own agendas, rendering such social events unnecessary. They then sat together for a conversation, ostensibly to strengthen their bonds. Yet in truth, it was a display of boasting. Each individual regaled Zheng Yin with tales of their missions and the enemies they had vanquished. Following each account, a select few would applaud, indicating the presence of various cliques. Only during Li Zixuan's boasting did the others either engage in their own conversations or turn away in disinterest. That I seemed to be grasping something, Zheng Yin reflected. After the meeting adjourned, Song Jiang informed Zheng Yin that he had pressing matters to attend to and arranged for Li Lianhai to escort him on a tour. The underwater base was vast, triangular in shape, completely submerged beneath the water. Upon first sight, Zheng Yin thought it bore a striking resemblance to TPC's exterior. The base was divided into numerous areas, including training zones, equipment sections, conference rooms, general personnel quarters, special forces areas, and relaxation spaces. That it was too much to explore in a single visit, and Li Lianhai, claiming fatigue, suggested a pause for rest. Zheng Yin was skeptical, as the champion of the competition hardly seemed the type to tire easily. Nevertheless, since she had made the suggestion, he felt it impolite to refuse. They settled into a section furnished with massage chairs, each taking a seat. This is delightful, Zheng Yin exclaimed, having encountered such devices in various places, but never indulging due to their cost. Now he could revel in the experience. Zheng Yin, do you know why I bear this name? As he contemplated future matters, Li Lianhai suddenly posed an unusual question, leaving Zheng Yin at a loss for words. Noticing Zheng Yin's silence, Li Lianhai chuckled, her tone softening to that of a young girl. People often say my personality is overly proud, but there is a reason for it. With that, she produced a round iron box containing a decayed lotus seed. What is this? Zheng Yin felt a sharp pain in his head as memories surged forth. The object appeared commonplace, yet he vividly recalled certain events, his thoughts transported back over a decade. That year, he was merely a 7-year-old child, having attended kindergarten for only a year, and it was during summer break. Life in the village was filled with joy, catching cicadas, playing hide-and-seek, or begging his grandmother for a few coins to buy large ice creams. Each time he savored the fragrant taro flavor, young Zheng Yin felt as though he possessed the entire world. That, of course, the village children had one cardinal rule instilled by their parents. They must never swim in the river. Unaware of the dangers and fueled by a rebellious spirit, they often sneaked off to a nearby stream. Zheng Yin could not swim, He could only sit by the water's edge, watching his friends frolic. "Hello, may I join you?" A girl's voice rang out, prompting Zheng Yin to look up and see a girl of similar age standing before them. She wore simple clothing, her hair tied in a basic ponytail, and her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing. The other children ceased their play, regarding the unfamiliar girl. "Where are you from?" one of them inquired. The girl smiled, responding, "I live in a nearby city, here on vacation." The children began to bombard her with questions, to which she answered each one. To Zheng Yin, captivated by the girl, felt an inexplicable fondness welling up within him as he watched his friends encircle her. Eager to befriend her, Zheng Yin felt a pang of urgency of being sidelined. I can take you to pick lotus pods. You've never been, right?" He spoke with two contrasting tones, the first bold to attract attention, then timid as he realized the implications of his invitation. "Oh, you mean those things that grow in flowers?" The girl's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, while the others fell silent, aware that the village's lotus pond had an owner, a rather fierce-looking village guardian. Should they be caught, a light reprimand would be the least of their worries. At worst, they would face a sound thrashing from their parents. "He's lying. Don't listen to him," came the mocking voices from nearby friends who could not fathom that the typically timid Zheng Yin would dare to undertake such an adventure. "Are you trying to deceive me?" The girl ignored the taunts, earnestly questioning Zheng Yin. After uttering those words, he regretted it. Yet perhaps for the sake of pride, or perhaps in the hope of gaining a new friend. Zheng Yin blushed and mustered the courage to declare, "I'm not." "Come with me." With that, the girl, amidst the cheers of his friends, dashed off with Zheng Yin. He vaguely remembered that day. They succeeded but were ultimately caught. The guardian of the lotus pond did not scold them as he had feared. Instead, he warmly invited the two children inside, engaging them in charming conversation across the generational divide. As they departed, he gifted them a generous handful of lotus pods, instructing them to return often. Beneath his fierce exterior lay a kind heart. "I understand, sir." As dusk fell, Zheng Yin reluctantly bid farewell, having learned the girl's name, Jiang Shuipiao. What a lovely name! From that day forth, Zheng Yin and Jiang Shuipiao became fast friends. They spent their days playing with string games, jumping rope, or visiting the elder to listen to tales of the journey to the west and the Three Kingdoms. In retrospect, it was indeed a splendid summer. However, one day, when Zheng Yin visited her grandmother's house as usual, he noticed unfamiliar white sails hanging from the low-roofed house. When he called out for Jiang Shuipiao, there was no response. Young Zheng Yin felt an ominous shift. His beloved grandfather had also vanished suddenly. The memory of his grandfather's body being taken for cremation, adorned with the same white decorations that now hung in the house, haunted him eternally. That he only knew that his grandfather had departed from his life. "Shui, Shui!" Zheng Yin shouted, desperately trying to summon his friend, but instead he was met with the grim faces of his parents, who sighed as they led him home. From that day forth, Zheng Yin never saw Jiang Shuipiao again. Time flew by like an arrow, the days and months slipping away. The lotus seed before him was the last remnant of those he had never consumed. Who would have thought he would encounter it here today? Could it be? Zheng Yin gazed at the woman before him, both familiar and foreign. She was a far cry from the fragile girl he had once known. Indeed, as the saying goes, a girl changes greatly as she matures. Jiang Lianhai's expression confirmed Zheng Yan's thoughts as she covered her face with her hand, laughing, then scrutinizing him. "But to be honest, when I first heard that name from the boss, you immediately came to mind. Yet upon meeting, I was still uncertain due to the vast changes you've undergone. How shall I put it?" Jiang Lianhai pondered aloud. "The you of your, albeit timid, was still quite cheerful. Unlike now, even with your newfound strength, you still seem to, well, I suppose it could be termed as ingratiating," she concluded. Her words struck deep, yet Zheng Yin felt no anger. "You are correct," Zheng Yin replied. "Some aspects are the result of years of accumulation. This stone has long since lost its sharp edges. Restoring my former self is not something that can be accomplished in a moment." Chapter 26. The recording. The truth. What he truly wished to convey was that he had never desired to become this version of himself. Yet certain events had been predestined, unless someone intervened. "Why did you suddenly disappear back then?" After a brief exchange, Zheng Yin broached the question that had plagued him for years. "Then, may I first pose a question to you?" Jiang Lianhai's eyes were tinged with red as she retorted, "How many years have you signed a contract with those fellows, and what was the cost?" It was a peculiar question, leaving Zheng Yin utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? He inquired. Oh, never mind. Everyone has their own privacy. I can understand. She shook her head, observing Zheng Yin's demeanor and mistakenly believing he was deliberately evading her inquiry. Without pressing further, she began to reminisce. Back then, did my parents have a chance to bring me back to our hometown? The joy we experienced was truly pure, she continued. However, due to certain circumstances, our family became the target of a group of villains. That night, after parting ways with you, they stormed into my home, and then, Jiang Lianhai's voice quivered with suppressed sobs. At this point, Zheng Yin chose not to press her further, instead offering her comfort. The young Zheng Yin had kept this incident in his heart, even researching it online when he was old enough that he only knew that a significant incident had occurred in their village, briefly making it to the newspapers. Yet, for reasons unknown, the matter had quickly been buried, leaving him to gather scanned information from forums and message boards. Could it be? Jiang Lianhai, this seemingly resilient woman, wiped away her tears and found an excuse to leave, leaving Zheng Yin surrounded by a whirlwind of questions. Fragments of a puzzle began to converge, yet he could not piece them together. Boss, could you enlighten me? After she had departed, Zheng Yin called out to a corner, where Song Jiang emerged with an air of briskness. So, how's the reminiscing going? He asked politely, then leaned in closer to whisper, Little brother, although this is the base, it isn't particularly safe. Shall we take a stroll? Zheng Yin glanced around, seeing nothing amiss, yet Song Jiang's demeanor suggested he harbored unspoken concerns. The two walked side by side and naturally found their way to Song Jiang's office. Once inside, Song Jiang surveyed the room, then pressed a button, causing a door to a secret chamber to open with a soft click. Come, he beckoned, leading Zheng Yin inside, after which the door closed behind them. This was evidently Song Jiang's private domain, adorned with various honors and a collection of weaponry. Zheng Yin touched the items, filled with curiosity. Little brother, feel free to take whatever catches your eye. No need to report back to me, Song Jiang generously offered, but Zheng Yin declined that he was not there for trivial pursuits. He sought vital information. After they settled down with a cup of tea, Song Jiang retrieved a hefty stack of documents from his desk, newspapers and other materials. The articles chronicled a horrific massacre that had occurred 18 years prior, the victims being a distinguished couple of scientists and their elderly parents. Zheng Yin immediately recognized the elderly figure in the photograph as Jiang Lianhai's grandmother. Whenever he inquired about that family, his father would always deflect with tales of them enjoying a life in the city. The horrifying truth struck him, he had grasped some of this when he began his research. But being directly informed was still a bitter pill to swallow. I recall that family being quite wonderful, Zheng Yin said, his tone laden with sorrow. He bowed his head for a moment of silence before continuing to peruse the other documents. Jiang Liye, a nationally renowned scientist, a researcher in genetic mutation inheritance, with numerous groundbreaking inventions that significantly contributed to the scientific community. Liu Chen, an outstanding scholar in renewable energy, former academician at the Academy of Sciences, the initial proponent of cold fusion fission, and successfully created a prototype. Goodness, how impressive! Zheng Yin exclaimed, a sense of reverence swelling within him that if these two were still alive, they would undoubtedly drive forth a new wave of innovation. Yet a question arose in his mind, and he turned to Song Jiang. Such pivotal figures in research, was there truly no one to secretly ensure their safety? Song Jiang regarded him with an odd look, as if to say, why ask what you already know? Then he posed a question akin to Jiang Lianhai's. Little brother, what kind of contract have you signed? Zheng Yin sighed. Song Jiang's demeanor was entirely different from the calm exterior he maintained in public. He seemed determined to extract answers. Thus, Zheng Yin relayed the unspoken words he had withheld from Jiang Lianhai. I'm sorry, boss, but I don't understand why you and she keep bringing this up. That I truly, honestly have not signed any contract. Realizing his rudeness, Song Jiang sincerely apologized. That he continued, how could we not assign protection for such individuals? Yet, there are indeed matters beyond our control. With that, Song Jiang gestured for Zheng Yin to continue examining the stack of documents. The following pages detailed various disasters that had transpired across the nation in recent years, officially attributed to natural causes. However, accompanying each incident was an image of a monstrous creature. Their forms varied, reminiscent of the mythical beings chronicled in ancient texts. As he reached the most recent entries, Zheng Yin was struck by a familiar scene. a colossal red figure amid city center buildings. Wasn't that the very event discussed in his colleagues' group chat? Messages in the green bubble group vanished after 2 minutes. Yet by the next day, all traces of that event had disappeared, and his co-workers acted as if they were oblivious. He had initially thought he was confusing dream with reality, but now it seemed all too real. What is this image? Zheng Yin asked Song Jiang, seeking clarity on its authenticity, wondering if it had been doctored. To his surprise, Song Jiang fixed him with a steady gaze. Then he retrieved a remote control and displayed footage resembling surveillance video. The date and time in the upper left corner corresponded to the day Zheng Yin had encountered that elderly gentleman. At precisely 2 in the morning, Zheng Yin appeared on screen, swaying slightly as he gazed at something invisible that he then entered a convenience store. After emerging, he wandered to a spot, inexplicably tossing something aside and mumbling to himself while snacking. The footage lingered for over 10 minutes, depicting him sitting in a daze. Were it not for the occasional gust of wind stirring nearby objects and flickering lights, he might have thought the recording had frozen. Then the most shocking moment unfolded. The image zoomed out, transitioning from surveillance footage to satellite recording. The location remained unchanged as Zheng Yin suddenly grasped his body, letting out a scream, and then began to swell alarmingly, ultimately transforming into the creature depicted in the image. Panic ensued, with witnesses scattering in terror, while the military stood poised for action. Just as they had readied their weapons to strike, Zheng Yin vanished, and the screen was overtaken by static this. Zheng Yin, unwilling to accept what he saw, replayed the footage at first. He believed it to be edited, but Song Jiang's serious expression conveyed the stark truth. It was all real. He was, indeed, the fabled monster. Chapter 27. Reflections on the Past. Brother, do not be afraid, Song Jiang approached, soothing Zheng Yin and urging him to take a seat. The events depicted here did indeed occur, but they are now in the past. He explained to the bewildered Zheng Yan. Do you understand why we inquired about your contract, and why Lianhai has been so distant with you? Zheng Yin shook his head, uncertain, yet he sensed that this matter was inextricably linked to the Demon Clan. Song Jiang settled down and began to recount the story's intricate details. Since ancient times, the monsters chronicled in old texts have existed in reality. They did not evolve from animals, but rather mutated from humans. It is possible that there exists a more advanced civilization within this world, one that frequently descends upon us to wreak havoc. Though their motives remain unclear, life is fraught with challenges. It is inevitable to experience suppressed emotions. It is said that when these emotions peak, those beings will appear. They will offer a non-reversible contract, allowing the signatory to unleash their frustrations, only to ultimately sell their soul and become mere puppets obeying commands. You might be wondering, how could anyone be so foolish? Song Jiang asked Zheng Yin. Think back to your experiences and emotions that night, and you will understand. Zheng Yin pondered deeply. Faced with an urgent batch of tasks at work, enduring relentless overtime and verbal abuse from his superiors, he had indeed contemplated succumbing to impulse. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. This line of thought led him to realize that someone could very well reach a breaking point, losing control of their body. Are you saying I was chosen too? Zheng Yin inquired, astonished. Indeed, Song Jiang affirmed with a nod to as I mentioned. This process is irreversible. Yet curiously, you reverted back not long after. Thus, I pondered whether you, at the last moment, refrained from signing the contract and instead awakened extraordinary powers. Zheng Yin chuckled. Perhaps indeed. His disguise was feeble, easily seen through by Song Jiang. Yet the latter chose not to expose it. How should Zheng Yin respond? He could hardly confess the truth, stating that he signed a trivial contract and became a sovereign of the century. By the way, I recall Chen Donghua mentioning that the other sovereigns of the century have all converged here, which must be closely related to them. But how does this matter tie in with the tragic fate of Jiang Lianhai's parents? Zheng Yin gestured toward the documents, perplexed that it was evident that Song Jiang felt disappointment, and reluctantly, he continued to elucidate that I have mentioned that once those individuals transform, they become subservient, and their manifestations are dictated by their innermost desires. Do you know why we possess such intricate knowledge? It is due to the contributions of these two scientists. Song Jiang tenderly caressed the photograph of Jiang Lianhai's parents, seemingly lost in the reverie of a distant past. Prior to their groundbreaking research, our organization only knew of the existence of superpowered individuals, Unable to elucidate the phenomenon of these monstrous transformations, that it was only through their relentless efforts that the truth was unveiled. Albeit at the cost of incurring the wrath of certain vested interests that time. The couple had just achieved a significant breakthrough and were preparing to visit their parents with their daughter after a long absence. For their safety, the organization had dispatched its most elite members to covertly ensure their protection. However, the adversaries proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. That night, coincidentally under heavy rain, a fierce battle erupted. Initially, Team A's superpowered members held the advantage. But as the number of subservients increased, the situation escalated beyond expectations. Out of the 11 dispatched superpowered individuals, only 3 survived, the rest gravely injured, ultimately failing to protect them. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, Jiang Lianhai was rescued. A young child oblivious to the world, witnessed her parents being harmed, terrified to the point of tears. That day, she clutched a lotus seed tightly in her hand as she was brought to this underwater base. Song Jiang gazed at the array of weaponry mounted on the wall, reflecting wistfully. After that day, the high-ranking officials within the base were filled with regret. They pondered that had they not allowed the couple to return, the ensuing tragedy might have been averted. Yet, Song Jiang revealed a somewhat stooped silhouette. What I wish to convey is that given our disparity in power, should they desire it, certain events are inevitable. Thus, since my appointment, I have vigorously recruited various superpowered individuals, irrespective of their pasts, as long as they are willing to serve the nation. Having said that, he turned his body, offering Zheng Yin a bittersweet smile. Brother, do you perceive me as an extremist? This time, it was Zheng Yan's turn to console Song Jiang. Not at all, and Zheng Yin paused for a moment. As someone who has previously undergone transformation, your decision to enlist me must have surmounted considerable obstacles. I am not in a position to judge a person of your stature. After a while, Song Jiang appeared to be in a much better state, that he felt a sense of relief at Zheng Yan's response. There are certain matters I do not wish to conceal from you, Song Jiang stated, placing a hand on Zheng Yan's shoulder. As the first human capable of reverting back, the organization seeks to obtain more information from you. This may facilitate the unfinished work of that coupled at this juncture. Song Jiang's intentions were unmistakably clear, and his demeanor was indeed sincere. I shall grant your request, Your Excellency of the Century. While Zheng Yin contemplated how to reply to Song Jiang, Chen Donghua's voice unexpectedly filled the air. However, Zheng Yin had long since grown accustomed to this. Why, this must be closely tied to the demon realm. Do you not fear retaliation from this side? After a brief silence, a rare sound of laughter emanated from Chen Donghua, tinged with disdain and mockery. Your Excellency, please understand one thing, Chen Donghua remarked. This is not a matter concerning the demon realm. After all, the territory we govern is vast and unbothered by such trivialities. Moreover, their strength is insufficient to stir any significant turmoil that most. It would only impact some other sovereign of the century. His tone exuded excitement, in that case, perhaps you could collaborate with him to eliminate a rival. Hearing such words from him, Zheng Yin felt a sense of relief. He began to grasp the situation. It seemed that from the outset, Chen Donghua had indicated that the demon factions were numerous and not united. Should harm befall others, it would be an event their faction would gladly welcome. Very well. Since Chen Donghua has stated it thus, Zheng Yin saw no reason to object. And no matter how he transformed, he was still a native of this land and was eager to contribute to his country. Then, what would you have me do? Zheng Yin inquired of Song Jiang, feigning contemplation. Shall I undergo blood extraction for research? He then rolled up his sleeves, extending his arm towards Song Jiang. No, Song Jiang promptly intervened, explaining, I have already mentioned that a simple physical examination for research purposes will suffice. Brother, you need not go to such lengths. Chapter 28. Pretense. After their discourse, most of Zheng Yan's inquiries were resolved, and he found Song Jiang to be quite agreeable, at least in the presence of those with power. Zheng Yin was a newcomer and required time to acclimate. He was granted a 2-week respite from tasks. During this period, he was free to wander, provided he reported to the organization, and his salary continued to be dispersed, which was quite humane. Zheng Yin decided to take this opportunity to address matters in the Spirit Earth continent and informed Song Jiang before departing. No problem. Fret not. Song Jiang readily assented, showing no inclination to complicate matters for him. Early the next morning, the organization arranged for Zheng Yin to undergo a physical examination, primarily involving blood tests and electrocardiograms. Among other routine assessments, the results arrived swiftly and were disappointing. Zheng Yin's various indicators were unlike those of ordinary individuals, yet they did not exhibit the mutations characteristic of superpowered beings. This left the scientists perplexed. They had previously captured an individual who had transformed, that person having completely morphed into a monster. Yet Zheng Yin was an anomaly, possessing immense power, yet remaining unaffected on both fronts. There was an issue. Undoubtedly an issue. They sought to extract more of Zheng Yan's internal substances for further study, but Song Jiang sternly refused that we must exercise patience in our endeavors. Otherwise, we will only achieve the opposite of our intentions. He explained. After completing a series of examinations at 9 in the morning, Zheng Yin had just begun his breakfast. He was holding a selection of steamed buns and tofu pudding, searching for a place to dine, when he noticed a figure waving at him with a plate. It was Jiang Lianhai. Her appearance indicated that she had clearly been crying the night before, her eyes swollen. Understanding that she was a person concerned with appearances, Zheng Yin chose not to confront her about it. The two sat opposite each other, consuming their meals. I was in a foul mood yesterday, and I owe you an apology. Just as Zheng Yin was about to finish and leave, Jiang Lianhai shyly uttered these words. Zheng Yin was taken aback. What had she done to him the previous night? Observing her lowered gaze, Zheng Yin replied, "No, it's all right." With her apology accepted, Jiang Lianhai felt considerably lighter and departed with a sense of relief. The difference was remarkable compared to before. Last night, Jiang Lianhai had remarked that Zheng Yin was different from before. Upon reflection, she was indeed the one who had changed the most. Zheng Yin could empathize. Who could maintain a cheerful demeanor while bearing the weight of deep-seated grievances? If the opportunity arose, he still wished to assist this childhood friend. At by noon, Zheng Yin had secured his 2-week leave and, upon finding a secluded location, activated the teleportation device. Virum, Virum, Virum. The journey was the part he detested the most, yet this time it was surprisingly swift. Upon opening his eyes, however, he found himself not in the anticipated Spirit Earth continent, but surrounded by a group of elderly men. They were clad in robes of a peculiar shade, neither wholly black nor entirely red, their white-haired, aged faces intently fixed upon Zheng Yin. Who are you?" He leapt to his feet, springing from a seat adorned with exquisite embellishments crafted from jade. Only when he spotted Chen Donghuan nearby did his tension ease slightly. "Who are you?" Zheng Yan's magical energy surged within him, prepared to inundate them should they make any sudden moves. "Your Excellency of the Century, please relax." Chen Donghua, who had been standing, approached and spoke. "They are all your loyal subordinates. This time, we have taken the liberty of inviting you here to discuss the next course of action." Indeed, Zheng Yin noticed that these individuals bore expressions of eager deference, a sentiment that felt oddly familiar. "Oh, I see." He settled back down, and immediately one of the elderly men stepped forward, seemingly the leader, to inquire about the situation. "Dare I ask, are we planning to annihilate the nation of the Spirit Earth continent?" Zheng Yin? He barely registered the situation, instinctively responding with a question. "What is wrong with you people? So quick to annihilate nations? When did I ever utter such words?" The elderly man who received his rebuke appeared somewhat flustered, gazing at Zheng Yin, waiting for his mood to lighten before tentatively asking, "If you do not wish to destroy nations, then why summon the flame demon?" It is worth noting that with his strength, not only could he easily wipe out a single Khwarezmian nation, but he could also effortlessly obliterate the entire Spirit Earth continent. Zheng Yin was oblivious to these intricacies, his entire face contorted in confusion. What on earth? Is that guy really that powerful? When he initially summoned the flame demon, he hadn't given it much thought. He was merely filled with pent-up frustration that needed to be released. Coincidentally, he noticed the flame demon icon illuminated in a skill bar, and upon reading its description, which aligned perfectly with his feelings, he summoned it forth that moment. Zheng Yin was puzzled as to why such a summoned creature consumed so much mana. Little did he realize that this single flame demon possessed the capability to defeat over half of the Century Kings. The spider monsters summoned in the Goblin Nest were all diamond-level beasts, truly a case of overkill. The summoned creatures were primarily functional, lacking significant offensive capabilities. Initially, this group of old ministers held a strong disdain for Zheng Yin, who had been neglecting his duties as a mere scoundrel. However, when Qin Donghua returned with a fragment, embellishing the tale and boasting about his plans to eliminate the remaining century kings, their attitudes shifted dramatically. They had specifically summoned him through the teleportation array, eager to showcase the new king's grandeur. Looking at him now, it seemed as though he had no plans whatsoever. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, voicing doubts about his reliability. Boldly, Qin Donghua stepped forward, standing beside Zheng Yin and chastising the assembly. "Do you dare defy the orders of the old demon king?" At this proclamation, silence engulfed the room. None dared to provoke such bad luck. Then, in his heart, Qin Donghua lamented, "Oh, my century king, could you perhaps muster some strength and put on a show in front of them?" Zheng Yin understood and, seeing the pleading look in Qin Donghua's eyes, decided to humor the man for the time being. Although Zheng Yin lacked leadership experience, he had watched enough historical dramas to know the drill. Clearing his throat, he mimicked the demeanor of an emperor from the drama, reclining in a manner befitting a throne. It is I, summoned the flame demon not to bring about destruction, but to better collect fragments. As for the rest, you need not concern yourselves. I shall summon it when necessary." With a flourish, he gestured as if to dismiss a non-existent sleeve. "Now, I have matters to discuss with Chen Aiqing. You may all take your leave." To his surprise, Zheng Yan's theatrical display indeed intimidated them, and the assembly bowed respectfully before exiting. Once they had departed, Zheng Yan felt his back drenched in sweat. Goodness, this is quite difficult to maintain. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, only to see Qin Donghua giving him a thumbs up. "Well done. You are truly embodying the qualities of a king more and more," he said, devoid of any mocking tone. Heh. Zheng Yan's lips twitched, a forced smile gracing his face. "As long as you're happy, I'm merely fulfilling my duties." Chapter 29. The havoc of the flame demon Qin Donghua was indeed quite an interesting character. Despite his flamboyant appearance and demeanor, he approached his work with unparalleled seriousness, diligence, and loyalty. Yet, Zheng Yan had had no previous interactions with him. "Well, there is indeed something I could use your assistance with," he whispered to Qin Donghua, who promptly replied, "For matters such as this, just issue a direct command. No need to consult me." It appeared that Zheng Yan's requests were not taken lightly. Before long, the two found themselves in a realm guarded by multiple demon generals. This place was said to have been crafted by the previous demon king through tremendous powers, housing a plethora of rare treasures. Upon Zheng Yan's arrival, the demon generals bowed in reverence, and a warehouse keeper, an entity with a rat's head and human body, approached to pay homage. He patiently guided Zheng Yan through the marvels of demon soldier pills and such, assuring him that he could take whatever he desired. However, Zheng Yan was not overly greedy. He hastily gathered a few thousand jin of food before making his exit. His heart was heavy with concern after hearing the earlier conversation. He was anxious to return and prevent any chaos that the flame demon might unleash. The food in the demon realm vastly differed from that in other worlds. It did not rely on the 4 primary grains. Instead, they consumed a translucent fruit that grew on parasitic vines, resembling dragon fruit. The exterior bore a layer of purple rough skin, each about the size of a fist. And upon peeling it, the succulent flesh was revealed to ensure safety. Zheng Yin tasted one first, finding its flavor exquisitely delightful, with a perfect balance of sour and sweet, leaving a refreshing aftertaste that lingered. Later, he inquired of the rat-like creature whether this fruit was safe for normal humans to consume, receiving a positive confirmation from the creature. However, the rat hesitated, its evasive eyes momentarily subdued by Qin Donghua's presence. "What is it?" Zheng Yin pressed for clarity. Any potential issues arising from consumption could not be overlooked at all. "It's nothing at all," Qin Donghua waved dismissively. What he meant to convey was that this fruit had a remarkable reproductive capability, and it was best not to let them cultivate it themselves. The demon realm's produce might attract unwanted attention from their side. Moreover, Qin Donghua smirked, "Those under your protection will consume it without issue, and their physical constitution will significantly enhance their magical prowess. As for other beings, well, they would be foolish to tempt fate." Though the fruit sounded perilous, Qin Donghua's assurances eased Zheng Yan's worries. After declining the suggestions from other ministers to take along some demon generals, Zheng Yan activated the traversal device, returning to the dense forest that he had promised to return within 3 days, and he had not broken that promise. In the woods, The excited howls of wolves echoed. The pack Jing Yin had left behind detected his scent from afar. They joyfully bounded toward him, leading him in a particular direction. All right, good pups. That he retrieved several large bones with meat from his backpack and tossed them, which were snatched up in an instant. Some wolves even fought over the prize until Zheng Yan's stern reprimand subdued them. Having been absent for 3 days, the young women had managed to maintain the settlement rather well. Low wooden huts, various meats hanging, and the sight of them laboring diligently to sew animal hides into garments greeted him. Hurrah! Benefactor, you have returned. Upon seeing Jing Yin, the girls immediately set aside their tasks and gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence. Jing Yin scanned the crowd and noticed something amiss. The number of people had increased significantly since his last visit. Besides the girls he had rescued, there were also some elderly and children huddled together in the distance, fearful and timidly observing him. Who are they? Zheng Yin refrained from reprimanding the girls for unilaterally attracting new members. He sat upon a withered tree, hoping to receive an explanation. Benefactor, please allow me to explain. At that moment, Annie stepped forward. Seeing that Zheng Yan's expression was not one of displeasure, she slowly began to recount the events surrounding these people. It turned out that on the very night Zheng Yan had departed, a significant incident occurred in Caucasus City, that a colossal flame giant suddenly emerged from the depths of the 5th layer, wielding a blazing great sword and towering over 100 meters, with a mere swing. The indestructible city walls crumbled like tofu, wreaking havoc from the high-end districts to the affluent areas. Fortunately, the outermost impoverished districts suffered little damage. After trampling through Caucasus City, the flame giant summoned a horde of monsters, causing destruction in nearby villages. News of this calamity had prompted neighboring nations to mobilize, amassing an army of purportedly 100,000 cavalry, poised to seize Caucasus City. These individuals were refugees from other areas, fortuitously encountering the kind-hearted girls, who, after deliberation, decided to take them in. Although they too were like clay figurines crossing a river, believing in Zheng Yan's protective presence, they felt assured that things would improve. The girls ardently spread tales of Zheng Yan's virtues to the disaster-stricken, encouraging acceptance of the newcomers. Please take a look. Annie pointed to a direction where a wooden statue stood, approximately 5 to 6 meters high. The statue was unfinished, with only the head sculpted, and its likeness, its aura, could only belong to Zheng Yan. Oh dear, there's no need for such gestures. Zheng Yan felt a sense of embarrassment. He had inadvertently become a figure of faith, a departure from his original intent of saving lives. Observing the disaster victims, upon learning that this figure before them was indeed Zheng Yan, their gazes shifted from fear to curiosity. This damned fellow. Zheng Yan cursed inwardly that he had summoned the flame demon to eradicate evildoers, not to create such a tumultuous uproar. Attempting to contact the flame demon in his mind, urging it to cease its rampage. He was met with a response. Hello, user. You are currently outside the signal range. Please try again later. What the hell? This is absolutely outrageous. Zheng Yan exclaimed vehemently, leaving those around him somewhat bewildered. It's nothing. I merely harbor a deep-seated loathing for that fiery giant. He chuckled, revealing a semblance of truth in his words that prevent further inquiries from the others. Zheng Yan produced a portion of fruit. This was, well, he had yet to devise a suitable explanation when someone, unable to resist temptation, reached out. That looks incredibly delectable. A young maiden wiped her mouth, uncontrollably peeling one and swallowing it whole. Delicious, stars sparkled in her eyes. And this moment was akin to poking a hornet's nest, as everyone surged forward. In no time, over 1,000 fruits were devoured, leaving the satisfied ones clutching their bellies in sheer delight as they sprawled on the ground. At this juncture, from Zheng Yan's perspective, their external appearances began to subtly alter. Their once smooth skin grew coarse like tree bark, flesh peeled back without a drop of blood, and numerous tendrils sprouted forth. What is happening? Zheng Yan exclaimed, observing the tendrils blooming and bearing fruit at an astonishing rate. That a scene of incredibility unfolded as his voice reverberated through the air. Where it reached, the tendrils rapidly retracted as if time were reversing, returning everyone to their original state. They appeared oblivious to what had just transpired, continuing to digest in their previous demeanor. This is what they refer to as a side effect. Zheng Yan comprehended everything Chen Donghua had mentioned, realizing that what had just occurred could be considered his blessing. Chapter 30. Diamond Level Team. The fruits digested rapidly within them, flattening their protruding bellies within half an hour. Zheng Yin felt reassured and commanded the wolf pack to watch over the unconscious maidens and the victims before seeking out the white wolf. He had been at this location for a while, and logically, the white wolf should be with its companions rather than wandering aimlessly. Perhaps it truly regarded only those as its kin, following the wolf's guidance. Zheng Yin ascended a hillside, where the white wolf lay quietly, gazing into the distance. As Zheng Yin approached, it displayed an expression of guilt. I apologize, master. I was lost in thought and did not notice your return. Zheng Yin bore no resentment. Man and wolf sat together, overlooking a region stained red by flames, the white wolf's homeland. Let us return. We shall set forth tomorrow. After 3 days apart, the white wolf appeared considerably leaner. Upon hearing Zheng Yan's affirmative response, its spirits lifted, and it obediently descended the mountain. The reason for sending the white wolf away was that Zheng Yan had other matters to attend to. He leaped from the several-meter-high slope, his superhuman physique emboldening him to do so. In his conversation with the maidens, he learned that the flame demon had summoned numerous minions, and following the direction of the flames would inevitably lead him to one of them. Lacking the ability to summon his subordinates, and with the enemy currently untraceable, he had to resort to the most rudimentary methods. As the saying goes, a horse dies from running too far. The same applies to fire. Observing from a height, he reached the nearby area after a good 10 minutes of running, arriving at a devastated village, where the villagers had seemingly vanished, leaving only a raging inferno. Disappointed, Zheng Yin found no minions and pressed on. Hey! Ha! Just as he selected his next destination, distant sounds of battle and monstrous roars reached his ears. Zheng Yin felt invigorated. This could be promising. He sprinted toward the commotion, finding 5 individuals confronting a monstrous foe amidst a grove scorched by flames. Each of the 5 had distinct roles. At the forefront stood a burly man clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive shield, a tank in every sense. Behind him were a male and female swordsman, both with red hair and blue eyes, resembling one another. One had long hair, the other short. Their mannerisms suggested they were a pair of fraternal twins. Bringing up the rear were a black-haired, statuesque assassin and a petite red-haired mage. Forming a quintessential adventurer team, they faced a formidable army composed of numerous magical beasts, including bouncy elemental slimes, towering, healing ogres, and slightly more intelligent goblins. Among them, a knight clad in black armor, riding a headless black steed, commanded the battle. The adventurers appeared breathless, struggling to hold their ground. Zheng Yin recognized their unified insignia as belonging to the Caucasus City Adventurers Association. Though he had never encountered them before, they were either long-term mission veterans or the legendary Diamond Tier adventurers. The classification of adventurers was determined by individual capability. Thus, anyone possessing diamond-level strength belonged to that category, regardless of the number in a team. As long as they could fulfill the conditions for a Diamond Tier mission, they could attain that status, though the pay and title were reserved for individuals. Consequently, while only a few Diamond Tier adventurers were publicly acknowledged, many might share that title in reality. Huff! 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 The squad continued to battle against the magical beasts when the sharp-eyed mage noticed Zheng Yan's arrival and alerted the others. This friend, the long-haired female swordsman, called out to Zheng Yan, "We are the Diamond Tier adventurers from Caucasus City. We request your assistance." Her voice was filled with urgency, seemingly forgetting that he might merely be an ordinary individual. Merely delivering supplies? Friend? The swordsman called out multiple times, but Zheng Yin remained unresponsive. What was he doing? He was engaged in a private exchange with the Black Knight. Zheng Yin exuded an undeniable aura of dominance over the lesser minions, and the Dark Knight had already taken note of his approach. You are? The distant Dark Knight greeted Zheng Yin with an air of deference. Are you a subordinate of the Flame Demon? As he walked, he inquired about the information he sought. Indeed, my esteemed king. We are creations of Lord Flame Demon, tasked with executing orders here. Well then, this simplifies matters. Zheng Yin proceeded to inquire about the whereabouts of the Flame Demon and the rationale behind their autonomous actions. The response, however, was ignorance. These lowly creatures were only responsible for following commands. That's how it is. Zheng Yan's frustration mounted, and his fury diminished the attacking power of nearby minions, allowing the adventurer team to momentarily gain the upper hand. My king, the little ones truly do not know. The Dark Knight continued to explain, but Zheng Yin remained dismissive. You should heed my command. At this point, Zheng Yin finally received the adventurer's plea for help. Of course, the Dark Knight replied, filled with trepidation. All right, then let us put on a show together. With that, Zheng Yin drew his sword and joined the fray. What? I'm fighting alongside the boss's boss, the big brother? The Dark Knight questioned his own hearing, but before he could ask further, Zheng Yan's sword was already swinging towards him. Thank you, friend. The swordsman managed a strained smile before returning to combat. With Zheng Yan's participation, their pressure eased significantly. Most importantly, the Dark Knight dared not retaliate. In a flurry of panic, he merely waved his weapon around, then fled. Only the pitiful slimes and the goblins, caught between a rock and a hard place, remained at that moment. If they could speak, they would surely curse. This is utterly unjust. When we were recruited, we were promised a life of luxury, and now we are mere cannon fodder. In their resentment and grievance, the remaining minions were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a few materials scattered on the ground. The squad members finally caught their breath, and they seemed to recognize their visitor. Are you the newly appointed solo platinum tier adventurer? Zheng Yin, the female swordsman asked in astonishment. You know me? Zheng Yin was taken aback. He had never met them before, so their immediate recognition was undoubtedly peculiar. Well, you see, sensing the hostility emanating from Zheng Yin, she hurriedly began her explanation, starting with introductions. Their ranks had already been mentioned. The team comprised 5 standard members. The tank was Zhu Xiao, possessing platinum tier strength with the most robust defense in Caucasus City. The mage Lulu shared a similar level of power and was adept in a variety of spells, including support, debuff, and fire attack magic. They were crucial members. The assassin, Lal, specialized in assassination tactics, finding direct confrontations somewhat challenging. Finally, the 2 swordsmen. The sister was named Layla, and the brother was Ruin, with the sister being the strongest and the only one in the team to touch upon diamond tier existence, that is, a high-level team. They had been employed by a prominent figure within the city, and their current mission was to execute a task. Chapter 31. Many eyes the attack by the flame giant had inflicted severe damage upon the city. With numerous high-ranking officials taken captive, they had discovered a monster stronghold, intending to conduct reconnaissance first, but unexpectedly faced considerable setbacks against mere minions. Layla recognized Zheng Yin immediately due to his newfound notoriety from recent missions. Each adventurer had been issued a new booklet to avoid misidentifying foes upon encounter. Zheng Yin departed far too soon, leaving one to ponder the origins of these peculiar creatures. Alas, one might only find records of such in the annals of literature. While others tended to their wounds, only the formidable Layla engaged Zheng Yin in conversation. I am not entirely certain, Zheng Yin replied, his expression betraying a hint of panic and guilt. Fortunately, her concern was directed towards the well-being of their comrades, sparing him from her scrutiny. Otherwise, given her extensive experience among the elite, she would undoubtedly have interrogated him. By the way, Mr. Zheng Yin, Layla suddenly inquired, spinning to face him. The Adventurers Guild has been searching for you these past few days. Where have you been? Zheng Yin had anticipated this line of questioning and adjusted his demeanor to avoid any hint of inconsistency before responding. During the exploration of the Goblin Nest, I noticed some anomalies in the vicinity. Lacking substantial evidence, I refrained from reporting it hastily and ventured forth alone. Upon further inspection, it appears my suspicions were indeed correct. Various fiends have emerged. Zheng Yan's explanation was both logical and well-founded, raising no suspicions from Layla. They sat down to discuss the current situation within the city, which was now under the leadership of the Adventurers Guild, and the monstrous threats had been largely neutralized. Aside from some high-ranking casualties and the plundering of the treasury, the city had nearly returned to stability and was prepared for any conflict with neighboring nations. That Mr. Zheng Yin, you are truly remarkable. Not only did you single-handedly vanquish formidable foes, but you also possess a keen sense of observation that I genuinely wish to recruit you into our team, Layla declared earnestly. Zheng Yin, noting her serious demeanor, contemplated her offer with caution. Joining them was out of the question, as it would undoubtedly disrupt his future plans. That my apologies, but I find myself rather fatigued and need to rest for a while. To avoid prolonging the conversation, Zheng Yin yawned and feigned sleep. Yet, how could Layla not perceive his intentions? She exchanged knowing glances with her teammates, and rather than pressing him further, they shifted to other topics. Do you think the monster stronghold ahead might harbor a vast treasure looted from the city? Like Hera inquired of her brother. Indeed, I believe it is highly likely, based on my years of intuition. There must be. Ren replied confidently without hesitation. If we do find treasure, how shall we divide it? The seemingly delicate Lulu interjected. Oh, that's simple. Whoever claims it owns it. Are we to return it? Boisterously replied the carefree tank. Zhu Xiu. In stark contrast, Carl sat quietly in the shadows of a large tree, surveying the distance without joining their banter. Though they appeared to be chatting, their words were primarily directed at Zheng Yan. The captain, Layla, had a booklet in hand that contained detailed information about Zheng Yan, noting his lack of guile, his fondness for flattery, and his susceptibility to manipulation, thus orchestrating this elaborate ruse. Indeed, Zheng Yan was all ears, clearly hearing the dialogue among the team members. However, his focus diverged from theirs, as he contemplated the matters concerning the monster tribes and the whereabouts of the fire demon, eager to investigate further. As the team grew ever more animated, they began discussing how to divvy up the spoils and prepared for their imminent departure, occasionally glancing at Zheng Yan, noticing the twitch at the corners of his mouth. They understood he had taken the bait. Once we finish our meal, we shall set forth. Layla stretched, beginning to pack her belongings, with the others mimicking her actions. Soon, they bid farewell to Zheng Yan, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Wait! Zheng Yan called out, halting them just as they were about to stride away. The team members promptly came to a stop. Success. They exchanged glances, silently deliberating how to keep him ensnared. Did I ask there's something else? Mr. Zheng Yan, Layla feigned curiosity. Zheng Yan could hardly admit to feigning sleep, so he inquired, this location is teeming with monsters. Could I accompany you for a while? They chuckled, feigning difficulty before Layla, with a complex expression. Finally responded, very well. Since you have requested it, you may accompany us for a stretch. However, as you are not an official member, the distribution of items after battles may not be as generous for you. Layla's ulterior motive was to impose limitations on Zheng Yan, knowing that they had already received information from the guild regarding treasures ahead. When Zheng Yan saw them accumulate heaps of spoils while he received only a meager share, his dissatisfaction would surely prompt questions. With a blend of coercion and temptation, Layla intended to secure Zheng Yan's allegiance. However, to her surprise, Zheng Yan readily acquiesced, saying, no problem. I am merely an outsider. I have no issue with that. Layla did not anticipate such a response, for Zheng Yan's demeanor did not suggest he was one to engage in deceit. What could be the reasoning behind this? Was it possible he truly harbored no greed? Yet the booklet clearly indicated he was concerned about remuneration. Lycara's smile faltered. She had not prepared for such an outcome in their earlier discussions. Now, they could only proceed cautiously, her heart still unwilling to accept defeat, pondering that perhaps a glittering treasure would reveal Zheng Yan's true nature. Thus, Zheng Yan joined this team of ulterior motives, engaging in casual conversation as they journeyed onward. After traversing over 30 miles, Layla suddenly raised her hand, signaling everyone to halt. Carl, understanding the cue, leapt into a tree, concealing himself in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from the nearby underbrush, appearing somewhat disheveled, her clothing tattered. Captain, the situation is dire. Carl gasped, producing a black cloak as she reported her findings. Do not rush. Take your time, Layla urged, offering her a water flask while gently patting Carl's back to ease her discomfort. Hear us what happened. Carl recounted her recent observations. After stealthily advancing for 2 miles, she spotted a flickering light not far off, emanating from a cave entrance. As she crept forward, a sudden snap betrayed her cautious approach. She had triggered a trap. Stifling a cry of pain, she pressed on, only to fall victim to another trap. It dawned on Carl that something was amiss. Given the intelligence of the monsters, few species were capable of crafting such intricate devices. Even goblins typically resorted to conspicuous traps, unless it was that. Chapter 32 Grudges. The dwarf race is one of the most unique on the continent of Dilling. They stand between humans and beasts, averaging under 5 feet in height, yet they possess exceptional forging skills. The weapons crafted by dwarves circulate widely across markets, renowned for their quality and affordability. However, aside from the praise for their weaponry, there exists a distinct prejudice against their creators. Dwarves have long been regarded with disdain in the human realm and face oppression among the beast tribes, particularly from the elven race, who, relying on their noble bloodlines, encroach upon the dwarves' territories, leading to their scarcity in the world. The creatures guarding the cave, as observed by Carl, were indeed dwarves, skilled in crafting yet lacking in combat prowess. This was information Jing Yin had not acquired from Qindonghua, dwarves and elves. Both legendary beings did owe. Listening to Carl's account, both Captain Layla and the other members grew intrigued. The presence of dwarves in this place was astonishing. It was no wonder the scouts had vanished upon delivering their message. One could surmise they had been silenced, and if so, their numbers must be considerable. Layla appeared eager, ready to charge forth. Had Zheng Yin not been present to restrain them, did I have a question? Zheng Yin timidly raised his hand to voice his thoughts. Dwarves are not classified as beasts, are they? Should we still proceed with the sweep? At this, the others gazed at Zheng Yin as though he were a fool. Was this fellow perhaps not quite right in the head? Having allegedly been born in the capital of the Khurasan Empire? After all, dwarves possess a wealth of treasure, and simply capturing them to sell as slaves could yield substantial profit. Exchanging glances among themselves, they deemed it unnecessary to explain their rationale to Zheng Yin, as his involvement in dealing with dwarves was deemed superfluous. Blinded by avarice, they seemed to have forgotten their earlier intentions of recruiting Zheng Yin and casually posed the question. Would you like to join? If not, we shall leave you behind, at this juncture. Zheng Yin concluded that the treasures he sought were not present ahead and simply wished to extricate himself from this band of miscreants. Everyone, I have little interest in these matters. Feel free to remain here and guard. The few individuals present no longer mentioned the matter of recruitment, silently maneuvering past under the cover of the assassin's group invisibility, leaving behind some cumbersome equipment. Zheng Yin observed their departure, and out of boredom, he flipped through a biological compendium left by Layla. Apart from the prior introduction to the dwarves, it contained a fascinating tale written in small print at the back. It was said that long ago, dwarves and elves maintained a mutually dependent relationship. The elves, adept in magic and the ways of the forest, found themselves at a disadvantage when confronted with the monstrous manifestations of the abyss. In such dire circumstances, wielding weapons forged by dwarves would compensate for their shortcomings, while the elves would offer fine wines and meats in exchange. This symbiotic relationship flourished until one fateful day when the Elven King returned from a year-long expedition. Just as his wife was due to give birth, elated, he pushed open the door to find his beautiful queen cradling an ugly boy. The child, with a disproportionately large head and a small body, bore a coarse complexion and a beard reminiscent of a dwarf. What is this? Explain yourself. Enraged, the Elven King felt an overwhelming urge to slay the mother and child, but the remnants of his sanity restrained him. Your Majesty, I know nothing. The child was born this way. The Queen's explanation was met with disbelief from the Elven King. However, considering their years of marital bond, he ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch. While he led an elite force, furious, toward the Dwarven Kingdom with the child in TOWAT that moment, the Dwarven King had just heard whispers of the child's existence. The Elven royal city was heavily guarded, and only he had the right to enter. Having been informed well in advance of the Queen's impending labor, he had prepared a bounty of gifts to offer his congratulations. Little did he expect that the Elven King would arrive personally. Congratulations, my old friend, the Dwarven King greeted with a smile, only to be met with the enraged blade of the Elven King. In a fit of fury, the Elven King seized the child, and, before the Dwarven King's eyes, brutally ended its life, demanding loudly, I considered you a friend, and yet you have deceived me. The Elven King's actions incited the Dwarven soldiers to retaliate, and as tensions escalated, the Dwarven King intervened, stating that even the dullest mind could comprehend the reasons behind the confrontation. Believe me, my old friend, I am innocent in this matter, the Dwarven King pleaded desperately, but his words fell on deaf ears. Just then, an unsteady Dwarven soldier misfired an arrow that struck the Elven King in the waist, the poisoned arrow causing him to sway dizzily to Ayu. The scene descended into chaos, and the unconscious Elven King barely survived amidst the fray of his soldiers. Even if there was no fault on the dwarves' part, they were now irrevocably implicated. Following the Elven King's return home, several battles erupted between the two factions, leveraging their numerical superiority and the weapons they had amassed. The elves emerged victorious, driving the dwarves into desolate lands that in his wrath, the elven king cast a dreadful curse upon them. Wherever you may roam, should you encounter humans or treasure-seeking creatures, they will be consumed by greed, leading to your demise. Such malevolence was unfathomable, especially considering that not long ago, they had shared a bond akin to brotherhood. Zheng Yin lay on the ground, captivated by the narrative if the tale was to be believed. There indeed existed a reason for this drastic transformation among the factions. Yet, Zheng Yin pondered, knowing all this and having been forewarned, why had they not taken precautions, unless... A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the lessons imparted by Song Jiang about the nature of humanity. Being blinded to the truth might indeed be genuine, but using it as a pretext to mask one's actions was a different matter entirely. This must be their true objective. Zheng Yin felt a surge of relief for having declined their invitation earlier. To team up with such individuals could have led to his own betrayal without him even realizing it. Now, emboldened by their perceived strength and usefulness, they feigned sincerity, but when danger arose, he feared he would be the first to be sacrificed. As he continued reading the story, Zheng Yin drew a clear line between himself and this group. He lost interest in their equipment and, eager to distance himself from this place, prepared to leave. Suddenly, cries for help and anguished screams pierced the air behind him. Recognizing the voices belonged to the members of the earlier small team, he deduced they had encountered trouble. The cacophony of distress soon faded into silence. If their previous words were to be believed, the dwarves were not particularly formidable in battle, that a diamond-level team should not falter so easily. What, then, was the source of the commotion? Zheng Yan's curiosity piqued as he contemplated whether this group was truly in peril or if it was a trap. After all, their activities, including the trafficking of dwarves, were clandestine and lacked legitimacy. He was the only one with clean hands. It was plausible they might lure him into a trap for the sake of silencing him. Yet he quickly dismissed such worries. Traps held no sway over Zheng Yin. Chapter 33. Prism having come to this conclusion, Zheng Yin no longer hesitated and set off toward the spot where they had been. His intent in rescuing them was minimal. He was more intrigued to discover what this group had done, so he could decide his next steps accordingly. Parting the thorny underbrush, he entered a relatively open area where the grass grew in neat square patches as if crafted by a skilled artisan. The moment he stepped onto the clearing, he triggered a mechanism. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of bamboo arrows sprang from the ground, soaring into the sky and raining down upon Zheng Yin. A trap? Zheng Yin glanced at the impending shower of arrows above him, then swiftly struck out with his palm, effortlessly neutralizing the imminent threat. Next, he casually uprooted a large tree and sent it rolling along the ground, revealing even more traps ahead. Following the path of the rolling tree, he approached a cave without further incident. Here, the danger had subsided. The earlier small team must have leapt over the clearing, employing some form of flight magic to traverse. The ground was stained with purple blood, pooling from the two dwarves lying motionless. They stood at a mere height of about 1.50 meters, yet their bodies were extraordinarily robust. Zheng Yin checked their conditions and confirmed they had no breath left. It seemed the work of Layla and her companions. Yet, a question lingered in Zheng Yan's mind. Were they not supposed to capture dwarves? Why resort to such lethal measures with this thought in mind? He stepped into the cave, bright. The intense light momentarily blinded Zheng Yan, forcing him to squint for 2 or 3 seconds. When his vision cleared, he was met with an entirely different scene. The pitch-black night had transformed into daylight, and the narrow cave he had anticipated revealed a well-ordered village instead. This was indeed a place for dwarves, as evidenced by the low-roofed houses. However, what should have been a tranquil village now resembled a scene from a hellish nightmare. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of hundreds of dwarves, each having succumbed to a single fatal blow, spared of prolonged suffering. Purple liquid pooled together, creating small bloodstains. Zheng Yin gazed upon this horrific sight, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This was even more shocking than his previous encounter in the goblin lair, where the deceased had been monsters. This was truly terrifying that as he walked, he met Zheng Yan's hand glided over the rough and uneven surface of the prism. Marveling at the dwarf's extraordinary craftsmanship, that as he lost himself in observation, he felt a powerful gravitational force pulling him in one direction. With his strength, he could easily extricate himself, yet he was compelled to discover what lay within and the whereabouts of the vanished team members. He was tugged around the prism for half a circle, And then he heard a creaking sound from directly behind him. The once seamless prism opened a gap wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side. Zheng Yin found himself thrust into the interior, the entrance ceiling shut behind him. Inside was significantly brighter than outside, with mirrors reflecting his image in every direction that in a larger chamber. He suddenly witnessed his own reflection breaking into a sinister smile. In the next moment, it executed movements entirely different from his own, clawing at the air as if trying to escape. What was happening? Zheng Yin instinctively leaped back, only to see his mirrored self emerge halfway before becoming stuck. Subsequently, he heard muffled groans, his eyes bulging in disbelief as the reflection shattered into countless fragments. The prism shook violently, revealing a labyrinthine structure that began to open a pathway in one direction. What was that? Zheng Yin still felt a lingering dread from the earlier scene, the atmosphere reeking of malevolence. Yet, having come this far, he shook his head and ventured into the unknown. After walking approximately 2 miles, Zheng Yan's acute hearing detected the sounds of a scuffle. He hastened his pace, running another 5 or 6 miles, all the while perplexed. How peculiar! This prism did not seem nearly this expansive. As the sounds of battle grew nearer, he spotted several figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a total of 10 individuals, the members of Layla's team. What shocked him was the sight of the 5 figures opposing them. Ah! Zheng Yan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Those 5 looked exactly like the ones facing them, that if one were to squint, they might think they were merely looking into a mirror. Yet a closer examination revealed that their movements were distinctly different. The group on the left was drenched in purple and red blood, with several net bags piled behind them. Within those bags were dwarves bound hand and foot, all gazing at the team with bloodshot eyes. Layla, leading the group, appeared to be in dire straits, with Lulu lying motionless on the ground, and the rest barely clinging to life. Only Layla remained upright, sword in hand, desperately holding on to in contrast. The opposing figures were robust and full of life, albeit shrouded in a dark aura. Zheng Yin recalled the earlier incident with the figure in the mirror, a chill running down his spine. Could they have been replicated in such a manner? But why did it not work on him? He pondered the prism's nature, questioning when such a formidable adversary would emerge. The dwarves' meticulously crafted treasure was on the brink of becoming a mere ruin if he had not intervened in time. From the aura alone, it was clear who among them was genuine and who was a facsimile to AT that moment. Layla's team noticed Zheng Yan's arrival. They attempted to call for help, but fell silent. Save for Layla, who after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Zheng, great hero, since you can defeat your own doppelganger, please aid us against the foes before us that in return. I shall offer you all that we acquire. Chapter 34. Inquiry. The opposing team also noticed Zheng Yan's presence. Surprisingly, they appeared to possess some level of intelligence, huddling together to discuss matters. Zheng Yan's ears perked up, allowing him to overhear their conversation clearly. So, this Zheng Yan has finally arrived? This complicates matters, the mirror captain said with a composed demeanor. Surely, the earlier commotion was not caused by him. But how did he defeat our versions with boundless stamina? The mirror tank cautiously glanced in their direction, anxiously stroking his chin. After a brief discussion, the group resolved that should Zheng Yin intervene, they would prioritize eliminating him. Meanwhile, Layla, growing impatient from the lack of response, exclaimed, "Great hero, what are you waiting for? Is the reward insufficient? If that is the case, once you rescue us, I shall spare no expense to fulfill your desires." In light of the contrasting attitudes, one pleading and the other wary, Zheng Yin refrained from responding directly. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace towards the doppelgangers, then effortlessly snapped off a sizable shard of mirror to sit upon. Witnessing this, the mirror captain urgently instructed her subordinates to refrain from any rash actions. Born in the prism's realm, she understood the strength of the items within better than anyone. Zheng Yan's effortless display indicated his formidable prowess. The teammates, not lacking in perception, gradually lowered their weapons, awaiting the unfolding of events. The atmosphere of impending battle subsided momentarily, yet Layla grew increasingly agitated. "Zheng Yan, what is your intent? Are you truly going to abandon your fellow humans in their time of peril?" She questioned him. Zheng Yan sighed in response, reflecting on her lack of composure despite her worldly experience. "Do not fret." He gestured for her to calm down, "that I never claimed I would stand idly by while you met your end. Leaning back with his legs crossed, he regarded both parties with a dismissive air. However, I am quite curious, and you must first answer my questions that if your responses satisfy me, I may yet consider aiding your escape. The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of both sides shifted to one of dismay. Layla endured in silence, plotting to report Zheng Yin to her employer once they escaped, intent on ensuring retribution against him. As for the Mirror Captain, she was determined not to let these perpetrators slip away. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, but she sensed an intensifying pressure emanating from Zheng Yin. For now, she could only assess the situation, hoping the opposing side would falter in their responses. "Are you ready? May I pose my question?" Zheng Yin inquired, lifting his gaze with a languid demeanor. "Yes, please proceed." Layla's companions, having regained some strength, encouraged her, prompting her to respond with renewed confidence that up to this point, Layla had been convinced that Zheng Yin sought to exploit the situation for additional riches and was merely seeking an excuse to do so. After all, what harm could come from agreeing to a monetary arrangement? "Very well," Zheng Yin declared, procuring a larger shard of mirror to serve as a makeshift table, leaning over it as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. After unlocking it, he opened the gallery, revealing a series of startling images that Lady Layla. Zheng Yin approached, placing the photos before her while maneuvering past the trapped dwarves. "May I inquire about the original purpose of your arrival in this dwarven homeland?" Layla's body trembled slightly, caught off guard. What was happening? Why was he not adhering to her expectations? After a brief moment of panic, she quickly composed herself, maintaining an unflinching demeanor as she replied, "Mr. Zheng Yin, your question is somewhat superfluous. It is common knowledge that dwarves are considered magical beasts as diamond tier adventurers. It seems only reasonable for us to eliminate any nearby magical beasts to prevent them from causing harm. Does it not?" Zheng Yin was still formulating his response when a thunderous roar erupted. "You speak nonsense." The dark aura behind the Mirror Captain intensified threefold, obscuring her true appearance. Had Zheng Yin not been present, she might have launched an immediate attack against Layla. Magical beasts? The Mirror Captain seethed, pointing at the images, trembling with rage. "Are these labels not decided by you? A race that considers itself powerful merely because it has existed for millennia, who granted you the right to slaughter the innocent?" On the other side, emboldened by Zheng Yin's presence, Layla retorted defiantly, tossing her hair back with disdain. "Oh, what are you? Merely a counterfeit. Allow me to enlighten you on the nature of rules. The survival of the fittest dictates everything. We merely stand on the side of the strong, that if you have grievances, what can be done about it?" As Layla's bravado escalated, she failed to notice Zheng Yan's darkening expression beside her. "We are the weak ones. Are we?" The Mirror Captain could no longer contain herself. Her singular thought fixated on annihilating Layla from existence. A tempest of fury enveloped her sword as she lunged toward her adversary, catching Layla off guard. Instinctively, Layla attempted to retreat behind Zheng Yin, but the doppelganger sidestepped and surged forward. With the blade poised to strike, Layla could only brace herself and simultaneously question Zheng Yin. "What is going on? Did I not answer your query?" Zheng Yin, feeling utterly disinclined to respond to her, simply returned to his previous seat, but he busied himself by constructing a small figure made of mirrors, indifferent to the vitriolic insults emanating from the other side. Lost in his own amusement. "Mirror brother, I shall call you that, shall I not?" He mused, gesturing with his hand to nod in agreement with the small figure. "I am delighted that you appreciate this name." Zheng Yin cradled his chin, continuing his conversation with the figure, while Layla on the other side was nearing exasperation. "May I pose a question to you, Mirror brother?" Zheng Yin disregarded the earlier commotion and continued. "Someone mentioned the laws of this world, and I have my own perspective on that." The small figure's eyes glimmered like shards of glass. Seemingly attentive, in truth, she is not entirely mistaken, no matter the location. There exists a common principle. Those with greater strength may enjoy certain privileges. However, behind Zheng Yin, Laika and her companions had fallen silent, the sounds of the battlefield being cleared resonating in the air. In all endeavors, one must maintain a sense of moderation and not carelessly cross that line. Should one be blinded by certain influences, the eventual outcome may not differ from theirs. Upon finishing his statement, Zheng Yin rose and turned around, in the very spot he had just vacated. The recently rescued dwarves were encircled by irate figures. Faint cries for help could only be transmitted through narrow gaps. Once the dust settled, What remained of the Diamond Tier team were merely tattered remnants of clothing, as if announcing the fleeting existence of a few individuals in this world. Chapter 35. Friend's Mirror Captain. No. It is now appropriate to refer to her as Layla, for she had absorbed the entirety of the other S memories and powers, thereby reclaiming her rightful form, albeit solely within this prism. Zheng Yin gazed at the remnants on the ground and lamented, one's own folly leads to ruin. Observing the mirror team engaged in discourse with the dwarves, he chose not to intrude, preparing to depart quietly. Dawn was imminent, and he had lingered away from his group for too long, causing inevitable concern. Wait, please wait, that as Zheng Yin made to leave, Layla reached out to halt him. Is there something amiss? Zheng Yin had already readied his shovel, which he had casually acquired during their skirmish. Layla appeared to be in a precarious state, her form flickering as though she might vanish at any moment. That as a replicant, she likely had a time constraint. Otherwise, this prism would be far too extraordinary. May I inquire as to who you are? This is also the wish of our village head. With that, she bowed slightly, respectfully beckoning a dwarf to step forward. The ground emitted a series of thuds as the dwarf approached. Previously restrained, the other dwarves were unrecognizable in height, but Zheng Yin now discerned an exceedingly large figure, towering at least 3 meters tall, and realized how vastly mistaken he had been. Are they not dwarves? How can they be of such great stature? The dwarf, referred to as the village head, appeared rather amiable, extending a rough hand towards Zheng Yin. Greetings, greetings. The two shook hands, the grip firm, yet unintentional, reminiscent of one who has undergone extensive physical training. Meanwhile, on the side of the mirror team, most of their forms had nearly dissipated, on the verge of complete erasure. Their faces bore no signs of sorrow or reluctance. Instead, each expressed satisfaction and contentment, for their mission had been fulfilled upon their inception. The remaining dwarves wept openly, and as they transformed, the entire prism began to tremble. As if it were on the brink of collapse. It appears we have overdrawn our energy reserves. The village head, sensing the disturbances within the prism, furrowed his brow and called out to the others. Everyone, evacuate immediately. We cannot afford any delays. At his command, all weeping ceased, and they formed an orderly line, hastily making their way in a single direction. Zheng Yin followed closely behind. The return journey was considerably shorter, and in merely 500 or 600 meters they discovered a mechanism to exit the prism. Upon emerging, Zheng Yin realized he had returned to the very entrance they had previously utilized. This contraption was indeed remarkable. The dwarves gathered together, led by the earlier village head, murmuring and chanting in a manner akin to some sacred rite. Zheng Yin stood quietly, contemplating a new idea that had taken root in his mind. But first, he needed to ascertain the other's consent. Come forth. After a brief internal struggle, Zheng Yin invoked his third opportunity, and he thought it best to seek Qin Donggua's assistance later, prioritizing the current matters at hand. As he contemplated, a faint stirring from the ground heralded the emergence of a blue-skinned hand, complete with a full set of facial features writhing upon it. This was a unique summoning entity, exceptionally discreet and capable of prolonged existence, with commendable combat prowess. After summoning them, Zheng Yin issued commands to inter the deceased dwarves, awaiting further orders for subsequent tasks. The summoned entities swiftly departed, and the dwarves completed their ritual, allowing both parties to finally engage in earnest conversation. The village head first introduced himself, stating, I am Tong Shui, both my title and my name that I in their clan, proficient craftsmen would adopt tool names, a mark of their honor to be carried for life. He then dispensed with any pretense and directly posed his inquiry. I have heard you are affiliated with the Adventurers Guild. This intelligence had been relayed to him by the mirror captain, and it was evident that the other dwarves harbored considerable hostility, which Tong Shui quelled. Indeed, you are correct. Zheng Yin did not conceal his affiliation, but added, however, I differ greatly from those who were here earlier. They are driven solely by self-interest, whereas I engage in endeavors that align with my conscience. Following a minute of silence after his declaration, Tong Shui erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! I can see that. However, his expression soon shifted to one of gravity as he inquired in a low tone. But how can you prove that your presence here is not driven by ulterior motives? After all, they just referred to you as their companion. In response, Zheng Yin did not engage in a war of words. Instead, he conjured a surge of energy and directed it towards a nearby lake, which promptly evaporated in an instant. How does this suffice? Zheng Yin smiled faintly, adding, to put it bluntly, there is nothing here for me to covet. The faces of the dwarves turned ashen, a mix of fear and anger washing over them. That lake had been painstakingly excavated for their sustenance and irrigation. Its destruction posed a grave threat to their livelihood. Yet, as they contemplated further, the dwarves began to sob anew, recalling how the diamond-tiered team had annihilated their village. Tong Chue's demeanor softened considerably, speaking to Zheng Yin in a noticeably quieter tone, a feat for a race known for their robust voices. If you seek nothing, why have you come here? He asked cautiously. Zheng Yin could not admit that he had initially known Layla's team intended to exploit the dwarves and had chosen not to intervene, as he had never anticipated such severe consequences. The scene he had witnessed had shifted his perspective entirely. There's something you find difficult to articulate. Observing Zheng Yan's hesitance and flustered expression, Tong Chue pressed further. After several deliberations, Zheng Yin finally settled on a suitable excuse. In truth, I am not well acquainted with them. Our meeting was merely coincidental. He maintained a calm demeanor while deliberately framing his rescue as a chance encounter. For had he not intervened, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. I see. Tong Chue nodded, just as several dwarves who had slipped away earlier returned at a brisk pace. Without hesitation, they approached Zheng Yin and, with a resounding thud, bowed their heads repeatedly, causing blood to flow from their hardened foreheads. Zheng Yin was taken aback by this sudden display. While Tong Chue whispered something to him, he attempted to assist the dwarves to their feet. But Tong Chue restrained him. Friend, I hereby declare that you are now the best of friends to our dwarven kin. With that, he joined the others in offering Zheng Yin several bows in contrast to his previous demeanor. Zheng Yin felt a newfound composure, having grasped the peculiar nature of their actions. Friend, Zheng Yin murmured, and then, with considerable strength, he helped the dwarves rise. Since you have declared such, is it not only fitting to assist a friend? From the moment he stepped into this place, burying the victims had been a task that Zheng Yin had long desired to undertake. However, the dwarves' gratitude left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Chapter 36. An invitation to join 2 hours prior. The village had been a scene of warmth. Now, only a handful of dwarves remained to tidy up the premises. The bodies and blood had been meticulously cleared away, and in an effort to honor Zheng Yin, the dwarves produced some long-stored fine wine and roasted meat. The sumptuous feast lay before them, yet no one had an appetite. Friends, Hammers raised a massive bowl, capable of holding 5 kilos of wine, and downed it all in one go. Once we finish this, we shall set forth to find our main force. This first cup is dedicated to our family members. As he spoke, the sound of collective drinking echoed. Hammers filled another bowl, this time brimming with 7 or 8 kilos, and handed it to Zheng Yan. My friend, Hammer said, stroking his beard with one hand, you have helped us lay our kin to rest. Please accept the highest form of welcome from the dwarf clan. The potent aroma of the wine wafted into Zheng Yan's nostrils. It was no mere low-alcohol beverage, but rather a distillation of some fruit, possibly reaching an alcohol content of 70 or 80 degrees. Just the scent made him feel lightheaded. Normally, he would be intoxicated after 3 bottles of beer. How could he possibly survive this? As he gazed into the eager eyes of Hammers and the surrounding dwarves, he gritted his teeth, preparing to force it down, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. The moment they brought out the large bowl. Fragments of a scene from a television show he had once watched flickered through his mind. In it, a weary captain returned from the battlefield to a warm reception from the populace. He too had encountered a similar scenario. The captain's actions were nothing short of textbook. Very well. Then, Zheng Yin resolved, no longer hesitating, that he accepted the bowl with one hand, squeezed out a few tears, and adjusted his voice as he spoke. I am grateful for your warm hospitality, but the first cup should not be consumed by me. With that, he poured 1/3 of the wine onto the ground. Under the puzzled gazes of the dwarves, he wiped away his tears and explained, this first cup is dedicated to those who have perished. May they lead better lives in their next incarnations. Good. Someone shouted, and soon everyone followed suit, pouring a portion onto the ground before turning their gaze back to Zheng Yin. Ahem. Having evaded once, he poured another half of the remaining wine into the distance and elaborated. This second cup is for the heroes who fought bravely in the recent battle, for they protected us all. Voices of agreement resounded, although the dwarves, who cherished their libations, felt a twinge of regret. They understood the necessity of the gesture. With only a little over 2 kilos left, Zheng Yin found himself at a loss for excuses, pinching his nose and thinking that this would be the last time he would try to be brave. Suddenly, an alarm rang out from outside. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" shouted the dwarf on guard, prompting the others to grab their weapons and rush out. "Damn it!" Hammers cursed. "Is this never-ending?" Even in our current state, they refused to relent. In the ensuing chaos, the threshold was trampled, but Zheng Yin remained unfazed, sensing a familiar presence nearby. Upon exiting, he indeed found 5 or 6 dwarves confronting a white wolf. However, this wolf was entirely different from Wang Kai. Merely in terms of size, it was twice as large as the others, with sharp claws, piercing eyes, thick fur, and a prominent horn atop its head that it was nothing like the worn and dispirited Wolf King he had encountered before. Yet the aura was unmistakably similar. "Scar?" Zheng Yin tentatively inquired, pushing past the dwarves, to which the white wolf responded with enthusiastic circles. The creature wagged its tail excitedly, and upon Zheng Yin's inquiry, it explained its presence. Just as Zheng Yin had suspected, it had been too long since he had been away, and everyone had grown concerned. Thus, the white wolf had bravely volunteered to track down his scent to find him. As for why it had transformed so dramatically in such a short time, the wolf had learned to keep its secrets. "Master, you will understand when you return." With the crisis averted, everyone returned to the dining table. After the earlier events, Zheng Yin could muster no courage to drink the remaining wine. He noticed that the wolf's fur felt at least 3 or 4 times tougher than before. Driven by curiosity, he inquired about the dwarf situation. "Well, since we are friends, there is no need for concealment," Hammers said, glancing at his companions before recounting the reasons for their presence in this locale. The stories Zheng Yin had seen were indeed true. Dwarves and elves, once good companions, could no longer return to their former camaraderie, as they had been at war for years. Unable to overcome their adversaries, the Dwarf King had resorted to scattering his forces to preserve their spirit. Before departing, he had given his elite a simple blessing, urging them to grow stronger, which was why Hammers had a formidable stature. After that, Hammers led his small clan to this place, where they crafted a realm using treasures exchanged with the elves. Thus, they had lived for over a decade, until they unearthed a colossal prism stone that possessed magical properties, claiming to be the soul of a holy king that as long as the dwarves offered their game, it would protect them. Just earlier, it had indeed kept its promise, though its range of effect was limited, only usable within the prism itself. "Oh, so it is innate." Zheng Yan's curiosity was satisfied. He had always wondered why the dwarves, possessing such craftsmanship, had feared the elves. Now it all made sense. During this period of relative peace, they lived comfortably until recently, when the fire demon descended. The dwarves, imbued with a portion of beast genes, sensed the overwhelming power. The proximity to the source had affected them greatly. Everyone began to feel weak, unable to sleep through the night. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so easily to the diamond-tiered squad. To ensure safety, Hammers ordered his men to take turns guarding the cave entrance, only to discover that their adversaries had assassins who easily saw through their disguises, leading to their downfall. Zheng Yin, already feeling guilty, now felt even worse. The root of the problem lay with him, and he could not turn a blind eye. He hesitated before inquiring about their plans. "What else can we do?" Hammers replied sorrowfully. "Our families are gone, and we cannot remain in this place of sorrow. After discussing with the others, we have decided to seal the secret realm and seek out other clans. If we could find the king, that would be even better." Understanding their intentions, Zheng Yin grasped the situation. "So, you currently have no suitable place to go?" he asked. Indeed, Hammers nodded. "Then how about this?" Zheng Yin proposed his plan to assist the Wolf King in reclaiming its territory and to establish a sanctuary for the young women. He extended an olive branch to the dwarves, a notion he had been contemplating since earlier. With the dwarves' exceptional craftsmanship, Zheng Yin believed that even in his absence, the young women and the displaced would remain safe and sound. "I must consult with the others," Hammers said, his eyes glinting with hope at the prospect. The dwarves set aside their weapons and formed a circle, enveloping Hammers as they chattered excitedly. Zheng Yin strained his ears, but could comprehend none of it. "Ah, and they even have a security system." After a brief wait, The sun began to rise in the sky, and Zheng Yin instructed the white wolf to return and report safely while he remained. Judging by the expressions on the dwarves' faces, the matter seemed to be nearly settled. Chapter 37. The sacred beast. This was indeed a fortuitous development for them. Rather than aimlessly wandering, having a strong protector like Zheng Yin would undoubtedly lead to a better existence than before. The dwarves agreed, but also made several requests, which nearly made Zheng Yin burst into laughter. First and foremost, they wished to periodically return to pay respects to their family members, to which he readily consented. The subsequent requests, however, were rather peculiar, such as a demand for a regular supply of alcoholic beverages, autonomy in weapon forging, and an arrangement with the prism. While weapon forging posed no issue, the request for a steady supply of alcohol was laughable. Given their capacity, it would surely wear out the young women. No way. Zheng Yin firmly rejected this request. The dwarves remained undeterred, engaging in negotiations until they reached an agreement that they would be self-sufficient and would not trouble others. Additionally, Zheng Yin proposed his own condition. You hefty fellows must not lay a finger on those girls. The dwarves crossed their arms and repeatedly assured him. Yet Zheng Yin soon realized he should not have said that. Who was to say who the hunter and the prey were? Following this, discussions with the prism ensued, leaving Zheng Yin somewhat speechless. You go your way, and why must you involve it? After all, its range is pitifully short and cannot even reach that far. Yet the dwarves remained stubborn. This is a promise. It must be upheld. Hammers declared earnestly. All right, Zheng Yin conceded, feeling at a loss. I will run an errand for you. After all, that thing won't speak. I can just mumble a few words. Embracing this mindset, Zheng Yin allowed the dwarves to remain and accompany their departed loved ones while they tidied up their belongings that he himself returned to that place, witnessing how he had squandered 3 opportunities. With the barrier's time dwindling and the infernal demon yet to make an appearance, upon reaching the village's forge, Zheng Yin resolved to leave behind a contingency that it was not fear of rebellion from the infernal demon that troubled him. Their bond was one of utmost loyalty, as all familiars were fiercely devoted. Rather, he was merely aware of the hidden intentions of the other party. Perhaps another one. After much hesitation, Zheng Yin clicked on the skill slot marked with ice. As the description unfolded, a new familiar was summoned forth. The Ice Demon, an initial-tier demon lord, possessing the ability to freeze all in existence. Unlike the cunning and manipulative nature of the infernal demon, which thrived on human emotions, this one was renowned for its valor. Splendid. A little less guile will save me some trouble, Zheng Yin mused as the massive magic array spread across the ground within the isolation zone he had set. The ice demon revealed its full form, a colossal blue western dragon. Its crystalline scales emitted waves of chilling air, causing Zheng Yin to shiver uncontrollably as he clutched his body tightly. Master, what are your commands? The ice demon inquired, lowering its form to address Zheng Yin, who was no larger than its nostrils. Zheng Yin stammered, his teeth chattering, before finally articulating the task he had for the demon: that go find the infernal demon and bring it back. Don't cause me any more trouble. And remember to keep yourself in check and stay hidden. With a wave of his hand, he sent the demon on its way. The ice demon obeyed, unfurling its gigantic wings and taking to the skies, only to crash into the mountain, creating a gaping hole that led outward. Zheng Yin lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Why is it so brainless? Regretting his summoning, he resolved to use magic to seal the hole when the dwarves emerged. And then he hurriedly departed. Following the same path, he found himself at the same distance. Yet this time, the prism was nowhere to be seen. Where could such a large object have gone? He gazed incredulously at the scene before him. The ravaged lake remained, but the area ahead was utterly barren. Wait, something was there. Lying in wait, as he approached, he was taken aback. What is this? He beheld a creature with a greenish body, intently fixated on him. The being sported a cheelan's head, tiger's limbs, phoenix wings, a turtle shell encasing its form, and a dragon-like tail adorned with a serpent's head. Such a combination was peculiar from any distance. And you are? Zheng Yin ventured to ask, reasoning that if white wolves could speak, this creature surely could as well. The being did not disappoint. Stretching out its limbs, it sniffed the air around Zheng Yin and remarked in a perplexed tone. Human, yes, indeed. But what is that strange scent? And what was that aura from earlier? Is this world so unsettled? Zheng Yin blinked in surprise, confirming that communication was indeed possible before posing another question to me. The creature turned its face toward him, exuding a sense of pride. Young one, to behold me is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the legendary guardian of the Earth Spirit Continent. Known as the Sacred Beast, as the creature boasted, Zheng Yan's expression conveyed his confusion. The Sacred Beast was displeased by this reaction. What? Haven't you heard of my exploits? Zheng Yan, being an outsider, had no knowledge of the tales the creature spoke of. All he knew was that, despite its grand claims, the creature's strength appeared lacking. Never heard of it, Zheng Yin declared, his voice echoing the harsh truth. You! The Sacred Beast's fury visibly escalated, yet Zheng Yin remained unfazed. Is it truly the case that people are so ignorant nowadays? The Sacred Beast huffed, its tone heavy with disappointment. Did I tee that moment? Zheng Yin rifled through his memories and finally recalled where he had encountered this term. It was the prism legend the dwarves had just mentioned. So it was true. He scrutinized the creature anew. Its appearance indeed resembled that of the fabled 5 sacred beasts. Oh, so you are the massive prism that once stood here. Zheng Yin exclaimed. What prism? I shall reiterate. I am the sacred beast, the sacred beast. The creature roared in protest at Zheng Yan's terminology. Beneath its seemingly imposing exterior, however, Zheng Yin perceived a hollowed-out form, with only 5 faint energies sustaining it. It seemed to have endured significant harm, lying here for an extended period, having been awakened by Zheng Yan's summoning of the ice demon. May I inquire, dear sacred beast, Zheng Yin began, grinning as he sought to understand the situation. If you are indeed as formidable as you claim, what brings you to this humble locale? The question left the creature momentarily speechless. Well, it stammered. It is all because of those despicable sorcerers. They lack respect for their elders. Which led to my current plight, and now you mock me. After a moment of mumbling, the sacred beast finally expressed its grievances. Zheng Yin could not grasp the details, nor did he wish to press further, as his priority was to fulfill the dwarf's commission and leave this place promptly. Thus, once the sacred beast finished its self-indulgent soliloquy, Zheng Yin conveyed his message that no, absolutely not. The sacred beast vehemently rejected the proposal. Those dwarves are far too weak. Leaving my protection will only lead to their victimization. Staying here is their best option. Chapter 38. A gift of strength. Zheng Yin was still trying to process the creature's insistence when he asked with uncertainty. Better? Indeed. With my protection, they shall be safe and sound. The sacred beast proclaimed with pride. Do you hear yourself? Zheng Yin was incensed. While he acknowledged his connection to the matter, he could not overlook the absurdity of the sacred beast's claims. What exactly have you been guarding? Taking a deep breath, he produced a photo he had taken earlier, intending to delete it, but now finding it useful. Upon seeing the image, the sacred beast's eyes widened in astonishment. What treasure is this? It can capture scenes. And what is that in the image? Other dwarven tribes? The sacred beast took the phone, directing its gaze at Zheng Yin. No, it's just from here from a few hours ago. Zheng Yin replied slowly, a hint of fatigue lacing his tone, that he was weary of conversing with this pretentious creature, and snatched the phone back, preparing to leave. That I merely intended to inform you. The dwarves accompanying you might extinguish their last ember of hope. Zheng Yin turned away and leaped into the air, vanishing from the sacred beast's sight. Hey, wait, what does that mean? The sacred beast unfurled its wings and pursued him. The secret realm was not vast, and their distances quickly closed. Zheng Yin had deliberately awaited the creature's arrival. When the sacred beast caught up to him, Zheng Yin was in a place dotted with mounds of earth. That was where the dwarves had recently been buried, the soil still fresh. The sacred beast trembled, its voice faint as it approached each mound before finally stopping before Zheng Yin. So, they are all lying here? Yes. So do you still stand by your earlier statement? Zheng Yin inquired softly, brushing away the last remnants of paper in his hand. Did I ask this what you refer to as protection? The air fell into an eerie silence. The sound of the wind rustling through the grasses was all too clear. The my body is too weak, and I have slept too long. The sacred beast's voice cracked, and for the first time, it did not utter a word to obstruct Zheng Yin, bowing its head in mourning for the fallen. Zheng Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly observing the scene. After a considerable time, they heard the dwarves calling out, their footsteps drawing near, and realized they had lingered too long. Would you like to say farewell? After all, you've spent considerable time with them. Zheng Yin gently patted the sacred beast's shell. No, I cannot face them. The sacred beast replied after a long silence, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a surge of multicolored energy erupted from within it. The wind, clouds, trees, birds, and the dwarves entering the area all froze in place, leaving only Zheng Yin free to move. Time froze. Zheng Yin was astonished. After all, he had no skills akin to this, possessing only passive immunity to time stops. The sacred beast was equally surprised that I had intended to pause time so that I could leave. Yet you can move freely in this realm. It regarded Zheng Yin with newfound respect. Young one, are you truly a person of this world? The sacred beast scrutinized Zheng Yin with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. In its understanding, even the most formidable of humans would be unable to withstand this move. Is there a problem? Zheng Yin, who was not adept at lying, dared not meet its gaze for fear of revealing any flaws. Instead, shifting uncomfortably. Well, aside from a peculiar scent, you appear to exhibit no other abnormalities. The sacred beast continued to sniff around Zheng Yin, remarking, I thought perhaps it was that group of ruffians again. From this perspective, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps you might. Feeling the malevolent intent in the beast's eyes, Zheng Yin was struck with discomfort. What are you planning? He inquired while clutching his body. Nothing much. Merely wishing to express my gratitude for laying them to rest, the sacred beast sighed. Ever since I was injured, I have been lying here in solitude until the dwarves discovered me. They were exceedingly warm-hearted, often engaging in heartfelt conversations and sharing drinks with me. Yet, I could not protect them. I can only blame myself for sleeping too long. Hearing the sacred beast's self-reproach, Zheng Yin felt a pang of sympathy, prompting him to recount the story of the Mirror Squad. During his slumber, a defensive mechanism had automatically formed within him, safeguarding at least a portion of the dwarves. Moreover, Zheng Yin gestured towards the immobilized dwarves and said, From my conversations with the duplicates, it is evident that you have protected everyone on more than one occasion. Therefore, they harbor no hatred towards you. In fact, they hold you in great esteem. Zheng Yin's words had an effect. As the sacred beast's eyes brightened momentarily, really, it asked eagerly. Indeed, I have no inclination to deceive, Zheng Yin affirmed with a knowing glance. That is reassuring, indeed. The beast's tone softened significantly, and its entire form relaxed. At that moment, Zheng Yin was filled with a sense of accomplishment, derived from the resolution of a task and the satisfaction of doing a good deed. Then, might I request that you dissolve this domain, so I can escort them away and allow you to rest properly? Feeling the moment was right, Zheng Yin made his request to the sacred beast. Certainly. The beast's words relieved his tension, but then tightened again as it added, However, you must agree to one condition. It moved its limbs, and the energy within its being surged to the surface, creating an impression that it was preparing for battle. Hey, don't go too far, Zheng Yin exclaimed, startled by the sudden change in behavior, only to witness the sacred beast rapidly diminishing in size. Before he could grasp the situation, the colossal creature vanished entirely. Sacred beast, Zheng Yin called out loudly, witnessing a ripple in the air as a burst of multicolored light surged directly into his mouth. Ugh! Zheng Yin grasped his throat, momentarily choking, but fortunately, it had little lasting effect. Pondering what that entity was, he then heard the sacred beast's voice echoing in his mind. Kid, I truly couldn't bear to part with those dwarves. And feeling too ashamed to face them, I resorted to this tactic. Take a look at your right shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin quickly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a newly formed symbol just above his shoulder. It was a circular design composed of white, green, black, red, and yellow, arranged in a harmonious sequence. Simultaneously, Zheng Yin felt a new surge of power within him, albeit inferior to his own magical strength, yet undeniably among the pinnacle of abilities in this realm. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Yin queried, perplexed as he touched the warm symbol. I have bestowed you with power, the sacred beast replied. Kid, I have observed your unique talent for cultivation that arises once in a millennium. This action will not only expedite my recovery, but will also allow me to remain connected to the dwarves while enhancing your own strength. Adapt to it first. I am tired and need to sleep. With that, the beast fell silent, and Zheng Yin sensed its presence gradually diminishing until it was nearly imperceptible that it appeared that the creature had indeed drifted into slumber, and Zheng Yin couldn't help but think how remarkably well it slept. However, his expression soured as he reflected. Dealing with a century-old king was already bothersome. Now a sacred beast has emerged. How much longer will this continue? Chapter 39. The plot behind the scenes, as Zheng Yin lamented. His body suddenly sounded an alarm, a warning emanating from the symbol on his shoulder. My king. What did you just say? Suddenly, a flurry of bats emerged from a freshly repaired hole, coalescing into the figure of Chen Donghua. Mamma mia! Zheng Yan's heart raced as he pressed a hand against his wildly beating heart, grumbling, "Could you at least give me a heads up next time you decide to show up?" With a blank expression. Chen Donghua pulled out his notebook, seemingly engrossed in jotting down something. "What are you doing?" "Let me see." Zheng Yin snatched the item away, revealing a narrative penned in the language of the demon realm that chronicled a grand achievement. After some time spent acclimating, Zheng Yin found he could comprehend the text without needing to study it further. That My clan's century king summoned an ice demon today on the Spirit Earth continent, intending to strike at the dragon clan residing in the northern regions. Simultaneously, he recruited powerful dwarven elites and traced the whereabouts of a long-hidden legendary beast. The next step is to gather all the fragments and unify the Spirit Earth continent. Utter nonsense. You are clearly embellishing the truth. Zheng Yin angrily hurled the notebook to the ground, having long harbored dissatisfaction with Chen Donghua, who had persistently shadowed him. Now, he was exaggerating matters and harboring unknown intentions. "My king, this is not meant for your eyes," Chen Donghua responded, his demeanor remaining calm and unperturbed as he picked up the notebook and dusted it off. "The mouths of those old ministers are tougher than your fists. If we don't periodically produce something, we cannot provide an explanation. Furthermore, I implore you to exercise caution in your dealings and refrain from allowing strange entities to approach you that I have already restrained it." As he spoke, Chen Donghua gestured towards Zheng Yan's chest, where the miniature sacred beast lay quietly sleeping, ensconced in magical energy that rendered it immobile. Noticing Zheng Yan's intense gaze on the beast, Chen Donghua added, "Your Majesty, this creature is an artifact from the ancient era of the Spirit Earth continent. Since the world's transformation, it has lost much of its power. Its temporary awakening was solely due to your grace, which is ultimately a fortunate occurrence. The 3 opportunities have been exhausted, and it cannot be replenished in a short time. That if you wish to avoid exposure, you may utilize its abilities." Afterward, he flipped his right hand, drawing forth elemental energy from the sacred beast into the symbol on Zheng Yin's shoulder. As Zheng Yin sensed this, he merely focused his thoughts, and the 5 elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth became his to command. Simultaneously, he felt a summons from deep within his mind, and as he delved deeper into his consciousness, he recognized the faces of the former members of the Mirror Squad. Surprised to discover that they had not vanished entirely, extending his arm like a rubber man, he ensnared them and pulled them from the realm of consciousness, where a summoning option now appeared in his skill panel. However, unlike the typical magic-driven summons, this option was presented on a separate page, allowing the use of additional skills alongside the summoned entities. "Congratulations, my king." Chen Donghua's face lit up with joy. "That I never expected you to master its powers so effortlessly. Truly, the Demon King did not misjudge your potential." After expressing his excitement, he began scribbling in his notebook again, and Zheng Yin could easily guess that the man was once again boasting. "Well, it's all for my benefit, I suppose." Zheng Yin, who was not particularly averse to this winter melon of a man, simply found his behavior excessive. He now understood why emperors of ancient times often found it difficult to relate to their ministers. Differing opinions made it challenging to work together harmoniously. "Ahem. I would like some personal space to adjust to this new power, if you will," Zheng Yin said, feeling that he didn't want to disrupt Chen Donghua's serious demeanor, yet also found their interaction quite awkward. "Certainly. Please take your time to digest it." Chen Donghua agreed readily, dispersing into a flock of black crows that took flight. Zheng Yin sighed in relief, finally having sent this formidable presence away. "Why do I feel a hint of apprehension when I'm the one in charge?" High above the clouds, Chen Donghua completed his notes, flanked on either side by an ice demon and a fire demon. The ice and flame spirits. "Chancellor." As Chen Donghua returned, the fire demon rushed forward. "How did it go with the master? Do you think he was angry?" What are his thoughts on my future plans? Rest assured, the king is quite satisfied. You may proceed with the plan as scheduled. Chen Donghua replied, producing a gleaming golden medal from his pocket and tossing it towards the fire demon. Take this. It is the king's reward. Once your endeavor succeeds, you shall be the foremost contributor. The fire demon grasped the medal with delight, carefully safeguarding it, while the ice demon looked on enviously. Sigh, when will I ever earn such honor? As the ice demon sighed in contemplation, he resolved to diligently fulfill his mission. His master had commanded him to monitor the fire demon, yet the chancellor advised him to adhere to the plan without overthinking it. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin summoned the members of the Mirror Squad using his skills. Uncertain about the intricacies of this skill set and whether the summoned beings would be obedient, he devised an alternative strategy. The sudden disappearance of Layla and others would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Adventurers Guild. He wondered if they had reported anything concerning him. Now was the perfect opportunity to use these replicas as substitutes, serving as spies while also alleviating future complications. The summoning circle was distinct from the previous one. One emerged from the ground, while the other descended as a purple light array from the heavens. The 5 beings materialized from the 5 elemental manifestations, their expressions vacant and motionless. What was amiss? After searching through his skill menu, Zheng Yin realized he had forgotten to activate it. Where are we? The bewildered individuals, just regaining their senses, calmed down upon seeing Zheng Yin that he tested his control over them, but chose not to exercise it, instead sharing the tale of the sacred beasts. Naturally, many details were omitted. In this version, the sacred beast entrusted the squad and some of its energy to Zheng Yin before falling into a deep slumber. I see. The squad members harbored no further doubts. After Zheng Yin lifted the time stop and explained, the dwarves reluctantly departed. As they left, Zheng Yin employed a newly learned spell to seal the entrance to the secret realm, handing a key to the hammer. Why am I so exhausted on this early morning? It felt as though he had lived several days within that one night, and the mental fatigue rendered him somewhat drowsy. He splashed water on his face at the pool and returned to the camp with the dwarves, squad members, and previously summoned dependents. The wolf pack awaited them at a distance, but these wolves had undergone significant transformations, their size and appearance evolving in a manner akin to the white wolf. Curious, Zheng Yin glanced at the skill menu. There was no indication of any upgrades available. However, beneath the bold description, tiny letters suggested that feeding them fruit could double their strength and enhance their combat capabilities. Fruits? Zheng Yin exclaimed, realizing the implications, and rushed into the camp without further thought. Chapter 40. The Forest of the Wolf God He. The sounds of martial training reached Zheng Yin from afar, and he noticed that many of the nearby trees had mysteriously vanished overnight. Upon entering the camp, he briefly wondered if he had been so tired that he had dreamt all of this. The appearance of those who had fled, old, weak, and children, had remained unchanged, providing him with some reassurance. Yet, observing their actions, he was astonished to see a 60-year-old grandmother effortlessly lifting a massive tree as if it were a mere toy. Nearby, a child of merely 7 or 8 years old easily snapped a branch several times thicker than his own leg, wielding it as a makeshift TOYS for the young women. Each exuded vitality, lined up in rows under Annie's guidance, practicing their movements. This must be a dream. Zheng Yin pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming the reality of his surroundings. But what was going on? He stepped into the camp, where the refugees were notably more familiar with him than the previous day. Some even greeted him warmly. Annie, noticing Zheng Yin's return, commanded the girls to cease their movements and form a welcoming line, explaining the situation. Shortly after Zheng Yin had departed, they had awoken, finding themselves surprisingly unfazed despite consuming an abundance of fruit. Instead, they felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within them, with nowhere to channel this newfound strength. They ventured into the forest, inadvertently breaking trees with a single strike. This caught the attention of others, who began to gather and join in the effort, discovering that they, too, possessed extraordinary power. And oh wonder, so many trees had disappeared. Zheng Yin quietly attributed their actions to environmental destruction in his mind, and continued listening that in their village, such occurrences had never transpired, and soon someone suggested that the source of this phenomenon was the fruit. When Zheng Yin had left, the fruit had been entirely consumed, leaving only a pile of seeds behind. Upon hearing this news, the white wolf hesitated for a moment before swallowing several of the seeds. Heat, cold, pain, numbness, and itchiness coursed through its body as it clutched its belly, alternating between weeping and laughing. The girls, fearing for its life, pondered how to assist it when an astonishing event unfolded. After enduring nearly an hour of agony, the white wolf emerged from the ordeal, a sheen of sweat glistening on its tongue. Transformed into a significantly larger and more powerful creature, it now felt confident enough to challenge the hyena queen and even an entire tribe. Driven by the desire to grow stronger, the white wolf consumed more seeds, akin to filling a water bottle that had reached its limit. Though somewhat regretful, the white wolf was nonetheless satisfied with its current strength. To enhance the overall power, it summoned the other wolves to join in consuming the seeds, resulting in the scene Zheng Yin had just witnessed. So that is how it is. He had suspected the fruit's involvement earlier. And now that suspicion had solidified into certainty, alleviating his concerns. For them, gaining strength was indeed a fortuitous event. As they discussed their newfound powers, they refrained from inquiring about the fate of the fruit. And Zheng Yin gladly crafted an excuse to explain that he introduced the dwarves and squad members to the others. Sharing a common fate, the team quickly embraced the dwarves, their genial and open personalities facilitating a smooth integration. Today marked the day they had agreed upon, and Zheng Yin rallied the wolf pack to prepare for their move to the vast plains that no need. Our benefactor has sent us. Annie gestured, and dozens of individuals effortlessly hoisted their gear onto their shoulders. Displaying remarkable ease, that it was essential to remember that the burdens were no light matter, weighing at least dozens of pounds. The dwarves, witnessing their own robust physiques, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Thus, Zheng Yin rode atop the Wolf King while the others carried their belongings on smaller wolves. With the pack taking on the bulk of the load, they departed. The Mirror Squad bid farewell to the dwarves and Zheng Yin. Retaining all the memories of their former selves, they sought to infiltrate the city of Outer Caucasus in secret, hoping to find an opportunity for revenge. This aligned with Zheng Yan's intentions. After consulting the dwarves, they parted ways. As they left, the hammer presented Zheng Yan with a treasured artifact he had safeguarded for many years, saying, "Remember, if you are exposed, do not act recklessly. Return to us." With the dwarves' hopes resting upon him, the squad vanished from view. The forest of the Wolf God was their intended destination, situated at the border of two nations, a no-man's land. Beyond lay the territory of powerful magical beasts and a vast number of undead, making it a perilous region. Previously, Zheng Yin had worried whether the White Wolf could protect everyone, but now, observing the fierce warriors riding upon the wolves, he dismissed that concern entirely. Once the dwarves forged their weapons, they could assemble a formidable cavalry, effectively establishing a small, battle-ready stronghold. As he envisioned their future, Zheng Yin succumbed to the jostling and drifted into a deep slumber. Awakening refreshed, he realized they were nearing their destination. "Stop!" Zheng Yin called out, stretching his limbs to encourage the group to temporarily conceal themselves. The overall strength of the hyena pack was uncertain, and if anyone were to be injured as a result, it would be an unacceptable loss. Zheng Yin decided to bring only the White Wolf forward, planning to address any threats before allowing the others to join. The Wolf King's sizable frame made it an obvious target. Thus, it was time to utilize the sacred beast magic. With a gentle touch of his finger, the white wolf transformed into a pet no larger than a palm. Adorably small, but he placed it on his shoulder. Ensuring the team was secure before departing their hiding spot, as they proceeded, the white wolf recounted the history of the forest of the Wolf God. This barren land had once housed a flourishing kingdom long ago, though the name had been forgotten with time. The soil was fertile, resources abundant, and the people thrived under the reign of 9 successive benevolent rulers. However, the onset of the ancient war irrevocably altered the landscape. The Earth Spirit continent was divided into multiple segments, each guarded by powerful divine beasts, such as the Dragon Emperor, sacred beasts, and titans. They represented the pinnacle of this world, each with their own territories, coexisting peacefully as long as humans did not disturb them. Interactions had been relatively amicable. Under the leadership of lords, magical beasts were not as feral as they were today, nor inclined to attack humans. Of course, the White Wolf added, "I speak of the majority, but not including my own kin, that on a seemingly ordinary day, when life continued as usual, The tranquil sky was abruptly shattered by the descent of a meteorite that plummeted to the earth. This celestial object was vast, nearly enveloping a tenth of the kingdom's land, displacing many and leaving them homeless. Upon learning of this calamity, the king hastened to the scene, personally directing the evacuation and disaster relief efforts. Although he was perplexed by the unfathomable misfortune that had befallen his realm, the weight of responsibility compelled him to lead an expedition to uncover the truth. This proposal was met with near-universal opposition. "I must go," the king declared resolutely, dismissing all dissent as he ventured into the depths of the meteorite on a sunlit afternoon, oblivious to the fact that he would never return. Chapter 41. The Undying Army. 3 days. 5 days, 10 days. An entire month elapsed with no sign of movement from the meteorite. During this period, many attempted to force their way inside in search of the king, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier of formidable power. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the populace, as fears for the benevolent ruler's safety morphed into anxieties regarding their own fates. Despite the military's efforts to maintain order, a great many people began to flee with their families, transforming the meteor crater into accursed ground. Meanwhile, neighboring nations watched with keen interest that in this time of crisis, a peculiar group of individuals appeared, clad in uniform black garments and wearing wide-brimmed hats. Their appearance and voices revealed them to be an exclusively female collective, led by a diminutive girl endowed with extraordinary powers. Under her guidance, the group established a porridge station and distributed medicine, forcefully providing a breath of life to the crumbling kingdom. Gradually, their popularity soared, reaching a point where they could command the loyalty of the people. The kingdom's officials soon took notice, but their intentions were hampered by their own limitations. What had once appeared to be a prosperous land was now laid bare by the disaster, revealing numerous deficiencies compounded by the chaos of war. Who had the time to attend to these newcomers? The crown prince, thrust into leadership by popular demand, could only address a fraction of the turmoil. One day, as the afflicted citizens came to collect their rations, they were astonished to see the typically reclusive girl making a personal appearance. Her abilities, which had been witnessed by all, included the power to turn stone into gold, summon water from parched earth, and generate an inexhaustible supply of food. She was held in high esteem by the populace. The recipients of aid were gathered together, awaiting an important announcement that in their earnest anticipation, the girl materialized, proclaiming her vision. "Esteemed citizens, the time has come," she declared, gesturing toward the seemingly placid meteorite. "This object is a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens, brimming with countless riches that if you desire it, all of it can be yours." Having endured much hardship, the people harbored significant grievances against both the kingdom and the meteorite. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed figure, they surged toward the meteorite in a frenzy. This time, unimpeded by any barriers, they peeled away the outer layer. They discovered a dark interior that soon transformed into a dazzling display of gold. In a frenzy of uncontrollable greed, they fought and scrambled for the bounty. The girl, watching from behind, wore a knowing smile. Boom! After 3 days of intense excavation, a substantial portion of the meteorite had been hollowed out. At this time, both the kingdom's afflicted citizens and the beleaguered military, as well as foreign onlookers, joined the fray. Each individual feared they would be left with nothing, and no one noticed that the girl and her companions had seemingly vanished into thin air. Another day passed, and the outer layer of the meteorite had been nearly exhausted. To their astonishment, they realized that there seemed to be little of value left to claim. All that remained was a black orb, reduced to less than a third of its original size, with an exterior so hard that ordinary tools could not penetrate it. "Open it! Open it!" The previously fragmented individuals now united in a rare show of solidarity. Undeterred by the formidable barrier before them, the craftsmen convened, quickly forging several alloy tools. The crowd rotated in waves, and they finally succeeded in breaching a small opening. However, within lay nothing of the grandeur they had envisioned, leaving them sorely disappointed. "Look, what is that glimmering red object?" "A rare gem," a keen-eyed individual exclaimed, only to immediately regret their words. "Why did I speak? If it truly is a treasure, wouldn't it be better to keep it to myself?" Yet, it was too late. Their voice drew a throng of curious onlookers that in the darkened cavity, dozens of red lights flickered, accompanied by strange sounds. While the noise went unnoticed, the allure of the gemstones proved irresistible. As someone suggested enlarging the opening to retrieve the treasures, the narrow passageway unexpectedly split apart. Boom! Crash! The meteorite's surface cracked in a spiderweb pattern, swiftly engulfing many who were caught off guard, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Once the commotion subsided, the unwilling survivors, clutching their lamps, attempted to continue their search for riches, only to encounter a familiar figure. The long-missing king, who should have perished, stood before them alive and well. Some fell to their knees in disbelief, while others sensed something was amiss. The king and his guards bore peculiar expressions. The rosy complexion they had upon entering had become as rough as tree bark. Their emaciated skin even revealed the outlines of decayed organs and darkened bones. "Your Majesty," one man, dressed in a manner befitting a high official, crawled forward, hoping to curry favor with the aged king, only to be seized by the throat. The king emitted a strange cry and expelled a thick cloud of black smoke toward him, instantly consuming the official. "Run! Quick, run!" Panic ensued as many were paralyzed with fear, some frozen in place, while a greater number chose to flee in terror. The weight of their gold hindered their speed, yet they were reluctant to abandon their hard-won gains. And the encroaching black mist soon enveloped them. From that day forth, a formidable undead army emerged from the kingdom's shadows. They moved with sluggishness, impervious to blades, firearms, and magic alike. Under the king's command, the territory of the kingdom was gradually consumed, transforming into its current desolation, and the expansion continued unabated. As events reached this critical juncture, others could no longer remain idle. The undead army advanced with alarming ferocity, threatening to engulf the entire Spirit Earth continent. Discussing the origins of the meteorite became a futile endeavor. The pressing concern was how to confront the immediate threat. Thus, other kingdoms and empires united to form an elite force of over 1 million troops to resist the undead. They dispatched envoys to negotiate, and even divine beasts and their kin became embroiled in the conflict. That a great war erupted, lasting a decade, during which the allied forces suffered severe losses, ultimately succeeding in slaying the king and driving the undead army back to their desolate realm. The divine beasts merged to create a barrier, preventing the undead from escaping. At this point, the saga should have concluded, with the worthy receiving their due recognition. The ancestor of the White Wolf was granted dominion over a territory known as the Wolf God Forest. As for why such a perilous land was bestowed upon them, the White Wolf explained that the ancestor had volunteered, wishing to keep watch over those terrifying entities. Zheng Yin nodded in understanding. Feeling no need to delve deeper, what transpired afterward, he inquired eagerly. "Now, we must discuss how humanity suppressed the divine beasts to become the dominant force in this world," the White Wolf stated, perched upon Zheng Yan's back. Casting wary glances around, they traversed through the forest, eventually emerging onto a vast plain. "Master, look. This is the place I spoke of." Zheng Yin followed the White Wolf's indication, only to feel a sense of betrayal wash over him. Chapter 42. The Wolf King Statue. This was no plain. It was unmistakably a marshland. Zheng Yin attempted to navigate the mire, only to find himself sinking into the sludge within mere steps, while an unwitting crocodile lurked nearby, only to retreat in fear at his gaze. "Alas, it seems I must find a new location," he lamented, flicking the White Wolf on the forehead in frustration. "Wait, master." The White Wolf, noticing the bumps on his head, urgently called for him to halt. "This is merely a disguise. Please venture a bit further, and you will see." Very well, Zheng Yin decided to trust the creature once more. Treading lightly through the marsh, after traversing several meters, he encountered an invisible barrier that obstructed his path. He knocked upon it, finding it surprisingly firm, yet there was still a vast expanse ahead that remained unexplored. "Master, allow me," the White Wolf offered. The White Wolf leaped from Zheng Yan's shoulder to the top of his head, letting out a gentle growl. In an instant, Zheng Yin found himself in an entirely different scene. In the midst of a dense jungle, creatures such as giraffes, zebras, elephants, and prides of lions inhabited this locale, while a few stunted, withered trees loomed in the distance. This place bore no significant difference from what the White Wolf had described. Further ahead stood a dilapidated statue, and as Zheng Yin approached, he recognized it as the likeness of a unicorn wolf king, strikingly similar to the current Scarface, though it was now draped in vines and exuded a somber aura due to years of neglect. "Master," "We have arrived," the white wolf declared, before leaping down and reverting to its original size, howling towards a particular direction. The other animals, upon hearing this, scattered in fright. Even the lion, often hailed as the king of the jungle, retreated to a safe distance. It appeared that there remained a stark divide between ordinary creatures and magical beasts. While the white wolf summoned its companions, Zheng Yin scrutinized the statue closely, discovering that the sacred power within him resonated with it. As he gently touched the statue, releasing a modicum of his strength, it suddenly emitted a loud crack and collapsed with a thunderous roar. This commotion caught the attention of the white wolf. "I did not, I swear," Zheng Yin exclaimed in a panic, but he quickly realized that the creature's gaze was not on him. Following the white wolf's line of sight, he observed that from the shattered remnants of the statue, a bow infused with lightning began to emerge. As the bow took form, the entire plain erupted with a deafening roar, dark clouds obscuring the sun, while flashes of lightning danced amidst the gloom. "Is this a true legend?" The white wolf knelt before the bow, its front paws bending in reverence. Perhaps sensing the presence of its lineage, that a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the white wolf. "Be careful." Zheng Yin attempted to intervene, but felt no sense of danger, causing him to halt his movements. He believed this event to be fortuitous. Just as he had surmised, upon being struck, the white wolf let out a cry of anguish as its fur bristled. Subsequently, more bolts of lightning fell, transitioning its initial pain into a state of ecstasy, as its body began to contract until it ultimately transformed into the form of a young man. The man, strikingly handsome and appearing to be in his early 20s, bore silver hair and a prominent scar running from his eye to his mouth, exuding an air of gallantry. The white fur of his former self had morphed into a radiant, luminous armor. The lightning bow, as if drawn by an unseen force, flew into his grasp. "Handsome, truly handsome." Zheng Yin applauded exuberantly. The scarred figure reminded him of a certain general from a Three Kingdoms card game, the artwork of which bore an uncanny resemblance, save for the scar. Removing it and adding a fine sword would have been ideal. Hearing Zheng Yan's unabashed praise, the once proud Scarface felt a tinge of bashfulness. With one hand on the bow and the other covering his face, he implored softly, "Master, I beg you, do not say such things. Allow me to retain some dignity." Zheng Yin, undeterred, continued with his admiration. "What do you mean by servant? Are we not equals?" Turning to prove his point, he was taken aback to find a small pack of wolves he had previously overlooked, having been so captivated by Scarface. The wolves, notably diminutive, included several newborn pups that cowered behind their mothers. Gazing fearfully at the two strangers, "Do not be afraid," Scarface reassured. Sheathing the bow on his back and approaching the pups with a tender touch, he murmured something to the other wolves, as if conveying a mission. Previously, Zheng Yin had been unable to comprehend the communication among animals, but now, empowered by the sacred beast's strength, he found himself effortlessly translating their language. "I have returned, my friends, I apologize for the hardships you have endured. This time, I vow to defeat our enemies and reclaim our glory." Zheng Yin noted the intelligence of the translation, akin to the insect he had consumed earlier. The wolves responded with a united howl, their voices echoing in the sky, while Scarface's face radiated joy and fulfillment at being home. In the modern world, Zheng Yin had heard that wolf kings, unlike other animal leaders, resembled clan patriarchs, ensuring the well-being of each member. The wolves' behavior confirmed this notion. When it came time to introduce Zheng Yin, Scarface found himself at a loss. As the leader of the pack, acknowledging a master would be a blow to his pride. Sensing his unease, Zheng Yin proactively introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Zheng Yin, a friend of your Wolf King, standing united with you all." His self-introduction resembled that of a child attempting to impress, with Scarface's endorsement. The pack quickly accepted him as one of their OWN. As the wolves dispersed, Scarface, a towering figure, expressed his gratitude with a hint of shyness. "Master, thank you." Zheng Yin gently patted his back, responding in a soft tone. "No need for thanks, our great Wolf King. I have not forgotten our earlier promise." Laughter filled the air, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The group then adopted a strategic division of labor, some scouting while others advanced stealthily. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, they had all entered the plains. Wow! The young girls, refugees, and dwarves gazed in awe at the land where they envisioned their future, filled with reverence. The wolves summoned by Zheng Yin began to adapt and exchange information with their kin. That night, utilizing the materials at hand, they constructed temporary shelters, significantly increasing their efficiency with the dwarves' tools. Zheng Yin and Scarface continued their conversation by the campfire, resuming a previously interrupted tale. This plain was the heart of his ancestors' domain, long overseen by the Wolf Tribe's leader, serving as a refuge in times of crisis. It had proven invaluable, preserving the flame of hope. Scarface recounted how they had united to vanquish the undead legion and seal them away. Throughout that prolonged battle, many ordinary humans had awakened latent powers, exponentially enhancing their combat capabilities. Some discovered magical talents, providing support to their comrades, while others experienced a holistic boost in physical attributes, emerging as formidable warriors. These individuals would later become renowned archmages and super soldiers. Zheng Yin felt a sense of familiarity with these terms: awakening, enhancement. Wasn't this akin to the superhumans spoken of by Song Jiang? It seemed that such phenomena also existed in the land of the earth spirits. But who bestowed these powers upon them? After a decade of recovery post-war, those heroes of battle only grew stronger, achieving the pinnacle of power in the world at this moment. However, it appeared that these individuals had forgotten the eternal oath of allegiance they had made at the time of their alliance. Coupled with the severe injuries sustained by the divine beasts, which hindered their recovery, that a conspiracy began to brew. Chapter 43. Are you one of the demon clan? On the human side, a grand feast was organized under the pretense of celebrating the 10th anniversary of their victory, inviting the divine beasts to attend. Some astute individuals sensed that this event was anything but simple and advised their leaders against attending. Yet the divinely proud creatures dismissed their concerns, believing themselves to be the rightful rulers of the land of earth spirits. Regardless of a few formidable opponents, that day, jubilant celebrations erupted as the divine beast descended, with both sides toasting and sharing tales of their past. Everything appeared harmonious until a representative from the human side accidentally shattered a cup, triggering a cascade of ambushes from all directions, leading to a fierce battle above the city, where the residual energy waves obliterated the inhabitants of several towns. This confrontation was brief, as the disparity in strength was evident. One side comprised rising stars, while the other was a fading ember. Of the 5 divine beasts, 2 fell in battle, their remains repurposed into weapons, while the remaining 3 either fled or sustained injuries, disappearing without a trace. The fate of the surviving divine beast's kin was grim, as they were relentlessly hunted to near extinction. Scarface's ancestors were gravely wounded, and upon fleeing here, they perished after imparting the knowledge of the hidden secrets within the statue. Thus, the tale concluded, leading to the present state of affairs. A unique equilibrium had formed. Scarface appeared exhilarated by the events of the day that I never imagined that which eluded our ancestors would fall into my hands. He toyed with the weapon in his grasp, admiring his newly acquired form while testing its power. Now, with this treasure in hand, I need not fear the hyenas, Scarface declared joyfully. Meanwhile, Zheng Yan's attention was riveted to the bow in Scarface's possession, sensing an unusual energy emanating from it. The power contained within was overwhelmingly potent. One could only wonder what caliber of strength Scarface's ancestors possessed to forge such a divine weapon. Or perhaps Zheng Yin reflected on the story from earlier, striving to uncover any useful clues, but ultimately found himself at an impasse. After a fleeting night, he was gently awakened by a small wolf licking his face. He stroked the head of this adorable creature, relinquishing command entirely to Scarface, who was, after all, more familiar with the territory and was the de facto leader. Once Scarface reverted to its wolf form and discreetly conferred with Zheng Yin. It ordered the weaker wolves and humans to remain at the camp while the rest set off together. As Scarface organized the camp, Zheng Yin received a piece of intelligence. Previously, he had instructed some of his subordinates to secretly gather supplies and conceal them. Last night, he had also tasked them with scouting the area. The results were somewhat surprising. Within the relatively small expanse of the Wolf God Forest, not only were there packs of wolves and hyenas, but also individuals from the demon clan. Indeed, Zheng Yin listened intently to the reports from his subordinates, revealing that a faction of other demon clan forces was stationed there. That a slight sense of relief washed over him, as their strength appeared to be rather weak, making them manageable. How peculiar. Zheng Yin recalled Shun Donghua's words, asserting that the other Century King factions had transitioned to the real world. This was unexpected, or perhaps they were remnants that had not evacuated in time. He pondered whether he should show mercy if they encountered one another. Meanwhile, news arrived from the girls that they're awake. They're awake. Annie sprinted to Zheng Yan's side, but her rapid pace got the better of her, causing her to tumble heavily to the ground. Fortunately, her enhanced physical resilience mitigated any significant impact. "What do you mean they're awake?" Zheng Yin inquired, helping Annie to her feet, his curiosity piqued. "The blue-haired girl. The one you brought back from the goblin lair." Annie blinked, her eyes wide with excitement. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Indeed, with the myriad of events that had transpired over the past few days, Zheng Yin had inadvertently overlooked this detail. However, with an increasing number of girls gathering out of curiosity, admitting such a lapse would be quite embarrassing. How could I forget? I simply haven't fully woken up yet. Zheng Yin feigned a yawn, rising from the ground, feeling somewhat guilty under the gaze of the onlookers. "Well then, lead me to her." Understanding that further delay would reveal his oversight, he hurriedly sought to divert the conversation, making his way towards where Annie had just come from, the others following closely behind. Outside the makeshift tent, constructed from branches and canvas, a crowd had already gathered, peering inside. Upon seeing Zheng Yan's approach, they instinctively parted to create a path for him. Within, several elders were attending to the blue-haired girl, who had just awakened, her expression one of bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings, remaining silent despite the questions posed to her. "Is she frightened?" Zheng Yin whispered to Annie, who stood beside him. "That is a possibility," she replied. "Please, everyone step outside for a moment and tend to your own affairs." Annie politely ushered the crowd away, leaving only herself, Zheng Yin, and the girl in the tent. "Hello there." Noticing Zheng Yan's hesitation to speak, Annie took the initiative to greet the girl. However, the girl offered no response, fixating her gaze on Zheng Yan's face since his entrance, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. "Oh, it seems you wish to speak with your benefactor privately." Annie chuckled, noting the girl's interest. "That it appears our friend possesses quite the charm." With that, she stepped outside, leaving the two to gaze at one another. Zheng Yin felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, not as a ploy to ingratiate himself, but genuinely believing he had seen her before. "Do we know each other?" Unable to endure the silence any longer, he finally asked this impolite question. "Yes," the blue-haired girl finally spoke, slowly articulating the word, "but the me you see now is likely your first encounter." Zheng Yan's mouth hung open, his eyes glimmering with confusion. "What do you mean by that?" The blue-haired girl did not answer him directly, instead rummaging through her pocket before producing a red paper and extending it towards him. "This," she stated coldly. "You should remember this." That as Zheng Yin took the paper, he found it covered in dense script written in demonic language. "You are of the Demon Clan?" he gasped, instinctively covering his mouth to suppress an exclamation. "Yes and no," she replied in the same indifferent tone. "All you need to do is strictly adhere to what is written above." Listening to her, Zheng Yin carefully read the text on the red paper, which essentially outlined a contract that I, Zheng Yin, hereby vow to join the Demon Clan from this day forth, obtaining the full power of the Demon King, with the condition of marrying his granddaughter and caring for her forever. "What? When did I sign this?" Zheng Yin exclaimed, staring at his own handwriting, unable to recall ever entering such an agreement. Could it be that old man has tricked me? He clutched the contract, intending to rip it to shreds, but found it stubbornly resistant to destruction. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't even tear a tiny corner. "What, do you intend to breach the contract?" A chilling sensation enveloped him, accompanied by the girl's voice, laced with anger. Zheng Yin shrank back, casting a glance to the side, only to find that the girl had vanished, replaced by another figure he recognized from the illusion that had rescued him by the pond. "Is it you?" Zheng Yin rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm he was not imagining things. Yet before him stood the blue-haired girl once more. "Then am I seeing things?" he muttered softly. Chapter 44. A fiancé emerges. "I have a question." Sensing a slight shift in the atmosphere, he timidly raised his hand in request. "Go ahead," the blue-haired girl replied, casting a glance at him. "Are you not of the Demon Clan? What are you doing here?" Zheng Yin ventured to voice his curiosity. "Demon Clan?" The girl touched her face thoughtfully, her voice quivering slightly. "I have never firmly identified myself with any particular race, just like you, even with immense power." You still consider yourself an ordinary person, do you not? Her words resonated deeply within Zheng Yan. Indeed, he had never aspired to dominate the world as Chen Donghua had suggested. He merely wished to live a better life. But what of this girl? Are you not the granddaughter of the old Demon King? Zheng Yan, known for his straightforward nature, couldn't help but ask. Oh, it seems you are quite concerned about that, she replied, playfully shaking the contract in her hand. And if I say yes, will you then marry me and return to the Demon Clan, never to emerge again? Zheng Yan found himself unable to respond, opting to change the subject instead. He exited the tent, requesting a fitting garment from Annie to present to her, then stepped outside to wait. All right, you can come in now. It was only when the call echoed from within that he pulled back the curtain once more. The girl had initially been draped in tattered cloth, but upon receiving care from Annie and the others, she had changed into a lovely outfit, with a doll-like face, mid-length blue hair, and a Lolita-style blue dress. She exuded a charm that made Zheng Yan's heart skip a beat. Stay calm. This isn't your usual type. He shook his head, still musing over how adept his subordinates were at gathering supplies. As they had managed to procure outfits of various styles, perhaps he had stared for too long, as the girl couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite an interesting person, she remarked, adjusting her slightly disheveled appearance and tucking the contract back in her clothing, then extending her arms toward Zheng Yan. What are you doing? Seeing her gesture, Zheng Yan raised his voice in inquiry. Carry me? The blue-haired girl pouted, her expression stern as she fixed her gaze on him. All right. Although he knew that with her identity and capabilities, she could walk on her own, Zheng Yan complied and squatted down. The girl happily climbed onto his back. Remember my name, Chen Ku, just call me Kiki. Her voice carried a hint of playfulness. Zheng Yan silently committed the name Kiki to memory, that he knew he could not breach the contract, but marrying her. Well, perhaps it would be wise to cultivate their relationship first. As he stepped out of the low tent with Kiki on his back, they drew envious glances from onlookers, many filled with jealousy. What's going on with that guy? He emerged from the goblin lair too. Yet the benefactor is so biased. Exactly. He has never carried any of us, so why does he receive such special treatment? Listening to the murmurs around him, Zheng Yan's face flushed crimson, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Kiki remained unfazed, treating the inquiries as if they were beneath her notice. When someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached, Zheng Yan was at a loss for words, but Kiki took it upon herself to respond. Oh, the reason? I am his fiancée. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to poking a hornet's nest. Had it not been for Annie maintaining order, Zheng Yan would have likely been overwhelmed. Rest assured, Kiki whispered conspiratorially in his ear as she swung her legs playfully, that I understand, men. When the time comes, I will know to turn a blind eye, in response to the generous remarks made by this individual. Zheng Yan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The future had been meticulously outlined, a prospect he had never contemplated with such depth. Ahead of the formation, the sudden appearance of the female master. The White Wolf took him by surprise as well. Well, never mind, that he had intended to inquire further, yet deemed it more prudent to remain silent. After ensuring that Zheng Yan's expression was untroubled, the White Wolf led him away to a secluded corner. Bowing its head toward Cuckoo. Good dog, truly obedient, Cuckoo remarked, stroking the wolf's head with an expression of contentment. You are the original master of this forest, are you not? Indeed, it replied, that I have heard you plan to reclaim your territory. Correct, it is the legacy left by my ancestors, and I cannot afford to relinquish even a square meter of it. Are you referring to that old wolf? Upon hearing the term ancestors, Cuckoo's interest piqued, and she scrutinized the White Wolf with her gaze. There is a resemblance, perhaps 7 or 8 parts similar. At that moment, the silent duo of one human and one wolf exchanged bewildered glances. Do you know my ancestors? The White Wolf inquired, its skepticism palpable, yet it was willing to entertain the notion. Yes, I have encountered them once, Cuckoo nodded, placing a finger to her lips as she gazed upward in contemplation. If memory serves, that was a loyal hound, such a pity. The conversation among the three abruptly ceased, and the White Wolf yearned to learn more. Had she truly lived for an extensive period beneath her seemingly youthful facade? What tales did my ancestors hold? A multitude of questions swirled in the White Wolf's mind. Yet at that moment, Cuckoo succumbed to sleep, resting on Zheng Yan's back. I am so sleepy, she murmured, her drool cascading onto his neck. Zheng Yan let out a wry smile and patted the White Wolf. Let us depart. Consider this matter merely a story spun by a girl. The white wolf complied, leading the way across the plains toward their destination, all the while mocking itself. Scarface, what has been troubling you of late? A child's whimsy is taken seriously. Perhaps I've been idle for too long, and my mind has become chaotic. The procession was grand, rendering concealment impossible. During their journey, Zheng Yin refrained from riding the white wolf, as a matter of courtesy. "Hey, husband," a voice broke through the rustling of thorny trees, causing Zheng Yan's eyelids to twitch. How long had it been since Cuckoo awakened? Or had she never truly been asleep? A chill ran down his spine. That wasn't this a tad premature? Matters of affection ought to unfold gradually. His voice dwindled, for Zheng Yan, who had vowed to remain single for life and even quarreled with his parents over it, felt a profound loneliness within. Suddenly confronted with such a situation, he felt a surge of pride, sweeter than any confection, yet he could not allow it to show ditto. "Then I shall refrain from calling you that, and simply refer to you as Zheng Yin," just as he grappled with his thoughts. Cook has stripped away all pretense, reverting to calling him by his name. Zheng Yin felt as though he had lost some treasured possession, his expression immediately darkening that he had hoped to hear more. "Very well, calling me by my real name is fine." Reluctantly, he uttered a few words. "I shall not tease you further." Seeing his demeanor, Cook could not help but cover her face with laughter. "I have something serious to discuss with you." She then inquired about the items Chen Donghua had provided him, emphasizing their impending significance. Zheng Yin replied, "Sir, I have one left." "Speak plainly." "Used 3 times, remaining none." Chapter 45. Trouble. The sky was a deep purple, with mountain peaks resembling blades and torrents of molten lava flowing beneath. Useless, a bunch of useless wretches. A man, towering nearly 3 meters tall and clad in black armor adorned with garish patterns, berated a kneeling assembly of individuals below him. His appearance mirrored that of a theatrical villain, and his actions confirmed such a role. One of the subordinates, trembling, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, it is not that I am incompetent, but rather that there is nothing I can do." Before the subordinate could finish, the man raised his hand, lifting him into the air, and with a swift motion, crushed him into a cloud of blood mist. The air was filled with a series of agonizing screams, and the man's face bore a cruel and unrestrained grin. "Daddy." The hem of his garment stirred as a cautious 5 or 6-year-old girl approached him, tugging at his clothing. "Why are you treating the uncles this way? They have all held me before." The little girl, with her innocent big eyes filled with fear yet mustering courage, posed her question. "Get away, you little disaster." The man showed no sign of restraint towards the girl, who called him daddy, and with a swift kick he sent her sprawling aside. "Wah wah wah." The girl began to cry, feeling wronged, but the man continued to curse, spewing venomous words that if it weren't for you. In a fit of rage, he conjured an energy sphere with his bare hands and hurled it toward the girl. "Daddy, do you not love me anymore?" The sphere collided with her head and exploded, eliciting laughter from the man, whose face twisted into a menacing grin. "Do you see that? This is your fate." As the dust settled, everyone felt a sense of impending doom, as if they glimpsed their own futures and those of their families. Abomination! A roar erupted from the collapsed pit, and an elderly man with white hair emerged. Cradling the unscathed girl in his arms, 3 pairs of eyes locked in a tense gaze, accompanied by countless pleading expressions that "I cannot believe I have given birth to such a beast," the elder scolded. His disappointment palpable. "At this rate, our ancestral legacy may very well be destroyed by your hand." The man, however, remained unfazed, even demonstrating his dominance by eliminating a few more subordinates. "Old man, I advise you to mind your own business, or do not blame me for showing no mercy that I in that moment." Both individuals unleashed a formidable aura, suggesting that a conflict was all but inevitable. "Grandpa, I am afraid." The girl's voice pulled the elder back to reality, and he looked down at the frail child in his arms, letting out a heavy sigh. "Alas, you shall reap what you sow." With that, he departed, taking the girl away, leaving behind a collective sense of despair. "Grandpa." The girl gazed towards the man, her eyes now carrying a hint of maturity. "I ask it because I am too weak that I have earned my father's disdain. I will strive to become strong, so that no one may look down upon me." Cook has suddenly kicked Zheng Yan's leg, causing him to wince in pain. That I say, you truly are wasteful that in just a few days, you have exhausted all 3 chances. What on earth have you been doing? Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before recalling, well, I used one against goblins, one for reconnaissance, and then I just remembered to use the last one yesterday. Cook cast him a helpless glance and asked, so, how do you intend to deal with the upcoming adversary? Will you reveal your prowess? Zheng Yin remained confused. Who are you referring to? Cuckoo replied. The Wind Demon, ranked 5th among the 10 demons of the Demon Clan, it possesses the power to stir the very heavens and earth, and has come here to collect fragments that if you wish to obtain that item, you will inevitably have to confront it. As Zheng Yin listened to Cuckoo extolling the might of the foe, he felt a pang of bitterness. He recalled Chen Donghua's earlier words and the intelligence gathered by his subordinates, which left him perplexed. But didn't that winter melon say that the other world kings had gone to different realms? Where did this wind demon come from? Cuckoo rolled her eyes at him and sighed. My foolish husband, do you truly believe they would forfeit such a golden opportunity? If not for me. Seeing Zheng Yin fixated on her, she swiftly changed the subject. Have you made up your mind? Those fragments are a must-have. Zheng Yin merely scoffed at her words, then proudly raised his voice, startling the surrounding wolf pack. Let me tell you, I have long been prepared for this. A mere wind demon is no match for me. Having made such a bold declaration, Zheng Yin began to mentally reach out to the ice demon he had just summoned. Beep, beep, beep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He emitted a unique brainwave, attempting to locate the whereabouts of his subordinate, accompanied by a familiar yet unpleasant sound. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Attempting once more yielded the same result, and after about 10 tries, Zheng Yin finally resigned himself to defeat. What now, husband? Do you have any plans? Upon hearing Cuckoo's inquiry, Zheng Yin's mood plummeted, his lips twitching as he struggled to respond. What is going on? Are they rebelling? Behind him, Cuckoo appeared to anticipate this outcome, and instead of mocking him as before, she comforted him gently. Those guys would never betray their master. Perhaps they are preparing a surprise for you. Zheng Yin maintained a stern expression. That surprise seems rather terrifying. With no other option, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. He observed the 2 distinct skill bars within him, that if he wished to remain inconspicuous on the Spirit Earth continent, he could not resort to the powers of the demon race. Turning his gaze towards the strength of the sacred beast, he noted the swirling 5 elemental energies, which felt quite formidable. Perhaps, he mused, I could vanquish him using this. Wouldn't you agree, Kiki? As Zheng Yin contemplated sharing his thoughts, the girl drifted off to sleep once more, appearing genuinely oblivious. Her sleeping posture was less than graceful, and she murmured in her slumber, You are quite nice. It would be splendid if you could become the Demon King. Zheng Yin wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, feeling a warmth in his heart. Well, we haven't known each other long, but I am willing to exert myself a little for you. As for the Demon King, we shall discuss that later. The Wolf God Forest was vast, yet throughout their journey, Zheng Yin had not encountered even a single rabbit. This was perplexing that he quickened his pace to catch up with the main group and inquired about the White Wolf. Master, I too am puzzled. The White Wolf claimed that during his reign here, there was a rich ecological chain, with carnivores such as tigers and brown bears. Since they are not magical beasts, the wolf pack would avoid them. The prey like deer, foolish roe deer, and wild boar were in abundance. Now, not only are there no rabbits, but not even a single mouse can be found. The entire forest feels lifeless that it must be the hyenas causing this chaos. The White Wolf roared angrily, urging his subordinates to hasten their steps to reclaim their homeland and restore the ecosystem. Wait. Zheng Yan's ears perked up, halting the reckless actions of the White Wolf as a rustling sound emerged from the distant underbrush. He found it hard to believe that any creature could hide in such a thorny thicket. Did Dio not move? Allow me to investigate. With that, Zheng Yin quietly carried Kiki on his back and stealthily approached. Chapter 46. The Queen Croak, Ribbit. As he drew closer, the sounds grew increasingly clear. Zheng Yin unsheathed his sword, slicing through the dense foliage, revealing a bizarre sight. There it was, a toad. Zheng Yin tilted his head, scrutinizing the creature beneath him. A bird of prey resembling an eagle, bearing a toad nearly its own size upon its back. The toad puffed up its cheeks, its 4 eyes fixated on Kiki behind him. They've come, they've come. Suddenly, they emitted a sharp, piercing cry, causing Zheng Yan's ears to ring, and then they spiraled away in a small whirlwind. What in the world? The air was still thick with a lingering foul odor, and Zheng Yan pinched his nose, staring at the direction they had flown. That was precisely where the hyena den lay, their intended destination. Moreover, he sensed a potent aura of demonic creatures emanating from the peculiar duo, a presence stronger than any he had encountered before. Even the dual elemental demons paled in comparison. How could such a seemingly insignificant creature possess such strength? Zheng Yan turned to check if Kiki had awakened to solicit her opinion, only to find his back suddenly light that he reached back, feeling only emptiness. The girl had vanished without a trace. Kiki. After calling her name a couple of times to no avail, he calmed himself to carefully sense her whereabouts. But he sniffed the air. There it was, still in the same direction. Besides Kiki, another formidable entity lurked nearby. It had to be the Wind Demon. The Wind Demon bore the same aura as the earlier toad. Though its power was magnified exponentially, that a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. That earlier cry of "they've come" could it have referred to Kiki? If so, that would be disastrous, despite their brief acquaintance. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Was someone attempting to abduct the granddaughter of the Demon King for nefarious purposes? Zheng Yan's mind swirled in confusion, the demonic energy within him roiling. If that were the case, he could no longer afford any hesitation. Upon returning to the wolf pack, he wasted no time, leading them swiftly onward. From the moment he arrived on the Spirit Earth continent, Zheng Yan had felt an invisible hand secretly controlling events, though he could not articulate why. "Master, where has she gone?" The white wolf approached him quietly as he returned alone. She had some matters to attend to. Zheng Yan forced a smile, longing to rush forward and eliminate the enemy. But what if it were a trap? Kiki could be in danger, oh, I see. The white wolf continued to lead the way. And as the surroundings gradually returned to normal, they reached their destination. Damn it, they've taken good care of their territory. The white wolf transformed into a human form and began to curse at the nearby area. It turned out they had arrived at the very edge of the Wolf God Forest, a territory the hyenas inhabited year-round. Unlike before, this place was a stark contrast of scenes. The trees were lush and vibrant, with various creatures living in harmony. Zheng Yan understood why the previous forest had felt so desolate. It was akin to a band of robbers invading a home, not only committing arson and murder, but also absconding with all valuable possessions and leaving the place in disarray. Who could remain calm in such a situation? The ruckus created by the white wolf's outburst disrupted the previously concealed plans, causing a cacophony of strange cries and the eerie green glow of the creatures. The animals, sensing the commotion, scattered in a frenzy, fleeing in all directions. Amidst the swirling leaves on the ground, a pack of medium-sized canids with grayish fur and striped manes leapt forth, numbering perhaps 50 or 60. Zheng Yan's eyes widened as he confirmed that none of them bore any traits of demonic creatures. Since the plan had been disrupted, alternative measures would have to be taken. "Daba, can I leave this to you?" The white wolf cracked his knuckles. The disparity in combat power was evident. His side was bolstered by augmented magical beasts, while the opposing force appeared to be mere fodder for slaughter. Upon sighting the enemy, the opposing creatures involuntarily took a step back. "Charge!" With a battle cry, Daba knocked an arrow, and with a single strike, the energy arrow's impact obliterated several hyenas. The subordinates summoned by Zheng Yan surged forward, their roars creating a chaotic symphony, accompanied by a chorus of howls. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yan moved deeper into the fray. As he advanced, waves of hyenas continued to join the battle, clearly different from those encountered earlier. Both in size and magical power, they surpassed their predecessors by several tiers. Yet Zheng Yan held confidence in his subordinates and Daba. This time, he did not disguise himself. The hyenas merely paused upon seeing Zheng Yan, showing no inclination to attack, as if someone had purposefully allowed him to pass. As Zheng Yan traversed this region, he was met with yet another peculiar scene, contrasting sharply with the previous one. The dense woods thinned, the ground beneath his feet became drier, and the surrounding environment was dominated by shrubs and rocky outcrops. Ahead, on a flat expanse, a massive group of hyenas sat huddled together, seemingly gathered around something. Zheng Yan drew his weapon, feeling a palpable hostility. Indeed, as he stepped within 100 meters of the hyenas, they all turned in unison to gaze at him. Their sharp fangs and extended claws conveyed an unmistakable message of aggression. It was then that he caught sight of the object of their attention, a grotesque mass comprised of flesh and various viscous substances. Could this be the fabled demon Bogan? Zheng Yin rummaged through his belongings, desperately seeking some form of protection. How terrifying! He inhaled deeply, steadying his racing heart as he beheld the monstrous entity before him, which must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, roughly resembling a human form. Hey, why does this creature not remain at home and instead choose to frighten others? Zheng Yin exclaimed, his voice echoing. The hyenas regarded him with puzzled expressions, as though they understood human speech. Right? But he suddenly recalled that he had intruded upon their territory. However, this was of little consequence. Zheng Yin resolved to eliminate this creature first, lest it frighten Kiki upon her rescue. Without further ado, he tightened his grip on his sword and charged toward the grotesque being, only to find the hyenas forming a living barricade to obstruct his path. Both parties engaged in a cautious dance of probing attacks. Zheng Yin strategized on how to deliver a decisive blow to rescue Kiki, while the adversary was determined to protect whatever lay behind them. You all, disperse. A captivating voice resonated from behind, sending shivers down one's spine and igniting an unbearable desire. Upon hearing this, the hyenas instinctively parted to create a path, revealing behind them a breathtakingly beautiful figure. A voluptuous woman with black hair, red eyes, and clad in ancient white garments, seated upon a throne made of animal hides, watching Zheng Yin with a smile. The alluring curves of her form and her smooth, unadorned legs sparkled like jade, leaving Zheng Yin slack-jawed in awe. Her beauty rivaled that of the legendary Daji, Ditto. Zheng Yin felt as though he had lost control of his body, his weapon slipping from his grasp, forgotten. What a stunningly beautiful person. Chapter 47. The crimson-haired form with a foolish expression. He slowly approached the woman before him. Zheng Yin chuckled with ill intent, his thoughts a mystery. Come here, handsome big brother. The other party sucked on her finger, winking at him incessantly. Suddenly, a piercing pain struck him. Despite the absence of anyone else nearby, Zheng Yin felt as though his head had been struck violently. Hiss! He touched his head, regaining clarity. Upon glancing at the beauty again, her alluring figure wavered, creating multiple afterimages, then rapidly expanded before reverting back to its original form. Damn it! Zheng Yin cursed, relieved that he hadn't been deceived, while also reprimanding his opponent for her lack of integrity. How dare you trick me? With that, he mercilessly unleashed a blade of energy. Fortuitously, a few hyenas rushed forward, preventing any real danger. What is wrong? Big brother? Why are you treating me like this? The woman lowered her head, looking pitiful, evoking a strong desire to protect her. Yet, to Zheng Yin's eyes, her every action transformed into a mass of fatty flesh attempting to seduce him. Ugh! Unable to contain himself, Zheng Yin disregarded his surroundings and vomited profusely onto the ground, expelling the fried chicken he had eaten from Song Jiang. That a tempest swirled within his stomach, but it paled in comparison to the torment his eyes were enduring. Ah, it's so blinding. Zheng Yin, in a frenzy, swiftly dispatched all the hyena guards, his target clearly in sight. Prepare to meet your end. With all his might, he swung his sword, only to hear a squelching sound as his opponent remarkably remained intact. Ah! The creature shrieked in anguish, bewildered as to why her charm had failed. That if this continued, her life would be in jeopardy. Thankfully, years of accumulated fat had cushioned Zheng Yin's errant strike, sparing her from significant harm. Teach, ungrateful wretch, I shan't play with you any longer. The powerful aura emanating from Zheng Yin affected the monster, causing her to turn away, releasing a foul odor. Cough, cough, just as victory seemed near, Zheng Yin suddenly spotted a stream of yellow liquid materializing out of thin air. The acrid stench nearly took his breath away, as if his grandmother were beckoning him. That so this is your game. Zheng Yin waved dismissively, dispersing the foul odor, as he prepared to continue his pursuit. He noticed Scarface approaching alone from a distance, his body drenched in blood, yet exuding a fierce battle spirit. Upon encountering the creature, they engaged in a verbal sparring match rather than immediately resorting to blows. You vile creature! How dare you deceive my master with your transformation tricks? Today, I shall settle both new and old scores, Scarface declared, pointing his bow at the monster with righteous indignation. Though his words bore no fault, they ignited a sense of shame within Zheng Yin. When had that fellow arrived? Did that mean he had been watching the entire time? Wait. Zheng Yin suddenly realized he had merely been a spectator. Fine, he grinned, we'll settle this later. The monsteress skin rippled as if in laughter at Scarface's presumptuousness. She exhaled a noxious gas that enveloped her corpulent form, transforming into a giant hyena, standing 4 to 5 meters tall. It seems that is indeed the hyena queen, Zheng Yin mused. You jest, dear sir. The two sides faced off, one in human form and the other in her true shape, that I have merely learned a few superficial tricks. And besides, have you been out training? However, this guise is quite appealing, she added, inching closer to Scarface. What are you doing? Scarface instinctively took a step back, assuming a defensive stance. Enough of this, I'll tell you. That trick no longer works. He readied his bow with one hand while brandishing a large knife in the other, prepared for battle. Hey, what a heartless wolf you are. The hyena queen scratched her face mockingly. At this moment, Zheng Yin pricked up his ears, absorbing every word of their exchange. He hadn't intended to eavesdrop, yet the volume of their voices made it impossible not to overhear. Yes, that's precisely it. Zheng Yin reassured himself that MY Master is not like that. His actions caught Scarface's attention, who hurriedly interjected, I assure you, nothing has transpired between us. She is merely trying to sow discord. Zheng Yin displayed an expression of understanding. Eager to continue observing when he noticed the hyena queen licking her lips, in the next instant, she lunged forward, extending her claws towards Scarface's chest. Watch out! Zheng Yin shouted, but alas, it was too late. Tizke Scarface, you haven't changed a bit. So concerned with your reputation, yet you'll suffer greatly for it. Scarface grasped the opponent's claws, blood trickling down incessantly. Despicable creature, you only know how to ambush. With a howl, he revealed his true form. And the two canines clashed fiercely. I'll assist you. Zheng Yin began to draw his sword, but a sudden whirlwind swept through, carrying a distinct scent of the demon realm. Was it that fellow from before? Sensing the presence of the wind demon, Zheng Yin glanced at the white wolf, confirming that the latter was momentarily unharmed, that he relaxed, allowing the vortex to carry him deeper behind the rocky debris. Master Scarface, wounded and yearning to help, could only watch helplessly as Zheng Yin vanished from sight. Haha, is the esteemed one about to make a move? The hyena queen intensified her assault, offering the white wolf no respite. In a chaotic heap of rubble, Zheng Yin was hurled from the air, but managed to land gracefully. Upon closer inspection, the seemingly disordered rocks were uniformly shaped into arrowheads, all pointing toward a common destination. Following the arrows, Zheng Yin ventured forth, soon discovering a girl perched atop a stone column. She wore an outfit identical to Keek's, though her shoes were nowhere to be found as he gazed upward past her tattered socks and skirt. He realized this was not Kiki. With her fiery red hair and a face adorned with a tenacious pride, she looked down at Zheng Yin, crossing her arms. You're too slow. Before he could respond, the girl voiced her complaint first. It's you. Zheng Yin looked up, recognizing her from their previous encounters, though he was unsure of her name. Oomph. She turned her head, responding to his enthusiasm with disdain before asking, Are you ready? Zheng Yin ran a hand through his hair. What do you mean? The girl replied, Do you have absolute confidence in defeating the wind demon? Against monsters of lesser power, Zheng Yin could easily triumph by harnessing his magical abilities. However, he needed to ascertain one matter. Where is Kiki, and why are you wearing her clothes? Upon hearing this, the girl leaped down from the pillar and approached Zheng Yin. Their perspectives shifted dramatically as they stood face to face. Are you a fool? She forcibly jumped on his back, clutching his neck. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, that fellow will escape. Chapter 48. The wind demon, as the saying goes, a poorly sharpened sword is of little use in battle. Yet Chen Donghua had never provided such information. Zheng Yin was propelled forward by the girl, emerging from the pile of stones into an area surrounded by steep cliffs with but a single exit. This place exhibited a peculiar phenomenon. Despite being overrun with vines bearing fruits from the demon realm, strong winds and sands surged through. The gust stung Zheng Yin's eyes, and feeling the chill emanating from his back, he realized, You are Kiki. His inquiry was met with pain radiating from his scalp, accompanied by a gentle pinch on his ear. I'm glad you're all right. Zheng Yin felt relieved. Thus, it was she who had saved him in the watery depths. But how did you end up in this state? He pressed on with his questions, Focus on what's ahead and stop blabbering. Kiki seemed disinclined to engage, casually plucking a fruit and shoving it into Zheng Yan's mouth. MMPH, unable to voice his protests, he had no choice but to swallow the morsel that as they advanced, the wind and sand intensified. Zheng Yan supported Keek's legs with both hands, unable to rub his eyes even when sand invaded them. At that moment, a sensation of softness enveloped him, a fragrant handkerchief wiping his eyes. Simultaneously, Keek's voice chimed in. How do you expect to become a demon king like this? Zheng Yan retorted, I never had such aspirations. His response displeased Kiki, and even her normally unyielding head bore several new bumps in an instant. Shush. A sound of pain escaped from Kiki as she struck her hand. Are you all right? Zheng Yan inquired, momentarily disregarding the throbbing pain atop his head. You needn't concern yourself, Kiki replied, resting her head against his back. Falling silent, that it is said that within the eye of a hurricane there exists a tranquil spot. And Zheng Yan found himself in such a place that this the eye of the storm? He wondered aloud, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the ever-growing magical fruits of the demon realm, there stood an individual in this relatively small area. Well, I suppose it qualifies, he mused. The figure towered at least 4 to 5 meters tall, its imposing stature dwarfing Zheng Yan by a considerable margin, compelling him to gaze upwards. The being's rough skin was half covered in thick feathers, while the other half was marred by pus-filled lesions, oozing a foul-smelling liquid intermittently. Quack, quack. Zheng Yan turned towards the source of the sound, which emanated from a chubby face resembling that of a common toad. Behind the toad sprouted a pair of massive wings, and in its hands, it wielded a gigantic meteor hammer while manipulating a swirling ball of air. Its wildly spinning eyes scrutinized Zheng Yan in a similar manner. You must be the new Century King, Zheng Yan. Once both parties had thoroughly assessed one another, the creature, either a toad or a wind demon, opened its mouth to speak. The voice echoed the grotesque amalgamation Zheng Yan had encountered when he first parted the underbrush. Indeed, that would be me. Typically one to embrace subtlety, Zheng Yan chose to adopt a fade of bravado, driven by vanity and a desire to maintain his dignity in front of the unseen observer. Very well, if there is no mistake, let us commence, the wind demon proclaimed, unfurling its wings and swinging the meteor hammer in a swift, unceremonious attack aimed directly at Zheng Yan. What? Caught off guard by the sudden aggression, Zheng Yan hastily leaped backward to evade the strike, quickly warning Kiki behind him. This brute lacks martial decorum, attacking without a preamble. Could you seek shelter somewhere safe? I shall return for you once I emerge victorious. He urged. This time, she acquiesced, nodding before transforming into a burst of red light and darting into the distance. Remember, do not injure yourself. Zheng Yan's reminder echoed in his ears. Yes, I know, he replied with a smile, drawing forth his grand sword to clash against the meteor hammer. Clang! While ordinary weapons may suffice against lesser foes, they were woefully inadequate against a wind demon. The sword shattered upon impact, and Zheng Yan staggered back several paces. My sword, he lamented, but there was little time for sorrow as the massive form of the wind demon barreled towards him, embedding him into the nearby rock wall, continuing to push until a hole was created. Dazed but not gravely harmed, Zheng Yan seized the moment to pose a question. Are you also here to collect fragments? The wind demon remained unresponsive. And what purpose did you have in abducting Kiki? Silence persisted. So you choose to feign ignorance. Zheng Yan's irritation mounted as he sensed the stone wall nearing collapse under their struggle. He resolved to ask one final question. Once we reach an open area, we can engage in a proper duel. Tell me, who is your master, the Century King you serve? Unexpectedly, the wind demon responded, My master is the most noble being in existence. A mere Century King cannot command me. With that declaration, a thunderous crash resounded as both combatants emerged from the other side, plummeting into a bottomless abyss. Below them raged a torrential river, with Zheng Yan standing atop the water's surface while the wind demon hovered in midair, its tattered clothing and soiled visage revealing the toll of their battle. Truly a loyal hound. Zheng Yan mocked, but I shall extract your secrets. Pointing at the creature, he shook his head, recalling the 2 companions he had at his side. In comparison to this adversary, they seemed trivial indeed. Puff, puff, puff. It is best to avoid unnecessary chatter during combat. The Wind Demon unleashed a barrage of venom from its legions, but Zheng Yin executed a backflip to evade the onslaught. Then leaped onto the rock wall, clinging to it like Spider-Man. Having experienced a significant boost in physical prowess, Zheng Yin endeavored to incorporate various combat techniques into his repertoire that he felt a surge of satisfaction from today's battle. It appears to be quite effective. Take this, he shouted, as he executed a jump kick aimed squarely at the demon's face. The Wind Demon, seizing the opportunity, swung its meteor hammer to meet Zheng Yan's assault. Heh. In the instant before their collision, Zheng Yin deftly utilized the hammer's momentum to perform a secondary leap, narrowly avoiding the blow. Thud. His foot connected solidly with the Wind Demon's face, sending its massive form crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Nearby rocks trembled and rolled, encasing the Wind Demon's body and inadvertently obstructing the river's flow. Did I win? How could that be possible? Zheng Yin muttered to himself. That creature could obliterate the entire Spirit Earth continent. How could I possibly defeat it so easily? The previous skirmish was merely a warm-up. The true battle is just beginning. As if in response to his thoughts, the area began to tremble violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zheng Yin need not strain to feel the impending tempest. A cyclone was rapidly forming within his line of sight. Water, drawn together by the disruption, spiraled upward, heralding the arrival of something formidable. Chapter 49. The oncoming catastrophe. The sky darkened ominously. The winds intensifying as 9 water spouts were drawn into the air, with boulders tumbling about. Zheng Yin glimpsed a colossal shadow, its wingspan at least 200 or 300 meters, soaring skyward with the water currents. Is that the Wind Demon? He pondered, attempting to track his foe's movements, but visibility was severely compromised, and his detection abilities were rendered ineffective. The ground beneath him began to shift, the winds now reaching a minimum of level 10. This is merely the beginning. With a thought, he summoned the fiery essence of the sacred beast from within, sprouting a pair of crimson wings from his back. It seems prudent to seek refuge. As the clouds above darkened further, Zheng Yin spread his wings in an attempt to take flight. The gale force buffeted him, causing his body to sway uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain direction. Fortunately, he escaped in time, but as he fought against the tempest, he witnessed the river beneath the cliff being entirely drained, forming a towering curtain of water that cascaded towards the Wolf God Forest. Not good. Zheng Yin feared for the safety of Scar, still embroiled in battle, and was more concerned for the residents who had only just stabilized. Yet, now he felt powerless to intervene. Torrential rain descended, and the air was filled with countless cries of despair, drowned out only by the howling winds. His magical power surged within, ready to be unleashed at his command. Wind Demon, Zheng Yin roared, preparing to unleash a beam of energy to bring his opponent crashing down. Clang! A massive boulder, caught in the whirlwind along with debris, hurtled towards the unsuspecting Zheng Yin, who was caught off guard and thrust aside. The winds raged on, transforming the once lush Wolf God Forest into a barren wasteland. The surface soil swept away. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the White Wolf and the Queen found themselves caught in the chaos. The two canine creatures could not afford to continue their battle, retreating desperately behind a large tree, only to have it uprooted moments later. They sought refuge elsewhere, only to face the same fate. What in the world is this? The White Wolf exclaimed amidst its frantic escape. Cursing the heavens above, despite their best efforts, they could not outrun the relentless wind, and just as they were about to be consumed, the hyena queen suddenly froze. Why are you standing there? Move. The White Wolf tugged at her neck, urging her to safety. Let go. It appears we have been abandoned by that esteemed individual. The hyena queen's head hung low, her eyes filled with despair. That I should have known. Those powerful beings sought only to exploit us. Yet I still acted against my better judgment. The White Wolf spat in frustration, realizing time was of the essence. Transforming back into human form, he hoisted the queen onto his back and fled. As Scar cursed vehemently, do you not think that death will absolve you of your debts? Our grievances are far from over. The hurricane has now escalated to a magnitude exceeding 20. It is not only the Wolf God Forest that suffers. Every corner traversed by Zheng Yin and his companions, the dwarven secret realms, the goblin nests, and even the recently restored city of Caucasus and its surrounding areas, has been adversely affected. Houses can no longer provide shelter. The howling winds devastate everything in their path at speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour. Windows in the city shatter, buildings are uprooted entirely, and torrential rains and floods engulf all, leaving the region in utter disarray and ruin. In a desolate expanse at the juncture of the Flowering Caliphate and the northwest Liao Kingdom, both armies stand poised, ready to engage in battle. This area lies not far from the unclaimed territory, and due to the lack of cover from relentless sunlight, it has become a rare haven of tranquility. However, in recent years, this space has been gradually diminishing, primarily due to the long-standing large-scale conflicts between the two nations, involving tens of thousands of troops. Each encounter ends in a stalemate, and the corpses buried on the battlefield, influenced by the surrounding environment, generate a significant amount of resentment. This resentment gradually expands the unclaimed territory, and both sides are acutely aware of the consequences, yet no one dares to concede. After all, this process is agonizingly slow. The future can be left to subsequent generations to address. With this mindset, war erupts once more, instigated by the chaos of the Flame Demon. The subordinates summoned by Zheng Yin have rendered the city of Caucasus severely damaged and incapable of withstanding external threats, thus prompting the Liao Kingdom to entertain nefarious intentions. The potential for this city to be transformed into an impregnable fortress hinges on its strategic geographical significance, nestled amidst towering mountains. Should they capture Caucasus, the route to the capital of the Flowering Caliphate would lead into a vast plain, devoid of defenses, and danger would ensue. They seized upon this opportunity to assert that numerous villages within their territory had also suffered due to the inaction of the Flowering Caliphate. They demanded the city of Caucasus as compensation. The ulterior motives were evident to all, and such demands could not be acquiesced to. Conflict was inevitable. As both commanders took their positions, the drums of war echoed, rallying an army of over 100,000, when suddenly the hurricane struck. Before they could even engage the enemy, they lost a significant portion of their fighting force, and the remainder was trampled as they fled, leaving only a third of their numbers. Upon the return of the survivors, battered and bruised, they discovered that the city was no longer tenable. Why? The survivors, hiding in burrows, cried out against the injustice of heaven. Zheng Yin kicked aside the debris, pinning him down, vines extending from his back deep into the earth, ensuring he would not be swept away. What terrifying, destructive power! Zheng Yin gazed toward the plains, unable to discern anything clearly. He had underestimated the situation. It must be said that he had never before encountered such a formidable foe, leading to this grave miscalculation. Above him, dozens of spherical masses composed of earth, stone, and wood floated ominously in the sky. Should they fall, they would bring calamity to more than half of the land. That I must take action. As the century king of the demon realm, it feels profoundly dissonant to utter such words. The first lethal skill is fully charged. As Zheng Yin contemplated how to approach the wind demon, a notification echoed from his skill bar. The 5 elemental forces from the sacred beast pulsated, each skill capable of producing distinct effects. Wind, what should be used to counter it? He recalled the desolate and barren landscape of the northwest region of his homeland, now transformed into verdant hills and flowing waters, thanks to generations of relentless afforestation efforts. Yes, this will do. The wood skill activated, drawing upon Zheng Yan's immense magical energy. This time, it was perfectly fused with the power of the sacred beasts. The earth split apart. Robust tree trunks and verdant leaves surged forth, forming layers of formidable tree walls to impede the hurricane's advance. The winds tore at these defenses, but Zheng Yin swiftly summoned new trunks to fill the gaps. His garments were torn, his body encrusted with sand, and his vision obscured. Yet, through his connection with the trees, he managed to withstand several waves of impact, controlling the wind within a defined area. Outside, silence descended. You still refuse to utilize the power of the demon realm? Do you look down upon me? Just then, the wind demon's voice resonated, and Zheng Yin wiped the dust from his face to see the creature looming above him. Chapter 50. Time stopped. You possess no sense of hierarchy. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your superior. Zheng Yin clapped his hands, and the branches on the ground instinctively extended, lifting him to the same plane as the wind demon. You do possess some skill. To think you could withstand my ultimate attack using only the strength of the natives. The wind demon nodded politely at Zheng Yin. But how will you respond to my next move? Its toad-like visage contorted, and as it spoke, a long tongue darted toward Zheng Yin. Would. Zheng Yin effortlessly grasped the foul, sticky appendage with his right hand. Ugh, he turned his face away in disgust. Seizing the moment, Zheng Yin noticed the massive spheres around him seemed to stir, and the tongue retracted, aided by its own slickness. Until next time, my good sir. The wind demon spun and transformed into a swirling vortex, vanishing from his sight that moment. High above in the sky, dozens of stone spheres, as if receiving a command, began to plummet rapidly in mere seconds. They would strike the ground, causing devastation that would undoubtedly rival that of the hurricane. Zheng Yin had no time to ponder. His sole objective now was to destroy the sphere approaching the wolf god forest. Transform! With a flash of red light, wings sprouted from his back, and golden light enveloped him in a metallic sheen. With astonishing speed, he dove into the stone sphere, planting a massive fireball within to ignite it. Boom! Most of the fragments were halted by the branches, but what would happen next? The second lethal skill is charged. This sound, as melodious as celestial music, resonated in Zheng Yan's mind. Without hesitation, he activated the skill just as the cooldown ended. Whoosh! A gray wind shadow extended from his body, freezing the wind, clouds, and the stone spheres above in place. Below, the Scarred One and the Hyena Queen, poised to emerge from a dugout, were also halted mid-action. The tribes of both nations journeying home, the panicked crowd, all stood like statues, frozen in their last moments of movement. Nearby, the red-haired cuckoo observed them quietly from behind a protective barrier. Oof, not too shabby. With that, she closed her eyes, retracting the power surrounding her, transforming back into a blue-haired girl as she descended to the ground. Simultaneously, a countdown appeared in Zheng Yan's mind. 30, 29, 28, that is this the time-stop ability of the sacred beast. He recalled the scene in the Dwarven Secret Realm, that Tio think I could use this as well, albeit for a brief duration. Then let us proceed. With over 20 seconds remaining, Zheng Yin replicated his previous actions, managing to eliminate all threats with a mere 0.01 seconds to spare. Phew, it's over. He wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing the direction in which the wind demon had fled, that you'd better wait for me. Next time we cross paths in the real world, I want to let you off lightly. But then, Zheng Yin suddenly realized something was amiss. Huh? Why was I saving them? Aren't I supposed to be the villain? Recalling Chen Donghua's incessant chatter, Zheng Yin felt overwhelmed. Next time he starts blathering, I'll let Kuka deal with him. Besides, why should I care about these people? Aren't I just boosting the performance metrics of other century kings out of thin air? With that thought, Zheng Yin felt a sense of relief. Concerned for the safety of the residents of the plains, he did not linger, flying towards their location. Along the way, he observed the chaos wrought upon the forest. With trees strewn about as if they had fallen from the heavens, packs of hyenas, various animals, and the remnants of his summoned wolf subordinates lay scattered across the water, transforming the entire wolf god forest into a vast swamp. What a terrifying sight! As he flew, he searched for survivors, and indeed, he spotted Tudip Master. I'm over here. Not far off, the Scarred One waved frantically at him that you're still alive. Seeing him unharmed lifted Zheng Yan's spirits considerably. He flapped his wings and landed on a fallen tree. Besides the Scarred One, the Hyena Queen still had a faint pulse. What are you doing saving her? Zheng Yin offered a hand, pulling both onto a stable elevation before asking. Who told me you were suffering so terribly at the hands of hyenas? What's this? Have you forgotten your grievances and let bygones be bygones, or do you have ulterior motives? Zheng Yin could not help but recall the previous actions of Scar. Seizing this opportunity, he felt compelled to seek clarification. Oh, dear master. Please hold your tongue for a moment, Scar stuttered, as if concealing something. It is my fault. I promised you I would explain everything later. For now, let us check on the situation in the plains. Caught up in gossip, Zheng Yin had completely overlooked something crucial. This is bad. You must remember this. With that, he hurried off in that direction. From a distance, he spotted a barrier standing there, and in the water beyond the barrier lay a person. Judging by her physique and hair color, it was Cuckoo. Zheng Yin dove down, embracing Cuckoo in his arms. Her entire body was drenched, and her already low body temperature was now nearly imperceptible. The only comforting sign was that Cuckoo was still breathing. "Did you do this?" Yang, holding Kiskiviko, fixed his gaze on the half-spherical barrier, that he felt reassured now. With her present, the person inside must be safe. "But why were you so foolish?" He tenderly cradled the girl, striving to raise her temperature to keep her warm. Gradually, her temperature began to fluctuate. Cough, cough. She spluttered out some water, looking up at Zheng Yin weakly. "You're back." "Yes, indeed." Zheng Yin replied. "That I saw the battle earlier. You performed admirably." That a smile formed at the corners of Cuckoo's mouth, and she attempted to give Zheng Yin a thumbs up, but her weakened state made it a challenging endeavor. "Silly girl, just rest well." As they conversed, the barrier slowly began to dissipate, and Zheng Yin returned to the tribe in the plains. Here, everyone had gathered, anxiously discussing something. Upon seeing Zheng Yin, they visibly relaxed, surrounding him as if he were their anchor. "Benefactor, what exactly happened outside?" "Yes, what was that howling wind and the cries of animals? We were terrified." In the face of their inquiries, Zheng Yin ignored them and carried Cuckoo back to her room. "Quickly, fetch hot water, dry clothes, and some medicine for treating fevers." That he called out to Annie for assistance. And the others sprang into action. When it came time to change clothes, Zheng Yin sensed it was best to step outside. "You all may disperse. There is nothing to worry about." He waved his hand, encouraging everyone to attend to their own tasks while he lingered at the door, gazing into the distance, his heart filled with trepidation. It wasn't until Annie emerged to inform him that Cuckoo was out of danger that the tension in Zheng Yan's chest finally eased. Chapter 51. Deceived. As evening approached, a shadow stealthily crept near the tribe. "That you've finally returned." Just as he was preparing to observe from a hollow, he nearly jumped out of his skin at a voice from behind. Master. Were you waiting for me?" Scar slowly and nervously turned around to find Zheng Yin glaring at him with an intimidating expression. In his hand, he brandished a whip crafted from slender willow branches. Its sound slicing through the air, that a blow from it would certainly be painful. Scar now resembled a disobedient dog that had strayed for days before returning home. That he lay on the ground, his face adorned with a servile expression. "Will you confess willingly, or shall I resort to more forceful measures?" Zheng Yin produced a bottle of iodine from his belongings and poured it over the whip, intending to both inflict pain and disinfect it simultaneously. "Ugh!" A clear gulp echoed in the silence, and Scar, transforming into a wolf, shrank his form. He circled around Zheng Yin, wagging his tail, and then in front of him. "Retrieve the hyena queen." "Master, allow me to plead my case." "No, to explain." The white wolf, cowering, recounted the events leading up to this moment. It turned out that when Zheng Yin had forcibly tamed him, the white wolf had harbored resentment, thinking it might be beneficial to exploit Zheng Yan's strength. Thus, the subsequent excuses were born. However, as time passed and they spent more moments together, he had subconsciously accepted Zheng Yin as his master. The crux of the matter was that having already blurted out so many lies, he feared being abandoned by Zheng Yin if the truth emerged, so he adopted a wait-and-see approach. "Aren't you afraid of my wrath now?" Zheng Yin raised his voice, and seeing the white wolf's pitiful demeanor, he realized it dared not lie any longer. "Continue, and reveal the whole truth, including your connection with the hyena queen." "Very well, master." The white wolf timidly raised its head and cautiously observed Zheng Yin before beginning its tale anew. The wolf god forest and the hyena tribe had no significant survival disputes. Their living environments differed greatly, as did their strengths. All along, the white wolf had played the role of the elder brother, watching over the hyena queen as if she were his sister. Until recently, a peculiar fragment had fallen from the sky at the border of their territories. The shard emanated an alluring magical energy, attracting animals and inciting a frenzied scramble for possession. The leader, the white wolf, took it upon himself to disperse the animals and agreed with the hyena queen to guard the fragment separately until they could devise a proper solution. Initially, all went smoothly, alternating weeks of guarding, but soon the hyena queen began to show reluctance in relinquishing her hold. She concocted various excuses to extend her watch, and out of consideration for their bond, the white wolf refrained from confronting her. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was too late. After the hyena queen consumed the shard, her power surged immensely, yet she still had the sense not to expand her territory at the expense of the wolf clan's domain. The white wolf felt helpless. One day, something else fell from the sky, and they agreed to investigate together. The hyena queen even promised, "Brother, if it's another shard, you shall consume it." Together, they would grow stronger and expand their territory. It would be a lie to say the white wolf wasn't tempted. After setting the coordinates, they arrived at the location, to their dismay. The large crater held no new shards. Only a bird of prey perched atop a toad. The white wolf felt dejected, assuming it was merely another relic discarded in battle that had caused a mutation in the creature. But as he turned to leave, carrying the hyena queen, she remained rooted in place. "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave." Noticing her strange behavior, the white wolf called out multiple times, but the hyena queen seemed entranced, her eyes glowing red as she gazed at the toad. Slowly, she lay down, allowing it to settle on her back. "What are you doing?" Seeing a mere toad daring to mount his sister, the white wolf's anger flared, and he swiped at it in response. The hyena queen launched a frenzied attack. Outmatched and unwilling to harm a friend, the white wolf was left battered and bruised. At that moment, the toad revealed its true form. It was the wind demon. With a mere flick of its finger, it sent the white wolf flying several meters away, before riding off on the hyena queen, leaving behind only a silhouette and a humiliated white wolf king. Was this not a form of betrayal? Zheng Yin couldn't help but exclaim, but the white wolf inquired what he had said, brushing it off that, "Oh, nothing. I merely meant that creature is truly despicable." Zheng Yin chuckled to mask his unease that, "Oh." The white wolf sensed something in his tone and continued. The next day, it attempted to send scouts to investigate, but after 5 waves, none returned. The white wolf understood that things had taken a turn for the worst, as if to validate its fears. Eerie cries echoed from the forest, and hordes of hyenas breached their agreement, invading the wolf god forest. With fierce expressions, they attacked any living creature in sight, many of whom appeared to possess enhanced strength. Their combat prowess multiplied several times over. The wolf clan scrambled to defend themselves, but were utterly overwhelmed. Zheng Yin was already aware of the aftermath. The white wolf hid the survivors in this area, while it sought opportunities to grow stronger, hoping to find a similar shard to return and exact revenge. Using its keen sense of smell, it ventured near the goblin lair, seeking a shard there, but was unable to act due to their overwhelming numbers. Instead, it loitered nearby until it encountered Zheng Yin, leading to the events that followed. When it came to the hyena queen and her subordinates, the white wolf did not harbor the hatred it professed. It understood that all of this was orchestrated by the wind demon, and when he entered the forest with Zheng Yin during the day, it was all an act. When the hyena queen ensnared Zheng Yin, the white wolf had been watching for a while, fearing that Zheng Yin might accidentally kill her, and thus intervened. Much of their battle was merely for show. All right. Zheng Yin clenched his teeth tightly. Feeling like a fool, despite his trust in the white wolf, he had been used as a mere tool throughout this ordeal. His anger surged, and his fists tightened. "You understand the consequences, don't you?" Zheng Yin spoke gravely. Discarding the whip from his hand, it was ineffective against a magical beast. "This is what you need." Zheng Yin retrieved the meteor hammer, a trophy from his battle with the wind demon that Zheng Yin, do not enjoy being wronged, but that does not mean others can take advantage of me. Dust swirled as the meteor hammer whirled in the air. The white wolf shut its eyes. "Master, I have but one wish. Please treat my family kindly. They are all innocent." With that, it braced itself for its fate that a fierce glint flashed in Zheng Yan's eyes. And in the next moment, the white wolf was on the brink of death. "Wake up, awakened. Where are you, my benefactor?" At this critical moment, Anne's voice echoed from the tribe. "Benefactor, your fiancé, he has awakened and is insisting on seeing you." Zheng Yan's ears perked up in surprise. "What? Cuckoo has awakened?" He dropped his meteor hammer and, with a resigned sigh directed at the white wolf, declared, "For today, I shall spare your life. Your future conduct will determine your fate." With that, Zheng Yin sprinted back, leaving the white wolf feeling as if it had been granted a new lease on life. Chapter 52. What is sweeter than honey? Inside the dwelling, a kindly aunt whom Zheng Yin could not name was tending to Cuckoo. Her complexion was fair, and she was able to sit up on her own. After changing into a clean outfit, she was being fed soup. You have arrived," she stuttered nervously upon seeing Zheng Yin, placing the bowl down before hastily departing. "Wait, I must take a look," Zheng Yin thought. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he silently lamented the many tricks of the spirit realm. Wishing to return to Earth, he inspected the bowl thoroughly and reassured himself, she is merely nervous in the presence of someone important. Cuckoo swatted Zheng Yan's hand aside and drank the soup in one swift motion. Someone important? He gazed at her thoughtfully. Indeed, as a princess of the demon clan, she certainly carries an impressive air. But how did she come to know of his identity? Zheng Yan pondered whether she had inadvertently revealed his secrets while dreaming, that if that were the case, how should he handle it? Silencing her. No, surely that Anne had done nothing to deserve such a fate. Cuckoo, my dear, are you not referring to yourself as someone important? Zheng Yan replied, bewildered. When did I become someone of such significance? Reflecting on the various experiences he had encountered, he realized he was often coerced into action or simply followed his instincts, unaware that his towering image had already taken root in the hearts of others. I do appreciate that about you. After finishing her meal, Cuckoo rested her chin on her hand and gazed at Zheng Yan with a tender smile. Your performance today was quite commendable. She genuinely praised, really? Zheng Yan touched his nose, feeling a surge of happiness. By the way, are you feeling all right? He inquired with concern, recalling the important matters at hand. Do not worry, I am not so fragile. Cuckoo reassured him, patting her chest and coughing a few times to prove her point. Sigh, you ought to be resting, Zheng Yan insisted, helping her lie down and tenderly covering her with a blanket. After that, he found himself at a loss for conversation. His experience in spending time alone with girls was quite limited. Sir Mighty, should you not be asking something? Cuckoo broke the silence. Wait, what did you just call me? Zheng Yan asked, puzzled. Sir Mighty, she repeated, gesturing with her hands. You repelled the wind demon, and since the natives have not appeared here, it indicates that no magical powers were used in that battle. Did I ask that not enough to earn you the title? Zheng Yan's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Stop it, stop it. You are making me shy. Cuckoo stifled a laugh, clearly enjoying the growing familiarity between them, which was a far cry from their initial awkwardness. She took the initiative to explain her crimson-haired form. That is my personal protection system, she stated. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, she had never appeared to be a descendant of a strong lineage, leading to her being looked down upon by others, with only her grandfather showing her affection and protection. Later on, due to a certain incident, Cuckoo grew to deeply resent her weakness, inadvertently giving rise to an alternate state of being. She was aware of this transformation, but it was limited to the moment of change. The memories of both forms did not connect. After transforming, her inherent strength would greatly increase, accompanied by a shift in her personality that others described as extreme. So, do you despise this version of me? Cuckoo inquired, her large, innocent eyes peering up at him. How could I? Zheng Yan's hand instinctively reached out, hesitating before courageously patting her head, that I promised your grandfather that I would always take care of you, regardless of your appearance. Deep down, he did not harbor any disdain for the crimson-haired Cuckoo. She had not only saved him, but aside from her somewhat irritable nature, possessed little else to criticize. Furthermore, this transformation reminded Zheng Yan of the red and blue koi, both of whom had personality quirks. After all, who would willingly suffer from a split psyche unless forced into such a state? Cuckoo seemed pleased with Zheng Yan's response and pressed further. After their recent exchange, his thoughts briefly shifted. Of course not. He reassured her while gently caressing her cheek. The essence of who you are is what truly matters. This satisfied Cuckoo immensely, and she broke into a sweet smile before closing her eyes. Zheng Yan felt a stirring within him, as if he could take some action now, feeling entitled to do so. Yet, the moral compass within him warned against taking liberties with this young girl he had only known for a day. You have not eaten enough, have you? Zheng Yan turned away, feigning ignorance as he attempted to leave, only to be firmly grasped by her. It was evident that Cuckoo was not pleased. After giving Zheng Yan a firm twist, she produced a box that promised excitement, reminiscent of the contract she had revealed the previous day. Zheng Yan opened the box to find a floating shard, strikingly similar to the one found in the goblin's lair. Did you not ask me? I do not know, Cuckoo said, pointing at the shard. It was on me when I awoke and had been stored in my magical space. That it must have been retrieved by another version of myself. Zheng Yan took the shard, pleased to have something to report back to Qingdonghua. The remaining questions could wait until her next transformation. Well then, you should rest early, he advised. As night fell, he exchanged a few words before stepping outside, aware that someone had been watching them closely. "Stop watching! Come out!" he commanded, and no sooner had he spoken than he heard a rustling sound, and Chen Donghua emerged from the ground. This fellow always had a knack for making a grand entrance. Zheng Yin handed the shard to him, and Chen Donghua's face lit up with joy, likely concocting another lengthy discourse to be by the way. Winter melon. As he prepared to leave, Zheng Yin grasped the sleeve of his garment and inquired, "Do you know which century's king that wind demon serves?" Chen Donghua's expression turned troubled. "That I apologize, my lord. I possess no intelligence on that matter. However, I must mention that creatures of this caliber are not summoned individually. It requires collaboration," or Chen Donghua hesitated. "Yes, perhaps they deem you a significant threat, leading to a possible alliance. Let me investigate further." With that, he vanished back into the earth. Sigh. "Do not leave." Zheng Yin began digging in the ground. Exasperated. Why does he always speak in riddles? What difference does it make whether he says anything at all? The following morning, Zheng Yin awoke to find Scarface kneeling before him in human form. He held a thorny branch wet with moisture, followed by a woeful-looking woman whose every expression was enough to entice anyone. However, Zheng Yin felt no interest, for he had witnessed the true visage of the Hyena Queen, an image that was forever etched in his mind. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yin quickly covered himself with the blanket, dressing beneath it before angrily inquiring. "Please punish me, my master," Scarface implored, closing the door tightly behind them to muffle any outside sounds. He bowed his head and slowly extended the thorny branch toward Zheng Yan. "To offer an apology," he said. Zheng Yin immediately recalled the idiom, surprised that Scarface knew to play this game. Taking the thorny branch into his hand, he noted its slender yet sturdy nature, clearly a carefully chosen item. It was clear that Scarface was genuinely contrite. But after a night of contemplation, Zheng Yan's anger had long since dissipated. He was not one to hold grudges. Chapter 53. A grand performance. Go. Go. Get back to your tasks. Zheng Yin waved his hand impatiently, irritated by the morning's antics. "But master, I am a guilty wolf," Scarface protested, unwilling to leave without elaborating on his transgressions. "I will count to 3. You better vanish from my sight," Zheng Yin declared, showing 3 fingers. Point 1. To Scarface, realizing Zheng Yin was serious, hastily grabbed the thorny branch and bolted from the room, the Hyena Queen following closely behind. "Wait!" Zheng Yin called out, pointing to the queen while Scarface looked on in confusion. "You stated I have some questions for you." Upon hearing this, the Hyena Queen shot a pleading glance at Scarface, who was silenced by Zheng Yan's glare. Zheng Yin stepped out of bed, approaching the two and grasping Scarface by the neck as he opened the door. "Do not worry. I will not mistreat her. You may leave," he said, tossing Scarface outside. Now alone with the Hyena Queen, who kept her gaze lowered, Zheng Yin ventured, "Hey, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." "What? What are you doing?" As Zheng Yin pondered where to begin, he was taken aback to see the woman before him actually removing her armor while plaintively uttering, "My lord, please be gentle with me." A wave of nausea surged from the pit of Zheng Yan's stomach. "Stop! Quickly, stop!" At that moment, he could not afford to indulge in any sentimentality, nor was there anything to be cherished. Zheng Yin swiftly scooped up a handful of dust and buried the Hyena Queen beneath it. Just moments ago, she had appeared as an unparalleled beauty. Now, she resembled Cinderella. She emerged from the mound of dirt, the room in disarray, while Zheng Yin had already distanced himself several meters away. What is the meaning of this? Dog, Zheng Yin scolded, his brows furrowed. "Hurry and put your clothes back on. We have an engagement, so spare me this nonsense." With that, he turned away, waiting for the Hyena Queen to finish arranging her attire before they could sit down for a serious conversation. They began with the most basic introductions. Apart from the information he had obtained from Scar, Zheng Yin learned the human name of this individual, Zi Mei, which aptly suited her characteristics. "Miss Zi Mei." Zheng Yin cleared his throat. "I have a general understanding of your story. However, may I inquire whether you were truly under the complete control of the opposing party during the Wind Demon incident?" Upon hearing this, Zi Mei's eyes widened in shock, and she began to stammer, "Why, yes, I was entirely the victim." She attempted to explain, but her tone betrayed her. "Lying is not commendable," Zheng Yin remarked, shaking his finger before whistling. Suddenly, several shadows appeared on the bright floor, revealing 3 tightly bound male hyenas. Their faces reflected terror as they struggled futilely against their restraints. These were survivors from the aftermath of the hurricane. Why then did Zheng Yin pursue their capture? The situation traced back to the previous night. The moment he acquired the shard, fragments of memories regarding the wolf god forest emerged in Zheng Yan's mind. The tales shared by Scar were largely similar, yet there were slight discrepancies concerning the hyena pack. Oh, so you dare to deceive me? Zheng Yin, incensed, almost seized Scar for immediate retribution, but the remnants of reason kept him calm. It did not seem logical for Scar to lie in the current circumstances, especially considering his demeanor suggested he was already prepared for the worst, since the issue did not lie there. Zheng Yin resolved to delve into the hyena pack instead. Thus, he summoned the remaining followers overnight, commanding them to locate the survivors of the hyena pack at any cost, preferably those of higher status, to glean core information. The followers dispersed with urgency, and within a mere hour, they had captured over a dozen hyenas. All right, now we shall play a game of questions and answers, Zheng Yin said, perched above, coldly observing the group of beasts. He ingested a new translation worm, allowing him to communicate even without spoken words. The process, however, was far from smooth, as the hyenas remained loyal to their queen and were unwilling to divulge secrets. This poses a challenge, Zheng Yin mused, signaling for one of his followers to step forward and drag 2 hyenas out. Instead of executing them outright, he employed special torture methods, the screams of the hyenas causing the others to huddle together in terror. Yet, even this did not compel any of them to speak, and so he persisted until only 3 remained, ultimately extracting the desired information that in his previous state, Zheng Yin would never have resorted to such methods. Having been momentarily lost in the allure of newfound power, his guiding principle had always been to treat others sincerely, thus earning their genuine respect, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet the events involving Scar had imparted a crucial lesson. Not all situations unfold as beautifully as one might hope. Throughout his encounters in the real world, Zheng Yin had met both good and evil individuals, each mirroring their outward appearance within. Those who spoke deceitfully were, in fact, the most dangerous. Consequently, his mindset underwent a subtle transformation. After untangling the entire affair, Zheng Yin contemplated how to deal with Scar for quite some time, ultimately deciding to extend him an opportunity for redemption. It was precisely for this reason that Zimei was able to sit here and converse with him today. Otherwise, she would have been dealt with long ago. Just as Cuckoo had suggested, Zheng Yin was increasingly resembling a person of significance that I have nothing further to say, Zimei remarked, momentarily flustered upon seeing the captured hyenas. Yet she quickly regained her composure as a peculiar scent wafted through the room. This aroma was faint, imperceptible to an ordinary person. But Zheng Yin was no ordinary individual. He detected that she seemed to be engaged in some form of encrypted communication. They say one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin, yet you remain dry-eyed even upon seeing it. Observing that Zimei continued to engage in covert dialogue with the 3 hyenas, he decided to reveal the truth himself. Through the fragmented memories from the shard and the hyenas' revelations from the previous night, he reconstructed the entire sequence of events that Zimei was, in truth, an ambitious individual. Her tribe had once been merely a ka within a common biological chain to that time. They were not classified as magical beasts and were often bullied by larger predators. Yet she excelled at seizing opportunities. That opportunity presented itself in the form of the White Wolf King, scarred as the ruler of the wolf god forest. The White Wolf possessed formidable strength and absolute authority. Inherited from his ancestors, from that moment, Zimei began her meticulous plan, disregarding the plight of her feeble hyena kin, delivering vast quantities of prey to the wolf pack to curry favor. Observing keenly, she discovered that Scar, the king of his kind, lacked a mate. Whether due to high standards or other reasons, she began to harbor her own schemes. Leveraging her advantageous traits, animal aesthetics differ from human perceptions. She successfully established a connection with Scar. Subsequently, through repeated encounters, she ascended to the rank of magical beast. And to evade suspicion from the wolf pack, they publicly referred to each other as siblings. Chapter 54, Epilogue. Scar had indeed developed genuine feelings, but whether Zimei shared the same sentiment was a question only she could answer. Deep down, she had always yearned for more than her current circumstances, viewing the wolf tribe merely as a stepping stone toward greater opportunities, and that opportunity had now come knocking. The emergence of the shard invigorated her spirit, Scar's initial intention had been to guard it alone, to prevent unforeseen complications. However, he could not withstand Zime's persistent charms and ultimately agreed to alternate guardianship. As a formidable being with a lengthy lifespan, Zheng Yin found it difficult to believe that Scar could not discern Zime's ulterior motives. Merely unwilling to acknowledge them, this fellow must have some peculiar inclinations. Zheng Yin mused, momentarily shifting the topic before returning to the crux of the matter. After Zimei consumed the shard, she experienced an unprecedented surge of power, sufficient to defeat Scar and prove her own strength. Yet, the might of one individual was limited. The wolf pack was replete with skilled combatants and numerous high-ranking magical beasts, glancing at her subordinates. Consisting solely of those who could barely make a living, she recognized that the time was not yet ripe. Waiting proved to be a lengthy endeavor. After a rather tranquil period, the disappearance of the second shard was announced. Zimei's heart surged with joy as she envisioned the power she would gain from consuming both shards and the adoration she would receive from the beasts. The only downside was that the wolf pack had also learned of this news, necessitating her to maintain control over them. Brother, once we locate the shard, you'll be the one to consume it. Together, we shall grow stronger, shall we not? With sweet words, she once again deceived Scar, and they proceeded to the designated location. There, they found no shards, but an overwhelming presence of demonic aura, a sensation Scar, as a native, could not perceive. Zimei encountered an even more formidable wind demon, and with a mere glance, she contemplated abandoning Scar to align herself with this new power. My lord, she implored, engaging in secret discourse with the wind demon through the shards of the demonic realm. I am willing to offer you everything, if only I can attain strength. Zheng Yin possessed scant knowledge of his surroundings. Nevertheless, some form of accord had been reached between them. Zimei, having fulfilled her desires, saw her entire race enhanced, as vast and formidable packs of wolves were vanquished, allowing her to seize dominion over the entirety of the Wolf God Forest and beyond. Her prestige soared to unprecedented heights, with all hyenas venerating her as a near-divine figure. What was even more fortuitous was that the Lord remained indifferent, secluding himself in a narrow domain, preoccupied with his research. If only this state of affairs could persist. However, Zheng Yan's arrival disrupted this precarious equilibrium. Scarface returned after a prolonged absence, accompanied by a formidable ally and an increased number of magical wolves. He not only effortlessly dismantled the hyena army, but also expelled the wind demon, reclaiming fragments of his own essence that had been taken by a young girl. Indeed, the tides of fortune had shifted dramatically. Zimei recognized her precarious situation. She needed to devise a means of self-preservation before contemplating future endeavors. Thus, old matters were resurrected, and out of a sense of nostalgia, Scarface ultimately acquiesced to conceal the truth on one condition. There must be no further acts of treachery. Zimei readily consented, for promises held significant weight for some, yet meant little to certain individuals. Scarface, having endured betrayal, was acutely aware of the consequences that T.O. protect her. He restructured the narrative, attempting to shoulder all burdens. This was the entirety of the truth. What else was there to discuss? Zheng Yin, hydrating his parched lips after recounting the tale, posed a question to the nearby. Zimei to know. That is not the genuine sentiment of this humble woman. Faced with the undeniable evidence, Zimei attempted to feign innocence. But Zheng Yan's disappointment was palpable. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Proceed. The cold command resonated, and the followers sprang into action. Some soundproofing the room, others handling the three hyenas, while the remainder encircled her. What are you staring at? Zimei panicked, frantically calling out Scarface's name and pounding on the door, only to receive no response. Several followers dragged the struggling Zimei into the shadows, her piercing cries echoing within the chamber until they gradually faded into silence. Zheng Yin opened his eyes to find a mirror image of Zimei before him. A reflection conjured through his sacred beast powers, possessing some shared memories but never betraying its creator. Master, the mirrored Zimei bowed, and Zheng Yin assigned her a task, to replace the hyena and accompany Scarface, ensuring to guard him diligently, without revealing any flaws. Understood, my lord, she replied. Subsequently, he summoned Scarface and informed him that the two had merely engaged in casual conversation, dismissing him afterward. Once everyone had departed, Zheng Yin slumped to the floor, feeling deflated. This was his first time orchestrating such matters. Before firmly resolving to act, he had considered granting her a chance if she were willing to speak the truth. Perhaps under his supervision, they could coexist as a pair of lovebirds. This had been Zheng Yan's initial thought. But alas, Zime's cunning and persistent denial of her actions had ignited his murderous intent. Being a leader is truly arduous. After a considerable pause, Zheng Yan gradually regained his composure and rose, as a multitude of tasks awaited him. Presently, he faced two choices: remain in the Spirit Earth continent for a while longer, as 14 days were still distant, or return to report to Song Jiang and visit his family. The prospect of bringing Cuckoo along to fulfill an old promise to his mother was particularly enticing. Yet, how could he broach the subject with her? And what if Song Jiang investigated Cuckoo's identity? Lost in thought, Zheng Yan arrived at Cuckoo's door, where it was already late, and everyone was preoccupied. With the assistance of an elder, Cuckoo sat at the entrance, weaving something, seemingly the only one at leisure. "That you're awake," she exclaimed, seamlessly integrating with the residents, having wiped the sweat from her brow and gestured for him to sit. "I've been at it for a while, just finishing up some tasks." Upon seeing Cuckoo, his earlier gloom dissipated. Their conversation flowed more smoothly than the previous day, with Cuckoo animatedly gesturing while speaking. "What are you working on?" Zheng Yan inquired, eager to assist yet unsure how to contribute, merely pointing at the item in her hands. "This," Cuckoo replied. "With the cold weather approaching, I thought to knit you a sweater. I know you can buy one outside, but I wanted to make something personal. I just didn't know if you'd like it." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. "Is this for me?" Zheng Yan exclaimed joyfully, recalling the last sweater his mother had knitted for him in his childhood. In an age where life had improved, such items were gradually being replaced by lighter thermal wear. It had been ages since he had seen one. Zheng Yan cherished the unfinished piece in his hands, expressing his gratitude. Chapter 55. An invitation from a friend. Should he return home for a spell, or linger here? Zheng Yan confided in Cuckoo, seeking her counsel. "Well, the townsfolk will likely need some time to recuperate," Cuckoo informed him, noting that the devastation wrought by the wind demon extended far beyond the Wolf God Forest and unclaimed territories. The advent of adventurers from the association seemed improbable, as they would first need to respond to the disaster. Moreover, even if issues arose, she would be there to handle them. "So, you can rest assured and return home. It's all right. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the demonic fruits to prevent their spread." Her words alleviated his concerns. Indeed, having a wise partner was a tremendous blessing. Reflecting on a crucial matter, Zheng Yan asked, "Cuckoo, want you come back with me?" He clasped his hands behind his back, anxiously awaiting her response. "No, I can't," Cuckoo lamented, shaking her head regretfully. "There are too many demons lurking in your vicinity. If I were to go, they would notice me immediately. Without grandfather's protection, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Thus, remaining here is the best course of action." But Zheng Yan hesitated, attempting to persuade her once more, only to ultimately concede that "you're right. However, this situation won't last forever. Once I grow stronger, I will surely." In that moment, he felt a profound faith in the future, imagining that some young, rebellious lad would awaken from dreams with a smile. "I believe in you." They spent a little more time together before bidding farewell. As he departed, Zheng Yan retrieved his phone, which had been in use for several days, taking a few photographs of the two of them together, and endeavored to preserve memories and share them with his mother. "Oh, and don't forget what I instructed." The spatial device activated within the room. Cuckoo reminded him to restrain his actions upon his return. "Even if there is something, you must speak of it without any concealment." "Understood. How could I be that sort of person?" Zheng Yan chuckled lightly, waving goodbye as he left. After just a brief period together, his feelings for this girl had undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving from strangers to awkwardness, and finally to care and reliance. Perhaps it was the long-standing solitude that had rendered him starved for affection, or perhaps it stemmed from the binding nature of their contract and the title of fiancé. Regardless, the responsibilities that had been set forth must be shouldered unwaveringly, forging a brand new path for his future. Upon returning to the cramped rental unit, Zheng Yan was enveloped in a profound sense of loss after all that had transpired. At his behest, Song Jiang had dismantled all surveillance cameras in the apartment, granting him a semblance of personal space. Although Zheng Yin could have resided in luxurious employee accommodations, he preferred to avoid mingling with those self-important superpowered individuals, hence choosing to retain this modest abode. The timelines of both realms diverged. Zheng Yin activated his phone, establishing a connection to the internet. After a brief adjustment, the clock struck 1 in the morning. How late it is! Having been preoccupied with bidding farewell to Cuckoo, he had neglected to eat, and his stomach began to grumble. Possessing the legacy of the Demon King, Zheng Yin could survive solely on the vast magical energy within him and the natural energy he absorbed. However, he believed that sustenance was fundamental to existence. Thus, he had disabled that ability. Now, with an empty stomach, he resorted to preparing instant noodles, marinated eggs, and grilled sausages to make do. He had no inclination to visit the barbecue stalls, and sitting alone among drunken patrons would inevitably draw unwanted attention. Well, I'll wait for a couple of minutes. Upon returning from the store with various seasonings added, Sichuan pepper, and other delights at the ready, boredom led Zheng Yin to open the Green Bubble app to check for messages. A notification from Jiang Lianhai appeared prominently at the top, inquiring if he was available. "Have you eaten?" Who would casually inquire about such matters daily, especially a beautiful woman? It is either self-promotion or an attempt to sell you some tea for profit. Clearly, Jiang Lianhai does not fall into either category. She must have something important to discuss. Zheng Yin hesitated, contemplating whether to respond to her message that in the past, he would have replied immediately to messages from his childhood friend. But now he had a fiancée to consider, and he needed to take her feelings into account. After some reflection, he decided that ignoring her as a friend would be unseemly. So he replied, "Not yet asleep, just having dinner, that I anticipated. Most people should be asleep at this hour," and Jiang Lianhai would not see his message until the following morning. Yet, to his surprise, his message was met with an instant reply. As if she had been waiting on the other end, her response read, "What a coincidence, I'm also awake. What are you eating? How about we grab some late-night snacks together?" In those few words, her intentions were unmistakable. She wished to invite Zheng Yin out for a private conversation. Jiang Lianhai was a proud woman, and she had every reason to be. Most men, intimidated by her commanding presence, would shy away, and only a rare few brave enough to express their feelings would catch her interest. That if one were to observe Jiang Lianhai from a third-person perspective, they would likely see her as the archetypal aloof goddess. However, Zheng Yin understood that her demeanor was a facade, shaped by the burdens she had borne. After all, her achievements were nothing short of extraordinary, which must have come with immense pressure. "Well, it just so happens that I'm not in the mood for instant noodles." After wrestling with his thoughts, Zheng Yin resolved to step out and see her. It was only natural for friends to lend each other a hand. Who knew, he might need her assistance in the future as well. They agreed on a meeting place. Zheng Yin envisioned a vibrant street market, but Jiang Lianhai sent him a discreet address. "Here is you." The name hardly suggested a dining establishment. Zheng Yin scoured the map, locating it in a street at the city center. It is rather hard to find that he summoned a ride and arrived nearby, taking several turns before finally spotting the establishment. That Tio described it as unremarkable would be an understatement. It resembled an ordinary basement of a residential building, reeking of mildew. That a sign on the door, scrawled in blue chalk, proclaimed, "Here is you. Is this a mistake?" Zheng Yin pondered as he hesitantly pushed the door open, revealing a long staircase leading downwards. Flickering lights adorned the walls, and in such an eerie atmosphere, anyone who stumbled upon this place might flee without a second thought. That is anyone there? Zheng Yan's voice echoed within as he descended the stairs, taking over 100 steps before arriving at another door bearing the words "Welcome" in neon lights. Some bulbs were burnt out, rendering the welcome only partially visible. How intriguing! Zheng Yin felt a surge of excitement at the scene before him. Just as he was about to enter, two figures emerged from the shadows behind him, clad in identical black and white uniforms and donning bizarre long-tongued masks. They startled Zheng Yin. "Who are you?" he questioned, stepping back defensively. "Please present your invitation," they intoned, seemingly oblivious to his inquiry, repeating the phrase while pacing in place. The door appeared heavy, and forcing entry would require effort. Recalling a link Jiang Lianhai had sent earlier, Zheng Yin clicked on it. The content began eerily, accompanied by laughter, before transitioning to something more lively, culminating in the appearance of an animated figure. "Welcome, welcome!" The figure gestured invitingly, and the words "invitation" momentarily flashed on the screen. "Look, is this it?" Zheng Yin offered his phone, and the two figures exchanged glances before wordlessly opening the door, allowing him to step inside. Chapter 56. Awkwardness initially narrow, the space opened up to reveal a hidden realm. Inside, it resembled a CF, bustling with patrons despite the late hour. The 100-plus square foot area comprised a kitchen, a reception desk, and several tables partitioned by wooden boards, with everyone engaged in their own pursuits, some conversing, others conducting transactions over cigars, while eccentric groups of young people gathered in clusters. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere was surprisingly serene, with no one speaking above a whisper. Zheng Yin cautiously navigated the walls, feeling slightly out of place in the tranquil environment. When he attempted to ask a passing server a question, she ignored him, engrossed in her tasks. Where on earth have I ended up? Zheng Yin wondered. Scanning the room for Jiang Lianhai, in this compact space, he quickly spotted her in a corner by the window. "Isn't this place underground?" he thought, raising his hand to call out to her. Just as he did, a coarse hand pressed down on his arm. "Brother, please keep your voice down." The voice belonged to Song Jiang. Turning to confirm, Zheng Yin saw it was indeed him. They moved to sit together, and as Song Jiang pressed a button on his seat, a glass dome descended around them. Zheng Yin noticed that it blended seamlessly with the air, making it nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. No wonder he had seen them gesturing animatedly without sound. They were in an acoustically shielded area. What on earth is this place? Jiang Lianhai greeted Zheng Yin. She appeared notably weary, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. Her attire was the same as before, dusty from neglect, and it seemed she might doze off at any moment. "You've arrived," Jiang Lianhai mumbled, her words slightly slurred, before inquiring. "I'm sorry, but sleep has been elusive. I promised to treat you to something. Kunamon and Madeline cake, perhaps?" Zheng Yin was puzzled. What on earth? He didn't understand anything she mentioned and turned to Song Jiang for clarification. Song Jiang's expression flickered momentarily, a hint of amusement crossing his face. Did he find this amusing? Zheng Yin felt a wave of irritation wash over him. What did it mean to bring him to such a place? Only for mockery, his emotions were transparent, and while Jiang Lianhai remained oblivious, Song Jiang noted his discomfort. Maintaining his composure, he summoned a server. "Wait." After a few measured taps on the table, a woman wearing headphones approached the glass dome. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired, her smile polite and courteous. "Please bring me dishes from this menu." Song Jiang handed her a note through a gap in the table. Despite not having received the note, the woman read it intently, her expression turning apologetic. "I'm terribly sorry, but we don't have those items." She bent slightly, attempting to appear sincere. "No worries, just do your best. Finding substitutes is also acceptable." Song Jiang waved dismissively, and the woman nodded, departing to fulfill his request. Zheng Yin observed in bewilderment. What kind of game were they playing? He glanced at Jiang Lianhai, only to find her resting her head on the table, fast asleep. Her figure was undeniably stunning, and the dim lighting only accentuated her allure, causing Zheng Yin's heart to race. Song Jiang seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, maintaining a facade of calm as he perused an unnamed book. The three sat in silence for what felt like an eternity, until Zheng Yin began to feel a chill on his back that he shivered, recalling Kuku's trusting words before he left, igniting a wave of guilt within him. What am I doing? He wished he could slap himself. Zheng Yin felt as if he had almost fallen into a trap. No further explanation was necessary. Ahem, the situation felt peculiar, and Zheng Yin pulled out his phone to pass the time, only to find the network sluggish. Curse it, the signal was full. He attempted to make a call, but the message revealed he was out of service range. Now he was utterly at a loss. Brother, phones are not permitted here. How about a book? Song Jiang broke the silence, pointing to a sign indicating no phones allowed, while handing Zheng Yin a book. "Oh, thank you." Zheng Yin yearned to depart from this place immediately. He picked up the book without a cover and glanced at its contents, which piqued his interest. Indeed, the narrative proved to be rather engaging. From the synopsis, it depicted a tale of two long-lost friends who unexpectedly reunite, embarking on an adventure together, ultimately achieving personal growth and mastery. Zheng Yin found himself engrossed in the story, yet an inexplicable sense of disquiet lingered, leaving him unable to articulate what felt amiss, despite pondering it for an extended period. Meanwhile, Song Jiang had been endeavoring to rouse Jiang Lianhai, but to no avail. "Forget it, boss. Let her sleep for a while," Zheng Yin said, setting the book aside and offering a friendly smile, as she was, after all, his superior, and maintaining appearances was essential. "All right, I shall heed your counsel," Song Jiang replied after a brief pause. At that moment, Zheng Yin lost interest in reading, frequently glancing at Song Jiang, curious about his intentions. Unfortunately, their respective levels of cultivation were worlds apart. After another 10 minutes, the earlier woman returned, bearing a considerable assortment of items wrapped in aluminum foil. The glass dome was opened slightly, allowing Song Jiang to receive the items, revealing an array of skewered delicacies. Having only consumed instant noodles prior to leaving, Zheng Yin found himself nearly salivating at the tantalizing aroma. He glanced at Song Jiang, who had already begun to indulge without restraint, savoring the food with great relish. "Hey, what are you waiting for, my brother? Dig in." The once quaint cafe had transformed into a bustling eatery. As the two men reveled in their feast beneath the glass dome, Song Jiang spoke more freely than before. He expressed regret over the day's events. "I apologize, my brother. It was never my intention to put you in an awkward position. But this place is indeed relatively safe." As their conversation flowed, he elaborated on the numerous messages he had sent and the reason for summoning Zheng Yin in the middle of the night. All of this was attributed to Jiang Lianhai's personal matters. Previously, Song Jiang had shared with Zheng Yin the unfortunate events of her childhood and discussed the assailants involved. However, one detail remained unaddressed. After the defeat of the demonic slaves, a significant portion lingered in the world due to their unresolved obsessions. Unbeknownst to them, their master had chosen not to reclaim them, leaving them to wander unchecked. These entities were notoriously troublesome, continuing their malevolence even in their ethereal forms. Consequently, to manage this predicament, the state intervened, rallying numerous superpowered individuals and adept practitioners to collaborate. Over a span of 3 years, they constructed a demon suppression tower, which has existed for several decades now. Chapter 57. The Demon Suppression Tower and the Demonic Slaves. Since the inception of Song Jiang's recollections, it had always been present, and he had visited it several times. In earlier days, the situation was not as dire, with various influential figures around, making it unnecessary to employ indiscriminate measures. Regrettably, their lifespans were finite, and their successors lacked the requisite prowess to contend with such challenges. After much preamble, the conversation finally turned to the main topic. Zheng Yin set aside the skewers and listened attentively as Song Jiang continued that he had already surmised what Song Jiang intended to request of him. Yet it seemed that this fellow never spoke plainly, always resorting to convoluted expressions, compounded by a rather irksome disposition. Just a few days prior, during Zheng Yan's respite, a demonic slave they had been monitoring for quite some time finally revealed itself. This individual had been involved in the assassination of Jiang Lianhai's parents, and while the others had been captured, he roamed freely. As previously mentioned, the inventions of her parents had attracted peril, and this device possessed the capability to track demonic slaves. Upon receiving the news, Song Jiang, Jiang Lianhai, and a few other close acquaintances rushed to the scene. They fought for an entire day. Though no significant damage occurred on their end, they ultimately lost the target due to insufficient manpower. Jiang Lianhai, preoccupied with this matter, had not taken a moment's rest, which explained her current appearance in front of Zheng Yin, far more disheveled than before. Zheng Yin nodded frequently, akin to an attentive student, and raised his hand. "Boss, may I pose a question?" he inquired. "Of course," Song Jiang affirmed, nodding once more while emphasizing, "Furthermore, titles hold no significance here. If you feel comfortable, you may call me brother," observing the slightly strained smile on Song Jiang's face. Zheng Yin recognized he was putting on a brave front, likely due to recent stressors. Then he lowered his voice to ensure their conversation remained confidential. "Brother, aren't there numerous superpowered individuals within our organization? Why then did we lack sufficient manpower to prevent the enemy from escaping?" Upon hearing this, Song Jiang offered a wry smile and explained, "First and foremost, my brother, this organization is a state entity, not my personal militia. Any mobilization requires formal requests. Additionally, while the number of superpowered individuals is considerable, their quality is lacking. It is an unfortunate reality. They must be allocated to more critical tasks, such as suppressing newly emerged demonic slaves." Zheng Yan's confusion deepened at this explanation. Is it possible that this fugitive demonic slave poses no significant threat? He questioned, incredulous. Song Jiang confirmed, "Indeed. This individual has been absent for quite some time, only occasionally appearing for brief intervals. The crucial point is that each time he surfaces, he merely meanders in different locations without engaging in malevolence. Gradually, the organization has removed him from the list of threats. After all, one must allocate resources judiciously. Song Jiang's expression conveyed his frustration with the situation. If only we had more individuals like you, my brother, he lamented, his gaze drifting towards the window, which framed a stunning natural cave formation. Zheng Yin had observed the surroundings upon sitting down. Discerning that they were situated in a notably low-lying area, as for the rationale behind constructing a community above a cave and the potential for collapse, such matters were beyond his purview. Perhaps it was a form of camouflage for this peculiar locale. That moment, Jiang Lianhai stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes. Though she had only rested for less than an hour, it had done little to restore her energy. Yet she felt less fatigued. "What are you discussing?" she inquired, still somewhat dazed, having overheard Song Jiang's conversation, with Zheng Yin chiming in. Naturally, she was eager to ascertain the details that, we were just talking about your birthday. Zheng Yin began, but upon catching Song Jiang's knowing glance, he quickly sought to redirect the topic. Yes, indeed, Song Jiang chimed in, seamlessly joining the conversation to lend credibility. That's correct, Zheng Yin affirmed, then promptly widened his eyes, looking intently at the two of them, as if to silently question how they had come to know of this matter. Jiang Lianhai, regaining her composure, believed their banter, and, with a hint of apology, addressed Zheng Yin. "I apologize, old friend. I've been remiss in keeping in touch. I only learned from my cousin that your birthday is in a couple of days, and due to recent engagements, I thought it best to celebrate a bit early. I was careless when I asked about your food preferences earlier. I hope you don't hold it against me." Zheng Yin shook his head, assuring her, "No, of course not. To be honest, I had nearly forgotten about it myself. So, you summoned me solely for this occasion?" Jiang Lianhai confirmed this, explaining that her busy schedule had precluded her from spending more time with Zheng Yin, which was why she had sent so many messages to invite him whenever she had a moment to spare. Is that so? Zheng Yin felt somewhat guilty for having misconstrued her intentions. As Jiang Lianhai's demeanor suggested sincerity rather than deceit, he had initially assumed she sought his assistance in resolving the troubles he had mentioned. A wave of guilt washed over him. How disheartening. I fear I shall have another sleepless night. While he pondered this, a service staff member brought forth a cake measuring over a foot in diameter. Song Jiang lifted the dome to allow her entry, and the attendant expertly inserted candles before they cut and arranged the cake for everyone to enjoy. "Dig in, my brother, and happy birthday." Since there were only the three of them, they had opted for a modest cake, deeming a larger one overly ostentatious. Song Jiang encouraged Zheng Yin, adopting a familial demeanor, shedding the airs of leadership. As Jiang Lianhai extended her birthday wishes, she inquired about the wish Zheng Yin had made, hoping to share in the good fortune. "A wish?" Zheng Yin gazed dreamily upwards. "Naturally, I wish for my family to enjoy health and longevity, and for all things to go smoothly." As he spoke, a radiant smile broke across his face, a genuine expression of joy. Since reaching adulthood, he had not celebrated a single birthday, nearly forgetting the significance of the day. This simple, heartfelt wish felt attainable, and he was confident that with his current self, he could make it a reality. The trio enjoyed a delightful gathering, engaging in pleasant conversation. During this time, Zheng Yin inquired about the cousin Jiang Lianhai had mentioned. Song Jiang did not withhold any information, explaining candidly that his father and Jiang Lianhai's mother were siblings, which accounted for their close relationship. And oh wonder, Zheng Yin mused, as this revelation clarified Song Jiang's considerable efforts to assist her. The fleeting moments of joy are always too brief. Once again, the drowsiness enveloped Jiang Lianhai, prompting her to yawn and express her intention to retire for the night, given that starting tomorrow, the two of them might be separated for an extended period. She bid a solemn farewell. As they parted ways, Zheng Yin noticed Song Jiang discreetly signaling to him, indicating that the earlier matter was far from resolved, so he refrained from straying too far. Indeed, it wasn't long before Song Jiang stealthily returned, and upon their reunion, they returned to their previous spot. The area had been tidied up, yet the positions remained intact, evidently a deliberate act on Song Jiang's part. "Very well," Song Jiang said, pouring himself a pot of tea to soothe his throat. "Now, I have a few personal requests to make." Chapter 58. 2 requests. Although that sorceress slave had managed to escape, Song Jiang was still able to trace his movements. Through recent observations, he discerned that the adversary was consciously moving towards the location of the demon suppression tower, likely with some ulterior motive in mind. The seals atop that tower had grown alarmingly weak due to the incompetence of those who came after, and should it be breached, the consequences would be dire. Thus, I have a task for you. One that is both public and private, Song Jiang stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin realized that he could not evade his fate. His vacation was on the verge of being squandered before it had even begun. Reluctant to accept such a task, he found himself compelled by Song Jiang's words. This was the first assignment from his superior, and personally, he felt a sense of guilt from earlier. Zheng Yin had little reason to refuse. "All right, boss," he replied. "Just tell me what the task is. I have no objections. But remember to mark it as an external assignment that I end the situation. The allowances from above should be substantial. Right?" He said this while revealing a pair of starry eyes. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, "To this," Song Jiang regretfully replied. "I'm afraid not a penny will be provided, my dear brother." Zheng Yan's expression instantly shifted a full 180 degrees, incredulously digging at his ear as he inquired. "Brother, are you serious? Is it that the higher-ups are withholding funds, or—" At this, Song Jiang's typically composed demeanor faltered, making it even harder to dispel doubts that he explained. In a typical assignment, a task of this magnitude would likely yield a reward in the 9-digit range. However, he paused for emphasis that as previously mentioned, this is a personal request from your elder brother, merely asking for a favor, which is why there is no compensation. Zheng Yin grasped the situation. It seemed he was being asked to work for free while wasting his precious vacation. Had Song Jiang not mentioned that figure, it might have been understandable, but a 9-digit sum. Such a fortune was something that could not be earned in 10 lifetimes at a factory. Was it truly fair to toss such a favor aside? Zheng Yin propped his chin on his hand, staring at Song Jiang's unchanging face, feeling increasingly uncomfortable and anxious. "You needn't look at me that way," Song Jiang remarked, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in Zheng Yan's mind. He produced a black card and handed it over. The card's surface was peculiar, an inky black that bore no markings, yet shimmered with golden glints when caught in the light. "This is my personal card." Song Jiang stated that it contains an unimaginable sum and can be utilized in nearly all situations. Simply carry it with you. The blue letters and green bubbles will automatically bind to you, and from now on, it belongs to you. Zheng Yin received the card with skepticism, and as he contemplated expressing his gratitude, Song Jiang threw another enticing proposition into the mix. "Brother, if I recall correctly, you have a younger brother. Do you not?" Zheng Yin nodded. "Yes, he will graduate from high school in a year." This revelation delighted Song Jiang, who seized the opportunity to slip the card into Zheng Yan's pocket without hesitation. "Here's the deal," Song Jiang continued, "that I may lack certain skills, but I have a wide social network, that I have numerous acquaintances from prestigious institutions like Qingbei. Whether your brother wishes to attend or not is merely a matter of conversation." He painted a vivid picture of future plans. Once he graduates in 4 years, if he desires an easy path, we can secure him a stable job, but if he harbors broader ambitions, we can facilitate his entry into engineering or other fields that will serve him well for a lifetime. This series of propositions stirred Zheng Yan's heart. Was this not precisely what he had just wished for? Moreover, he had already resolved to assist, and monetary concerns seemed trivial in comparison. Yet it would be inappropriate to accept without a fight. Zheng Yin pondered the future, while Song Jiang patiently awaited his response, confident of his victory. "All right," Zheng Yin declared, slamming his palm on the table, though he quickly returned to his seat, feeling it was inappropriate. "Since you, elder brother, have put it that way, I have no grounds for refusal. Now, what are the specifics of the task?" Song Jiang smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for Zheng Yin to remain calm before outlining the mission. On this occasion, Zheng Yin had 2 primary tasks. The first was to accompany Jiang Lianhai to Huangwan Province, a hub of national economic prosperity, bustling with people and intrigue, and also the location of the demon suppression tower. He needed to ensure Jiang Lianhai's safety while covertly tracking the movements of the sorceress slave. While speaking, Song Jiang produced a black square box and placed it on the table. "This is our organization's communication device. Equipped with a privacy system, you can use it to trace the sorceress slave and receive assignments without the constant need to clear your phone's memory." Zheng Yin picked up the device, which, despite resembling a brick in appearance, was surprisingly lightweight. He inwardly grumbled. "So you do know, huh? You're taking away my precious treasures accumulated over the years." Observing Zheng Yan's expression like a child, Song Jiang reminded him. "Brother, I clear things out for your own good that you're over 20 now. It's time to focus less on such distractions and seek a life partner instead." Hearing this, Zheng Yan's face flushed crimson. I understand." He stammered, struggling to find a retort. After discussing the first task, Song Jiang introduced an additional assignment. The second task involves infiltrating the Demon Suppression Tower to locate the treasures left behind by several Taoist masters as a precautionary measure and retrieve them. These artifacts can reinforce the tower's structure, potentially sustaining it for decades, by which time the younger generation will have matured. "This task is perilous," Song Jiang said, his expression turning serious. "Thus, brother, this is an optional endeavor. Whether you choose to undertake it is entirely up to you. Your safety is paramount." Zheng Yan committed these details to memory. The danger posed by Song Jiang seemed trivial to him, akin to Zhang Fei munching on bean sprouts. He reasoned that since he was already going, he might as well take on an additional task to foster goodwill. Moreover, should the sorcerer's slave escape and endanger his family, it would be dire. He recalled a certain Peter's tale. Though Zheng Yan did not possess such noble intentions as to believe that with greater power came greater responsibility, why this time, it was around 5 in the morning. The sky outside was beginning to brighten, and the two had been conversing for nearly 2 hours. She should be arriving shortly, Song Jiang informed Zheng Yan. Although Jiang Lianhai had claimed to be resting, she was actually boarding a flight directly to Huangwan Province. Members of A had the privilege of traveling on special flights, taking only about an hour and a half from Tianhai City to the economic zone of Huangwan Province. She was a person who valued efficiency and would never squander precious time. Therefore, Song Jiang cautioned, "Brother, you must hurry." Zheng Yan cursed under his breath, bewildered by Song Jiang's calm demeanor, uncertain of what he was thinking. "Understood. I shall leave at once." With that, he picked up the 2 items gifted by Song Jiang and rose from his seat, only to pause and return. "Elder brother," Zheng Yan hesitated before asking, "there is something I've been holding back." "May I speak?" Without waiting for a response, Song Jiang elaborated, "This is a territory recognized by the state as my personal domain, with absolute security guaranteed. Everyone present, aside from members, are undercover agents. Is that clear?" Zheng Yan stood aghast for a moment before turning and exiting the premises. Chapter 59. Arrival at Huangwan Province. The journey from Tianhai City to the economic zone of Huangwan Province spanned a staggering 1,600 kilometers. As a new member tasked with a personal assignment from Song Jiang, Zheng Yan was not eligible for the privilege of traveling on a supersonic plane. What to do? He would have to rely on his own means. Recently, the southern region had been plagued by typhoons, and this area had also been affected to some extent. As Zheng Yan soared through the clouds at 10,000 meters, he gazed at the dense layers of ominous clouds, exclaiming in awe at the pilot's prowess. "Wow, to think we can arrive in just over an hour. Truly impressive." Throughout the journey, Zheng Yan braved the fierce winds, making his way at full speed, and after about 10 minutes, he finally reached his destination. Huangwan Province resembled a large chicken leg, once a backward region known for exiling criminals. Over the past few centuries, as the nation's economic focus gradually shifted southward, this area began to develop as well. Coupled with its unique geographical position, Huangwan Province became a land of prosperity, second only to Zheng Yan's own province to at this hour. The sky had yet to fully brighten, yet many were already rising to commute. He quietly transformed into an inconspicuous sparrow, landing in an unnoticed alley before emerging. According to the brick-like device provided by Song Jiang, Jiang Lianhai was nearby, while the sorcerer's slave remained dormant for the time being. However, Zheng Yan had his own methods for tracking this elusive figure. "Come forth," he murmured. He silently recited a phrase within his mind, and several dark shadows manifested around him, setting off to seek out individuals or creatures nearby that bore the scent of the demonic clan. After issuing the command, the shadows dispersed in various directions, while Zheng Yan followed the coordinates to locate Jiang Lianhai. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. This tool proved to be quite effective, from a distance. Zheng Yan caught sight of her silhouette. She was seated in front of a breakfast stall, dining on local delicacies with a group of early risers. It was evident that Jiang Lianhai was unaccustomed to such flavors. As the dishes she ordered remained largely untouched, due to a lack of sleep, She appeared rather disheveled, her head nodding repeatedly, yet her eyes fixated intently in one direction. What could possibly be over there? Zheng Yin released his vision, but detected no anomalies that he then exerted his mental energy to control a casually dressed man shuffling about in oversized slippers. Zheng Yin had heard of such individuals. Despite their unremarkable appearances, they often possess staggering wealth, rendering them unnecessary for employment. Transferring his consciousness to the man's perspective, he felt the weighty keys in his possession, knowing that they were worth more than gold by the pound. Zheng Yin guided the man to a nearby table, where the proprietor seemed to recognize him and welcomed him warmly. Without needing to utter a word, the owner posed a question that Zheng Yin could not decipher. And soon plates of food were brought forth that he opted to share the taste while attentively monitoring Jiang Lianhai's movements. They lingered there for quite some time, until the surrounding patrons gradually departed for work. At which point Jiang Lianhai finally stirred, suddenly, as if receiving some signal. She sprang to her feet, tossed down a 100-yuan note, and dashed away. Zheng Yin was taken aback and promptly directed the man to follow her. Unfortunately, their physical capabilities were not on the same level, and he quickly lost her trail. Fortunately, he had her precise coordinates, so he need not worry excessively. Zheng Yin removed his shoe insoles and sat on the ground. Awaiting news, before long, several of his minions returned, bringing with them some rather unsettling news. Within 100 miles of this area, there existed thousands of demon slaves. Various other species of the demonic clan were also present, indicating that he had inadvertently disturbed their nest. What? Zheng Yin found himself at a loss for what to do. He had long heard from Chen Donghua that the primary targets of those century kings were the realms of reality, and he had not expected to encounter them so soon. Thankfully, he patted his chest, reassuring himself that they likely had not discovered his presence. Otherwise, if a conflict were to erupt here, the entire city would be at risk of annihilation. Just as he uttered this thought, the anxious minions doused his hopes with cold water. Master, master. One of the minions stammered softly. What is it? Speak quickly, Zheng Yin replied, thinking there might be some crucial intelligence he had missed. Actually, it's that. The minion hesitated, only daring to speak when Zheng Yin grew impatient. While we were scouting, we were detected by them. They're likely to trace back to you very soon. What does it mean to be more detrimental than beneficial? Zheng Yin's face turned pale with fury. You useless. He struggled to articulate his frustration, feeling a profound sense of despair that no one could comprehend. This group of subordinates was either unreachable or perpetually engaged in foolishness. They were utterly unreliable, truly pathetic. Reflecting on his past experiences, Zheng Yin, wearing a bitter expression, recalled his minions and resolved never to utilize them again. Remember this phrase. Forget it. Let us first confirm the location. As he retrieved a black box to continue tracking Jiang Lianhai's whereabouts, her voice suddenly resonated behind him. Why are you here? Zheng Yin jolted and slowly turned around, finding her hands on her hips. Gazing intently at him, he attempted to offer an explanation, but Jiang Lianhai anticipated his reasoning. That it was my cousin who sent you here, wasn't it? She inquired. Honestly, lying to me is futile at this juncture. Only the truth remained. Zheng Yin, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, Yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianhai sighed. I knew it. I suspected that his organization for that birthday party had ulterior motives. As she spoke, she pulled out a wad of red bills from her pocket. Handing them to Zheng Yin without counting. To go back, Jiang Lianhai instructed. This is my personal matter and quite dangerous. I do not wish for anyone to be entangled within it. With that, she turned away, as if having made a significant decision, and walked off without looking back. Wait, Zheng Yin called out from behind, attempting to halt her, but her pace quickened. With a few leaps, Jiang Lianhai vanished without a trace. Go back. You should truly enjoy this holiday. Her voice echoed from afar until it faded away. Zheng Yin stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction she had departed, choosing not to pursue her. Was it an overly strong sense of pride or some other reason? He pondered, resolving that since Jiang Lianhai did not wish for him to follow, he would take an alternate route. Zheng Yin summoned the minions from earlier, only to be swiftly met with a slap in the face. Covering his face, he instructed his subordinates, I do not ask much of you. Just keep an eye on that girl. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Because of the earlier incident, these minions felt a wave of shame. They had disappointed their master. Now, Zheng Yin was even granting them an opportunity to redeem themselves, and immediately all the minions pounded their chests. Promising, "Rest assured, Master, we shall not fail our mission. We guarantee the completion of the task." Still feeling uneasy, Zheng Yin provided a few more instructions before letting them depart. Presently, it felt as though he were shrouded in fog, with visibility obscured and nothing clear in sight, while the enemies concealed themselves in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. That it was time to utilize that group, Zheng Yin thought, reaching for a scroll. Chapter 60. Discussion. As the scroll unfurled, Zheng Yin found himself drawn into a realm saturated with purple gas, where a throne adorned with tiger skin awaited him. How does this work? He fumbled around in the space. This item had been given to him by an elder during his departure from the demon realm. "Your Highness, should you require assistance, simply activate this, and the loyal subjects will serve you diligently. Sacrificing themselves for your cause," he had said, and the others concurred, yet Zheng Yin had his doubts. What use could such a group be? At that time, he had disdainfully shoved the scroll into his waist pouch, never expecting it to be of use so soon. Right, I was supposed to sit on this. After searching in vain for clues, Zheng Yin finally remembered how to use it. He seated himself upon the throne. And immediately a response was triggered. A resounding blast of trumpets filled the air, followed by the appearance of an enormous projection screen before him. From the looks of it, he was in a spacious chamber. Ding, ding, as the trumpets faded, a series of clear, melodious chimes rang out, and then rows of elderly men appeared in formation. Upon seeing Zheng Yin, they all knelt in unison, calling out "Your Highness," and thereafter remained still in that position. What in the world is this? Zheng Yin instinctively glanced around, not spotting Chen Donghua anywhere. He had seemingly vanished. However, after a brief moment of confusion, he regained his composure. Yes, this is how it is typically portrayed in dramas. Thus, he mimicked the gesture and declared, "Rise, my loyal subjects." Upon uttering this, the individuals helped one another to their feet. Ha! Zheng Yin felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, forcing himself to suppress it as he remembered hearing about a large cosplay event in Huangwan recently, which he had considered attending. Who would have thought he would first find himself in a role, playing that of a king? The ministers on the projection screen, after rising, turned their gazes toward Zheng Yin, seemingly awaiting his instructions. Actually, Zheng Yin paused to reflect on what Chen Donghua had mentioned earlier, and then spoke up. "I've been contemplating engaging in warfare with the other century kings. And thus I have come to this place." As he spoke, he produced a map and pointed at it. "I have heard rumors of numerous hidden factions lurking here, and I summoned you today to glean any insights you might have." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the individuals below shifted immediately, transforming from confusion to relief. They began to murmur amongst themselves, and soon one stepped forward. "Your Highness, I have a cunning plan that I wish to propose, if it pleases you." Zheng Yin nearly spat out his drink, his eyes twitching as he questioned whether he had misheard. Goodness gracious, a cunning plan? Is this something that can be brought to the table? However, once he shifted his perspective, he found it considerably more acceptable. "Indeed, I am currently the villainous overlord, so this statement might very well be regarded as a compliment in their eyes." Zheng Yin forced himself to adopt their mindset and waved dismissively at the minister. "Go ahead, enlighten me with your so-called grand plan." The minister, awaiting his cue, continued. "Your Highness, are you aware whose territory this is?" In a moment of sheer astonishment, Zheng Yin encountered a situation where his own leader was rendered speechless by a simple question. He was utterly clueless. Otherwise, why would he be here acting? Yet the onlookers were all staring intently at him, leaving Zheng Yin with no choice but to feign calmness and adjust his posture. "Well, of course, I understand. However, it is essential to assess your expertise. Who among you will provide an explanation?" As he spoke, his finger randomly pointed at one unfortunate soul. "Darami?" In the corner, the slumbering old minister awoke from his dreams, startled by the scrutiny of those around him. After a whispered exchange, he grasped the situation, but being merely a figurehead, he comprehended nothing. To spare his colleague from embarrassment in front of the century's king. The one who posed the question had no choice but to take it upon himself to elucidate. "Your Highness, this venerable gentleman might struggle with articulation, so allow me to explain." With a glance, he dismissed the other, then earnestly inquired, "Very well." Zheng Yin feigned reluctance in accepting the proposal, yet internally felt a wave of relief. Judging by that individual's demeanor, he sensed trouble brewing that if they failed to respond, would the blame not fall upon him? Just as he began to feel anxious about the situation, someone voluntarily stepped up to bear the burden, which was, to Zheng Yin, quite fortuitous, subsequently, under the gaze of all present. The minister gradually elucidated the current predicament. There were 6 kings in total, and aside from their leader, the rest resided on Earth. The sphere of influence Zheng Yin indicated was that of the Golden King, Eric. He was the wealthiest among the 6, relishing in the establishment of bases in lucrative locations, and due to his treasures, he commanded the largest number of subordinates, though their quality left much to be desired. Capable demons were not inclined to pursue such endeavors. Thus, Zheng Yan's initiative to target him was indeed a splendid notion. Before he could finish speaking, applause erupted from below, accompanied by fervent chants of Demon King. This left Zheng Yin feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to hastily quell their enthusiasm and allow the minister to continue. The treacherous scheme he mentioned involved exploiting the local populace of Huangwan province. In their leisure time, this group of old ministers had previously dispatched individuals to investigate, discovering a tower constructed by the locals. Within the tower resided humans who had mutated due to their inner malice. Harboring profound resentment, and given the current peculiar circumstances, the number of these mutants was steadily increasing, suggesting that the tower would soon be unable to withstand the strain. Next came the most critical aspect of the entire plan. Your Highness, the old ministers proposed to detonate the tower at its weakest point of defense to AT that moment. With the internal surge of demonic energy, coupled with the sacrificial offerings of the entire populace of Huangwan, we could certainly summon a formidable beast. He grinned wickedly to AT that point. Not only the Golden King, but even the other kings of the century would be effortlessly subdued. This plan was remarkably sinister. Upon hearing it, Zheng Yin felt a shiver run down his spine, leaving him slumped in his chair, and he was not concerned that his subordinates would secretly execute the plan without his knowledge. After all, with Qin Donghua and Cuckoo around, these ruffians lacked the audacity. What troubled him was that if the old ministers could conceive such a scheme, how much more so would the Golden King, who possessed vast wealth and abundant talent. Surely, someone would be strategizing on his behalf, and it was likely already in motion. He could only wonder at what stage it had reached. If they succeeded in summoning the beast, it would spell doom for nearly 13 million souls within Huangwan province. How many families were at stake behind this? No, I must put a stop to this. Zheng Yin was resolute. This was not merely a matter of position. After all, he was a human who had lived on this land since childhood. Regardless of the moral standpoint, he could not allow himself to stand idly by while such events unfolded to AT that moment. Zheng Yin felt an unbearable itch in his rear, rendering it impossible to remain seated on the throne any longer. Yet he still had a group of old ministers to deal with. He needed a way to placate them. What a headache! Zheng Yin understood that if he handled this poorly, he might never experience peace again. Chapter 61. The note: how do you find the old minister's suggestion, Your Highness? As Zheng Yin hesitated to respond, the minister provided a subtle prompt. Quite good, but there is one issue. To AT this point, Zheng Yin voiced his concern. How do we conduct this operation openly on the Golden King's territory? As you mentioned earlier, he has a multitude of subordinates. If we mishandle this and are discovered, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage in this foreign battleground. The moment this statement left his lips, the room fell silent. Just as Zheng Yin had anticipated, the remaining members were merely long-serving courtiers of the old Demon King, with little else to offer. That if he truly sought to forge a new era, the resistance posed by this group would undoubtedly outweigh their contributions. Witnessing their reluctance to speak or assume responsibility for potential failures, Zheng Yin took the initiative. Very well, I will tentatively adopt this plan and figure out a way to implement it. Should we succeed, I shall certainly acknowledge your significant contribution. Now, everyone, please take your leave. As he surveyed the room, the leading minister appeared to embody a blend of concern and anticipation. After expressing his gratitude, he departed with a cadre of aimless followers. With the curtain drawn and the space left to his solitude, Zheng Yin exhaled a long sigh. Phew. Thankfully I was quick-witted. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard. Just moments ago, he had been at a loss for how to respond when suddenly inspiration struck, recalling a tactic previously employed by Song Jiang that he hadn't expected it to work so effectively. Silencing those whose tongues were as tough as titanium alloy, it seemed there was still much to learn. After reflecting on this, Zheng Yin withdrew from the scroll. Upon exiting, he hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Song Jiang about the potential dangers of the situation, allowing him to prepare accordingly. After all, from their previous discussions, it was apparent that the demon-suppressing tower was not receiving the attention it warranted. Logically, a place where such perilous beings as demon slaves were confined must be absolutely secure, with no room for error. Their destructive capabilities were evident. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of creating an A-class confinement. With this thought, the underlying details warranted scrutiny that it was either that Song Jiang was lying for ulterior motives, or that the Golden King, rumored to possess vast influence, was making his move. Regardless of the scenario, Zheng Yin found himself at a loss. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided he could not stand by and watch the situation deteriorate further. Thus, he retrieved his black box and dialed Song Jiang's number. Beep! 3 seconds later, a voice came through. "Hello, it's me. How's the progress of the plan?" Song Jiang inquired over the phone. "Well, things are a bit rocky, boss." Zheng Yin then recounted his arrival and encounter with Jiang Lianhai, including the details of the demon-suppressing tower plan. However, he omitted critical information, refraining from mentioning the Century Kings, simply stating it was a powerful individual with numerous demon slaves. As for how he had obtained such knowledge in such a short time, he concocted a lie, claiming it was from a lowly minion he had apprehended, but the minion refused to divulge the identity of his master. This point Zheng Yin himself was unaware of. Such a flimsy excuse would hardly fool Song Jiang's keen ears, yet his strength lay in focusing on results rather than excessive inquiries that I see. Song Jiang responded after a long silence, clearly deep in thought. Then he urged Zheng Yin, "Brother, this matter is too significant. To be honest, I find it hard to believe, let alone the higher-ups. Here is the plan. Stay close to Jiang Lianhai and be vigilant about the enemy's movements. Support will arrive shortly." His tone was urgent. Anyone in such a situation would struggle to remain composed. With that, the call ended abruptly. Zheng Yin regretted making the call, uncertain of what challenges lay ahead or whether there were unseen hands at work. On this land, if possible, he wished to avoid any major conflicts. Yet, as he emerged from the desolate alley to witness the bustling marketplace, children en route to school, and the relentless efforts of those striving for a living, he felt a sense of release. Whatever happens, I must do what is right and just. Given that the recent typhoon had passed not long ago, the weather in Huangwan was quite unpleasant, despite its proximity to the equator. It remained rather cold. Wrapped in the only coat he possessed, Zheng Yin wandered aimlessly through the lively streets in this unfamiliar place. Each time he glanced up at the towering skyscrapers, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please step aside?" As he pondered his next course of action, a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, adorned with a top hat and holding a cane, politely called out to him. "Me?" Zheng Yin cast a puzzled glance towards the other individual, questioning silently. "This sidewalk is so spacious. Am I obstructing your path?" While voicing this, he nonetheless stepped aside to grant the middle-aged man passage. "Thank you," the man replied, not lingering, and departed, leaving Zheng Yin in a state of bewilderment that he had noticed that the middle-aged man spoke neither the local dialect of Huangwan nor Mandarin or the Jiangwu accent, but rather the authentic dialect of Tianhai City. Although it was not uncommon to encounter fellow townsfolk elsewhere due to improved transportation, this coincidence felt too precise, as if orchestrated by someone with intent. "Wait a moment." Zheng Yin attempted to call out to the man for further inquiry, but upon turning back, he discovered that the individual had inexplicably vanished in those fleeting seconds, leaving him under the disapproving gazes of passers-by, as though he were an absurd fool engaged in soliloquy. Could he be? With this thought, Zheng Yin began rummaging through his pockets and indeed unearthed something, a rolled-up note inscribed in demonic script bearing several lines of small text. "This matter does not concern you. It is a dispute between me and another. I advise Qin Wang to act cautiously, lest the girl accompanying you come to harm." That a mere dozen characters clarified Zheng Yan's earlier suspicion. That fellow was sent by Wang Jinwang. After revealing himself to Zheng Yan's subordinates, he was likely now keeping a watchful eye on him, and this appearance was merely a warning. Yet, Zheng Yan was unperturbed, had it not been for certain reservations regarding casualties. He might have already stormed into the man's stronghold. Qinwang Qindonghua had previously mentioned that Zheng Yan's title was one of the 6 sovereigns of the demon realm, akin to that of the Golden King. albeit of a slightly higher echelon, that a certain general of the heavenly strategy, whose merits were so great that there was nothing left to bestow, had once held this title, which filled Jing Yin with a sense of pride upon hearing it. Who could that girl mentioned in the note be? He pondered, suspecting it could only be Jiang Lianhai Datha, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Zheng Yin scoffed, relegating Eric's ranking in his mind from first to last. The connection with his kin had not been severed, nor had any warning of danger been issued, implying that Jiang Lianhai was, for the time being, safe, that if she were drawn into this mess, it would become problematic. Although Zheng Yin verbally dismissed his fears, he remained anxious about the possibility of that man employing devious tricks from the shadows. Thus, he resolved to immediately seek out her side for precautionary measures. Hoping to investigate together, perhaps they could glean some clues from the demon servants she was tracking. Yes, precisely that. After persuading himself, Zheng Yin hailed a taxi according to the tracker's location and set off. Chapter 62. Work and Life Goodness. Where have I come to? Zheng Yin rubbed his eyes, staring at the bustling scene before him. After he boarded the vehicle, the driver sped along as per his instructions. Unfortunately, Jiang Lianhai had remained stationary. Though it took a good 40 minutes that he saw a parade of flamboyantly dressed anime characters passing by, he momentarily thought he had returned to the spirit realm. Welcome to Huangwan Province, Economic Zone Comic Exhibition. He read the bold lettering on the overhead screen and realized he had stumbled into the cosplay area, a place he had previously considered visiting. Jiang Lianhai was currently within, precisely aligning with Zheng Yan's intentions. Hey, a perfect blend of work and leisure. Filled with excitement, he followed a group of characters to the entrance, only to be halted. Apologies, but this is the cos area. Entry without a costume is not permitted. The security guard stated politely, I'm here to find someone. Zheng Yin began, but upon noticing a nearby man in a suit glancing their way, he desisted. He was not one to cause a fuss. Understanding that the guard was merely fulfilling his duty, the man beside him was likely their supervisor, unable to turn a blind eye even if he wished to. All right then, I shall think of another way. Zheng Yin, feeling dejected, stepped aside to allow others to pass, contemplating whether to employ some trickery to transform into a bug and sneak in. However, with so many people around, the restrooms would be crowded. Where could he possibly reveal himself? He certainly could not remain airborne indefinitely. Just as he was mulling over these thoughts, the security guard waved him over with a smile. Could there be hope? Zheng Yin leaned in as the guard whispered, Brother, you seem like a good fellow. It's not that we want to block you, it's just, he discreetly pointed to a nearby vendor. Did I understand? I understand. Zheng Yin nodded frequently, then asked, So, do you have any suggestions? The guard's lips curled into a slight smile as he cast his gaze toward a small vendor brimming with various goods, including the nostalgic masks from his childhood, various Ultraman masks that as long as you have a COS, you can pass. Got it? Zheng Yin gave an okay gesture to signify his comprehension. That a moment later, a figure donned in a Jack mask swaggered confidently past. Hey, how can you be sure that's definitely Jack? The security guard inquired behind him. That IT could be any AI or the first generation too. Zheng Yin retorted, patting his chest. Brother, do you not understand? With my slender physique, portraying the other two would not suit me at all. After which, he let out a battle cry, garnering quite a bit of attention. Fortunately, such socially awkward behavior was commonplace at comic exhibitions. Onlookers merely glanced at the spectacle before moving on. After the commotion, Zheng Yin decided it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. He touched his bare wrist, lamenting, had I known, I would have worn the cheap wristband I bought from PDD earlier. That would have made me look more convincing. The exhibition venue was expansive, comprising a square plus the ground floor of a commercial center. Many areas had been cleared to provide more space for the instructors. Yet the shops remained operational. They certainly would not let this golden opportunity to earn slip by. The crowd was substantial, mostly consisting of teams taking stage photos or instructors signing autographs. Zheng Yin marveled at the dedication of these individuals, who dared to engage in activities right after a typhoon had passed, while he himself was reveling in the festivities. Searching for people and collecting photos kept him busy, and before he knew it, he had accumulated a significant haul. What was I even here for? He pondered, but dismissed the thought, cheering as he spotted a rather unprofessional-looking individual, one who wasn't even wearing a wig, dressed as a duck, standing forlornly. Many wished to take pictures with her, but timidly retreated. Was she perhaps unattractive? In a surge of sympathy, he resolved to assist her and approached. "Hello, teacher, may I ask?" Halfway through a sentence, the person turned around, revealing herself to be Jiang Lianhai. For a moment, they both froze in surprise. Zheng Yin quickly regained his composure, remembering his task. Jiang Lianhai furrowed her brow, not recalling knowing this Ultraman, yet the voice sounded so familiar. Being a woman of action, she swiftly reached out and pulled off his mask, greeted by an awkward yet polite smile. Hee hee. What a coincidence. You are here too. They found a bench to sit and rest. Her facial expressions were complex, a mix of exhaustion, helplessness, anxiety, and sighs. Jiang Lianhai took a couple of sips from the milk tea Zheng Yin had handed her before asking, "Didn't I tell you to go back? Did my cousin send you back again?" Zheng Yin waved his finger in response. "No, my assistance is not due to any orders but a concoction of various reasons. Moreover, how well do you understand the strength of that demon servant? What if you get hurt?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianhai ceased her objections, lowering her head as she grasped her milk tea, lost in thought. But she opened her mouth, only to see Zheng Yin make a shushing gesture, then quietly point to a location. There, a clown was energetically performing, captivating a crowd of onlookers that he danced atop a balloon, juggling to cheers. "All right, another one, come on." While the scene appeared ordinary, Zheng Yin perceived it as something entirely different. Through his eyes, he saw a blue-faced demon with sharp teeth, crimson hair, and claws, steadily absorbing the energy of those around him. The dense demonic aura surrounding the creature was far stronger than the low-tier familiar Zheng Yin summoned. Yet it was still a mere insect, that he had never anticipated that the being would dare to act so brazenly, engaging in such behavior in broad daylight, though the venue's constraints made it difficult to take action. It was him, in stark contrast to Zheng Yan's attempt to remain composed. Jiang Lianhai suddenly grew agitated, her aura rapidly expanding. Zheng Yan sensed her shift and, to avoid alerting the enemy, quickly pulled her aside, turning away. The clown also sensed a hint of abnormality, but fortunately reacted swiftly. Failing to notice anything unusual, he continued his performance while they stealthily moved behind a pillar, finally exhaling in relief. "Did I apologize? I was reckless just now." After Jiang Lianhai offered her apologies, she proceeded to explain the reason behind her agitation. The individual dressed as a clown was, in fact, the very demon slave she had been relentlessly pursuing over the past few days. Jiang Lianhai had traced him from the northeast to Huangwan, traversing a direct route of several thousand kilometers. This morning, after considerable effort, she finally managed to track his signal, only for it to be intermittently lost. Thus, she ventured into this venue, disoriented and overwhelmed. The myriad of costumed individuals at the convention made it nearly impossible for her to accurately identify the demon slave. Had it not been for Zheng Yin, she would have likely failed once more. Chapter 63. Violent output. Leave this to me. There is no need to worry, Zheng Yin assured Jiang Lianhai after discussing the stakes involved, urging her to stand aside and allow him to take the lead. It's not that I look down on you," he quickly added, realizing that discussing this matter in such a context was inappropriate. "It's just that I possess certain special abilities. However, when it comes to combat skills, there is an insurmountable gap between us." The disparity was akin to the sun and moon in the sky juxtaposed against a feeble firefly at night, utterly incomparable. Zheng Yin exaggerated his claims, and Jiang Lianhai found his antics somewhat amusing. "What on earth are you thinking? You sound like a child," she retorted. "I can distinguish between a superhuman and an ordinary person quite well with that." She blended into the crowd, vanishing from sight, leaving the stage to Zheng Yin, that he activated his mind control, discreetly guiding those whose energy he had siphoned away to exit in an orderly fashion, while quietly erecting barriers around the vicinity. That, oh dear, how dull. Let's see what else is happening. Under Zheng Yan's direction, the audience gradually dispersed, and within 5 minutes, the area around the clown was devoid of spectators. The clown, clutching his juggling props, mistakenly believed that the audience had simply grown weary and intensified his performance. Yet, with Zheng Yan's barriers in place, he transformed into a genuine fool, amusing himself while the outside world remained oblivious. The first phase of the plan was successfully accomplished. After securing his objective, Zheng Yin quietly reported to the black box in his pocket, now focusing intently on finding the right opportunity to act. Thus, the following scene unfolded at the convention. A clown continually shifted locations to perform, yet as soon as a few spectators gathered, he would abruptly leave. Nearby, a man wearing a mask resembling a cartoon character could always be found lurking by a pillar. Establishing a fixed position. Enough. Show yourself. At that moment, even the most oblivious of individuals sensed something was amiss. He shouted, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Unaware of the imminent danger, they assumed it was merely another special performance, eagerly capturing the moment on their phones. This is a disaster. Zheng Yan had underestimated the clown's intelligence, believing that the situation could continue unchallenged until the end of the convention. Now, this was precisely the outcome he had dreaded. Meanwhile, the clown, surrounded by flashing lights, seized the opportunity to absorb the surrounding energy. The onlookers, who had previously been fine, suddenly felt dizzy and weak. What is happening? Is this a cold caused by the typhoon? They pondered in confusion. At that moment, Jiang Lianhai, hidden in a corner, could no longer bear to watch. Seeing Zheng Yin still in a daze while the enemy grew increasingly brazen, she resolved to intervene. Even in such a densely packed crowd, she believed that with careful maneuvering, she could strike without fail. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she grit her teeth and selected the optimal position. As Zheng Yin prepared his ultimate move, a shadow darted past the crowd, and Jiang Lianhai launched a swift kick aimed directly at the clown's head. The adversary, engrossed in his energy absorption, failed to notice her approach. And her foot connected solidly with his skull. One must acknowledge that Jiang Lianhai, a multi-time champion, was no mere boast. Her explosive power was astounding for an ordinary person. The demon slave was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a 3-meter-wide pillar, which split in half. The building trembled slightly, having lost some of its support, but fortunately, the overall structure remained intact. This, however, terrified the various cosplayers who had gathered to watch. When Jiang Lianhai first appeared, they had assumed she was merely part of the ACT. That it was only after witnessing the previous scene that they realized lives could be at stake. Run for your lives. In an instant, chaos erupted as the crowd surged toward the exits, many tripping and falling in the frenzy, suffering trampling injuries. What had begun as a delightful convention descended into utter disarray. The security personnel struggled to maintain order, but their numbers were insufficient, a mere drop in the ocean. Even Uncle Hat's arrival would take some time. Everyone, please remain calm and orderly. The voice over the loudspeaker strained to be heard, but it barely improved the situation. A mere speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Take this. Amidst the turmoil, the two instigators of the incident were engaged in a fierce struggle, due to the sudden ambush while in an absorbing state. The demon slave was currently weakened, staggering to his feet and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He still could not locate his assailant when Jiang Lianhai tackled him with a shoulder throw. What followed was a relentless barrage of grappling, heavy punches, collisions, rapid strikes, and throws. The once smooth floor, capable of reflecting faces, became pockmarked and revealed the underlying concrete structure. Wow, phew! This continued for several minutes, causing Zheng Yin to stare in disbelief. Oh my God! Is this really the same frail girl from my childhood? For reasons unknown, witnessing the clown's miserable state made Zheng Yin feel a pang of pain in his own body. So ruthless, so ruthless. Hiding behind a pillar, he was at a loss for how to assist, or perhaps he felt it was unnecessary. Fortunately, the majority of the crowd had managed to evacuate, and miraculously, there were no fatalities. Only a few words lifted Zheng Yan's spirits considerably, but now he had to contemplate how to deal with Uncle Hat. The actions they had just undertaken were not trivial, and it was possible they might end up having to drink a pot of tea in confinement. As expected, both were escorted to a vehicle by a group of Uncle Hats. Throughout the journey, Zheng Yin repeatedly mentioned asserting the urgency of a matter and requesting to be released on the spot, yet his pleas were met with blatant disregard from the Uncle Hats. This scene did not escape Jiang Lianhua's notice. It was futile. They were unaware of the organization's existence, and they could only wait for her cousin to come to the rescue. She attempted to send special signals to Zheng Yin in another vehicle using coded language, striving to communicate. However, Zheng Yin was utterly perplexed. What on earth is she trying to convey with all that head shaking and winking? As a newly recruited member, Zheng Yin had not yet entered the training phase and was naturally unable to comprehend her gestures. Bewildered, he mimicked Jiang Lianhai's actions, but not only did the other party not understand, but he also received a disdainful glare followed by a warning from Uncle Hat. You better behave and don't pull any tricks. Zheng Yin immediately ceased all movements, sitting quietly without uttering a word. The vehicle traversed the elevated highway, where, not far off, a group of soldiers clad in green uniforms were taking a break after completing repairs on the riverbank. The local villagers were enthusiastically providing them with supplies, but the soldiers consistently declined. Zheng Yin reflected on this scene, realizing that such camaraderie could only be witnessed in his own country, lamenting that he had not enlisted alongside his friends. The scenery outside transformed continuously, with the diverse landscapes of Huangwan province captured in his gaze. Wait, what was that? Just a second ago, out of the corner of his eye, Zheng Yin caught sight of a familiar figure, the escaped demon slave. However, the glimpse was fleeting, leaving him uncertain if it was truly the same individual. If he was mistaken, it could lead to complications. Just as Zheng Yin prepared to extend his consciousness for further investigation, the demon slave unexpectedly appeared. Right beneath the elevated bridge, he was riding a substantial motorcycle, clad in black leather, sporting an orange helmet, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of arrogance. Zheng Yin was now certain of his identity. It was indeed him. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianhai also noticed the demon slave's presence, her expression reflecting urgency. Although their paths were roughly aligned, there were no traffic signals on the elevated highway, allowing for swift movement. Consequently, the demon slave would soon vanish from their sight. For Zhang Lianhai, who had already let him escape twice, losing another opportunity was unthinkable. Thus, she resolved to take bold action. "Then I'm going to make my move," she signaled to Zheng Yin, disregarding whether he understood, and in the next instant, she broke free from her cuffs. "What are you doing?" This scene astonished the Uncle Hats, who would have anticipated that the seemingly docile young woman would possess such strength. While Zhang Lianhai was engaged in combat with the demon slave, the Uncle Hats were still en route and had not witnessed the full extent of her abilities, attributing all destruction to the terrorist carrying explosives. Yet this time, they were utterly taken aback. "My apologies, everyone," she exclaimed, swiftly incapacitating the guard in the back seat with remarkable speed. Subsequently, Zhang Lianhai flung open the car door, using a roll to mitigate the impact of her landing. Once on the ground, she leaped several times to reach the edge of the bridge, and by swiftly maneuvering along the bridge's structural supports, she soon descended to the ground. "She's simply superhuman," Zheng Yin marveled, simultaneously deciding to respond. Unfortunately, due to Zhang Lianhai's earlier actions, the individuals in his vehicle had become increasingly vigilant. Two Uncle Hats flanked him, keeping a close watch to prevent any escape attempts. Headquarters. The suspect has fled, female, approximately 20 years old, wearing a black uniform, requesting backup. They transmitted this information via their walkie-talkies, and the vehicles in the convoy immediately altered their course to pursue Zhang Lianhai. "Hey, please don't stare at me like that. I can't possibly learn that trick." In an attempt to divert the attention of the stern duo, Zheng Yin spoke up, but unfortunately his strategy fell flat. The Uncle Hats remained utterly unfazed by his words, and he was reluctant to resort to mental manipulation as it would lead to accusations of negligence, given that they were unaware of his abilities. Zheng Yin decided to take a more direct approach. Just as the Uncle Hats were still processing the astonishing scene, they were suddenly met with a loud crash. Zheng Yin leaped from above, creating a gaping hole in the roof of the vehicle to prevent the car from losing balance. He instinctively steadied it upon landing. The convoy came to a sudden halt, all eyes on Zheng Yin, who had landed without any cushioning thanks to his formidable physique. They were at a loss for words. "Headquarters, it seems we've truly encountered a superhuman." Meanwhile, the first thing Zheng Yin did once on the ground was to search for Zhang Lianhai and the demon slave. Suddenly, a shrill honking sound accompanied by a plume of black smoke rushed past him. "Don't run." Following closely was a white sedan, with Zhang Lianhai at the wheel. The two engaged in a real-life racing competition, with a middle-aged man panting behind them. "Hey, I just bought that used car. I still owe 10 years on it." The middle-aged man, realizing he could not keep up, resigned himself to sitting by the roadside and weeping loudly. "How am I supposed to explain this to my family?" Zheng Yin chuckled at the man's plight, well aware of how Zhang Lianhai had acquired her vehicle. "Buddy, could you pull out your phone for a moment?" Reluctantly, Zheng Yin approached the man, who looked bewildered as he quickly scanned the price of a new car for him. "Then no need to thank me. Just call me Zheng Feng." The man stood in a daze as he watched Zheng Yan's retreating figure. Am I dreaming? Chapter 65. Time to accelerate. On a certain highway in Huangwan Province, where the water had yet to recede, the demon slave led the way, followed by Jiang Lianhai, with Zheng Yin fervently pursuing them. The public bus was no match for modern vehicles, and Zheng Yin quickly found himself left far behind. Wait, I haven't gotten on yet, he shouted helplessly at the white car, but the occupants were entirely focused on the adversary, leaving him neglected. Zheng Yin, having drawn too much attention with his earlier actions, did not wish to resort to his abilities, but he was at a loss for how to catch up. What to do? At that moment, a row of yellow shared bicycles caught his eye. Of course, they would be faster than running on foot. Overjoyed, Zheng Yin selected a bike that appeared to be in decent condition and vigorously pedaled away. The bike sped along, and fortunately, the chain was sufficiently tight to prevent it from falling off at a critical moment, or else he would have faced further delays. The Uncle Hat's reinforcements soon caught up. And dressed in a white short coat, Zheng Yin managed to keep pace with the two ahead. The demon slave exhibited impressive riding skills, weaving through traffic, determined to shake off his pursuers. Jiang Lianhai was no novice either. Her deft handling of the steering wheel allowed her car to maneuver with remarkable agility, easily navigating through narrow passages that in stark contrast. Zheng Yin was struggling. Riding a bicycle was arduous enough, but he also had to navigate the obstacles that kept arising due to the high-speed chase between the other two. Stop immediately and submit to questioning. With the sound of police sirens blaring, the Uncle Hats closed in from behind, issuing warnings. Zheng Yin found himself in a predicament, torn between two threats. After careful observation, he made a decisive choice and yanked a waiting pedestrian from their bicycle. The motorcycle roared to life as Zheng Yin twisted the throttle and sped away, thankfully avoiding any collisions. This is way faster than a bicycle. He placed the black box in front of him, tracking Jiang Lianhai's location. Due to the distance, Zheng Yin discreetly infused a bit of his magic into the motorcycle's fuel tank. Despite only being around 500 milliliters, it revitalized the old machine, which seemed on the verge of falling apart, breathing new life into it. Let us take off. The exhaust emitted a pale blue flame, propelling him forward at a staggering speed of 600 kilometers per hour. The highway bore witness to his fleeting silhouette as he zipped past. Apologies for borrowing this. I'll return the money later. Upon hearing this, the motorcycle's owner looked up, only to see Zheng Yin vanish from sight. It is well known that many propeller-driven aircraft struggle to achieve such speeds, yet the motorcycle continued to accelerate. With a whoosh, an explosion of vapor formed behind Zheng Yin, marking his breach of the sound barrier as he rapidly closed in on his target. Almost there, almost there. As Zheng Yin gazed at the increasingly close red dot on the monitor, he lowered his body, merging with the motorcycle, and suddenly charged towards the demon slave. Bang! Seated in the vehicle, Jiang Lianhai merely heard a buzzing sound, followed swiftly by a towering column of fire. She hastily applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt outside the explosion's radius. When the flames subsided, the ground was left charred, with Zheng Yin holding the demon slave in one hand. All done, let us get moving. He signaled an okay gesture to Jiang Lianhai, then, like a chicken, scooped up the demon slave and climbed onto the bike. Oh, all right. Jiang Lianhai was momentarily stunned, having not fully grasped what had transpired, but ultimately, the mission had been successfully accomplished. Let us first head to a safe location. After settling into the driver's seat and exchanging a few words with Zheng Yin, she started the engine and departed from the scene. While driving, Jiang Lianhai busied herself with a phone call to Song Jiang, updating him on their current progress. The recipient expressed understanding, and soon the wanted notices for both of them were rescinded, with the hat-wearing authorities ceasing their pursuit. She then impatiently inquired about the tightly bound demon slave, asking where he had been hiding all these years, the origin of the previous incident, and the purpose of his current appearance. Despite her barrage of questions, he refused to respond, feigning sleep with closed eyes, though his slightly panicked face and trembling hands betrayed his facade that, "Oh, you refuse to speak, do you?" Such petty tricks did not escape Jiang Lianhai's notice. Gritting her teeth, she seemed poised to devour the figure before her. The vehicle began to sway, losing stability due to her distraction. "Sister, I implore you to drive carefully for a moment." Zheng Yin was alarmed by Jiang Lianhai's behavior. After all, he was still in the car, and an accident would spell trouble for him. Although his physical resilience could withstand significant harm, the thought of letting this hard-caught figure escape was far more concerning. Just you wait. Casting a cold glance at the demon slave, Jiang Lianhai heeded Zheng Yan's advice, stabilizing the vehicle once more. They soon parked in front of a small inn located in a suburban area. This region formed a commercial circle around an industrial park, filled with various factories and companies, a common sight in Huangwan province. Scattered around were an array of food stalls, restaurants, and a handful of inns. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zheng Yan informed Jiang Lianhai that he had purchased the motorcycle, although it had yet to be registered, advising her to drive cautiously. That he also mentioned that he had not yet compensated for the motorcycle. She reassured him not to worry, as Song Jiang would handle everything. Their priority was to deal with the loathsome demon slave. By the way, thank you for your assistance, she remarked, one hand grasping the luggage containing the demon slave. She was a straightforward person, disliking convoluted expressions, a trait she shared with Zheng Yan. No need for thanks for what is within my duty. Zheng Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The pair entered the inn's lobby and booked a room. Zheng Yan initially intended to secure 2 rooms, feeling that men and women should be separate, fearing what others might say. However, Jiang Lianhai disagreed. What is the matter? Have we spent insufficient time together? Are you suddenly shy now? Her words left Zheng Yan speechless, leading him to obediently follow her upstairs and close the door behind them. A couple's room with a large bed. Zheng Yan felt even more awkward as he observed the round bed and pink ambient lights in the room. Their first action upon entering was to draw the curtains, after which Jiang Lianhai produced a detector to examine the surroundings. Just as I suspected, the device emitted a series of beeping warnings. As if recounting something significant, in a thorough search of the vicinity, Jiang Lianhai unearthed several tiny black objects the size of pinholes. All right, now we're safe. After completing this task, she roughly opened the luggage, extracting the curled-up demon slave from within. Next, I expect you to behave yourself. Otherwise, she shot Zheng Yan a knowing glance, and he understood, moving aside as his knuckles cracked ominously. Chapter 66. Secrets Hold On. Let me throw him a couple of punches first. Jiang Lianhai intended it as a threat to intimidate the demon slave, but Zheng Yan took it seriously, angered by the day's earlier grievances. He shouted, "Take this." As Jiang Lianhai prepared the equipment to transmit a signal, Zheng Yan's fist accurately struck the demon slave's face. The demon slave let out a pained cry, despite surviving the earlier explosion unscathed. His expression now contorted in agony. Blood mixed with mucus, tears, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. It hurts, it hurts, he wailed in anguish. Fortunately, Zheng Yan had already set up soundproofing barriers. Otherwise, such a ruckus would surely attract a crowd. After landing one punch, Zheng Yan was not yet satisfied. He swung his arm to deliver a second blow. Jiang Lianhai, holding a device resembling a stun gun, did not intervene, instead watching quietly. They had encountered this demon slave numerous times before. Yet this was the first occasion witnessing him in such distress, emanating from someone who appeared quite ordinary. Bang, bang. This time, Zheng Yan unleashed a dual strike, executing a combination aimed at the top of the head and the solar plexus. The demon slave's complexion turned pale, sweat pouring down his body, with a yellow liquid pooling on the ground, emitting a foul stench. What on earth is this creature? His mind was consumed by a single thought. As one of the earlier evolved demon slaves, he possessed extensive combat experience against numerous superpowered individuals and was well acquainted with the A organization's capabilities. For a demon slave, the powers bestowed by their master made them unfazed by any ordinary human. Until this very outing, he had held such beliefs, convinced that superpowered beings found it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. Even the so-called strongest, the sun god, could not achieve such a feat, yet this man before him had instilled a palpable fear of death through seemingly ordinary strikes. Well then, have you made up your mind? Will you speak or not? Jiang Lianhai sensed the moment was ripe. She propped up the demon slave's body, coldly inquiring, "Did I?" He hesitated, fully aware of the consequences of betraying his master, clearly outlined in the contract he had signed. However, if he continued to resist, that man might deliver another blow, leaving him with no opportunity to speak. Why waste words on him? Let me provide a little physical education instead. The pent-up frustration within Zheng Yan surged forth, and he approached the demon slave with a mischievous grin. Wait. The demon slave was in a state of sheer panic. Have you lost your minds? Can we stick to the script, please? He cried out desperately, his tone resembling more of a plea. What do you mean by script? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Jiang Lianhai. She, who had been calm just moments ago, now appeared anxious, seemingly attempting to conceal something. Meanwhile, the demon slave's mouth was agape, repeatedly exclaiming, "Hungry, so hungry." Neither of them responded. Zheng Yan's curiosity intensified, and he lowered himself onto the bed. Resting his chin on his shoulder, "So, aren't we on the same side? Why the secrecy?" He crossed his arms, noticing that Jiang Lianhai remained tight-lipped, so he simply picked up his phone and began scrolling through it. This atmosphere was decidedly unpleasant as time ticked by. After watching several short videos, Jiang Lianhai still maintained her previous demeanor. "All right, I understand. Since the mission is complete, let us part ways once more." With that, Zheng Yin donned his jacket and moved towards the door, intending to leave. "Wait, don't go." Just as he stepped outside, he felt a tug on his clothing. Turning back, he saw Jiang Lianhai, head bowed, gently clutching his sleeve, her voice filled with guilt and entreaty. Where was the assertive demeanor she had earlier displayed? Sighing, he retreated to his prior position. "That I'm just too soft-hearted," Zheng Yin muttered, coming to realize that the A organization was not as simple as it appeared. That on the surface, it seemed like a crystal-clear lake. Yet he sensed that unseen horrors lurked beneath the surface. The demon slave had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. If he dared to negotiate, Zheng Yin would have to resort to more drastic measures. Channeling all his fury onto the figure before him, he noticed a flicker of green light at his fingertips, which he then pressed onto the demon slave's forehead. The demon slave's body jolted, awakening abruptly. "What did you just do?" As soon as he uttered those words, a piercing pain surged through his mind, unbearable as if being gnawed upon by countless insects. What was happening? It turned out that Zheng Yin had merely implanted a seed in his mind that he could manipulate at will, growing it or retracting it as he pleased, while also possessing a certain healing effect to mend any inflicted damage. The sensation of it burrowing through the mind of the magic slave was, one can only imagine, excruciating. The magic slave, at one moment pleading for mercy, and at another descending into madness, could hardly remember anything, tormented beyond measure. Even Jiang Lianhai could not bear to watch. She turned to Zheng Yin and inquired, "I never expected you to possess such methods." To which he replied, "Likewise, at the very least. I can distinguish between friends and foes. I have always treated my own quite well." Jiang Lianhai fell silent for a while, lost in thought, before finally speaking. "Old friend, it's not that I wish to conceal anything from you, but knowing too much about certain matters may not be wise." Zheng Yin shrugged, indicating his indifference. "That I'm merely here for the pay. As for the secrets you mentioned, I'm afraid I have no interest." Overall, the interrogation proceeded rather smoothly, as under such torment, the magic slave quickly reached a breaking point, eager to divulge everything. You all are utterly disregarding the rules." He attempted to negotiate further, but upon seeing Zheng Yan's stern expression, he instantly capitulated. "Ask away. My fate has long been sealed." The magic slave closed his eyes and, after gathering considerable resolve, gradually recounted everything previously mentioned. Regarding his past, he was a bona fide inhabitant of Blue Star, belonging to the generation of the 70s, significantly older than Zheng Yin. The magic slave's original name was Bai Baoshan, which certainly does not sound like a benign individual, and his actual conduct was exceedingly nefarious. During a tumultuous period in the country, Bai Baoshan was among those uneducated youths who, in their teenage years, immersed themselves in society's underbelly. He and a group of like-minded individuals formed an organization that thrived on extortion and blackmail. When someone could not afford the ransom or protection fee, Bai Baoshan would ruthlessly order his subordinates to execute them, thus earning a notorious reputation in the criminal world. His brazen actions over the years, coupled with his reckless foray into the drug trade, brought him perilously close to self-destruction. Consequently, the authorities intervened directly. One fateful night, while Bai Baoshan was negotiating with a rival gang leader, he was suddenly ambushed. With the help of his men, he managed to escape, albeit sustaining several gunshot wounds and teetering on the brink of death. As he lay on the ground, cursing, he believed he was doomed, yet in the throes of his unwillingness to succumb, he summoned a dark mist. As the mist parted, a formidable man emerged. This was by Bao Shan's master, the Dark Demon King. The latter proclaimed himself the ruler of this world, inquiring whether by Bao Shan wished to obtain power and become a stronger being. I do, a near-death individual hardly cared for the so-called price that a pact was forged, and thus by Bao Shan became an unequivocal magic slave, existing in this world. He later divulged more intricate details, explaining that decades prior, magic slaves were purely malevolent. When they set out under their master's command, they had mutual understanding, all having blood on their hands. How different it is now. While their numbers have increased, they are largely burdened by resentment, and their strength has considerably waned. Dark Demon King? Zheng Yin pondered this unfamiliar name with a furrowed brow. Isn't it the Golden King? Why has it changed? He contemplated the relationship between the two, but dared not display his thoughts too overtly. Fortunately, Jiang Lianhai focused entirely on interrogating by Bao Shan, oblivious to his ruminations. Then, who orchestrated the attack that resulted in the demise of my parents? Jiang Lianhai, revealing the names of her esteemed parents, eagerly pressed for answers. Oh, those two! By Bao Shan scoffed. They were simply courting death, ha! This time, Zheng Yin refrained from intervening, as Jiang Lianhai would not tolerate disparagement of her family, delivering a swift kick to ensure Bai Bao Shan behaved. Wrong. Bai Bao Shan hastily corrected himself, continuing, I assure you, I had no part in that operation. I was merely a lowly soldier sent by my master to guard the exit. I retreated immediately afterward, listening to Bai Bao Shan's recounting. Jiang Lianhai appeared skeptical and shot a knowing glance at Zheng Yin. Understanding her cue, he promptly urged the seed to accelerate its growth. Truly, it's the truth, Bai Bao Shan pleaded. However, I can provide a morsel of useful intelligence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianhai instructed Zheng Yin to pause momentarily. She seized Bai Bao Shan's head, warning him to refrain from any tricks and to speak candidly. I wouldn't dare. After this lesson, Bai Bao Shan divulged everything he knew. That day, the band of villains was gathered, boasting and awaiting their master's new orders. Yet, the typically arrogant Dark Demon King appeared unusually troubled, displaying signs of fear. Look, Bai Bao Shan pointed out to his companions, intending to mock the Dark Demon King, but a single glance from him silenced Bai Bao Shan. The group cowed, ceased their idle chatter, and sat quietly. Time seemed to crawl. For possessing infinite lifespan, yet lacking freedom, may well be a form of punishment for these individuals, that I in his consciousness. Bai Bao Shan felt an eternity pass until the long-lounging Dark Demon King suddenly became alert. Within their stronghold, a palace guarded by countless magic soldiers, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris. The grains of sand gradually coalesced, transforming into a monstrous figure with a toad-like visage. The creature radiated a powerful aura, even more oppressive than their master. Long time no see, Your Highness. The monster landed gracefully, retracting its wings, and gestured toward the others, asking, What does this mean? The Dark Demon King responded with a stoic demeanor. What? You've invaded my home and still wish to make suggestions. Though he spoke thusly, he raised his hand, enveloping the group in a shroud of darkness, rendering them unable to see anything. Bai Bao Shan realized the process was fleeting. Soon they were released, and the Dark Demon King assigned them a task: to accompany this imposing figure in eliminating two troublesome humans. Bai Bao Shan rubbed his ears, doubting his comprehension. Master, are you instructing us to deal with those lowly scoundrels together? He inquired in response. Bai Bao Shan was met with a force akin to a mountain, as the Dark Demon King delivered a casual slap that nearly cost him his life. Yes, I expect you to comply with my orders. Even though Bai Bao Shan felt disgruntled, he dared not utter another word and obediently followed the monster. The next day, they arrived at their target destination, Zheng Yan's ancestral home. The creature seemed apprehensive, refraining from launching an immediate attack upon identifying the target. Instead, opting to wait until the witching hour, it assigned tasks to all the magic slaves, excluding Bai Bao Shan. Due to his earlier insubordination, the creature deemed him unreliable and relegated him to guard duty. This suited Bai Bao Shan perfectly. It was far better to evade danger than to exert himself. With a gust of wind signaling their charge, all the magic slaves surged forward toward their target, believing the fight would be easily resolved. However, numerous ambushes awaited them, as a plethora of superpowered individuals emerged from the shadows, leading to a chaotic melee. At that moment, a masked man emerged from within a house, cradling an unknown object that enveloped the battlefield in an instant. This barrier was exceptionally sturdy, withstanding numerous assaults before finally shattering. In the eyes of the magic slaves, superpowered beings were no match for them. And indeed, this was the case that in merely half an hour, the opposing force was nearly obliterated, with only a handful of survivors, grievously wounded. The man from earlier displayed considerable strength, wielding a sword in one hand and a white pearl in the other. With a lotus flower adorning his chest, he was a formidable opponent even for the Dark Demon King. The two fought evenly matched, yet regrettably, a single individual could hardly turn the tide of battle. The magic slaves pursued the fleeing foes and exterminated them. Subsequently, the monster conjured a whirlwind, swiftly departing, leaving behind a bewildered group of magic slaves. They exchanged glances, only to be met with the wrath of the enraged man, who unleashed a chaotic flurry of strikes, reducing them to ashes. Bao Shan, hidden in the grass, witnessed this scene unfold. Grateful for his fortune, he rolled away with all haste to escape. Chapter 67, Silenced. Following this, Bao Shan concocted a little scheme. After all, so many magic slaves had perished. What was one more? Perhaps that dark, elusive fellow would forget all about him. Embracing this notion, he sought refuge in a secluded corner for several years. During this time, the Dark Lord indeed refrained from contacting him, likely under the impression that he had perished in the line of duty. Bao Shan's mindset gradually relaxed, and his thoughts became more agile. He felt invulnerable, prompting him to return to his former profession. Throughout his tenure under the Dark Lord, he had been compelled to adhere to strict regulations and obey various commanders daily, which had stifled him. Hence, upon leaving his hideout, Bao Shan's first act was to liberate himself. However, much like before, his unyielding nature soon attracted the attention of the authorities, prompting Organization A to initiate action almost immediately. Confronted by superhumans while retreating, Bao Shan managed to escape unscathed, thanks to the formidable physique bestowed upon him by the Dark Lord. Over the following decade, he would emerge intermittently, only to retreat once more, leading a relatively undisturbed existence. He had assumed his days of tranquility would continue indefinitely until, a few weeks prior, his left eyelid began to twitch inexplicably. Bewildered, he pondered the cause. Superstitious by nature, Bao Shan interpreted this as an ominous sign, prompting him to abandon his meticulously crafted plans and hastily return to his dwelling. There an old friend awaited him, none other than the Dark Lord himself. "How have you been, 10013? I hear you've been living quite comfortably lately." Upon entering the cave and encountering the Dark Lord, Bao Shan felt as though his very soul had nearly fled in terror. 10013 was the designation he had been assigned, signifying he was among the Dark Lord's 10,000th subordinate. Fully aware of his master's ruthless methods, he faltered and fell to his knees. "That I dare not," he exclaimed, offering a nervous smile while hastily presenting all the spoils from his warehouse as tokens of loyalty. "Ah, it seems you've indeed reported accurately." The Dark Lord, disregarding the scattered treasures of gold and silver, merely gestured with a flick of his finger, causing Bao Shan to be ensnared in a tight ball. "Master, spare me," he cried, feeling as though he might burst under the pressure. Alas, still so spineless. Surprisingly, the notoriously merciless Dark Lord, upon hearing Bao Shan's pleas for mercy, relented, releasing his grip and inquiring about his recent circumstances. His demeanor resembled that of a gentle and trustworthy companion. Had Bao Shan not been familiar with him, he might have been deceived. "Master, my life is yours. Assign me any task at your discretion." Having navigated the underworld for many years, he understood the importance of flattery. The Dark Lord chuckled heartily at his words. 1013, "I truly appreciate that about you." Otherwise, before he could finish his thought, Bao Shan grasped the implication and buried his head in the ground, reaffirming his loyalty. "Very well. Since that's the case, I shall not hold you accountable for these past years and consider it a vacation." However, the Dark Lord's tone shifted. "From this day forth, you must diligently fulfill your mission." Bao Shan eagerly complied, too fearful to utter a dissenting word. Subsequently, he received his first assignment since his return, directing him to Huangwan Province. According to the Dark Lord, within Huangwan Province lay a tower of restraint, imprisoning disobedient demon slaves. These beings, having mutated, retained fragments of their humanity, leading their master to abandon them, allowing superhumans to exploit the opportunity. With the number of such demon slaves increasing in recent years, the resentment within the tower was intensifying, nearing a breaking point that it was time for the demon slaves to unleash their potential. White Baoshan's task was to join forces with his kindred spirits to infiltrate the tower and assist the Dark Lord in liberating all its power. Thus, he would no longer fear anyone. While White Baoshan did not comprehend the Dark Lord's final statement, Zheng Yin, privy to insider information, recognized the gravity of the situation. Is it truly so? Zheng Yin pondered how to navigate this predicament, mulling over a crucial question. Huangwan Province was the domain of the Golden King. Would the Dark Lord dare to stir such upheaval without eliciting a response from the opposition? Or perhaps Zheng Yin recalled a previously received note. It was possible that both parties had been engaged in a covert conflict, as the Dark Lord would not personally seek out a mere foot soldier unless he was short on manpower. Meanwhile, White Baoshan, having divulged all information, appeared somewhat unwell. Unlike earlier, when he had rambled incessantly, he now seemed to be in a state of despondency, resembling a deflated balloon. Initially, Zheng Yin and Jiang Lianhai were lost in their own thoughts. After hearing the entire story, Jiang Lianhai retreated alone to the bathroom. Zheng Yin waited for a considerable time without her reemergence, and when he knocked to inquire about her well-being, he heard soft sobs from within. Understanding that past memories were currently overwhelming Jiang Lianhai, he decided to grant her some solitude and discreetly withdrew. Despite her outward resilience, even such a strong woman harbored a vulnerable side that he took a seat opposite White Baoshan, intending to ask him further questions, only to find him in this dismal state. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Zheng Yin reached out to touch him, and White Baoshan crumbled into a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the room lacked air conditioning or fans. Otherwise, he would have been scattered everywhere. Silence. A thought emerged in Zheng Yan's mind. Someone like White Baoshan, with such a notorious reputation, was hardly worthy of regret. However, the so-called Dark Lord, capable of executing such actions without detection, was indeed formidable. What happened? The commotion piqued Jiang Lianhai's curiosity. She pushed open the bathroom door, wiping her reddened eyes, only to discover that a large figure had vanished. Zheng Yin explained the situation to Jiang Lianhai, along with the suspicions that he contemplated rushing out to investigate, yet hesitated, wary of falling into a trap. Perhaps their true target was Jiang Lianhai. The two decided to remain cautious and deliberate. During this time, Jiang Lianhai sought to report the intelligence they had gathered to Song Jiang, requesting assistance. Zheng Yin, feeling somewhat awkward, pressed the button on the device in her hand. "You needn't say anything. I had already consulted the boss regarding similar matters that I suspect he has commenced deployment with his team by now." Jiang Lianhai gazed at Zheng Yin in astonishment. "Are you saying that the plan we just discussed was known to you, your cousin, and the entire organization, while I remained in the dark?" Zheng Yin clarified, "It's not quite that exaggerated, but considering Song Jiang's decisiveness, it likely won't be long before action is taken." Chapter 68. Discussion. The magnitude of this situation garnered significant attention after Song Jiang reported it. The higher-ups decided to split the personnel into two factions. One team would eliminate the traitors since they had received no prior indication of any disturbance, indicating that many might have been bribed or infiltrated. The other group, led by Song Jiang, would swiftly head to Huangwan Province, prepared to go to any lengths to thwart the enemy. Additionally, he had the authority to mobilize the entire military presence in Huangwan Province, including the Southern War Zone and the Winter Sea Fleet. This time, Song Jiang's position was substantial. Yet, in the face of such a public opportunity, he resolutely declined the request that "I'm sorry, leader, but I believe our immediate priority should be to consolidate forces and protect the lives of over 10 million people. Everything else can wait. As for the troops, their support is crucial at critical moments. Making too much noise might incite panic." Upon hearing his proposal, the leader contemplated for a brief moment before acquiescing. "Very well, let it be as you say. Proceed as you wish." He solemnly patted Song Jiang's shoulder with his calloused hand. Receiving the order, Song Jiang set off with the tiger talisman in hand. Just before his departure, the leader inquired about Zheng Yan. By the way, has your newcomer completed the investigation? This intelligence was provided by him. Could it be a ploy to ensnare us? To this, Song Jiang confidently replied. Rest assured, he hails from a clean background. Moreover, he added with a hint of nostalgia, Although that fellow possesses immense strength, his heart is inherently kind, albeit overly cautious, as long as we manage the right balance. He will prove to be a formidable asset. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin felt the atmosphere in the room was excessively oppressive, prompting him to suggest a stroll with Zhang Lianhai. Although they claimed it was for leisure, their surroundings were dominated by factories, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky, hardly conducive to uplifting spirits. "Come, allow me to treat you to a meal." His stomach grumbled audibly as he led Zhang Lianhai into a small restaurant. They ordered a local specialty, poached chicken, accompanied by generous portions of pig trotters and rice, creating a unique and delectable experience. Delicious. Zhang Lianhai embarked on her inaugural foray into the realm of culinary experimentation, having strictly adhered to recipes in her daily meals to maintain her training regimen. Now, indulging in these occasional deviations felt akin to unearthing a new frontier. Ehe, as long as you enjoy it. Please don't deem me stingy. The two conversed during this interlude, sharing tales of mundane life and reminiscences from the past, their spirits considerably uplifted. However, the beauty of such moments is often fleeting. Scarcely had they finished their meal when a transmission from Songjiang arrived, bearing urgent news. "Emergency mission, come swiftly." The black box displayed these terse words, accompanied by an address. Exchanging glances, they settled the bill and promptly set off for their destination. The journey was not lengthy, merely a half-hour drive. Zhang Lianhai focused intently on the road, while Zheng Yin rested his eyes, not due to a lack of desire to assist, but rather because he had not driven since obtaining his license years ago, rendering him a mere hazard on the road. Acquiring a vehicle in Tianhai City is not a daunting task. One could procure a second-hand van for less than $500,000, that the true expense lies in fuel and various insurances. Although one could legally drive with just one type, it felt rather precarious, as the adage goes. What one thinks by day, one dreams by night, and he found the desires of an individual manifesting within his reverie. In those brief 30 minutes amidst the jolting ride, Zheng Yin inexplicably began to daydream. Young friend, he heard a voice calling. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he discovered himself amidst a desolate mine, with Zhang Lianhai nowhere in sight. Pushing open the passenger door in search of his companion, he was instead greeted by the visage of a man. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a pristine long robe. Wielding a dust whisk and sporting long hair, he sat cross-legged upon a mat beside the door, rising to grant Zheng Yin passage. "Greetings, young friend," he offered a bow and inquired, "Might you spare some time to converse with this old man?" Zheng Yin gazed at the man's kindly face, which bore the marks of countless experiences, exuding warmth and devoid of any hostility. "Very well," he replied, nodding in agreement. The two traversed the barren landscape, with Zheng Yin contemplating the whereabouts of Zhang Lianhai, yet finding himself unable to voice his concerns. They ascended 2 hills, delving deeper into the wilderness, as the surroundings grew increasingly indistinct, enveloped in mist, creating a soothing ambience. Eventually, the man led Zheng Yin to a pavilion, gesturing for him to take a seat before he settled down himself. Pouring a cup of tea for Zheng Yin, the man leisurely asked, "Young friend, you must have gathered quite a bit regarding the so-called demon slaves. Have you not?" Zheng Yin was taken aback by the man's knowledge and the abruptness of the question that he had initially intended to withhold his response, as the confidentiality stressed by Song Jiang lingered in his mind. Yet another voice within urged him to engage. Why not converse with him? If he could articulate such words, then perhaps there were no secrets to unveil. He might even glean some insights with this thought. Zheng Yin provided his answer. "Demon slaves? Are they not merely monsters birthed from ordinary individuals overwhelmed by negative energy? What is there to delve into?" The man seemed dissatisfied with this reply, shaking his head before posing another query. "If that is your belief, then how do you perceive the connection between strength and power? In this world, and even at higher echelons, you are undoubtedly a formidable force." Zheng Yin was taken aback, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. "How do you know my secrets? Are you also a king of the demon clan?" The man's reaction to Zheng Yin's astonishment was not one of direct acknowledgement. Instead, he expressed disdain. "Demon clan, such an unpleasant term. Do they truly refer to themselves as such? And what of this king of the century? Bah! Merely a band of self-important children." He rambled on, but upon noticing Zheng Yan's pallor, He reverted to his previous demeanor. My apologies, young friend. I was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Now, please continue with your answer to the earlier question. Zheng Yin felt invigorated, sensing he might be on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. He did not want to delay and shared his thoughts candidly. Regarding the power you mentioned, when I first acquired it, it was a source of enjoyment, a sense of liberation, as if I could finally do as I pleased. However, as I gradually engaged with it, a sense of dread began to creep in, for this feeling can drive one to madness, causing one to lose oneself. The man nodded, seemingly in agreement with Zheng Yan's sentiments. It is no wonder you have managed to retain your current composure. What are your plans for the future, young friend? This question stumped Zheng Yan. That I do not know, he replied, his gaze distant. Perhaps my abilities have recently advanced, leading me through numerous experiences. There has been deception, betrayal, and more, a constant web of intrigue that is rather vexing. He scratched his head, expressing his struggles that I have handled these individuals in my own way. Though I cannot say if it is correct, I have acted according to my convictions at least. Zheng Yin lifted his gaze toward the drifting mists, continuing, I have not done anything I regret. The man stroked his rather short beard, then clapped his hands in applause. Well said. Indeed, as long as one acts with a clear conscience, one is on the right path. It is commendable that you have come to this realization. The sound of applause resonated in Zheng Yan's ears, and the unexpected praise made him shyly cover his face. Stop. Please stop, he exclaimed, hastily waving his hands to bring an end to the awkwardness. Where is Zhang Lianhai? Someone come and rescue me, as if summoned by his thoughts. Zhang Lianhai's voice suddenly broke through. Hey, why are you sleeping? We have arrived. The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, clear and unmistakable, echoing throughout the pavilion. Old friend, where are you? Zheng Yin cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Yet silence met his call. Young friend, it appears our time to part has come. The seated man rose and moved toward the depths of the mist. Zheng Yin wished to pursue and retain him, for he still had countless questions. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not bridge the gap between them. Return now. I trust in his choices. The man's voice faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing. Zheng Yin stood rooted in place, gazing into the direction of the man's departure. Who, exactly, was he? Accompanied by this thought and a soothing sensation upon his face, Zheng Yin was abruptly yanked from his dreamlike state. Ouch! That hurts! Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Li Zixuan, the sun god, hopping about, nursing his hand, while Zhang Jian, the word spirit master, attended to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianhai, Zhao Bin, the tornado, and Sun Ning, the chameleon, observed with expressions of amusement. Can someone explain to me what just transpired? Zheng Yin called out to the group that I. Sun Ning leapt up, exuberantly raising his hand as if begging for attention, his enthusiasm palpable. Oh, very well. Zheng Yin smirked, pointing at the eager Sun Ning before swiftly shifting his gaze to Zhao Bin. Then let our tornado comrade elucidate the situation. Sun Ning's face fell, his expression morose as he glared at Zheng Yin, puffing air in indignation, as if to say, what is the meaning of this, buddy? Why the lack of respect? Zhao Bin noticed his demeanor and hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. He intentionally raspy voice faltered. Apologies, Zheng Yin, I've been suffering from tonsillitis and need to keep my speech minimal. Let him take the lead. With that, he passed the opportunity back to Sun Ning. Once again invigorated, Sun Ning surveyed his surroundings to ensure no rivals remained before sharing the sequence of events. Their vehicle pulled in over 10 minutes ago, and throughout, Zheng Yin has been sound asleep, with Zhang Lianhai unable to rouse him. So, she called for us, hoping we could all pitch in, considering there was an important meeting ahead. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass Zhuge Liang. Each of us employed different tactics. Some shouted in Zheng Yan's ear, while others attempted to awaken him through unconventional means. But to no avail. Wow, this guy is really out cold. As a few individuals lamented their misfortunes and found themselves at a loss, the typically solitary Li Zixuan unexpectedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Allow me to take charge. He pushed aside several people and approached Zheng Yin, intent on employing his unique methods. When had he ever shown such benevolence? Sun Ning and Zhao Bin whispered among themselves, hesitant to voice their concerns. Zhang Lianhai felt a twinge of unease. Yet with no alternative in sight, They had no choice but to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Was it possible that Li Zixuan had genuinely recalled the value of teamwork and chose to assist? Certainly not. He harbored a grudge against Zheng Yin for the humiliation he suffered and for having his own brilliance overshadowed. However, the disparity in their abilities was immense, and the team had always championed harmony and unity. Provoking Zheng Yin would yield no rewards and could very well result in a reprimand, or worse, a private confrontation. Now, with a legitimate opportunity to exact revenge, Li Zixuan was not about to let it slip away. "Heh, Zheng Yin, don't hold it against me," he cackled, delivering several resounding slaps to Zheng Yan's face that to the astonishment of onlookers. The one who cried out in pain was not Zheng Yin, but Li Zixuan himself, whose swift actions had left him reeling from the backlash. Little did he know that Zheng Yin, in a deep slumber, had automatically entered a heightened state of defense, rendering him impervious to even the most formidable of assaults. Thus, it was Li Zixuan who found himself affected by the recoil of his own forceful actions. Perhaps he should be thanking Zheng Yin for the unexpected turn of events. That it was no wonder Zheng Yin had earlier felt a gentle touch, finding it rather pleasant. Had it not been for Li Zixuan, he would have likely engaged in a lengthy conversation with that peculiar man. Speaking of which, Zheng Yin recalled the vividness of his recent dream, sensing an underlying significance in the stranger's words. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? With such thoughts in mind, he approached Li Zixuan and expressed his gratitude. Zheng Yin was acutely aware of Li Zixuan's ulterior motives. Yet given the current dire circumstances, a peaceful resolution was paramount. "Humph. No need to mention it," Li Zixuan replied, his pride swelling as he turned away, still nursing his swollen hand. Meanwhile, several individuals divided into two groups and entered a towering structure, where they proceeded to introduce Zheng Yin to their surroundings. This was a military base in Huangwan Province, home to an armored brigade equipped with highly modern combat apparatus, including artillery, armored vehicles, tanks, air defense systems, and various electronic logistical equipment. Their presence here was primarily for training, as they rarely undertook combat missions. This was due to the fact that within the seemingly ordinary base lay a significant structure, the Tower of the Demon Suppression. Chapter 70. Emergency Meeting. Zheng Yin surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing of note that in his mind. A tower capable of containing vast magical entities would be at least several hundred stories tall, visible from afar. He had even conducted an online search for maps and photographs for reference, only to find nothing. Pondering this mystery, he entered the building alongside his teammates. Red flags fluttered above them as they navigated through a series of intricate security protocols involving fingerprint scans, facial recognition, and magnetic card identification. After completing these procedures, Zheng Yin finally caught a glimpse of the interior. The building consisted of 10 floors, and upon entering, they were greeted by an exhibition of advanced weaponry, robotic dogs, drones, and models of aircraft carriers and destroyers, along with many gadgets Zheng Yin had never even heard of. Just as he reached for his phone to take a picture, Jiang Lianhai swiftly intervened. "What are you doing? Are you insane to bring a phone in here?" Their lack of personal searches was a sign of trust. They should not squander their credibility. With that, Jiang Lianhai confiscated Zheng Yan's phone and handed it to a nearby guard. "Please refrain from such actions in the future," he admonished quietly as he guided Zheng Yin to the rear of the group. All right, Zheng Yin acquiesced, feeling somewhat chastened. They then proceeded past the first floor area and entered the elevator. The buttons were peculiar. In addition to the usual floors 1 to 10, there were negative numbers ranging from -1 to -18, that while it was common for buildings to have a few levels underground. -18 sounded ominous. Who would wish to tempt fate? With a series of beeps, the elevator came to a halt at the highest floor. Exiting, they faced yet another round of identity verification before finally arriving in a conference room. The spacious area, measuring over 300 square meters, featured an oval conference table at the front, surrounded by various amenities, including screens mounted on the walls and numerous transparent safes locked tight, containing paper materials. A number of individuals were already seated around the table, having arrived early. Upon noticing Zheng Yin and his companions, they promptly stood behind their chairs in respect, waiting until everyone was seated before following suit. These individuals were other superpowered beings. Jiang Lianhai discerned Zheng Yan's curiosity and explained, "Their abilities are relatively weak, belonging to the second and third tiers, so they hold a degree of reverence for the elite." Of course, there were other reasons for this behavior. Jiang Lianhai did not elaborate, but Zheng Yin could surmise the general sentiment. Some individuals had likely left a psychological imprint of fear due to their domineering ways, particularly a certain fire-based, superpowered individual. After a while, roughly 10 minutes later, Zheng Yin's rear grew numb as Song Jiang finally arrived, apologizing profusely. Upon entering, he approached the front and bowed to the assembled crowd. Unlike his usual attire of suits, this time Song Jiang was clad in a crisp military uniform. Zheng Yin was taken aback, having never seen Song Jiang in such a manner that he curiously examined the insignia on Song Jiang's shoulders. He nearly gasped aloud. Zheng Yin had previously speculated about Song Jiang's rank, but despite his considerable deductions, the reality of Song Jiang's status was still surprising. The others, however, appeared unfazed, as they were all seasoned veterans accustomed to such appearances. Once seated, Song Jiang powered on his laptop, connecting all the display screens in the conference room. Every person present, no matter their location within the room, could clearly see the information Song Jiang intended to convey. Very well, I'll keep it brief, he announced, clicking through a folder containing recent incidents and photographs of individuals involved. The purpose of convening you all today is likely known to many of you. He went on to reiterate the details regarding the Tower of Demon Suppression and the plot of the magical slaves, taking a moment to express gratitude towards the newcomer, Zheng Yin. Without his timely intelligence, we would have wasted considerable time. As soon as Song Jiang concluded, every individual, except for Li Zixuan, turned to Zheng Yin with a look of respect. Zheng Yin felt his face flush, feeling embarrassed under their collective gaze. Stop staring, focus on the screen, he mumbled. All right, let's discuss the assignments, Song Jiang said, seemingly aware of Zheng Yan's discomfort and redirecting the attention of the room, given their lack of understanding of the elusive adversaries. Their current strategy was one of passive defense, a method that felt dangerously inadequate. Thus, Song Jiang proposed to deploy several reconnaissance, superpowered individuals to explore the area surrounding the Tower of Demon Suppression, as their primary objective was to neutralize the military base, which might already be infiltrated. The remaining personnel would collaborate with the troops to bolster internal defenses. Being near the coast, Song Jiang had already coordinated with the Navy, ensuring that air support and artillery would be readily available should circumstances deteriorate. That it was evident that Song Jiang wore a serious expression, reflecting the gravity of the impending battle, which appeared to hold little chance of success. The second and third tier superpowered individuals, upon receiving their assignments, departed to commence their missions in the conference room. Only 7 individuals remained, including Song Jiang, elites. Their experience in engaging with magical slaves far surpassed that of the lower tiers, allowing them to maintain a calm demeanor. Boss, you didn't keep us here just to let us rest, did you? If there's a task, please assign it quickly, Li Zixuan exclaimed, eager to engage in combat and reclaim the honor he felt he had lost. Sun God, please be patient. Song Jiang gestured for him to wait, then opened a door to a nearby secure room. He beckoned Zheng Yin over, wearing a forced smile that barely concealed his true emotions. Zheng Yin pointed to himself, gradually making his way past the furious, envious, and discontented gazes of those nearby. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, as if cloaked in some peculiar material. Even when Song Jiang turned the lights to their fullest intensity, they could scarcely discern each other's faces. My dear brother, I must express my gratitude once more, Song Jiang spoke earnestly. Upon noticing Zheng Yin preparing to bow, he quickly reached out to pull him back up. I cannot endure this, Zheng Yin shyly replied, then took the initiative to inquire of Song Jiang. Did you bring me here in private to discuss matters that cannot be revealed to them? Song Jiang paused momentarily, his expression obscured by the inky blackness, before finally nodding in response. Indeed, it is a task that only you can accomplish. As he spoke, he retrieved a neatly folded map from his pocket, detailing the terrain of the Economic Special Zone, far more intricate than the civilian version. Under the dim light, Song Jiang guided Zheng Yin's gaze to a specially marked location, dubbed the Ghost Market. Chapter 71. Journey to the Ghost Market. As he reported all the intelligence gathered and requested to take all his subordinates, the leaders on the other end were not idle. As the saying goes, a fly does not buzz about an egg without cracks. The corruption within Huangwan province had reached alarming levels, prompting the agents to detain several representatives for questioning, with plans to gradually settle accounts with the remainder. From their accounts, it became evident that these individuals employed particularly clever methods to line their pockets. Typically, someone would introduce counterfeit paintings or pirated tea into the market, items of little value that often fetched exorbitant prices. The flow of funds converged at the ghost market indicated on the map, a nighttime street vendor economy that commenced just before dawn and dispersed at the first light of day. The origins of this market remain shrouded in mystery. The materials provided by Song Jiang revealed that the ghost market now existed merely as a name. Apart from the occasional vendor, most areas have been transformed into a vast marketplace encompassing production, sales, and export. Song Jiang intended for Zheng Yin to venture into the ghost market before the enemy could act, as they had detected numerous demonic slaves within if it were confirmed as the enemy's stronghold. They might proactively launch an assault, aiming to minimize their losses. Then why am I the one to go? Zheng Yin had long wished to voice this query, pondering whether Song Jiang placed too much trust in him. Believing everything he said, or perhaps he held no faith at all, but had never contradicted him, including this instance where a mere newcomer's words instigated such significant commotion. What if Zheng Yin were an adversary in disguise? Would Song Jiang not fear the repercussions? Upon hearing Zheng Yan's question, Song Jiang could not help but burst into laughter. Then why, dear brother, do you know what I admire most about you? It is your candor. Unlike others who harbor ulterior motives and engage in endless infighting. If I did not trust someone like you, there would be no reason for me to continue as captain. I might as well retire early. After his laughter subsided, Song Jiang elucidated the rationale behind summoning Zheng Yin for this mission. As he had previously mentioned, the internal dynamics of A were exceedingly chaotic, with many individuals overestimating their prowess and forming cliques. Song Jiang, lacking any effective strategy, could only strive for equilibrium, being merely an ordinary person that if he were to send Li Zixuan or Zhao Bin, their arrogance would prevent them from truly understanding the enemy's capabilities. In such a case, not only would intelligence gathering be compromised, but their very escape would be uncertain. Zhang Lianhai emerged as a commendable candidate. Resilient and composed, she rarely acted without assurance of victory. Yet, like Song Jiang, she possessed no extraordinary abilities. Moreover, I have my own motives. Song Jiang recounted the legacy of Zhang Lianhai's grandfather, a red warrior since the Second World War. For years, they had fought for the nation, enduring countless sacrifices, and now Zhang Lianhai stood as the last remnant of her lineage. Should anything befall her, the entire Jiang family line would face extinction. Enough, enough, do not speak further. Zheng Yin, moved by Song Jiang's heartfelt words, found tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Although uncertain of the veracity of what he had heard, the prospect of aiding a friend was worth the risk. However, before proceeding, Zheng Yin felt compelled to make a request, lest he feel an unsettling imbalance in his heart. Brother, after this matter concludes, could you perhaps bestow upon me some insignia of rank, even if just 2 stripes? It is merely for the sense of honor it brings. To this, Song Jiang readily acquiesced but insisted that Zheng Yin must diligently study and adhere to the necessary protocols, for these rules were inviolable. All right, Zheng Yin conceded, disappointment tinging his voice, yet he felt a sense of relief now that a channel had been established. Subsequently, Song Jiang elaborated on certain details regarding the master of the ghost market. The true identity of this enigmatic figure remained shrouded in secrecy, as he typically appointed several subordinates to act as his proxies. Rarely making personal appearances,